Chapter 1. Profession Boss. Silence everyone. The job transition ceremony officially begins. In the Great Xia, East China region, Qingsha Number 2 High School. In the solemn and grand hall of practitioners, the radiant job transition platform sits at the center, glowing brilliantly. Over 200 senior high school students wait here, their eyes sparkling, anticipating this life-changing opportunity. May the gods of Great Xia bless us, hoping for more high-quality professions this year, and bring hope to Great Xia amidst the threats of external enemies. The principal, Ji Lin, said solemnly, hands clasped together, silently praying in his heart. This year, it's time for the biannual competition with a neighboring foreign race. It's tough. Beside the transition platform, school leaders, including the director of education, shook their heads, some expressing helplessness. The neighboring high school hasn't produced a single epic-level practitioner this year. Hopefully, this new batch of freshmen can create a miracle. That child Chili from Class 1 seems promising. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, everyone filled with tension and anticipation. In the crowd, a boy in black stood with his hands in his pockets, his messy black hair framing a handsome, yet somewhat disheveled face. I really have crossed over. Yi Tian pulled out a crystalline job awakening stone from his pocket, looking at the unfamiliar transition platform before him as memories blended together. In his previous life, Yi Tian was a salesman who worked tirelessly for months to secure a multi-million-dollar contract for his company, only to be abruptly informed that his boss had gambled away the company's assets and declared bankruptcy. His company was gone. It was like leading a team to a comeback only to find his own crystal shattered by his teammates. Damn boss. He was filled with anger and his mind went blank. When he woke up again, it was this morning, having crossed over to this world. This blue star was not much different from Earth, but revered for its extraordinary power, known as practitioners. 200 years ago, a mysterious red meteor fell to the blue star. Since then, evil beings have continuously invaded from other dimensions, wreaking havoc on the world and devouring lives. Moreover, interdimensional pathways have emerged, and foreign races have used various means like joint military threats and ethnic competitions to continuously encroach upon and enslave this land. Only practitioners can resist them. Therefore, the day of job transition is also known as the Day of Destiny. Students whose names are called, take your job awakening stones and stand in front of the transition platform. The 80-year-old Principal Ji Lin, without using a microphone or speaker, spoke loudly enough to resonate throughout the hall. The quality of practitioners is divided into 6 levels: ordinary, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the quality, the harder it is to awaken. Only about 20 to 30 people awaken epic-level professions nationwide each year, and legendary ones are even rarer. As for divine level, in the 200 years of extraordinary history worldwide, there have only been 3. After a successful transition, an extraordinary power will manifest in the practitioner as a beam of light. The higher the quality, the more dazzling the light. I made it. I'm rare. I'm a rare-level profession. Haha. I've trained in martial arts for 10 years. Why am I awakened to a living profession? Why? I'm a pure man standing at 1.9 meters. What does it mean to awaken as a healer? Why am I blacksmith? I'm not satisfied. I want to go to the battlefield and drive away the foreigners. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos. In a ceremony that decided their lives in just a few seconds, most students were unwilling to accept their fate, some even breaking down and screaming in disbelief. In this era, the day of job transition is not a celebration, it's a gamble. Job awakening is entirely random. There are lazy people who rise to the top overnight, while those with grand aspirations work hard for over a decade only to transition into a mundane job, ultimately leading a muddled life. Principal Ji Lin sighed deeply at the scene, feeling helpless yet seemingly accustomed to such situations. After all, once a profession awakens, it cannot be changed for 200 years. Now, it was time to face their destinies. Yi Tian, step up for your awakening. Called by name, Yi Tian walked toward the transition platform, feeling a bit nervous. In my past life, a poor background might still have a chance, but in this life, a poor transition truly means no hope. Since I've already crossed over, lend me a bit of luck. The brilliance of the transition platform merged with the job awakening stone in Yi Tian's hand. However, the next moment, The awakening stone turned to powder, and no beam of light, symbolizing a successful transition, appeared. Ji Changlin was stunned. Failed the transition? Even the lowest ordinary quality profession would produce a faint white awakening beam. But Yi Tian's awakening showed no reaction at all. For a moment, many sympathetic gazes were directed at Yi Tian. A hint of astonishment appeared on Yi Tian's face as he saw his digital job panel, realizing it wasn't that he had failed the transition, but rather that his profession seemed unable to display equality. Personal panel: Yi Tian profession, boss 0th rank apprentice quality, unknown level, 0 strength, 10 agility, 10 physique, 10 spirit, 10 professional talent. View resume. Can view any individual's resume, including their life history, potential, and other information for proper talent recruitment. Professional skill recruitment investment. Spend funds to recruit talent, sign contracts, and invest in new professions for them. Upon success, gain all the professional abilities of the individual and share 100 of their attributes and experience gained. The stronger the talent's potential, the higher the quality of professions that can be invested in. Upon successful recruitment, the target is automatically marked as employee. Passive profession dividends. Whenever an employee achieves honors or accomplishments, gain funds, dividends, and special rewards. Passive profession management log. Every night at midnight, settle the work status of employees for the day and receive a small amount of funds as a reward based on work quality, leveling up, clearing dungeon, slacking off, professional skill dismissal, terminate the contract with an employee and reclaim their professional abilities. Initial funds, 20 points. Boss. Yi Tian could confirm that this was a new profession that had never been transitioned to in the past 200 years. Having just been let down by a boss in his previous life, now he was the boss himself? The initial attributes were only 10 points, very low, equivalent to an ordinary white quality profession. However, he would also gain the attributes and professional skills of his employees, whatever experience they earned. He would also receive the same. This profession's potential was absolutely unprecedentedly strong. After recruiting employees, he could invest in their new professions. The more employees he recruited, the stronger he, as the boss, would become. A win-win. Moreover, after recruitment, the professions he invested in were not random. As long as he spent funds, he could invest even in legendary, divine, and even mythical hidden professions. Such an ability was something any country would dream of. Recruitment details. Talent potential levels. White, yellow, blue, purple, gold, rainbow, special. Investable profession qualities. Ordinary, elite, rare, epic, legendary, divine, hidden. Funds required for recruitment. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, 10 points, 20 points, 40 points, 60 points. With an initial fund of 20 points, it meant that as long as there was a sufficiently strong potential talent, Yi Tian could now recruit a legendary profession employee. Legendary professions are rare, even in the entire Blue Star. Superpowers like Great Xia in America might only see one every 2 or 3 years. No wonder my profession has no grade. What grade can measure a boss who can invest in legendary, divine, and even hidden professions? At this moment, among the crowd of successfully transitioned individuals, hardly anyone stood with Yi Tian. Most students were gathered around some elite or rare-level combat professions, expressing envy and flattery. Big shots. Can you take me through the apprentice trial? I'm a support profession. I promise to follow orders. Take me with you, big shots. I'm willing to pay 200,000 to join the team. I'm willing to wear my long underwear inside out. The apprenticeship trial is a novice level that must be completed after the job transfer ceremony. All newcomers will be teleported to a trial secret realm, where they can form teams of up to 5 people and receive trial rewards based on their completion scores. If they pass the trial, they can remove the word apprentice from their job title and become official professionals. If they fail or give up the trial, they cannot level up or advance. They will have to wait until next year, until the next job transfer ceremony to challenge it again, until they succeed. However, the difficulty of the trial is not small, and every year many students lose their lives in it. So many weaker professionals are eager to find a strong ally. Yi Tian did not forget he didn't want to waste a year of his professional life because of this. He looked around, not to find a team, but to find reliable employees. He activated his talent skill view resume. Name, Lulei. Basic information, male, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia. Profession, Archer. Potential, white ordinary. Life experience, an ordinary person who has never been outstanding, not hardworking enough, nor too laid back. Investment opportunity, ordinary level profession, warrior 1 point of funding. Name, Wang Yun. Basic information, male, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia, profession, hunter. Potential, yellow, smooth sailing. Life experience, idle and lazy, but has always had good luck since childhood, living without worries. Investment opportunity, elite level profession dice mage, 3 points of funding. It can be seen that the investment opportunities listed are the most suitable professions for the targets. Yi Tian scanned through dozens of people and found that the majority had white potential, with few having yellow or blue potential. Even some top students in martial arts and swordsmanship classes had mediocre potential. The potential evaluations in the resumes were quite harsh. Currently, Yi Tian had not found a suitable candidate for recruitment. He only had an initial funding of 20 points, and once used up, it would be gone. He needed an employee with high enough potential to win honor achievements for himself and earn dividend funds. Honor is merely about trial rankings, college entrance exam rankings, and even great competition rankings. If he cannot continuously obtain funds, his professional future would be difficult to develop. Of course, if there were no suitable candidates in this cohort, Yi Tian would have to settle for someone with slightly lower potential as a last resort. At this moment, as Ji Changlin called out the next name, a striking, agile figure walked toward the job transfer platform. Bai Qiuli, please step up for awakening. Chapter 2. The Fallen Genius. At this moment, the gaze of the school leaders and students focused on a girl. The girl's sleek black hair was tied up high, her long eyebrows painted like ink, and her eyes were as clear as an icy lake, cold and stunningly beautiful. The loose school uniform could not hide her strong and upright posture, nor her long, straight legs, which radiated a sense of graceful beauty. Bai Qiuli, the top student of Qingshan No. 2 High School, the perfect school beauty, the dream lover of countless boys and girls. Swordsmanship, martial arts, and knowledge classes ranked first every year. Countless teachers have stated that this girl will surely become a pillar of the future. Yi Tian couldn't help but click his tongue compared to his past self, who was inconspicuous at school. This school beauty Bai Qiuli was simply radiant. Under the spotlight, Bai Qiuli stepped onto the job transfer platform. The next moment, a faint white light column emerged around her. What? A life profession, a florist. Heavenly jealousy of talent. Does hard work mean nothing for a school beauty like Bai? In an instant, the venue became noisy, and even the principal, who was used to such scenes, couldn't help but sigh. We often lament the unfairness of fate, but we didn't expect it to be this unfair. Ji Changlin said with a pained expression, "Child." Seeing the result, Bai Qiuli was stunned for a few seconds, then closed her eyes, her heart like dead ash. Life profession florist. In just a few seconds, it seemed to deny Bai Qiuli's entire life. Like a dull knife, it cruelly cut away her 10 years of hard work and effort. Bai Qiuli forced herself to straighten her back, suppressing the soreness in her eyes, and managed to squeeze out a smile at Principal Ji Changlin. "Principal, I'm fine." She took a deep breath, gripping her trembling fingertips tightly. "I'm fine." The fallen genius sinks into the mud. This happens across the country every year on this day. Persistence and hard work are merely lottery tickets of fate. On the other side of the job transfer platform, the head teacher side, crossing Bai Qiuli's name off the list of priority university recommendations. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy in his past life. He had also fought with all his might, only to have everything turn to nothing in the end. Perhaps this is the trickery of fate. Yi Tian's mind stirred, and he opened Bai Qiuli's resume file. Name, Bai Qiuli. Basic information, female, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia, profession, florist. Potential, gold, a true talent. Life experience, parents were killed by a foreign race, determined to eradicate the foreign race, ranked first in the high school joint examination swordsmanship competition for 3 consecutive years. First in martial arts, first in the knowledge competition against evil foreign races, and first in the fighting simulation class comprehensive assessment. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession Cold Moon Sword Immortal 20 points of funding, epic level profession Ice Mage 10 points of funding. Yi Tian's eyes lit up golden potential. 2 investment opportunities, 1 to choose from. Looking at the long list of first-place rankings in her life experience, One can imagine how much effort and sweat Bai Chili had put in behind the scenes. Seeing the resume, Yi Tian immediately locked in his first recruitment target. Meanwhile, the job transfer ceremony was nearing its end. Principal Ji Chonglin wore a worried expression. More than 80 life professions, over 70 ordinary professions, 36 elite professions, 12 rare professions, and 1 job transfer failure. This year's senior class's job transfer results were not ideal. It seems that this year's success or failure of the 2 races in the great competition can only rely on other schools. Ji Chonglin shook his head helplessly and then looked at the students below, some sad, some happy, and said solemnly, "The job transfer is over, and the apprenticeship trial is about to begin. I have repeatedly mentioned in class that the trial is not easy for you. It is best to form teams of 5 to cooperate and avoid casualties. Students with life professions, or those who failed the job transfer. You may choose to leave the professional hall and give up entering the trial. At least you can save your life." After speaking, the hall became noisy again. Almost all the students with life professions silently left the professional hall in tears. Leaving the hall meant that they would not be able to level up for at least this year, and their future looked bleak. But as the principal said, they could save their lives. After all, life professions have almost no combat ability. No one wants a life profession in their team, dragging down the trial score. The rewards related to trial scores are crucial for the starting point of new professionals. No one would joke about their future. Even the top student Bai Chili was not someone anyone wanted to team up with. Bai Chili did not leave. Chili, it's not shameful to give up as a life profession. Entering the trial is like seeking death. Yeah, your grades are so good, even if you can't become a combat profession, you can still become a teacher at the school in the future. Ji Chonglin and the head teacher urged Bai Chili to give up the trial. Life professions have no one to team up with, and entering the trial is a life-and-death situation. But Bai Chili was very stubborn, or rather, this was her last act of defiance. "I think this may be the only chance I have to enter a dungeon in my life. Principal, please support me." Becoming a florist means bidding farewell to her dreams. She wanted to seize the only opportunity for the trial, considering it a way to justify her 10 years of efforts. Ji Chonglin fell silent. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd in the distance. "What a fake, just awakening as a florist. You'd be better off being a vase." The voice was small but exceptionally harsh, like a sharp thorn piercing the victim's heart, causing Bai Chili to breathe slightly faster. Ji Chonglin was instantly enraged, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Who said that? Come out." The old man's voice intimidated everyone in the hall. The presence of a high-level professional made the legs of the mocker tremble. A girl from the same class, as Bai Chili lowered her head, not daring to meet Ji Chonglin's gaze. Sometimes, the malice between girls can be 100 times harsher than that between boys. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, just as Ji Chonglin coldly said, "Have you all forgotten the rules of the job transfer ceremony?" As soon as he finished speaking, a boy from the front row said powerfully, "All citizens of the Great Xia are compatriots after job transfer. We should be comrades." After the job transfer ceremony, any form of mockery or belittling of others' professions is prohibited. We should unite as one and fend off external enemies. If there are violations, the lightest punishment is a severe warning, and the heaviest is expulsion from school, prohibiting participation in college entrance examinations or military service. With each word the boy said, the girl who mocked Bai Chili turned paler. Ji Chonglin stepped forward 2 strides, his voice especially furious. Now, with evil forces causing chaos outside and foreign tribes occupying inside, the country is holding up the sky, not so you could be jealous and ridicule each other. His voice was like a bell, and he turned to look at the girl, scolding her fiercely. "You only have a bit of fortune on your side, how dare you mock others? You are even less qualified to mock someone who works hard." "Principal, I was wrong." The girl was scared to the point of crying. I have a rare profession, Principal." Finally, she mustered the courage to lift her head when mentioning her rare profession. Ji Chonglin stared at her, snorted coldly, and turned away. Severe warning, deducting 30 of the professional subsidy. "One more time, and you'll be expelled immediately." The hall fell silent, and no one dared to plead for her. This is the century-old iron rule of the Great Xia. Professionals can fight to the death, and they can spit insults, but they must never mock others' backgrounds and professions, because that is not something a person can decide. Yi Tian couldn't help but admire this was how a country at war should be. In just a few minutes, the matter was settled. With the time for the apprenticeship trial approaching, Yi Tian quickly moved closer to Bai Qiuli's position. At this moment, Principal Ji Chonglin showed a worried expression again and looked at the stubborn Bai Qiuli, saying, "Qiuli, I respect your choice. But going into the trial alone is really dangerous. You should find a team." However, finding a team for a life profession is not easy. Bai Qiuli shook her head. "No one would be willing to team up with me." "There are." A youthful, clear voice appears through the crowd as Yi Tian walked over and directly invited Bai Qiuli to form a team. Ji Chonglin looked surprised. "Yi Tian, didn't you fail your job transfer? Why haven't you left?" No, I didn't fail. My profession is just a bit special," Yi Tian explained while looking at Bai Qiuli's stunning profile. "Shall we?" She pondered for a few seconds and decisively accepted Yi Tian's invitation. After all, this was her only choice. "You can team up, so it seems you really didn't fail your job transfer." Yi Chonglin nodded. He was a bit curious about Yi Tian's profession, but with the apprenticeship trial about to start, it was time to give the team members some time to communicate. Bai Qiuli faced Yi Tian and said seriously, "Since we've become teammates, I want to clarify in advance. I am a gardener profession with only 5 base attributes." Her current attributes were almost like a burden, and she wanted to make this clear to let Yi Tian think it through. But Yi Tian waved his hand decisively. "No need to say more. I believe in you." As soon as he said this, the principal and others were stunned. This kid, wouldn't he be pursuing love at the cost of his life and future? Bai Qiuli's clear eyes showed some shock. Before her job transfer, she often had people believe in her, but after transferring to gardener, it was the first time she felt such strong trust. Thinking of the contents of the resume, Yi Tian's tone became more assured. "You might not believe it when I say this. I believe in you more than everyone present, even more than you believe in yourself." Chapter 3. 3 minutes east of the river, 3 minutes west of the river. When a resounding bell rang out in the Hall of Professionals, and the golden light emitted by the job transfer platform suddenly converged into a portal of light. It has begun, the apprentice trial. Principal Ji Chonglin looked around at the students, watching as they were continuously drawn into the trial portal. His expression serious. "I did not expect this cohort to achieve outstanding trial results. I just hope that the children will be cautious and careful." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli, "Especially the two of you. If you need to give up, then give up. Your lives are the most important." Yi Tian remained silent, making an okay gesture. Together, he and Bai Qiuli stepped into the trial portal. With a flash of golden light, the scene before them suddenly changed. Yi Tian's face revealed a look of novelty, as if he had arrived in a new world in the blink of an eye. They were now deep in a vast forest, the sky a dull gray, mist enveloping the surroundings, making it difficult to discern direction, cold and lonely. Although all the students had entered the same secret realm, due to random team landings, there were only Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli here. Trial task has been issued. 1. Kill more than 10 fierce beasts, and the entire team will succeed in the trial. The more monsters killed, the higher the score. 2. Pass through the misty jungle and reach the exit of the secret realm. The entire team will succeed in the trial. Challenge task. Find a trial boss and kill it. Danger. Yi Tian looked at the task panel that popped up, noticing the 2-hour countdown in the upper right corner. Once the time was up, they would be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. He turned his head and suddenly noticed Bai Qiuli had come to a dead tree, searching for something. "What are you looking for?" "Withered moss." Bai Qiuli was focused on looking under the roots of each tree. With both of their combat powers not strong, if they wanted to clear the trial, they could only find the exit of the secret realm. The withered moss can be applied to the body to simulate the scent of dead plants, reducing the likelihood of being attacked by fierce beasts. No need for that. Yi Tian waved his hand and activated his professional skill, recruitment investment, on Bai Qiuli. "Please choose an investment opportunity. Legendary, 20 funds. Epic, 10 funds. A golden potential talent." Yi Tian decisively went all in and chose to invest in the legendary profession. The next moment, a recruitment contract unexpectedly fell into Bai Qiuli's hand. "What is this?" Bai Qiuli blinked, confused. "I've never heard of needing to sign a contract for team formation. I am a conscientious boss. Recruitment definitely requires a contract." Yi Tian responded to Bai Qiuli's bewildered gaze, reassuring her, "Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss or be deceived by signing." However, as the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. "Be careful." A dark shadow rushed out from the mist of the jungle, like a whirlwind. Charging towards Bai Qiuli's position. Bai Qiuli reacted extremely quickly, supporting herself with her hands, leaning back to roll, narrowly dodging the attack. In a misty trial jungle, such ambush monsters are common. A bone demon bull. What bad luck! As the shadow was revealed in their sight, Bai Qiuli instantly recognized it. The next moment, having just avoided a fatal blow, she did not hesitate for a moment, drawing a common iron sword awarded by the school and thrusting it out. Yi Tian admired her in his heart. The bone demon bull would be in a dazed state for about a second after charging, making it the perfect moment to counterattack. Although that was the theory, most people would be shocked and frightened after receiving a potentially lethal blow. It was rare to find someone like Bai Qiuli who could immediately respond and counterattack. Clang! The common iron sword struck the hind leg of the bone demon bull, leaving only a light injury on its deep brown skin, like iron armor. Too weak. Although the bone demon bull is merely a low-tier fierce beast, Bai Qiuli only had 5 points of strength, making it difficult to deal significant damage. Want power? Yi Tian opened his mouth, suddenly feeling as if he were a devil tempting mortals. Sign it. A fingerprint will do. Will it grant some kind of buff? Bai Qiuli showed confusion, looking at the contract that didn't seem to have any unfair clauses, thinking it was some kind of buff skill from Yi Tian. As the bone demon bull recovered from its dazed state, she pressed her fingerprint on the Party B position of the contract. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant golden beam of light pierced through the clouds without warning. Startled, the bone demon bull retreated several steps after waking up. Yi Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. The awakening moment of a legendary profession was indeed too loud. If he were to transfer someone outside the secret realm in the future, he would have to be careful. Bai Qiuli's eyes, like an icy lake, rippled as she bathed in the golden light, completely stunned, usually able to react to fierce beast ambushes in mere tenths of a second. This girl took a full 5 seconds to realize the panel's notification sound. You have accepted the boss recruitment. Your original flower gardener profession has been replaced. You have been transferred to a legendary level profession, Cold Moon Swordsman Apprentice. Am I dreaming? Bai Qiuli stared blankly at her hands. This scene was something she had often dreamed of during her 10 years of hard work and practice. But now, it had become reality at her most desperate moment. Even when she was transferred to flower gardener, she did not cry at the moment her dream shattered, but at this moment, 2 lines of tears silently slid down her cheeks. This scene would even make a car robot shed a couple drops of oil. Yi Tian thought strangely, then looked at the bone demon bull that was about to be scared away, signaling, "How about we kill it first, and then cry?" Hearing this, Bai Qiuli opened her eyes, once again raising the common iron sword. From several meters away, a sword chi like ice shattered the mist, and with a cry of anguish from the bull demon, the sword chi cleaved it into mid-air, the cut still glistening with frost. One sword, instant kill. The fact that she could achieve an instant kill from a distance indicated that Bai Qiuli's suitability for the swordsman profession and the attributes of the legendary profession were far higher than Yi Tian had imagined. He opened the employee panel and looked at Bai Qiuli's attributes. Employee, Bai Qiuli, profession. Cold Moon Swordsman, 0th tier. Apprentice, investment opportunities show the profession name after the 4th tier. Currently, it is the 0th tier profession name. Quality, legendary level 0, strength, 35 agility, 40 constitution, 25 spirit, 30 professional talent. Cold Moon decision, professional skills, Cold Moon sword dance. Moon shadow step, cold light sword spirit. Yi Tian gasped. The attributes of this legendary profession, are they even human? The initial attributes are already more than 3 times that of an ordinary professional. Even the strongest rare profession in this cohort of seniors only reaches about half of her attributes. Moreover, she has 1 more skill and 1 more talent than the rare profession. No wonder every legendary profession is treated as a treasure and cultivated by every country. Just based on these attributes and skills, her future achievements are bound to be significant. Legendary professions are truly abnormal. At the same time, Yi Tian received several notifications. You have successfully recruited employee Bai Qiuli, gaining the following attributes: Strength 35, Agility 40, Constitution 25, Spirit 30. You have acquired talent skills: Cold Moon Decision, Cold Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, Cold Light Sword Spirit. Employee growth attributes and newly acquired professional skills are also shared. Employee, Bai Qiuli killed the fierce beast bone demon bull. You share the gained experience. Experience 30. Yi Tian nodded calmly. Fortunately, My profession is a bit more abnormal. Meanwhile, almost all students in the secret realm saw this towering golden beam of light. The beam of light piercing through the clouds was so dazzling in the gray forest that it was hard not to notice. On the other side, another small team had also killed the bone demon. The leader, a boy named Lu Chuang, was a rare-class storm warrior. His right arm was covered in blood, having been hurt for being hit by the demon earlier. Linyu, hurry up and heal. At this moment, the one being called was the girl who had mocked Bai Qiuli in the main hall, Linyu, a rare-class priest. It was precisely because of her rare-class profession that she had joined this team with an exceptionally high average combat power. With our 5 rare-class professions, our combat power is among the best in this session. Let us aim to break the trial's scoring record. Lu Chuang's injuries slowly recovered under the healing spell. At that time, not only would there be rewards from the principal, but he could also secure a recommendation slot. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Her jealousy of Bai Qiuli largely stemmed from the coveted recommendation slot for the prestigious university. Now, Bai Qiuli was completely out of hope, but she had a chance. What the heck? What is that? The towering golden pillar of light instantly caught the attention of Lu Chuang and the others. It is said that danger and opportunity coexist in secret realms. Could this be our opportunity? No matter, since we can't find a direction in the gray mist jungle. Let's charge over and take a look. Chapter 4. Who turned the school beauty into this? Cold Moon Swordsman, this is clearly the profession from my dreams. Bai Qiuli wiped away her tears, but there was still a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. She suddenly felt scared. If she had remained a gardener, maybe she could have gritted her teeth and endured it silently. But now that she had tasted the power of the Cold Moon Swordsman, she was afraid that returning to being a gardener would break her. Don't worry. As long as I don't die, your dream will become a reality. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and found a dropped piece of armor at the bull demon's corpse. Mighty bull heavy armor. This is mine now, as the boss. Safety comes first. Bai Qiuli curiously and conflictedly said, I remember the alien race general knowledge book mentioned. In the elf royal family, neighboring the South China region, there's an extremely rare group called Holy Sacrifice Elves. They can grant other elves new racial abilities, but at the cost of sacrificing their own lives. This kind of ability bestowal often comes with a huge price. Why was I chosen? Yi Tian pondered for a moment and sincerely replied, because you are a qualified employee. This answer did not resolve Bai Qiuli's confusion. Instead, it made her even more curious about Yi Tian's thoughts. Seeing that Yi Tian had no intention of continuing to answer, she smiled sweetly. All right, boss. No matter what, from now on, I will protect you. Listening to Bai Qiuli's confident promise, Yi Tian glanced at his attributes, which were all 10 points higher than hers, and silently nodded. It was better not to dampen the employee's enthusiasm. The two entered the mist, and this time they had to proactively seek out monsters. Demon flower. This flower only grows in places with rich demon power. It seems we found the right spot. Bai Qiuli observed her surroundings, full of combat spirit. Suddenly, 2 bull-bone demons rushed out of the gray mist. But this time, their higher mental attributes allowed them to detect the 2 fierce beasts earlier. Bai Qiuli did not hesitate and struck out with her sword. Using the passive skill, Cold Light Sword Spirit, the sword energy sharp and fierce like an icy shard. Employee, Bai Qiuli killed Bullbone Demon. You share experience 30. Employee, Bai Qiuli killed Bullbone Demon. You share experience 30. The attributes and talent bonuses of a legendary profession are too strong. Bai Qiuli showed delight, but the next moment, she looked at Yi Tian with a hint of apology and said, Sorry, we are in a team. I should leave some low health for you to kill. During the trial, experience is divided based on team contribution. Logically, Yi Tian, being a slacker, would not get any experience and could only let Bai Qiuli take it all. However, Yi Tian was particularly happy. You kill them, don't worry about me. After all, she was killing, and Yi Tian was still sharing the experience, so why bother doing it himself? Trial task, kill 10 fierce beasts. Rating level, none. Remaining time, 1 hour 47 minutes 30 seconds. There was plenty of time, but the goals of Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli had gone beyond just passing. They aimed for a high score and to break records, especially for Yi Tian. This honor of being first in the trial was a must, as it concerned the financial rewards from the dividend. With his funding currently at 0, he desperately needed to recoup his investment. At this moment, from beyond the gray mist ahead, suddenly came the sounds of fierce battle. Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli exchanged glances and quickly looked ahead. They discovered two corrupted black giant apes, accompanied by four bull-bone demons, chasing a group of student teams. The one at the back of the team was Lu Chuang, surrounded by a storm of power, heavily injured and retreating with his teammates. It was clear that their team had strong combat power and had killed several bull demons. But the most challenging situation for new professional players is being surrounded by beast hordes. Once a beast horde surrounds them, it can cause significant psychological fear, throwing most newcomers into chaos. At that point, forget about organized counterattacks. Just being able to release skills accurately would be good enough. It's the Ape Demon, a low-level evil demon. Its speed and intelligence are somewhat stronger than the bull demons. In trials and dungeons, not only will there be demon creatures, but also stronger evil demons, which are naturally carnivorous and have greater combat power. Bai Qiuli recognized the demons, while Yi Tian amusingly gestured to a person, the fastest runner in Lu Chuang's team, Lin Yu, who is so scared that she doesn't dare to turn back and use her skills, is also the girl who mocked Bai Qiuli not long ago. Are you going to help her? Yi Tian joked as he looked at Bai Qiuli, who had a face like an icy lake, and without hesitation, she swung her sword forward, not to help anyone, but because I want to kill monsters and claim my first. Boss, you be careful first. Saying this, Bai Qiuli moved like a shadow, each step leaving a faint moon shadow beneath her feet. Moon shadow step. Yi Tian couldn't help but admire. An excellent employee. Help! Save me! Lin Yu was desperately fleeing, clearly frightened by the group of evil demons. Meanwhile, Lu Chuang was at the back of the team, facing two ape demons. Feeling immense pressure. Damn! Give me a health potion. Suddenly, a Z-shaped silver trail flashed among Lu Chuang's 5-member team, directly killing its way to the front of the ape demon and stabbing out with a sword. Swoosh! The long sword pierced through the throat of the ape demon at the speed of a wind slash, hitting its weak point and killing it with one strike. Employee, Bai Qiuli killed ape demon. You share experience 60. Yi Tian's experience bar was already full, but since the internship trial hadn't been completed, he couldn't level up while in the intern state. He could only accumulate experience and wait to level up after passing. Yi Tian was quite eager to level up. Reaching level 10 would allow him to advance to a new profession, upgrading from Tier 0 to Tier 1, and gaining a profession-exclusive skill. There are 5 tiers for professionals: level 10, 25, 50, 75, and 100, which are the level requirement for the 5 advancements. Each tier grants a profession-exclusive skill and advances the profession. However, the difficulty of the Tier 4 transfer dungeon at level 75 is extremely high, and currently, no one in the world has succeeded. The peak of Tier 3 at level 74 is already the limit for professionals from various countries on Blue Star. Yi Tian was very curious about what the boss's exclusive skill would be. At the same time, watching an ape demon fall to the ground, turning into a pool of corrupted blood. Lu Chuang's expression turned horrified. Until he recognized the newcomer, his tone became somewhat stuttering. School beauty? Bai Qiuli ignored him and turned back to swing her sword, killing the bull demon with one strike and the ape demon with another. Bai Qiuli's swordsmanship was strong, and with the cold moon swordsman profession, it was like adding wings to a tiger. For a moment, Lu Chuang and his teammates were completely stunned. Isn't Bai School beauty a gardener profession? Compared to her, I look like a life profession. Could it be that the opportunity from that golden light column was taken by her? Hearing the voices behind her, Lin Yu trembled and stopped, looking back in sheer terror. More frightening than being chased by evil demons. Bai Qiuli. You, how could you? Before she finished speaking, she saw Bai Qiuli's blood-stained sword, her gaze coldly fixed in her direction. Lin Yu was so frightened that her knees buckled, sitting dumbly on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Buzz! A sword energy shot toward her, and Lin Yu's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, her expression blank. However, the sword energy struck behind her, splitting the last bull-bone demon that was about to ambush her in half. After finishing everything, Bai Qiuli returned to Yi Tian's side without stopping, never glancing at Lin Yu. Trial task: kill 10 fierce beasts, rating level D. Trial can be exited at any time. Remaining time: 1 hour 44 minutes 36 seconds. After killing 10 fierce beasts, the rating of the trial task changed, but it was still far from Yi Tian's expectations. The highest trial record of Qingsha No. 2 Middle School is A level, achieved by 2 epic practitioners. Yi Tian is planning to set a small goal starting from S level. Boss, let's go, Bai Chili said to Yi Tian. At this moment, Lu Chuang approached awkwardly, stuttering. Be Bai School Beauty. Can I team up with you? His other teammate, having witnessed Bai Chili's terrifying prowess, hurried over and said, Yes, Bai School Beauty, we are both rare professions, guaranteed not to hold you back, definitely not slackers. Bai Chili said little and just looked at Yi Tian, waiting for his decision. Boss, do you want to take them? Her voice remained cold and calm, but it seemed to stir up waves of shock in Lu Chuang and the others. Boss. Hearing this title, Lu Chuang and the others turned in disbelief to look at Yi Tian, who appeared to be a slacker, with countless thoughts racing through their minds. Why is she calling him boss? The esteemed ice-cold school beauty, a heartthrob, now possesses such terrifying strength, actually referring to this despondent guy as boss? Moreover, it seems she really listens to Yi Tian's orders. Who turned the school beauty into this? For a moment, Lu Chuang and the others inexplicably heard a faint sound of heartbreak. Yi Tian was too lazy to pay attention to their shock and speculation, shaking his head in speechlessness, then said, Let's hurry up and grind for points. And try to take down the trial boss as well. Okay. Under the varied expressions of Lu Chuang, Lin Yu, and the other five, Yi Tian and Bai Chili walked straight away, leaving them with only their backs. Outside the secret realm, in the practitioner hall of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, Principal Ji Chonglin quietly watched a glowing screen above the secret realm's portal, which displayed the trial scoring bar. When the secret realm team's scores change, it will be reflected to the outside world through this screen. Although he claimed to have no hope for this cohort, Ji Chonglin still silently focused on the scoring bar. Director Wei, what brings you here? Suddenly, a group of people entered the practitioner hall. The leader wore a dark blue Zhongshan suit, cultured and refined, his face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a literary professor. Wei Yuan, the top leader of the East China region. Hearing this, Ji Chonglin stood up to respond. Wei Yuan's voice was as warm as jade. I just returned from number 1 middle school after viewing the trial results. They have an A-level scoring team this year. Quite impressive. Although Wei Yuan said this, Ji Chonglin, having served as principal for many years, knew very well that this score from No. 1 middle school was not what Wei Yuan truly desired. This year coincides with the period of the Yaga dynasty competition, and especially requires outstanding newcomers to secure some benefits for the Great Xia. As the East China leader, Wei Yuan came to seek top talents. But Ji Chonglin could only shake his head helplessly. Our number 2 middle school this year is probably no different from number 1. The results of the job changes could tell much. After looking at the job change reports from number 2 middle school, Wei Yuan could not help but sigh. The awakening of professions is fated by heaven, and we cannot force the students. In that case, I will go take a look at number 3 middle school. Ji Chonglin nodded. I'll see you off. Chapter 5. No time to waste on employees. First bonus. Ji Chonglin and Wei Yuan's group left the main hall. Only the teachers from class 2 and the director remained in the hall, and they began to chat. I wonder which team from our school can achieve some results this year? I specifically reminded Lu Chuang to form a team of 5 rare professions. I estimate they can get an A rating, which would also bring some face to this session. The director has great insight. Look, a team has received a score. Hearing the excited shout of a teacher, the director and others turned to the trial scoring board. They saw the first column of the scoring board quietly change. Trial scoring ranking. First place, Yi Tian's team. Members, Bai Chili, current score, so fast, they killed 10 fierce beasts, and it's a 2-person team. It's actually that child Chili. Isn't she a gardener? How did she do it? Yi Tian. Wait, which class is that from? For a moment, the teachers were astonished. Even a 5-person team would find it difficult to kill 10 fierce beasts so quickly. Not to mention that Bai Chili was still a gardener before entering the secret realm. Could it be that she got lucky? One teacher speculated. If they encountered 2 waves of beasts attacking and took the opportunity to kill the wounded. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, it seems to be the only explanation. However, just as the words fell, the scoring board changed again. Without the second score appearing yet, Yi Tian's team's score increased again. Current score, DC. The teacher who just proposed the lucky guess was dumbfounded, and the others looked equally shocked. A C-level score requires killing 20 fierce beasts, and they've completed it in just a minute or 2. There is only one explanation. Their speed in killing monsters is extremely fast, perhaps even instant kills. It must be the attributes of an epic profession that allow for such efficiency, right? But that's not all. Within just an hour, the rate at which Yi Tian's team improved their score made the teachers, who initially had no hope for this session, widen their eyes and stare at the scoring board. 5 minutes later, CB. 15 minutes later, BA. 30 minutes later, AS. Hurry, call the principal back. The director couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. What could be so exciting? Ji Chonglin returned to the hall and saw that the teachers had completely gone crazy. The director pulled him to look at the trial scoring board, and a big S-level score reflected in Ji Chonglin's pupils. In less than an hour, an S-level score. Ji Chonglin's tone rose, and he was so excited he trembled. This achievement is something even the two epic profession holders who ranked first in the history of Class 2 couldn't accomplish. Bai Qiuli is indeed a gardener. But Yi Tian's profession must be somewhat special. He clapped his hands and paced back and forth excitedly. Hurry, call the person in charge back. If the outside world could see the battle situation inside the secret realm, they would certainly have a higher evaluation of this S-level score. Because from start to finish, this S-level score was achieved solely by Bai Qiuli. Yi Tian was just laying down. Moreover, aside from weapons, all the equipment was also used by Yi Tian first. If other male students saw this scene, they would probably risk everything to take him down as a slacker. The school flower, a charm to thousands, was ruthlessly treated by Yi Tian as a pawn. Even more infuriatingly, the school flower herself was thoroughly enjoying it. Whew, so refreshing. The tip of her sword dripped with the blood of evil beings, and Bai Qiuli's expression was exceptionally invigorated as she shouted without regard for her image. After crossing this marshland, they would find the trial boss. Oryx. Yi Tian sincerely applauded. Hiring one Bai Qiuli was definitely more efficient than hiring a dozen ordinary people. This girl is simply a teenage killing machine. Not only is her swordsmanship extraordinary, but her strikes against evil beings are also extremely fierce, hitting the weaknesses with lightning speed and excelling at killing enemies with minimal stamina. But are you really going to let me eat all the experience by myself? Throughout this journey, Bai Qiuli had been solely consuming experience, and she felt a bit guilty towards Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian appeared relaxed and happy. Waving his hand, just focus on killing monsters. As the boss, he genuinely meant that. Anyway, the experience will be shared with him without any deductions. What a joke. The boss still has to work? But Bai Qiuli's heart was filled with countless thoughts. What does he mean? Does he think I'm not working hard enough? Sometimes, a woman's thoughts can be hard to grasp. Bai Qiuli slightly raised her head, a hint of pride mixed with coldness. Don't worry, I will work harder than everyone else. Yi Tian showed a puzzled expression, suddenly feeling that this group of employees was easy to manage. He ended up paying himself. Bai Qiuli assessed the road ahead and turned to Yi Tian earnestly. This marsh is difficult to cross. If you're not careful, you'll fall in. Let me carry you across. Yi Tian. From start to finish, Bai Qiuli regarded Yi Tian as a support profession. And support professions generally have low agility. Hence her words. But if Bai Qiuli really carried him, what would happen to Yi Tian's dignity as a boss? There's no need for that. Saying this, Yi Tian leapt up, and with the boost of 50 agility, he stepped on the marsh as if walking on solid ground. Seeing this, Bai Qiuli looked surprised. Why does it feel like his agility is not inferior to mine? When she saw Yi Tian already on the other side, Bai Qiuli hurriedly followed. The two arrived deep in the gray mist forest and immediately spotted a fierce evil being. It was a giant troll about 4 to 5 meters tall with a massive, rough, muscular body, sharp tusks protruding from its lower jaw, and arms as thick as tree trunks, exuding a sense of power just by looking at it. The troll, a medium-sized elite evil being, strong in power, but has a long attack interval. Its large size is also one of its weaknesses. Its weak points are the eyes, back of the head, knees, and elbows. In an instant, Bai Qiuli recalled all the weaknesses of the troll. Then, holding her sword, she stepped forward. Boss, I'm going in. Roar. The troll discovered the two and charged at them with a roar, shaking the ground with its footsteps. Yi Tian had no doubt about Bai Qiuli's strength. Even if her attributes were slightly inferior to the troll's, her skills and combat level could completely make up for it. After all, the fighting power of an ordinary person who has transitioned to a legendary profession is completely different from that of a swordsmanship genius who has transitioned to a legendary profession. After just 3 or 4 rounds, Bai Qiuli had already severed the troll's right forearm. Most large creatures have their joints as one of their weaknesses. But at this moment, the troll also fell into a state of frenzy. Bai Qiuli was running low on stamina. She held her breath, focused, and her gaze became sharp, intensifying the cold gleam on her sword. Cold Moon Sword Dance. Facing the roaring, charging troll, Baiqiuli's figure seemed to merge with the moonlight, her sword transforming into a white stream of light, condensing 10 sword dance afterimages ahead. Sword energy surged, and cold light overflowed. In an instant, the different postures of the sword-wielding afterimages left streaks of blood on the troll's body. Cold Moon Sword Dance condenses sword energy into 10 sword dance afterimages in front, striking all enemies within 1 second, becoming invincible during the strikes, and dealing explosive damage upon completion of the dance. Bang! The bloodlines exploded, and the troll was drenched in blood, its roar turning into a scream as it fell heavily to the ground. As the highest output skill of the Cold Moon Swordsman, it is almost 15 to 20 times that of a normal attack. This is the terror of legendary combat professions. Feeling her mana and stamina nearly depleted, Baiqiuli was about to let out a long sigh. However, the next moment, her pupils constricted. No kill notification? Suddenly, the troll lying on the ground opened its blood-red eyes, exerting its last bit of strength to swing its left arm desperately. Sweeping across the ground and crashing towards Baiqiuli. The boss's health is really high. It hasn't been taken down yet. As an observer, Yi Tian had already noticed this. The troll's dying counterattack, while not enough to kill Baiqiuli, could at least severely injure or even fracture her bones, which was not what Yi Tian wanted to see. It would delay the employees from working. As the troll raised its arm, Yi Tian took out an iron axe dropped by a small monster and threw it like a javelin. Bang! Accompanied by a whooshing sound, Baiqiuli, who was prepared to endure the hit, was surprised to find that the troll behind her was killed instantly by that axe. His strength, why does it seem to be stronger than mine? Baiqiuli was a bit dazed. At the same time, a large number of notification panels popped up in front of Yi Tian. Killed the trial secret realm boss troll. Your team rating has increased from S to SSS. Reached the highest rating, automatically exiting the secret realm. You have passed the apprentice trial. Canceling the apprentice status. Experience accumulation is released. Your level has increased to level 6. Employee. Baiqiuli's level has increased to level 6. You share growth attributes. Strength 60, Agility 72, Constitution 42, Spirit 48. Employee Baiqiuli achieved first place in the second apprentice trial ranking. You receive a bonus. Funds 5. Employee Baiqiuli achieved an SSS level trial rating. Earning the honor. First in the history of the Qingxing trial, you receive a bonus. Funds 25, high-level equipment blind box 1. Chapter 6 Wei Yuan. Daxia has never lacked for geniuses. Seeing the trial score of the Yi Tian team rise from S to SSS, the teachers in the hall, including Ji Chonglin, were beyond excited. SSS. Even if someone told me that Yi Tian had awakened a legendary profession, I would completely believe it. No one expected that this year's second middle school would achieve such results. Even fewer could have imagined that it would be the two people who were least favored before the trial who achieved the most terrifying results. Ding! The light gate of the secret realm opened wide, and Yi Tian and Baiqiuli returned to the Hall of Professionals together. The teachers welcomed them with excitement. But Ji Chonglin immediately noticed something unusual. Baiqiuli's current aura was like a sharp blade, dazzling and unstoppable. It was completely different from before entering the trial. Realizing this astonishing change, his expression became serious. This is not a place for conversation. Baiqiuli, Yi Tian, you come with me. In the principal's office of the second middle school, Ji Chonglin used a device to set up a shielding barrier in the room. It wasn't that he was making a big deal out of nothing, but the current situation was completely beyond his, and even Daxia's, comprehension. Baiqiuli's profession had changed. This was the first case in the entire Blue Star's 200 years of extraordinary era. Yu, faced with these two students, the over 80-year-old Principal Ji Chonglin was actually a bit nervous. Baiqiuli understood his doubts and nodded. That's right, Principal. My current profession is legendary level, Cold Moon Swordsman. Ji Chonglin's pupils dilated, and he lowered his voice in disbelief. How did you do it? Usually, the emergence of a legendary profession would excite him enough to throw a banquet. However, at this moment, he felt nothing but anxiety. If a civilian profession could transform into a legendary profession, this achievement, if replicated, would absolutely bring unprecedented changes to Daxia. Upon hearing this, Baiqiuli simply turned to look at Yi Tian. Seeing this, Ji Chonglin also looked at the latter, incredulous. Could it be? Bai Qiuli was hinting at whether Yi Tian should disclose it, and Yi Tian was also contemplating. Should he inform the country of his abilities? Indeed, if he concealed his abilities and grew stronger alone, his future in his profession would surely reach the peak, but it was too exhausting. Searching for talents all over the world, protecting oneself under the threat of invading evil alien races, and hiding the anomalies of each job change, etc. Now that he was the boss, why make it so hard? Daxia was currently troubled both internally and externally, desperately in need of talents. His abilities cooperating with the country would only result in a win-win situation. The only problem, the country was too large. Would there be people with ulterior motives mixed in? That could be solved. Yi Tian's view resume could reveal everything about a person's history. Even Bao Gong would shout to resign after seeing it, including Ji Chonglin in front of him. Yi Tian had already looked through his life resume, a retired veteran, trustworthy. Soon, Yi Tian made a decision to inform the country of part of his abilities, to cooperate with the country. Under Ji Chonglin's hopeful gaze, Yi Tian finally spoke. Principal, my professional ability can change others' professions. It's not random. In just 2 short sentences, it was as if thunder had struck in Ji Chonglin's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yi Tian's voice rang out again. So, Principal, please contact the leaders, the higher up, the better. In Qingcheng, at the entrance of Qingshan 3rd Middle School, Wei Yuan, the head of the East China region, was driving in with his secretary and bodyguards. Not long ago, news came from his 2nd middle school that a team had reached an S-level trial score in less than an hour. Would you like to go take a look? Inside the car, the secretary was reporting the itinerary to Wei Yuan, who remained calm and replied, Sure, let us take a look. That score is indeed impressive. But 3rd Middle School just awakened a legendary level combat profession, and according to their principal's report, the profession's potential is quite high. Since we're already at 3rd Middle, let us take a look first. We can head back to 2nd Middle later. The secretary nodded in understanding, arranging the visit to 2nd Middle for later. But at that moment, Wei Yuan felt a vibration in his pocket. He took out his regular phone, only to find another encrypted satellite phone ringing. His expression grew serious. This phone could only be connected by leaders from Daxia's headquarters and some old comrades. It was always a significant event. Stop the car, Wei Yuan said in a deep voice, soon realizing that it was a call from his former squad leader, Ji Chonglin. After hanging up the phone, even with Wei Yuan's composure, he found it hard to suppress his shock. A legendary profession. Moreover, someone capable of creating a legendary profession. Wei Yuan took a deep breath, fully aware of how important this news would be for Daxia if it turned out to be true. He immediately opened the car door and got out, leaving the confused secretary behind. Chief, R&T, we going to 3rd Middle? Wei Yuan waved his hand, telling them to head back first. After saying this, Wei Yuan transformed into a soaring blue rainbow, moving several times faster than the official car, flying alone towards 2nd Middle, leaving the secretary, driver, and others bewildered at the spot. Inside the principal's office of the 2nd Middle School, Ji Chonglin was pacing back and forth, unable to contain himself. He knew all too well how important Yi Tian was. If the news got out, it was likely that all countries around the world would spare no effort to scramble for him. The reason Daxia is currently facing both internal and external troubles, and the crisis situation, is that it has experienced the extraordinary era for too short a time, and there are too few top talents at the legendary level. If Yi Tian's abilities are true, the situation would be completely different. Bang! Less than a minute after hanging up the phone, the door to the principal's office was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Ji Chonglin and he nodded at each other. Wei Yuan first smiled at Bai Qiuli, speaking in a voice that felt like a spring breeze. You are Bai Qiuli, right? A legendary profession in the sword path. The future is promising. After the college entrance examination, I will arrange for the Ministry of Education to implement a key talent training plan for you. So work hard. Bai Qiuli responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. I will. Then I'll take my leave. She understood very well that the main character of today's conversation was not her, even though she was now a legendary profession. Wei Yuan nodded, and Ji Chonglin and Bai Qiuli both left, leaving only him and Yi Tian. At this moment, Yi Tian had already gotten to know Wei Yuan through View Resume. Name, Wei Yuan. Basic information, male, 58 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia, head of East China region. Profession, Star Soul Master, level 74. Potential, Gold, talent of state. Life history, awakened legendary profession Star Soul Master at 18. Serve in the military for 20 years to eliminate demons and monsters, becoming the strongest in East China. Later reached an agreement with the alien race Yi dynasty to retreat behind the scenes, greatly developing East China's military and economy until now. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession, chess sage, 20 points of funding. Upon seeing this resume, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. This is the true legend of Daxia. Golden potential, and also a legendary profession. It's just a pity that such people are exceedingly rare. In the past 100 years, only one Wei Yuan has emerged in Daxia. Yi Tian did consider recruiting Wei Yuan, but investing would cause his original profession to disappear, and it was unlikely that the other party would agree to give up a 74-level legendary profession. At the same time, Wei Yuan's deep gaze was also assessing Yi Tian, and he smiled gently. Yi Tian, I've heard about your abilities, but you must understand the situation in the secret realm is difficult for us to verify. No need to say more. Yi Tian, having lived 2 lives, naturally understands that words alone are not credible, and the higher-ups have their concerns. Fortunately, after clearing the trial, Yi Tian's funding returned to 30 points, allowing for further recruitment. I understand, I can still awaken another legendary profession. Really? Wei Yuan's eyes were bright with excitement. Unable to contain himself after receiving a nod of confirmation from Yi Tian. This time, Daxia had found a talent of nuclear weapon level. From their conversation, he could tell that Yi Tian's confidence was not empty words. Plus, with Yi Tian proactively informing the state, his thoughts were clear and precise. Wei Yuan stopped wasting words. So, what do you need the country to do for you now? Yi Tian had long thought it out and replied without hesitation, I need protection. And then, help me find talents. Getting the state to help find talents was also one of Yi Tian's main goals in cooperating with the country. After all, the efficiency of finding talents on his own could not compare to that of the state. Once suitable talents were found, he could prove his abilities. Seeing this, Wei Yuan smiled and said, you can rest assured about these. I will personally arrange protection for your safety, so there's no need to worry. Then, Wei Yuan's tone became more solemn, as if he was reminiscing about something. Daxia has never lacked potential talents. What they lack is just an opportunity. Yi Tian strongly agreed with this statement, just as there is a saying in his past life. Good horses are common, but good trainers are rare. Wei Yuan then picked up his phone and made a call. Is this the principal of the 3rd high school? This is Wei Yuan. Immediately select some excellent students from this year's batch and have them wait for us in the conference room. We will be there shortly. Chapter 7, Golden Potential. The Pillar of the Nation. As Wei Yuan said, he directly brought Yi Tian to Qingshan No. 3 High School. Since they were looking for talent, this year's senior students were naturally the first choice. Yi Tian readily agreed. Since there were no other suitable talents in No. 2 High School, it was better to look at other schools. Qingshan No. 3 High School. Shortly after receiving Wei Yuan's call, a banner welcoming the responsible person to guide the school had already been hung up. As the overall head of East China, Wei Yuan oversees all affairs in the 12 main cities of East China, and his personal visit to a high school was definitely a big deal for them. The principal of No. 3 High School and the school leaders were waiting at the school gate to welcome him. When they saw that Wei Yuan was not accompanied by a secretary, but only brought a young man who walked almost shoulder to shoulder with him, everyone was astonished. Who is Wei Yuan? One of the 5 regional heads of the Great Xia, the top professional in the world. And this young man, actually walking with Wei Yuan, was his identity and status. Welcome. Welcome the responsible person to our school. It has been a long time since you last came. May I ask who this is? After a few warm exchanges, the principal of No. 3 High School turned his curious gaze towards Yi Tian. Wei Yuan also patted Yi Tian's shoulder with some anticipation, bestowing upon him a new identity. This is my newly recruited Special Recruitment Officer. Special recruitment? Any talent he favors will be prioritized for training by the Ministry of Education. This statement was indeed good. Yi Tian was looking for talents with golden potential, who would at least secure legendary-level professions, and thus deserved focused training. Upon hearing this, the principal of No. 3 High School and other leaders looked at Yi Tian with fiery enthusiasm. This young man can decide the special recruitment of the Ministry of Education with a single word. This power and ability are terrifying. It should be noted that any special recruitment student is a valuable asset for the school. In the next moment, the principal of No. 3 High School and others actively extended their hands to shake hands with Yi Tian, filled with warmth. Welcome, leader. Welcome, leader. I have arranged for this year's outstanding students to be in the conference room. Please let me know if you need anything. Yi Tian smiled slightly and had no choice but to shake hand with everyone. After more than 10 minutes, Wei Yuan and Yi Tian finally arrived at the conference room of number 3 high school. 12 outstanding students specially selected by the principal of No. 3 high school had been waiting here for a long time. Yi Tian scanned the room, checking each resume, and had to say that the selected few indeed had generally stronger potential. Most of them were blue potential, and there were 2 purple potential talents. Unfortunately, under the current circumstances of scarce funding, Yi Tian needed stable golden talents who could earn back honor. Moreover, the attributes and skills brought by legendary professions were far superior to those of epic-level ones. None suitable this time? Wei Yuan called the students away and asked. The threshold for potential evaluation is still quite high. Some students who ranked first in multiple practical simulations at the school did not reach gold. Yi Tian shook his head. There are 2 who are quite good, but they're still a bit short of what I want. Then let's go see others. Just as the 2 were leaving the conference room, they suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the academic office nearby. Director, this is my application for regularization. How many times have I said it? Your ability is not enough. Just be honest and work as a practical course assistant at school. Don't think about anything messy. Director, but I've been interning for almost 3 years. No more nonsense, get out. As the noisy voices of a man and a woman faded, the door of the academic office closed, and a handsome young man came out holding an application report. The boy had short black hair, exuding vitality. His rough skin was full of strength, and his manly face was somewhat clouded with helplessness. With previous life experience, Yi Tian curiously asked, 3 years of internship, and still not regularized? Hearing this, Wei Yuan also looked at the principal of number 3 high school with an unfriendly gaze. I have some impression of him, Wang Jiang. 3 years ago, he was your school's top practical genius, famous in the entire Qing city and even Lin city. Unfortunately, after transitioning to a lifestyle profession and being recruited as a practical assistant, what is going on now? Are you not allowing him to regularize? Is it true that a former practical genius is now insufficient in ability to teach a practical course? The principal of number 3 high school's face changed dramatically, repeatedly waving his hands. No. Responsible person, you don't understand. His situation is a bit special. Before he finished speaking, the young man Wang Jiang, who was just rejected for regularization, turned around and saw Wei Yuan and the principal suddenly brightened up. He immediately took 2 steps forward and jogged over to Wei Yuan. His expression excited. Chief Wei, you are my idol. My dad often mentioned you before, saying I should be a person like you. Can you give me an autograph? Wang Jiang excitedly handed over a piece of paper and a pen. Wei Yuan smiled gently. Of course, no problem, your dad. But the next moment, he saw the folded piece of paper Wang Jiang handed over and was taken aback. Then he unfolded the paper. Application for regularization. Wei Yuan. Wang Jiang scratched his head, his gaze unintentionally looking elsewhere, revealing an awkward smile, trying to trick Wei Yuan into signing the regularization application. But unfortunately, it was discovered too quickly. Wei Yuan put away the paper and pen, and his smile turned into a puzzled expression. Is it really difficult for you to regularize here? Do you need to use such clever tricks? Hearing the conversation outside, the academic director who had just rejected Wang Jiang's regularization, a middle-aged woman in plain professional attire, hurriedly walked out. She awkwardly explained, Leader, it's not that it's difficult for him to regularize, but our school's quota for practical course teachers is already full. I don't want the quota for formal teachers. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang firmly told Wei Yuan, I just want a chance to go to the battlefield, even if it's to do logistics, battlefield assistance, or work as a sapper. At this point, Wei Yuan understood. Formal practical course teachers from the school, even if they're lifestyle professions, are allowed to go to the battlefield for support. But assistants are not. Wang Jiang's voice was strong. Now that the country is in crisis, with enemies lurking, a man should go to the battlefield to fight and protect the home and country. Wei Yuan was slightly moved. Even if you're a lifestyle profession, perhaps you can only do logistical work? Wang Jiang's voice gradually lowered. My father disappeared during an invasion by evil forces. I have been practicing practical skills to go to the battlefield because I do not want to miss the chance to find my father. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman, the academic director, was clearly enraged. With your carpenter profession, go to the battlefield is just going to die. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and took the opportunity during the argument to open Wang Jiang's resume. Name, Wan Jiang, basic information, male, 21 years old, from Dingxing City. Great Xia, profession, carpenter. Potential, gold, pillar of the nation. Life history. Comes from a military family, aims to serve the country under his father's education, has strong practical talent, and is unmatched in marksmanship. His father went missing 3 years ago, leaving him a ring. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession, dragon martial gun god, 20 points. It seems like the talent has been found. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Ring. Signing the contract. Yi Tian inhaled sharply, seeing the potential evaluation of Wan Jiang, which could not be considered low. The pillar of the nation. It is likely that his future achievements will not be inferior to Wei Yuan. Of course, Bai Qiuli is the same. But what concerned Yi Tian even more was that in Wan Jiang's life, his father left behind a ring. If it were an ordinary ring, it definitely wouldn't have left such a note in his resume. However, it is currently difficult to judge whether it is an opportunity or a risk. One can only look forward to it later. Yi Tian gestured to Wei Yuan and said, "Found it." Found what? Wei Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Wan Jiang, feeling overjoyed. Found a talent. With this thought, he immediately dismissed the others and called the bewildered Wan Jiang to the conference room. Snap! Wei Yuan snapped his fingers, and a starry sky-like shielding and defensive barrier appeared, instantly enveloping the conference room. Wan Jiang was stunned. I just wanted to sign a permanent application. Did it need to be so grand? He looked at Wei Yuan in confusion, who signaled him to look at Yi Tian. Only then did he notice that the one in charge now was this boy, even younger than him. Is your dream to join the military? Yi Tian leaned back in his chair and asked. It wasn't a necessary question, just that Yi Tian felt it fit the atmosphere of the recruitment process. Wan Jiang thought he was going to sign his permanent application and replied earnestly, "Yes, leader, to protect the home and defend the nation, driving away evil and foreign races. We have no choice but to do our duty." Yi Tian nodded. It seems that there are more opportunities for honor in the military than in school. This recruitment should not be a loss. Funds -20. Recruitment investment skill activated. A contract fell into Wan Jiang's hands. Sign it, and from now on call me boss. Then, let Wei take you to join the military. Hearing this, Wan Jiang's face lit up with joy. Signing means he can join the military. Wait, this isn't a contract of indenture, is it? Forget it. As long as I can join the military, I'll sign anything. After all, Wei Yuan is here, and he doesn't think Yi Tian could be any fraud. At this moment, Wei Yuan was also looking on with keen interest. If a person could awaken a legendary profession, he was eager to confirm whether this ability was real. If it is real, then those evil foreign races. Wei Yuan hadn't experienced such intense anticipation in a long time. He watched as Wan Jiang wrote his name on the contract. Boom! A golden pillar of light representing legendary awakening shone upon Wan Jiang. The light reflected in Wei Yuan's pupils, a light called hope. Wei Yuan's expression became somewhat dazed, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Yi Tian, the great Xia thanks you for your arrival." Within the pillar of light, Wan Jiang's eyes widened as he looked at the changes happening to him in disbelief. My profession. Yi Tian opened the employee panel, eagerly checking the abilities of the new profession. Employee, Wan Jiang, profession. Dragon's Courage Gunfighter, 0th rank. The investment opportunity displays the profession name after the 4th rank. Currently, it is a 0th rank profession name. Quality, legendary level, 0 strength, 40 agility, 35 physique, 35 spirit, 25 professional talent. Dragon's Courage ignores fear status. For every 1 health lost, agility and physique each increase by 1. For each enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. Professional skills, Dragon's Soul Protection, breaking the army. 1 man holds the pass. If Bai Qiuli's Cold Moon Swordsman is an elegant assassin, then Wan Jiang's Dragon's Courage Gunfighter is the king of the battlefield, especially the talent, which is extremely suitable for frontline combat. It is believed that soon, he will achieve something in the military. With this in mind, Yi Tian had even more hope for recovering his funds. You have successfully recruited employee, Wan Jiang, gaining attributes, strength 40, agility 35, physique 35, spirit 25. You have gained talent skills, Dragon's Courage, Dragon's Soul Protection, breaking the army, 1 man holds the pass. With the recruitment of the 2nd employee, the terrifying potential of Yi Tian's boss profession had just begun to emerge. Now at level 6, Yi Tian possessed the attributes and skills of 2 legendary professions, which was terrifying. At the same time, after witnessing Yi Tian's abilities firsthand, Wei Yuan deeply realized his importance. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the encrypted satellite phone and immediately sent a message to a number. Lock Yi Tian's file with the highest authority. After sending the message, Wei Yuan raised his head, filled with emotions. Suddenly, he saw Wang Jiang deeply bowing to Yi Tian, suppressing his tears and trembling voice. Boss. Yi Tian quickly waved his hand to stop his heartfelt speech. No need to say more, just work hard. At this moment, Wang Jiang finally understood why Wei Yuan valued this young man so much. Boss, I will definitely repay you. Yi Tian casually nodded and then reminded. Remember, take good care of the ring your father left you. Wang Jiang was taken aback for a moment. I will. His voice began to tremble. I finally have the ability to go to the battlefield. Finally have the ability to find my father. Wei Yuan canceled the barrier of the conference room and walked over, gently patting his shoulder. I will take you to the military department at the eastern border, where you'll have a good place to showcase your skills. Wait, Commander. Before I leave, there's something I need to do. Wang Jiang ran out of the conference room. He arrived at the door of the academic affairs office. The principal of the third school looked over curiously, wondering what was going on. Due to Wei Yuan's barrier, no one had seen the pillar of light during Wang Jiang's second job transfer. Wei Yuan came out to inform. Wang Jiang has been specially recruited, and I will take him to the border army. The principal of the third school felt very relieved upon hearing this. Good. Very good. Wang Jiang pushed open the door of the academic affairs office. He didn't know how many times he had come here to apply for permanent status over the past 3 years. The head of the academic affairs office, a middle-aged woman, was focused on writing some reports, seemingly not seeing him. Wang Jiang walked over quietly. He looked at this woman who had used various excuses to block his permanent application for 3 years. This woman who had scolded him countless times for being a professional failure, lacking ability, and told him to obediently teach. This woman who had warned him repeatedly that going to the battlefield was just a death wish, but also the woman who had raised him for 21 years. The one who was most confident in him before he transitioned to a professional life. Mom, I'm leaving. Wang Jiang had mixed feelings, but his determination was particularly firm. Mom, I always knew that you didn't want me to become permanent, because you were afraid I would take the opportunity to go to the battlefield. You were afraid I would act impulsively and die on the battlefield. The pen in his mother's hand never stopped, as if she couldn't hear him. But the eyes, filled with fine crow's feet, were quietly holding back tears. Mom, I have the ability now. I won't die. I will join the military, become stronger, protect the homeland, and prevent more families from being harmed by foreign races and evil beings. And I'll find my father. As he spoke, Wang Jiang's throat felt choked, and he found it hard to speak. He knelt on both knees and bowed 3 times to his mother. Mom, take care. Mom, I'm leaving. Chapter 9, The Ahu Dynasty. Surprise for the alien races. In the evening, a military off-road vehicle left Qingcheng and drove towards the eastern border of Huadong, Dingqing. Wei Yuan personally drove the car, taking Yi Tian along to send Wang Jiang to the border military camp. If others saw the head of Huadong personally driving for 2 teenagers, they would probably be shocked. Dingqing, although called a city, resembled more of a war fortress. On the steel-like city walls, there were rune cannons, metal storms, and other external defenses, as well as hawk patrol drones monitoring the border at night to prevent enemy movements. Upon entering Dingqing, the entire city lacked any signs of life. What surprised Yi Tian even more was that the streets of Dingqing in the evening were not filled with vendors or returning residents, but rather several alien races. Giant lizard men with 3-meter-tall lizard heads, humanoid scorpions with tails like bone blades, and half-dragon beings with wings. How could there be alien races in a city of Daxia? Sensing Yi Tian's confusion, Wang Jiang, a resident of Dingqing, sighed and explained, Dingqing no longer has any Daxia residents. 25 years ago, evil forces fully invaded Blue Star, and the world was attacked from all sides. As a result, some alien races took the opportunity to invade Blue Star through interdimensional passages, wanting to occupy Blue Star's land. And many small countries were directly destroyed by these alien races. Dingqing was seized by the Ahu dynasty at that time. The Ahu dynasty? That's right. The interdimensional passage that appeared in Dingqing connects to another world larger than Blue Star, and the Ahu dynasty is the ruler of that world. They are ruled by the Ahu dragon descendants and dominate dozens of alien races. Their power is extremely terrifying. The aliens in front of us are all subjects of the Ahu dynasty. Regarding the interdimensional passage, Yi Tian suddenly recalled. At first, when the interdimensional passage appeared, the professionals thought it was similar to a dungeon entrance. It wasn't until they entered that they discovered it was a two-way passage. Other races from the alien world could descend upon Blue Star. Professionals from Blue Star could also go to the alien world through it. Some friendly alien races, such as elves, dwarves, and mechanical races, coexisted peacefully with humans, trading and exchanging resources. However, there were more dangerous and warlike alien races. They used various means to occupy Blue Star's land and plunder resources, with the Ahu dynasty being one of them. They regarded Blue Star as a delicious wild treat. Eager to take a bite, since Dingcheng has already been occupied, why set the border here? Yi Tian was a bit confused. As the border of Daxia, there were already many alien figures outside the car. But he wasn't afraid. After all, Wei Yuan was still here. As a level 74 legendary professional Star Soul Master, Wei Yuan's combat power was considered one of the strongest in Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang became even more excited. I heard that at that time. General Wei Yuan, who was still the captain of a special team, fought his way into the Ahu dynasty to reclaim Dingcheng. He killed from the south of Dingcheng to the Ahu royal city, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. He slaughtered 300 royal dragon descendants. Stop. Wei Yuan, who was driving, immediately interrupted him, saying, "Let us get the history right and don't exaggerate. 300 royal dragon descendants would be enough to conquer all 22 countries in the world together." Wang Jiang closed his mouth in disappointment, but it was clear that he had some admiration for Wei Yuan. Next, Wei Yuan seemed to fall into memories and spoke up. Dingcheng is a strategic stronghold in Huadong, easy to defend and hard to attack. For the safety of more cities in the rear, it must be reclaimed. The alien races wanted to take advantage of our fight against the demons to gain benefits in Daxia and occupy the territory. Then they must know, if we are not living well, no one else can live well. At that time, Daxia actively abandoned the 12 defense lines in Huadong, no longer resisting the demons, and focused on attacking the Ahu dynasty, striking at the Ahu royal family. Even if we killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000 ourselves, we had to make the alien races tremble and let them not dare to invade at will. Finally, after I killed the 3rd royal dragon descendant, a peace agreement was reached between the 2 races, and the Ahu dynasty agreed to return Dingcheng. Wei Yuan's tone was very relaxed and carefree. But Yi Tian could tell that under the dual threats of demons and alien races, every step was extremely dangerous for Daxia. A small mistake could lead to total failure. However, compared to the situation of other countries in the world, Daxia's move clearly paid off. 100 years ago, facing the alien races that descended upon various countries around the world, some countries offered treasures and ceded territory to seek alliances with the alien races. Some countries even voluntarily bowed down, hoping for the protection of powerful alien races. As a result, without exception, these countries almost disappeared from history. Peace can be obtained through struggle, but peace sought through compromise leads to its demise. Even so, it was still evident how great the threat of the Ahu dynasty was. After all, the alien races could still set foot on Daxia's land. If Daxia's national strength were sufficient, no Daxia person would allow alien races to live in Daxia cities. Daxia and Wei Yuan must have already done their best at that time. The off-road vehicle passed through the urban area and arrived outside a strict military camp, where 2 rows of Daxia border troops signaled to stop for inspection. When the border troops approached and recognized Wei Yuan's identity, they all stood at attention and saluted. After driving to a nearby training ground, Wei Yuan spotted the person he was looking for, and Yi Tian also got out of the car, looking at the bustling training ground in the center. In the vast martial arts arena, a competition platform was separated by alloy fences. On the platform, a new recruit from the Daxia border troops was fiercely fighting against a lizard man from the Ahu dynasty. And the spectators cheering from below included not only the Daxia border troops, but also a significant number of alien races from the Ahu dynasty. Go, Fangge! Beat that alien! Fangge, try to hit him in the middle. Both sides were fighting fiercely, and the cheers were equally intense. However, Yi Tian couldn't understand what the alien races from the Ahu dynasty were shouting. Even in the military camp, there were aliens present. For a regular high school student like Yi Tian, there was very little understanding of the specifics of the Daxia border situation. No, that was the border troops of the Ahu dynasty. Do you remember the peace agreement reached between Daxia and the Ahu dynasty? Wei Yuan motioned for Yi Tian and Wang Jiang to come over, explaining as they walked. The agreement states, the two races will cease hostilities and jointly resist the demons. Dingsheng will be returned to Daxia, but half of the area will be governed by the Ahu dynasty. The two races will coexist peacefully, engage in friendly exchanges, and each send troops to garrison in Dingsheng to jointly resist the demons. Peace. Friendship? Although the demons that devour lives are a common enemy of humanity and all alien races, to say that the two races can completely unite, not to mention Yi Tian, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Wei Yuan made it even clearer. The Ahu dynasty has not given up its ambitions and seeks opportunities to occupy Daxia's territory and plunder Blue Star's resources. This is also the thought of most alien races. And Daxia still needs to utilize the strength of the alien races to resist the demons, reduce casualties among professionals, and alleviate national pressure, mutual utilization, and covert competition. Yi Tian suddenly understood. But ultimately, it was because Daxia's national strength was limited and the power of professionals was limited. Otherwise, why would they need to feign friendliness with the alien races? For Daxia, being forced to cede half of Dingsheng was already a helpless move. Now Yi Tian understood that the border troops of the two races were within the same city, and it was inevitable for them to have friction and competition, secretly vying for dominance. A loud noise came from the competition platform as the new recruit, referred to as Fanga, was thrown over 10 meters by the lizard man, suffering a crushing defeat. Damn, this lizard man is like a piece of shit, both smelly and hard. Come on, new recruits. Can't you win at least once? Next. With the failure of the new recruit on the platform, the enthusiasm of the border troops below visibly diminished. At this moment, Wei Yuan was leading Yi Tian Wanjing towards a military officer with a significant rank. The officer, upon seeing them, looked surprised. Old Wei, what brings you here? You've been complaining all day about the lack of talent in the Border Defense Army. And look, here's one for you. Wei Yuan smiled and said, Wanjing, you'll stay in the Vanguard Regiment from now on. Yes. Wanjing gazed longingly at the border defense camp, filled with ambition. The dream he had pursued for 3 years was finally coming true. Hello, Commander. The commander of the Vanguard Regiment's eyes lit up. To be recognized as talent by Wei Yuan was undoubtedly remarkable. Great. Right now, we have a martial arts competition with the new recruits of the Yaga dynasty. On the martial arts stage, everyone's level was locked at level 1, purely testing combat ability and the application of talent skills. Winning 5 consecutive matches would declare the winner. Do you dare to give it a try? Wanjing had been eyeing the competition stage for a long time and was already eager. What is there to be afraid of? Chief, boss, I'm going. Yi Tian nodded, pondering. I wonder if this border defense new recruit martial arts competition counts as an honor. Hearing Wanjing's words, the commander of the Vanguard Regiment cast a suspicious glance at Yi Tian. Boss. Wei Yuan, smiling, explained and introduced. I'm just responsible for bringing Wanjing to the military camp. He was discovered by this student, Yi Tian, so it's not an exaggeration to say he's one of his talents. Student. The commander of the Vanguard Regiment was taken aback. He didn't understand Yi Tian's background, but having a student recommend talent to the military seemed a bit absurd. In an instant, his initial optimism about Wanjing turned into anger, and he frowned. Old Wei this. Before he could finish, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the martial arts stage. On the stage, the lizard man's claws sliced through the air, but Wanjing quickly sidestepped and delivered a heavy kick to its knee joint. As the lizard man lost its balance, Wanjing struck with a heavy fist. Breaking Army. A highly destructive single-target skill that condenses the power to break tendons and bones into a weapon or fist foot, dealing massive damage that ignores defense and instills fear in surrounding enemies. It was a legendary level skill, and the damage was exceptionally exaggerated. With a thud, like a giant stone crashing into a flying bird, the lizard man's body was embedded in the ground by Wanjing's punch, unable to stand for a long time. The battle ended in just 2 seconds. Wow, what fluid movements! Where did this new recruit come from? Who is this subordinate? So fierce. This time, without needing to understand the language of the alien races, Yi Tian knew that the spectators were likely cursing. The commander of the Vanguard Regiment's eyes widened like saucers. He often faced alien races and knew that the Yaga dynasty's aliens had thin draconic bloodlines. naturally possessing powerful physiques far exceeding that of humans. But at this moment, Wan Jing had actually taken one out in an instant. With rich battlefield experience, he clearly saw that Wan Jing's effortless sidestep, knee kick, and final heavy punch was undoubtedly a talent with strong practical skills and professional ability. What a treasure! The commander's expression shifted from anger to joy in an instant, even wearing a hint of a flattering smile. "Oh, Yi Tian, do you have any more talents under you? Send a few more to our Vanguard Regiment. You don't know, our Vanguard Regiment faces demons from the north and must guard against alien races. Life is tough." Yi Tian. The martial art competition required winning 5 matches in a row, but after watching the first match, Wei Yuan and Yi Tian left. With a legendary profession S stats plus Wan Jing's practical combat level, Yi Tian was quite confident in him. Moreover, the alien races sent to the Border Defense Army were limited in bloodline and skill. The royal draconic descendants of the Yaga dynasty were the real opponents to watch out for. The night was deep, and the management log at midnight was about to refresh. Once again, Wei Yuan drove Yi Tian back. This time, Wei Yuan seemed intent on letting Yi Tian learn more about the war with the alien races. Today's martial arts competition of the Border Defense Army is actually a microcosm of the game between the Great Xia and the Yaga dynasty. As he drove, he said, "The peace agreement has a second clause, survival of the fittest." Every 5 years, the two races hold a competition for new talents. The competition consists of 5 one-on-one duels and 1 team battle in a secret realm. The outcome affects the ownership of the resources of the Eastern China secret realm for the next 5 years, and even territorial control. Hearing this, Yi Tian was surprised. So if we win, we can reclaim the other half of Dingqing's territory. Not only that, theoretically, we could even gain control over the Yaga dynasty's homeland. Wei Yuan sighed. Unfortunately, we never won. Never won, but we haven't lost other territories, right? We can't afford to lose any more territory. So every year we use the control over small secret realms to replace the penalties for losing the big competition. Secret realms are divided into small, medium, and large types, capable of producing resources for professional advancement, equipment materials, skill traits, and so on. For Qinsheng, the output from 5 small secret realms is enough to sustain a city. So what about us? To preserve its territory, the Great Xia has given up 27 small secret realms. Indeed, giving up some territory and population might make life a bit easier for the Great Xia. But who will give it up? Give up whom? Those are all citizens of the Great Xia. 17 small secret realms mean that if we keep losing, it might shake the foundation of the Great Xia. Yi Tian was very curious. Is the Yaga dynasty really that strong? The Great Xia has only 200 years of extraordinary history, while the Yaga dynasty has existed for at least several thousand years, with profound heritage. Moreover, the draconic descendants of the Yaga dynasty determine their strength based on bloodline quality. To ensure this, royal relatives often marry each other. And it's not uncommon for fathers to have children with daughters or grandfathers with granddaughters. This makes the bloodline of each generation of royalty very strong. Humans need over a decade of hard work and sweat to become stronger, honing their skills and accumulating attributes and skills, while also relying on luck in the promotion ceremony. Compared to this, the Yagu royal family's method of breeding through close relatives is indeed much simpler. It's hard not to lose. Wei Yuan felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, you appeared this year, bringing some hope to Eastern China. Otherwise, we might have to compete with the Yaga dynasty for national fortune again this year. But Yi Tian wanted more than some hope. He was thinking even more ambitiously. I wonder how much the dividends would be if we won the ethnic competition against the Yaga royal family? If we could later drive them out or counterattack the Yaga dynasty, the honor dividends. The car returned to Qinsheng, stopping under a building labeled Qingshan apartment. This was the new residence Wei Yuan had arranged for Yi Tian, with a living environment and security measures much better than his previous accommodation. By the way, take this. Wei Yuan handed Yi Tian several spherical items. Barrier sphere, epic item, creates a 555 M shield barrier upon use, isolating external entry and detection methods. Next time, if you awaken again, you can use it to block the awakening light column. If the alien races, extremist organizations, or hostile countries discover a high-quality profession awakening, it could lead to unnecessary danger. Yi Tian gladly accepted it. Having received education in his previous life, he naturally understood the principle of hiding one's talents. A smile appeared on Wei Yuan's cultured face. I hope the ethnic competition in half a month will bring the alien races a surprise. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing tacit smiles. Chapter 10 Management Log. Advanced Task. Aoyama Apartment Número 502. Although it's called an apartment, the interior is quite spacious. The house that Wei Yuan arranged for Yi Tian has over 100 square meters of space with a balcony, and it features a one-touch defense barrier and a one-touch call for support button, specially designed by the state. Moreover, Wei Yuan lives nearby, which provides a great sense of security. As for Yi Tian's previous residence, there was nothing worth missing. He was an orphan, raised in the Qingcheng Welfare Institute since childhood, with no parents, and even his previous dwelling was a state-provided subsidized housing. For an orphan to safely live in the Great Xia until graduating from high school and participating in the job transition ceremony is unimaginable in any other country. With this alone, cooperating with the Great Xia is undoubtedly the right choice. The current time is 11:45. There is still some time until the management log refreshes the rewards at midnight. Yi Tian opens the personal backpack that comes with his profession and takes out the high-level equipment blind box from the apprentice trial bonus. High-level equipment blind box. Open to randomly obtain a piece of high-level equipment. Weapon armor accessory. Probability. Rare 50, epic 40, legendary 10. The quality level of the equipment is the same as the profession quality. An equipment chest from the apprentice trial bonus can yield such high-quality equipment, which Yi Tian did not expect at all. If he wins the upcoming racial competition, the special reward from the bonus must be terrifying. He can't help but envision it. Globally, epic and legendary equipment is very rare. Due to the emergence of other races, many secret realms that originally belonged to Blue Star have been occupied, resulting in a significant decrease in the production of equipment and materials in various countries. Even high-level professionals find it challenging to forge a complete set of high-level equipment. Open. Yi Tian opens the equipment blind box. The next moment, a light armor with a golden hue and a pattern resembling swirling yellow sand falls into Yi Tian's hands. Yellow sand armor, epic level 5, defense 30, constitution 6, magic damage reduction 20, gains resistance when taking damage. Gains Constitution 500 shield value. Epic level armor is already top-tier equipment for most professionals. Yi Tian immediately puts it on. Even with protection from others, personal defensive equipment is indispensable. After all, there are still many extremist organizations in society. They believe that other races will eventually occupy Blue Star and actively assist these races in combating humanity, using various means to hunt down human newcomers. There are quite a few of these traitor organizations, since many other races have a history of thousands of years, numerous races, and immense strength. It is even rumored that some other races have deities among them. In comparison, the path for humanity is much more arduous. Finally, midnight arrives. On Yi Tian's profession panel, a long settlement box refreshes, along with several monetary rewards. Management log, employee Wang Jiang. Achieved first place in the Border New Soldier Martial Arts Competition. Reward. Funds 7. Employee by Chioli. Completed the Qingcheng Solo Dungeon. Held difficulty first clear achievement. Reward. Funds 4. Employee by Chioli. Cleared held difficulty at Beast Ridge 4 times. Reward. Fund 0. 4. You share by Chioli's first cleared dungeon experience. 5,000 points. You shared employee monster farming experience. 26,000 points. Your level has increased to level 10. You have reached the required level for advancement. After completing the advancement task, you will gain exclusive skills for your profession. It seems my employees are working hard. Seeing the management log, Yi Tian shows a smile. He didn't expect that besides Wang Jiang winning first place, Bai Chioli was also busy, achieving a first clear in a solo run. However, for Bai Chioli, with her exceptional swordsmanship matched with a legendary profession, it's not surprising that she can solo held difficulty, adding the remaining 10 points in hand. The funds return to 21. 4. It seems that the monetary rewards from employees farming dungeons are much less compared to the first clear bonus. After Bai Chioli's first clear, her next run on held difficulty only brought in 0. 1 in funds. It appears that they need to explore new dungeons and clear new difficulties to ensure a continuous flow of funds. Aside from that, what makes Yi Tian happiest is that his level has actually reached 10, truly leveling up while lying down, all thanks to Bai Chioli's efforts. While others need to spend a day tackling held difficulty, she cleared it 5 times. Her efficiency is simply off the charts. Finally, he can advance. Yi Tian opens the profession panel, and beside 0th tier, in the profession section, there is an upward upgrade indicator button. He clicks to view the advancement task. First tier advancement task. Recruit 3 golden potential talents. Current completion, 2-3. Just one more golden talent. Yi Tian looks at his fund balance of 21. And suddenly feels relieved. Luckily, the talents he recruited are all top-notch, bringing him monetary gains. Otherwise, he might have been stuck on this advancement task for a long time. With sufficient funds now, he can check tomorrow for suitable talents. Yi Tian is somewhat looking forward to the boss's exclusive skills. Central China region, Great Xia headquarters. In the conference room, a spirited old man stands in front of the desk, his deep gaze fixed on a holographic strategic map resembling a 3D sand table. The map displays all of Great Xia's territories, the 5 major war zones of East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, along with their corresponding battle situations. Outside of Great Xia, there are patches of black strategic points, representing the evil forces seemingly ready to engulf Great Xia at any moment. Additionally, there are over 10 gray and red strategic points at the border of Great Xia, representing other races that also need to be dealt with. For an ordinary person, just looking at such a dilemma would make them want to surrender immediately. But for the Great Xia headquarters, this situation has persisted for decades. On the other side of the conference room, 2 other officials are discussing the issues they will face this year. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan in North China, the Dracula Empire in West China, and the Yaga dynasty in East China. This year, they have to face competitions from 3 other races. Let's send the newcomers from South China and Central China to support, especially in North and East China, where problems cannot occur again. It has been heard that 2 days ago, the capital of the Cold Nation was destroyed by the Void insect race, resulting in 1 less country on Blue Star. The Cold Nation is close to our southeast. Will there be any impact? The officials become increasingly helpless as they discuss. At this moment, the old man at the desk suddenly speaks. There's no need to worry about East China this year. Upon hearing this, the others in the conference room are taken aback. No, not worry. East China. Are we giving up on East China? The old man looks at the messages received on his satellite phone, feeling somewhat hopeful. Wei Yuan said they might have the capability to handle it themselves this year. Let's send the support from Central and South China to other places. Everyone immediately shifts from despair to joy, quite surprised. The Yaga dynasty facing East China is also among the best among other races. How could Wei Yuan be so confident? Let's trust him for now. If East China can hold on by themselves, then the support available for West and North China will be greater, and perhaps they can hold out too. Clearly, aside from East China, South, West, North, and Central China also face significant threats from other races, but for Great Xia, they can only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, East China will see some changes this year. Chapter 11, Golden Potential, Martial Arts Genius. The next day, Yi Tian woke up in the bed of his new home, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. You're awake? A crisp and pleasant voice rang out from the living room. In Yi Tian's hazy vision, a slender woman in a white casual outfit walked in. Would you like some breakfast? You, why are you here? Yi Tian looked at Bai Qiuli in confusion. Generally, situations where a beautiful woman appears beside the bed after waking up only happen in certain interactive video games. Bai Qiuli held a bowl of unknown food and explained, Old Wei said that you are very important now and need someone to protect and take care of you closely. There can't be any issues. I said I would protect you, so I came. Yi Tian fell into contemplation, with Bai Qiuli, who was protecting whom was still uncertain. However, since it was arranged by Wei Yuan, he assumed Wei Yuan would take responsibility to the end, just as his stomach growled a bit. Yi Tian looked at the food Bai Qiuli brought with great anticipation, but then hesitated. Is this fodder? It's salad, Bai Qiuli said with righteous conviction. It's very nutritious and meets the daily needs of a professional. Yi Tian's expression turned heavy, seemingly struggling between eating pure green fodder and wasting food. Old Wei said that today he arranged a professional team for you, specifically to help you level up and strive to advance your profession as soon as possible. Not just Bai Qiuli, even Wei Yuan thought that Yi Tian should be some kind of support profession, and leveling up on his own would be very slow. After all, being able to transfer others was already quite strong. He couldn't possibly have high combat power himself, right? Leveling up through others? Yi Tian shook his head. That's unnecessary. I'm already level 10. So fast. Baiqiuli's eyes widened. I just reached level 10 after completing 5 hell difficulty dungeons yesterday. Yeah, thanks to you. Yi Tian silently expressed his gratitude. Then he cleared his throat and asked, by the way, what is your first-tier advancement task? Different professions have different advancement tasks, and the higher the quality of the profession, the more difficult the task. My task is to clear a dungeon that no one has cleared before. Baiqiuli's task was indeed challenging, befitting a legendary profession. In the 200 years since the Great Xia entered the extraordinary era, every new dungeon would bring huge benefits to professionals, causing various guilds and professional teams to actively challenge them. A dungeon being uncleared only had one reason. It was difficult. That said, Baiqiuli was still full of fighting spirit. Yi Tian was also looking forward to it. Being the first to clear a dungeon would definitely bring a lot of funding. How about we find a team and see if there are suitable dungeons we can clear? At Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, the entire campus was filled with a striving atmosphere. And the reason was simple. The college entrance examination would start in 6 days. For most students, the college entrance examination determined the quality of their university, shaping their future, making it a significant event in their lives. In a short time, the few low-level dungeons available at Qingshan No. 2 Middle School were fully booked by students who were leveling up. Families with better financial conditions would also find good boosters for their children. At the school gate, a boosting team consisting of 2 boys and 1 girl was continuously rejecting one business after another. Bro, other boosters have already completed several rounds of dungeons. Why is our employer still not here? One of the boys leaned against the wall, feeling disgruntled. Making us wait so long. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he'll have to pay extra. Another slightly older youth, appearing to be the leader among the 3, solemnly reminded him, Jiang Che, behave yourself. This employer is highly valued by the higher-ups. Didn't we sign a confidentiality agreement? As long as we complete it smoothly, there will be good benefits. Stop complaining. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Che muttered, then you should pay more. At this moment, Yi Tian and Baiqiuli walked over. All the way, Yi Tian had been observing for suitable talents, and since he could only check resumes one by one, he was moving slowly. After all, he was just 1 golden potential away from leveling up, and he was somewhat impatient. Upon seeing Yi Tian, the older youth's eyes brightened. You must be Mr. Yi, hello? We are the boosting team from Xingho Martial Arts School. My name is Jiang Xing, a level 25 epic dual gun ranger. Yi Tian gladly approached to shake hands, realizing that this was arranged by Wei Yuan to help him level up, but unfortunately, he didn't need it. Instinctively checking the resume, he found that Jiang Xing actually had purple potential, an epic profession, purple potential, and having been in the profession for 2 years, yet only level 25? Upon asking about this confusion, Jiang Xing revealed a somewhat helpless smile, limited capabilities. After all, it's hard to reach higher tiers, so it's better to be a booster and earn some small money. Professionals above the first tier cannot form teams. So many boosters stop leveling up and keep their level control below 25 at the second tier to help newcomers level up. Seeing his expression, it seemed he had some unspoken difficulties, but since he didn't say anything, Yi Tian didn't continue to ask. Jiang Xing introduced again, this is my sister, Jiang Han, a level 25 sword and shield warrior. The petite Jiang Han nodded in greeting to Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian didn't need their help leveling up, the strength of these individuals was indeed good, and teaming up with Baiqiuli to explore a new dungeon would be fine. Finally, Jiang Xing pointed to the last boy. This is my brother, get up. Jiang Ke, a level 25 elven priest. He kicked Jiang Ke, who was sitting on the ground, to get him up. Jiang Che was about 1.78 meters tall, seemingly a bit malnourished in childhood. With a slightly thin and fair complexion, looking somewhat youthful, but his physique showed a clear martial arts foundation. Upon seeing him, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, a martial arts genius has actually become an elven priest? At the same time, a resume profile belonging to Jiang Che displayed before Yi Tian. Name, Jiang Che. Basic information, male, 19 years old, from Qingshan City. Profession, elven priest. Potential, gold, martial arts genius. Background, an orphan taken in by the head of Xingho Martial Arts School, a descendant of ancient martial arts. With a strong talent and comprehension in martial arts, yet particularly interested in making money. His dream is to open a new martial arts school for the old head. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, martial arts master, 20 points of funding. Unexpectedly, he found a golden potential talent in the boosting team. Yi Tian was quite excited. In this way, the last piece of the puzzle for his profession advancement was complete. But Jiang Che seemed somewhat disgruntled, interpreting Yi Tian's words as mockery. Immediately, he became upset. What's wrong with being an elven priest? I'm doing just fine. No matter what your identity was, you shouldn't mock others' professions out of thin air. Jiang Ke. Jiang Xing shouted, quickly stopping him. But Yi Tian didn't mind and continued to look at him directly, saying, I can change your profession. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, the three siblings were instantly stunned, especially Jiang Che, who froze for 2 seconds. The next moment, he involuntarily rushed in front of Yi Tian. Clasping his hands together with an excited gaze, Jiang Che has drifted for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise master. Chapter 12. Career Advancement. Exclusive Skills. How can a person's ability to change their face be so fast? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Che's investment opportunity showed him as a martial arts master, Yi Tian would have thought he was a master of Sichuan opera. Jiang Xing and Jiang Han first cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Che, then deeply questioned Yi Tian's words. Career is predetermined by heaven. This has been a law for 200 years. How could one change careers? Anyone else hearing this would think it was just bragging. Who wouldn't want to change jobs? But who can actually do it? However, the Jiang siblings were different. They knew that Yi Tian was the employer that Wei Yuan had advised. Someone Wei Yuan had high hopes for, so there was no need for him to deceive them. In fact, Jiang Che thought the same way. But what if a miracle happened? Yi Tian took Jiang Che and the others to the second middle school. Changing jobs at the school gate would be too conspicuous. Principal Ji Chonglin, as one of the few who knew Yi Tian's capabilities, naturally supported him and lent Yi Tian an independent space. Yi Tian took out the barrier pearl and enveloped himself and Jiang Che. The next moment, with a consumption of 20 points of funds, the recruitment contract fell into Jiang Che's hands. The latter, looking bewildered, carefully read through the contents of the contract. You want me to be your employee, and you don't even mention a salary? Are you kidding me? Jiang Che discovered the blind spot and exclaimed, Isn't this boss too heartless? Not a single cent for salary? Anyone who signs this contract must be a fool. Wait, what does it mean to offer a legendary level career? Jiang Che rubbed his eyes, looked again, and rubbed his eyes once more, his expression turning astonished. Yi Tian didn't explain. He just told him that the content was all in the contract, and whether to sign, it was up to him. Jiang Che immediately grabbed the pen. I sign? After all, if you can't provide a legendary career, it's a breach of contract, so the contract doesn't affect me. As he spoke, Jiang Che boldly signed his name. With a burst of golden light, Jiang Che's carefree expression turned to one of shock, his pupils suddenly dilating. Are you serious? In an instant, Jiang Che's career panel changed. Employee Jiang Che, career, Kung Fu Kid, level 0, quality, legendary level, 0 strength, 40 agility, 40 physique, 30 mentality, 25 career talent, heart of martial arts, always remain calm in battle. Fist, foot, or weapon damage 50, armor piercing value 50. Career skills, 8 extremes fist, crushing fist, 8 extremes fist, mountain stick, 8 extremes fist, splitting palm. As the saying goes, with literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. With martial arts, 8 extremes stabilizes the universe. The 8 extremes fist is fierce and powerful, yet it is truly the simplest career Yi Tian has ever seen. The entire set consists of 7 skills, all techniques of the 8 extremes fist. But it is also the career with the strongest initial strength and agility, and with the talent enhancing damage. It presents a kind of numerical beauty. Then a prompt sounded, indicating that the career advancement had finally been achieved. You have successfully recruited employee Jiang Che, gaining attributes, strength 40, agility 40, physique 30, mentality 25. You have obtained talent skill, heart of martial arts, 8 extremes fist. You have completed the career advancement task. Career level has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. The initial career level of any future employees you recruit will be upgraded to level 1. Career skill, resume view upgraded. Obtain boss exclusive career skill, meeting. Although the effect of the heart of martial arts is strong, having few skills is one of its drawbacks. Now that it has been shared by Yi Tian, the usable skills have increased significantly. This effect is even stronger for Yi Tian. Moreover, when recruiting talents in the future, their awakened careers will no longer be level 0, but level 1, seemingly in line with the boss's career level. Next, he looked at the content of the resume upgrade. View resume, upgrade. Automatically detects surrounding talents with golden or above potential. Seeing this ability, Yi Tian felt a wave of relief. Otherwise, every time he searched for a talent, he would have to open everyone's resume one by one, which is really tiring. Now, with the upgrade, as long as there are talents with golden and above potential nearby, it will automatically prompt Yi Tian. Finally, he never expected that. Meeting is actually also a skill. Meeting. Ignore distance limitations and summon all employees to a special space for a meeting. Meetings are divided into two types: strategic meeting, tactical meeting. Strategic meeting. After the meeting ends, all members gain a 40 increase in experience for 3 hours. If using employee benefits, experience increase is 120. Tactical meeting. After the meeting ends, all members gain a 30 increase in attributes for 3 hours. If using employee benefits, attribute increase is 80. Employee benefits. Spend funds to distribute special rewards to all employees. The two meeting modes feel more like a kind of group buff. However, the effects are quite considerable, almost equivalent to a legendary level passive skill. Before leveling up or exploring a new dungeon, it seems worth trying out the effects. At this moment, after Yi Tian finished looking at the new skill, Jiang Che finally calmed down from his long-lasting shock. Jiang Che felt a bit sour in his heart. As the youngest among the siblings, he had always been taken care of by his older brother and sister, especially after he changed to an elf priest. He felt like a burden, but now, everything was finally different. Jiang Che couldn't wait to throw a few punches, the wind of his fists swirling. This is the kind of career a real man should have. Elf priest is something dogs don't even play with. After saying that, he looked at Yi Tian, a bit excited. Boss, what I need to do now? He knew that the current change was all brought by Yi Tian, and it was Yi Tian who gave him new hope. Yi Tian understood that every talent with golden potential has a different path to follow. Forcing them to work in a certain way is less efficient than letting talents develop freely. So he didn't arrange any specific tasks for Jiang Che. He simply told him that when he had things to do, he needed to follow orders. At this point, Yi Tian intended to invite him to explore the new dungeon together, but suddenly he wanted to try out the effect of meeting. After all, the buff lasts for a full 3 hours, which is enough to last until they explore the new dungeon later. With this thought, Yi Tian directly activated the skill. Meeting. At this moment, his body became ethereal and illusory, and the surrounding scene changed like a holographic image, as if entering another dimension. In front of him was a unique virtual space, resembling a starry sky, surrounded by soft light and shadows, forming the appearance of a conference room. In the center, a crystal-long table. Yi Tian sat in the boss chair at the main position, the back of the chair towering like a throne, looking down as if overseeing the universe. At the same time, an invisible will enveloped and spread. Boss, where is everyone? Jiang Che looked at Yi Tian, who suddenly disappeared. And the next second, a meeting invitation prompt popped up in front of him, and he clicked to accept. Outside, Jiang Xing and Jiang Han looked nervous and expectant. No one knew if changing careers could succeed. Bai Qiuli was beside them, her mood calm, when she suddenly received a meeting invitation. Her heart stirred, and she instantly disappeared from her spot. Hey, where did she go? Did she go invisible? Jiang Han scratched his head in astonishment. In the border area of the city, the Vanguard team was about to conduct a practical exercise. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Wang Jiang. Boss invites you to participate in a meeting. If there are no major events, please click accept or silently think about participating in a meeting. The boss is looking for me? Wang Jiang thought for a moment, decisively breaking away from the training team and directly reporting to the new soldier squad leader. Squad leader, I have a stomachache. It's urgent. I need to go to the bathroom. For Wang Jiang, who had won 5 consecutive battles against the alien race and taken first place in the new soldier martial arts competition, the officers of the Vanguard team were quite lenient. The drill will start later. You can go first. Yes. Wang Jiang arrived at a secluded place, silently reciting a phrase in his heart, and then gradually became ethereal until he disappeared, as if being pulled into another space. Chapter 13, Employee Benefits. Unlocking the instance. Please select meeting type. Strategic meeting, tactical meeting. Since we're going to explore a new instance later, we should increase our attributes. Tactical meeting. Yi Tian sat in the boss chair at the head of the table, ready to make his choice. The next moment, on one side of the long table by Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and Jiang Che appeared in the meeting room in order of their recruitment. What a beautiful place. It feels like sitting above the starry sky. Boss, did you call for me? What the heck? Wan Jiang, who won first place in yesterday's border martial arts competition, is actually the boss's employee? The sudden appearance of the three left them a bit surprised, especially Wan Jiang, who never expected Yi Tian could teleport him from over 10 kilometers away in Ding City. This is an ability even legendary professions find hard to achieve. Yi Tian was also pondering this point. It seemed that the skill, hold meeting, had greater potential for use in the future. However, for now, he just wanted to test the skill's effect. It's nothing important, just try out a new skill. Once the meeting is over, I will give you a pretty good buff. With that, Yi Tian decided to take a look at the costs of employee benefits. Using employee benefits could actually increase buff attributes by 80. If the attribute boost could reach 80, that would be quite exaggerated, comparable to doubling a level out of thin air. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend 3 number of employees and funds to generate a life-saving shield for all employees, which can block 1 fatal damage, lasting for 3 days. First tier only has 1 available employee benefit, a chance to avoid death. Although Yi Tian only had 1 option at first tier, it was clear that the content of this employee benefit was quite good. Unfortunately, it required 3 points of funds per person, totaling 9 points for the 3 employees. Yi Tian looked at his fund balance of 1, and silently closed the employee benefits. Alright, let's end the meeting here. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with the test of the meeting skill. He could summon employees regardless of distance, provide buffs for everyone, and even had employee benefits that required spending money. The effects were all good. This made Yi Tian even more excited about the profession-specific skills at tiers 2 and 3. The meeting concluded. This special meeting space disappeared, and everyone returned to their previous positions. Wan Jiang looked at the 4-dimensional attributes 30 buff on himself and couldn't help but gasp. Such a strong buff. Even after he returned to the training squad, his squad leader and the other squad leaders were shocked. This kid, how does it feel like he became stronger after a trip to the restroom? Jiang Che, your profession has really changed. Seeing Jiang Che's current state, the Jiang siblings, Jiang Heng and Jiang Han, were genuinely delighted and shocked, still finding it somewhat hard to believe. Only then did they understand why Wei Yuan had them sign a confidentiality agreement before they came. Tears were welling up in Jiang Che's eyes. Brother, we don't have to level up by relying on others anymore. We have the ability to form a raid team now. We can earn a lot of money. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli were being called by Principal Ji Chonglin for a conversation. Yi Tian, Qiuli, the college entrance examination is about to start. Do you still want to participate? Although Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli's professions were enough to qualify for special recruitment, getting into university through special recruitment and passing the entrance exam were still different. Currently, Daxia valued practical experience, and the college entrance examination determined subsidies, mentor selections, and so on. Bai Qiuli decisively said, I will participate. I want to apply to Huaxing University. I heard that the strongest swordsmanship senior, Yuan Shuang, teaches there, and I want to study under her. After saying this, Bai Qiuli turned to look at Yi Tian, waiting for his response. Even Yi Tian himself did not realize how much his opinion weighed in Bai Qiuli's heart, enough to change her original plan. But Yi Tian did not dictate to others. That's fine. However, I probably won't participate. Bai Qiuli's chances of ranking in the college entrance examination are still very high, and there will be a nice bonus when the time comes. If Yi Tian participates, he wouldn't receive a bonus since the boss personally intervened. He always believed in taking it easy when possible. No unnecessary actions. Besides, with Yi Tian currently possessing the abilities of 3 legendary professions, it would feel a bit like bullying kids to take the entrance exam. After leaving the principal's office, Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli went with the Jiang siblings to the Hall of Professionals. Bai Qiuli needed to complete her advancement task. Yi Tian also needed to clear the new instance to earn bonuses, and a level 0 Jiang Che needed to grind levels. In the Hall of Professionals, besides the job change platform, there was also an instance area. The several low-level instances owned by Qingmao No. 2 High School could be accessed through the instance entrance at the back of the hall. As the college entrance examination approached, the instance entrance was bustling with people. Yi Tian did not push through, but first went to the instance bounty area. Some instances that had not been cleared and were extremely difficult were marked on the bounty list. The reason the country rewards these instances is that once an instance is cleared for the first time, the difficulty will be reduced, divided into 5 difficulty levels. allowing some novice professionals to level up and farm equipment through that instance. This indirectly improved the leveling efficiency of newcomers. If the team that clears it first submits the strategy, they will receive additional rewards from the country. These strategies will be written into textbooks to teach students, enhancing the level of Daxia's novice professionals. However, after Yi Tian and the others looked around, they found that the instances that had not been cleared all required high levels. Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Zhang Che were too low level and did not meet the requirements for entering the instances. How about we check other high schools? The low-level instances have basically all been cleared. Wait, there's one here, Bai Qiuli exclaimed in surprise, pointing to the top of the bounty list. The higher up the bounty list, the longer the instance has been uncompleted. Even the name of the instance had become somewhat crimson. Beast King. Unlockable instance, difficulty. Limited to level 10 and below professionals. Maximum number of participants is 3. Unlockable instance. The Jiang siblings couldn't help but exclaim. This was practically unattainable for them. Yi Tian was also surprised, not expecting there to still be an unlockable instance that hadn't been cleared, because once an unlockable instance is cleared, a secret realm will randomly appear in that area. The importance of a secret realm is undeniable, producing a large amount of resources, materials, equipment, etc., and is known as the oil, field, and money printing machine of this era. Even a small secret realm would yield significant benefits for the country. Therefore, whenever an unlockable instance appears, the country immediately sends people to strategize. The fact that this instance has not been cleared until now indeed indicates its high difficulty. Should we try the unlockable instance? Zhang Che was eager to give it a shot. The higher the difficulty of the instance, the higher the honor bonus after clearing it. So Yi Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. Then it will be me, Qiuli, and Zhang Che together. Upon hearing this, a reception lady at the bounty area hurried over. She initially wanted to dissuade Yi Tian and the others from challenging it, but upon seeing Bai Qiuli in the group, she immediately changed her tone. You must be Bai Qiuli, who cleared the hell difficulty Beast Ridge yesterday. With your achievements, you can indeed give it a try. Yi Tian never expected that this instance had become so difficult that ordinary people were unqualified to challenge it. The reception lady explained, the Beast King instance itself is quite difficult, and it seems that there have been anomalies occurring inside the instance. Anomalies? Yes. It could be that the dungeon boss has mutated or been corrupted, or perhaps there are other unknown creatures appearing in the dungeon. No one has figured out the reason. Hearing the sister's warning, Yi Tian instead felt eager to try. With 3 legendary class abilities and attributes, along with 2 legendary class teammates, plus the attribute boost from meeting, their lineup was truly luxurious. As the saying goes, the source of all fear is insufficient stats. In the end, the sister gave each of the 3 a dungeon escape talisman and reminded them to leave promptly if danger arose. Meanwhile, the professionals near the dungeon entrance were astonished to see Yi Tian and the others challenging the unsealed dungeon. Truly brave. This dungeon hasn't been cleared in over a decade. I remember a legendary class and 2 epic classes were brought in from central China 2 years ago, and they returned in defeat. That beauty was named by Qiuli. I know her. She cleared the hell dungeon yesterday and is very strong. I don't recognize those 2 guys next to her, but if they can team up with Bai Qiuli, they must not be weak either. Go for it. Big sister with the long sword. Amidst the discussions, Yi Tian and the others stepped into the entrance of the unsealed dungeon. Zhang Che had a frustrated expression. Why? I am the top carry team of the Xingho Martial Arts Hall, yet no one recognizes me. Sooner or later, I will make a name for myself in Daxia. Yi Tian, stop talking nonsense. Let us hurry in. Chapter 14. The Disappearing Special Potential Talent. You have entered the sealed instance, Beast King, accompanied by an instance prompt. Yi Tian and the other 2 arrived in a desolate grassland. In their view, gigantic beast bones and shattered weapons were scattered around, and in the distance, a narrow stone canyon could be seen. Unlike other instances, the 3 were immediately met with threats upon entering. A silver-gray wolf howled, while 3 or 4 gray-black wild wolves bared their teeth at them. Bai Qiuli examined the situation and exclaimed, as expected of a sealed instance. The attributes of the minor monsters are even higher than hell difficulty. The level 10 wild wolves had attributes nearly 5 times that of rare professions of the same level. Unfortunately, they still fell short compared to legendary professionals. Watch my moves. Attack! Zhang Che shouted. tightening his calves and throwing a punch at an oncoming wild wolf. His fist struck the wolf's head, but only caused a superficial injury, and he was thrown several meters away when the wolf shook its head. Damn it, you're only level 0, and you think you can kill a level 10 monster? Bai Qiuli's tone was cold. At the same time Jiang Che was sent flying, she moved like a streaking rainbow and slashed her long sword through the air. Red damage numbers kept popping up, and each time it was critical damage. Even the alpha wolf of the pack was no match for Bai Qiuli's combat power. After dispatching the minor monsters, Bai Qiuli turned and said, "Boss, let's go." "Boss." She and Jiang Che looked over in unison to find Yi Tian standing there with a strange expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable before them. A special prompt flickered that only he could see. Ding. Detected the presence of special potential talent nearby. On the other side of the instance, within the Beast King's lair, a giant tiger, as large as a small mountain, was napping, its fur like rocky gray armor and its muscles bulging with explosive power. At this moment, a figure draped in a black robe approached the giant tiger and bowed, saying, "Lord Beast King." The voice of the figure was neutral, indistinguishable in gender, and seemingly devoid of emotion. The giant tiger's eyes snapped open, clearly displeased at being disturbed from its nap. The black-robed figure bowed even lower. "Lord Beast King, there are challengers appearing again. You came to disturb me for this trivial matter." "No, Lord Beast King. This time the challengers are different from all the previous ones. Their strength is extraordinary. One of them, based solely on their attributes, is something I have never seen before." The black-robed figure's tone was somewhat apprehensive. "In a direct confrontation, we are definitely no match. In my opinion, it will be better to send scouts to lure them in. Once the time is right, we can send elite troops to attack their 2 teammates, while we can wear down their stamina with a wheel battle. Finally, you and I will join the fight together, which would give us a chance of winning." Before the black-robed figure could finish, the giant tiger snorted out a hot breath and roared arrogantly, "Nonsense." The giant tiger stood up, its eyes glowing with blood as it stared at the black-robed figure. "I thought you had some ability, but now it seems your courage is lacking. The rules of the instance are clear. A level 10 human. How much strength can they have?" The black-robed figure remained silent. The giant tiger ignored them and walked directly out of the lair, its footsteps shaking the ground. "What challengers? Just new prey. Just as I'm getting hungry." The giant tiger left the lair, intending to hunt down Yi Tian and the others directly. At the moment the giant tiger exited, the black-robed figure no longer concealed their aura, exuding a chilling murderous intent, expressionless as they watched the giant tiger leave. At this moment, the momentum emitted by the black-robed figure was even stronger than that of the instance boss. "Waste is waste. Of no great use." They looked at the retreating giant tiger with disdain, completely different from before. "If I can't defeat him, do you really think you are strong? Just looking for death." It seemed this instance was about to be cleared. "If I don't leave, I might be in danger too. I can't die along with that foolish tiger." Saying this, the black-robed figure revealed an arm, which gleamed with a cold silver gray. They waved their arm in front of them, opening a dark purple door that seemed to lead to the void, with light flowing inside like liquid. The black-robed figure stepped inside and vanished from the instance. The light door then closed. Ding. Detected the presence of special potential talent nearby. Tip. Special potential is not necessarily stronger than golden or iridescent potential, but rather possesses or can awaken a certain special ability, being the only existence in countless worlds. When recruiting a special potential talent, their unique abilities are also shared. Before Yi Tian could finish reading the unique aspects of this special potential, the automatically detected information suddenly vanished. Huh. Yi Tian's expression turned suspicious as he opened the skill window again, only to be told, no golden or higher potential talents nearby. How could this be? Yi Tian was stunned. After finally discovering an extremely rare special potential, it had now disappeared. Although recruiting a special potential talent required 60 points of funds, which was quite expensive, if it could stay by his side, at least there would be hope for recruitment. Now, however, that hope was gone. For a moment, Yi Tian frowned tightly. The talent that appeared in the instance had now disappeared. Either they were killed, or they simply left this instance. Yi Tian made up his mind and said to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, "Hurry, speed through the instance." Then he carefully checked if there were any hidden rooms or special passages leading to other areas within the instance. Yi Tian originally did not plan to take action himself, But in order to find that disappeared special potential talent, he could no longer sit still. Search carefully. Yi Tian was now fully focused. And along the way, various powerful elite monsters fell like mere chickens and dogs. Even the monsters that Baiqiuli needed to hit accurately to instantly kill. Yi Tian dispatched with a casual punch, showcasing his impressive stats. Jiang Che was dumbfounded beside him. Could it be that the boss also has the combat power of a legendary profession? Halfway through the instance, the ground began to tremble. Before Yi Tian and the others, a fierce giant tiger appeared, its size like a moving mountain, accompanied by a deep roar. Boss. How could the instance boss appear here on its own? Cracked Rock Tiger King, Beast King, level 18 epic boss. Upon seeing the giant tiger's information, Baiqiuli and Jiang Che couldn't help but show some apprehension. The level 18 epic boss had attributes that were significantly stronger than Baiqiuli, who was a level 10 legendary profession. The latter had to be cautious in order to win. At this moment, the giant tiger roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Its expression fierce as it glared at Yi Tian and the others. Ha! Humans, are you scared now? Yi Tian ignored it, mainly because he was not good at universal beast language and didn't understand the words. But at this moment, Yi Tian had no intention of wasting time on obstructions. If you're not a special talent, don't block my way. With that, Yi Tian threw a straightforward punch, smashing it toward the cracked Rock Tiger King like a cannonball. With the damage boost from the heart of martial Dao, Yi Tian's right fist glowed with a layer of blood-red light. Breaking Army. The two different legendary profession abilities fused, erupting with overwhelming power. The giant Tiger King's large pupils shrank as Yi Tian approached. As the Beast King, it never expected that a human could unleash such terrifying power. In contrast, the human professionals it had encountered before were simply incomparable. Like a little tyrant running rampant in elementary school, today he suddenly encountered an adult. The gap was like a chasm. Just as Yi Tian's fist was about to strike, the Tiger King suddenly recalled the warning from the man in the black robe. Boom! The Tiger King's massive body collapsed with a thud, creating a huge pit in the ground, and cracks on the surface spread like a spider web. One punch to defeat the boss. Jiang Che's jaw seemed to drop in shock, his mind filled with question marks. Wait, who was it that made me level up with such a terrifying person before? Is something wrong with my brain? Oh, it was Wei Yuan, then it's fine. Baiqiuli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Tian's figure. Why am I so much weaker than him? Could it be that I'm just not trying hard enough? Chapter 15, Medium-Sized Secret Realm. After gathering intelligence, you still want to leave? Is there still nothing? Boss, there are no hidden rooms, nor are there passages to other areas. After searching the entire instance for half a day, there was still no trace of the special talent. And Yi Tian couldn't help but guess. Could he have been killed? At this moment, Baiqiuli was holding a near-death monkey demon, happily saying, Boss, I just interrogated this monkey demon, and it said there was originally a man in a black robe next to the Tiger King, but he didn't show up today. Jiang Che was extremely shocked upon hearing this. You can even interrogate monkeys? Baiqiuli replied matter-of-factly, my universal beast language has always been perfect. The monsters in the instance and various alien races have different languages. If you learn their languages, it can greatly benefit you in combat and exploration. The Great Xia selects some universal languages to include in high school textbooks, but unfortunately, Yi Tian's previous self and Jiang Che did not learn them well. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. A man in a black robe? Jiang Che asked curiously, wait, he left without fighting us. Could it be that he knows he can't defeat us? It's very possible. And if he is an instance monster, yet can leave the instance, he is indeed special. The knowledge about instance monsters is common sense in high school textbooks. No instance monster can leave the instance. Moreover, from the monkey demon's description, the style of that man in the black robe is clearly different from the other monsters in the Beast King instance, which likely means he doesn't belong to this instance at all, an existence that can freely traverse the instance without going through the entrance. Special potential is indeed extraordinary. Yi Tian couldn't help but exclaim, since he isn't dead, there will be another chance to meet him in the future. Perhaps I can ask Wei Yuan to send people to investigate. Having reached a conclusion, Yi Tian no longer hesitated and simply left the instance to start the clearing settlement. However, this incident reminded him that it would be wise to save more funds. To avoid missing recruitment opportunities due to insufficient funds when encountering high-potential talents next time, that would be too sad. Leaving the instance. You have cleared the sealed instance. Beast King. A randomly sized secret realm will be generated in the surrounding area. Employees by Chioli and Jiangche cleared the sealed instance. You received dividends. Funds 15-2. By Chioli completed the advancement task and advanced to Cold Moon Sword Master. You share a level 1 exclusive skill, Frozen Absolute Slash. By Chioli's level increased to 12. You share growth attributes, Strength 26, Agility 30, Physique 20, Spirit 22. Jiangche's level increased to 8. You share attributes, Strength 96, Agility 96, Physique 64, Spirit 56. Your level increased to 14. Secret Realm Sealed, medium-sized resource-type Secret Realm, refreshing in the outskirts of Qingcheng in 2 days. As the clearers of the sealed instance. Based on the contribution of clearing, you will receive 9. 5 of the resource output from the medium-sized Secret Realm. Meanwhile, in the Qingcheng City Lord's mansion, in a spacious conference room, the City Lord of Qingcheng, the commander of the garrison, and other officers stood solemnly behind the chief officer Wei Yuan. Originally, Wei Yuan planned to personally arrange for Yi Tian to level up and advance his profession a day, but things did not go as planned. The reason came from the other side of the conference room. 7 half-dragon people from the ancient kingdom came as envoys to negotiate with Huadong, with the leader being a person of high status in the ancient kingdom, named Red Emperor Dragon Envoy, Lord Wei Yuan. We need not discuss the rewards and punishments of this year's competition between the 2 races. If your great Xia loses again, it would be better to cede the city of Qingcheng to our dynasty, which would be beneficial for both sides. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy's voice was hoarse, but full of confidence. Before the annual competition between the 2 races, the ancient kingdom would send envoys to negotiate the rewards and punishments for the year's competition, merely seeking to gain more benefits. Furthermore, it was a clear opportunity to test Huadong's military strength. In the past, the ancient kingdom's appetite was limited to the number of small-sized secret realms. But this year, they directly opened their mouths to claim 2 cities from the Great Xia. After the division of the 2 cities, our clan will also help the Great Xia guard against evil spirits. In this way, the military and economic pressure on the Great Xia will be somewhat reduced, don't you think, Lord Wei Yuan? Such a grandiose scheme to covet the territory of the Great Xia made the city lord of Qingcheng, the garrison commander, and other officers all look furious. Their eyes seemed ready to devour the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy. However, Wei Yuan remained calm and relaxed, leaning back in his chair, and spoke with a playful tone. If you're going to make such a bold request, you should at least let your Red Emperor come personally, right? The Red Emperor is one of the rulers of the ancient kingdom, a peak warrior of the royal dragon lineage. Many years ago, he had a tie with Wei Yuan. Hearing this, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy replied, somewhat disgruntled. Lord Wei Yuan is right. But whether the Red Emperor comes or not will not change the outcome of the competition. You and the Great Xia should make plans early. Although the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was somewhat wary of Wei Yuan, he was very confident about the outcome of the race competition in the ancient kingdom. The Dragon Envoy's gaze was mocking. No matter how strong Wei Yuan was, he was just one person. One person cannot change the rise and fall of a race. At this moment, both Wei Yuan and the Dragon Envoy received news. The sealed secret realm in Qingcheng has been cleared. A medium-sized secret realm will appear in Qingcheng. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy were both somewhat surprised. That sealed instance was one that Wei Yuan personally dispatched people to conquer from Central Huadong 2 years ago, but it had not been successful. Now, who could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was surprised that the sealed instance had actually refreshed into a medium-sized secret realm. It should be noted that the resource output of a medium-sized secret realm is comparable to 10 small-sized secret realms, enough to sustain 2 or 3 cities. Even for a powerful alien race like the Ancient Kingdom, a medium-sized secret realm is still very coveted. Looking across all of Huadong, there is only one medium-sized secret realm. Lord Wei Yuan, congratulations, congratulations. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy said with a smirk. I wonder if we can go take a look? Wei Yuan's calm expression fell silent for a second. All right. In the vocational hall of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, after the news of the sealed instance being cleared spread, the people in the hall cheered like a tsunami. Not only because Yi Tian and his group solved a problem for Qingcheng, even more so because of the medium-sized secret realm. The appearance of a medium-sized secret realm in Qingcheng, if they could conquer it, would bring many benefits to the vocational practitioners in Qingcheng. Principal Ji Changlin was also curious and came over, but when he saw that the clearers were Yi Tian and Bai Qiuli, he felt a sense of inevitability. Two talents from the same class in Qingsha No. 2 Middle School. Perhaps there is hope for them to win the top spot in the Huadong College entrance examination. No. Wait, I've underestimated the situation. It seems there's hope for winning this year's race competition as well. Amidst the shock and cheers of the crowd, Yi Tian and his group walked out of the instance. Jiang Che wanted to stand tall to welcome the cheers, but thinking about how he did nothing in the instance and was just lying around as a legendary profession, he couldn't help but feel dejected. It seems I must become stronger soon. I can't lose to the boss, no. Just not lose to Bai Qiuli would be fine. After reuniting with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, the receptionist nearby was also astonished, her mouth agape, not expecting these few people to actually accomplish it. She quickly spoke, "Wait, I need to register your information for subsequent reward distribution." At this moment, in the distance outside the hall, Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy naturally did not squeeze into the hall. Both had keen eyesight and could see Yi Tian and the others from afar. Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, it really is them. Wei Yuan sighed quietly in his heart, although he was not clear about Yi Tian's combat abilities. Yi Tian always gave him a sense of miracles happening. Jiang Che, his profession is also different from before. It is probably also Yi Tian's doing. There are very few detection skills that can detect the abilities of legendary professions. But sensing a person's job changes and job qualities with high mental strength is still not a problem. With this thought in mind, Wei Yuan glanced at the nearby Red Emperor Dragon Envoy, his gaze sharp. Meanwhile, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was still immersed in the situation he had discovered, a medium-sized secret realm. Indeed, a medium-sized secret realm was being generated. Wait, legendary level. 2 legendary level newcomers. Damn it, the Great Xia actually had such luck this year. Why didn't those scouts find out? The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy's expression darkened, but then he felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, I discovered it. 2 legendary level newcomers might pose a threat to the Yago Empire in the upcoming competition between the two clans. Moreover, these two have cleared the unlocking, and their combat abilities are obviously not weak. A person with strong abilities turning into a legendary profession might just give Great Xia another Wei Yuan in the future. This is something the alien races absolutely do not want to see. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy made up his mind. When he returned to the court, he must inform Lord Red Emperor to eliminate the 2 legendary newcomers in their infancy. As for the other person who cleared it with them, their job grade is indiscernible. Yi Tian's job grade is unknown, and even the data panel cannot reveal it. Others' high mental strength is useless. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy frowned, then decisively said, "Well, it's better to kill them all together. Besides, the medium-sized secret realm is in an ownerless state after its birth. Whoever clears the secret realm will get its ownership. Our clan might as well come and snatch it, but the top priority is to leave quickly and send the news back. We can't let Wei Yuan be on guard." The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy pondered for a long time, just as he was preparing to put on a false smile and turn to stabilize Wei Yuan. However, in the next moment, Wei Yuan flipped his hand and grasped Starry Net. Brilliant chains of starlight came from all directions, locking up the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy and the other 6 aliens. The speed was so fast that the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy had no time to react. "Wei Yuan, you don't follow the rules of combat." The binding of the starry net became tighter, and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy gradually found it hard to speak. Unable to convey information, his strength was being drained until he fainted. Shielding, confinement, silence, disarmament, dizziness. The combat power of a Star Soul Master is not the strongest among legendary professions, but their controllability is absolutely top-notch. Wei Yuan glanced indifferently at the 7 aliens locked on the ground, his eyes flashing with a cold indifference. "You want to leave after gathering intelligence? There is no such good thing." Chapter 16. The Tide of Demons approaches. The mysterious ring unleashes its power. Wei Yuan sent people to take away the 7 locked-up alien races, including the Red Emperor Dragon Knight, and confine them. If the messenger was killed, the Yaga dynasty would surely sense it, and with the current overall level of practitioners in East China, it would not be easy to confront the Yaga dynasty head-on. It was better to seal their powers and keep them locked up indefinitely. When Wei Yuan took action, Yi Tian noticed something and indicated to Wei Yuan to join him. The two found a secluded office to chat. "You did very well. I didn't expect you to clear the seal dungeon," Wei Yuan said. "I have arranged for the logistics department to equip you with some gear. Next time you enter the dungeon, at least let me know in advance." It's too reckless to go in without any equipment. Wei Yuan looked at Yi Tian, who had very few pieces of equipment, but managed to clear the dungeon that had troubled East China for over a decade, and couldn't he help but smile helplessly. He would rather the dungeon not be cleared than have anything happen to Yi Tian. The latter nodded in agreement, and then spoke about the mysterious figure in a black robe he discovered in the Beast King dungeon. Yi Tian informed Wei Yuan of the characteristics of the black-robed person obtained from interrogating the monkey demon, and he was particularly eager to recruit this special potential talent. Even though he currently had no money to hire anyone, Wei Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this and replied, "I have never seen a monster that can leave the dungeon freely. I will issue a bounty through the military and the practitioner guild. Once found, I will inform you of the target's location directly." "Thank you, Wei Lao." The two chatted for a while, discussing Jiang Che, who had recently changed jobs. Wei Yuan had high hopes for the talent Yi Tian found. However, Jiang Che intended to form a professional exploration team with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, focusing specifically on dungeon and secret realm exploration, and did not plan to join the military or pursue further education like Wang Jiang. Wei Yuan and Yi Tian both expressed that they would not interfere. "All right, you should head back now." Wei Yuan stood up, seemingly having something to do. "Try not to leave the city today. The entire city is under martial law." Martial law? Citywide martial law means the city is on a war readiness status, which usually indicates that something bad is about to happen. Wei Yuan nodded, his tone somewhat helpless. "The tide of demons is coming. Since the red meteor fell into Blue Star 200 years ago, evil demons have been invading various countries continuously. To this day, no one has figured out where these demons come from. They only know that the demons are frenzied, bloodthirsty, and aim to devour living beings. It is worth mentioning that the demons treat both humans and alien races equally. All beings are indiscriminately hostile. Many other worlds are also facing invasions by demons. Scholars in the Great Xia have stated that every once in a while, the demons are drawn by some force, becoming exceptionally violent and triggering large-scale demon invasions, referred to as the tide of demons. Yi Tian returned to the Qingshan apartment. Upon learning of the impending tide of demons and the potential danger, he immediately went home to activate his defense measures, having no intention of going out. With the experience from his previous life, he deeply understood, as a boss, just don't court death. His employees were all quite capable and could help him grow stronger. Why should he risk himself when his subordinates were all strong? As a boss, he only needed to accomplish one thing: stay alive. So Yi Tian immediately decided to stay home today, grabbing a bottle of soda, browsing the practitioner forum, and playing some games. But before he could start, he received a message from Wang Jiang on his phone. "Wang Jiang, boss, are you there?" "Wang Jiang, can that meeting buff come again?" "Wang Jiang, the tide of demons is coming. But the squad leader said new soldiers can't go to the battlefield unless their attributes reach 150 points. I'm almost there." With the tide of demons approaching, the first to bear the brunt was the border city, Dingsheng. The city defenses were built like a fortress and with border troops stationed here year-round. It was prepared to counter the demons. Yi Tian never expected that Wang Jiang would create conditions to go to the battlefield even without any prerequisites. The employees' enthusiasm was a bit too high, but as a boss, he couldn't ignore it. With the tide of demons approaching, perhaps Wang Jiang could make a name for himself. With that thought, Yi Tian looked at the skill restriction for meeting can be used twice within 24 hours. No attribute bonus after 2 uses. This meant he could hold meetings indefinitely, but the benefits would disappear after 2 uses. Fortunately, this was only the second use. Yi Tian immediately activated the skill, held a tactical meeting. On the other side, at the Dingsheng border defense area, Wang Jiang walked out of the restroom. Looking at the tactical meeting buff on himself, he smiled with excitement. Finally, he could go to the battlefield. Wang Jiang, occupation, Dragon's Gallant Gunfighter Quality, Legendary Level, 9 Strength, 148-44, Agility, 125-38, Physique, 125-38, Mentality, 88-26. The numbers in parentheses are buff effects. With the meeting buff, his main combat attributes were raised above 150, and his strength reached an astonishing 192 points. The attributes of a rare job at level 25 were achieved by Wang Jiang at level 9 under the buff. At this moment, groups of border troops were organizing to head to the front lines. The squad leader of the vanguard team came over and shouted at Wang Jiang, hurry back to the new soldier camp for training. I know you want to go to the battlefield, but if your strength isn't enough, it's just a death sentence. Go back for now. Wang Jiang replied with a bright smile. Squad leader, my attributes have met the standard. You say what? Huh? What the hell? Where'd you get such high attributes? Wang Jiang displayed his 4 attributes, leaving the squad leader dumbfounded. Is this really level 9? Then squad leader, which squad should I report to? You. The squad leader's advice got stuck in his throat, and he finally said helplessly, go to the reserve team, squad 5. Yes. Watching Wang Jiang leave excitedly, the squad leader fell in a deep thought. He then found the commander of the vanguard team and seriously reported the situation. Commander, have you noticed that Wang Jiang seems to get stronger every time he comes out of the restroom? The commander of the vanguard team pondered for a moment. It's only natural. As a key border city, Dingqing not only had iron-like city walls, but also an additional 2 defensive lines about 5 or 6 kilometers outside the city. For small-scale tides of demons, the border troops would engage in small-scale battles, ambushing or harassing, dividing their forces to preemptively contain the tide of demons outside the city. This served to prevent the consumption of city defense equipment and also help train soldiers and increase their combat experience. This time, for the small-scale tide of demons, our Squad 5 will mainly operate in the Eastern Line, Area 12, responsible for collecting the remaining demons behind the main vanguard force. Do not act recklessly. Outside the second defensive line, the captain of Squad 5 warned his 5 team members. The combat units were divided into the main force and the reserve team, with the latter's main task being to hunt down the low-level demons left behind by the main force. Wang Jiang was one of them. Although he could only follow behind the main force and act as a reserve team member, he was already very satisfied with going to the battlefield for the first time. He gripped the blue-glowing steel spear in his hand, a weapon specially allocated to him by the commander upon meeting the conditions for going to the battlefield, a rare-grade spear. Resources in the military were not so abundant, or rather, resources throughout the Great Xia were not plentiful. He was able to obtain a rare-grade spear because he won first place in the new soldier martial arts competition, awarded as a military merit. The wind howled, and the air was filled with the decaying aura of demons. In the sky, thunder and lightning fell like silver dragons, dancing wildly, striking towards the far-off throngs of demons like a black tide. Those were the high-level practitioners serving as the main force. At the battlefield's edge, illuminated by the lightning, the captain of Squad 5 raised his hand. In the distance, 3 low-level demons, known as ghost children, were spotted. They had a childlike appearance with a sickly gray-black color, and their surfaces were covered with cracks, possessing strength comparable to level 30 elites. The captain made a tactical gesture, and the team members moved into action according to their class characteristics. Taunt. The shield guardian in the team acted first, drawing the aggro of the 3 ghost children. The purpose of the first wave of taunts was to gather firepower for a quick kill. However, before anyone else could strike, Wang Jiang had already timed his taunt perfectly. He leaped into the air, and the tip of his spear burst forth with a blood-red glow. Break the army. Boom. What kind of attack power does this rookie have? The captain was momentarily stunned as he watched Wang Jiang shatter one of the ghost children with a single thrust. But what no one saw was, after Wang Jiang killed one demon, a wisp of faint gray-black magic power escaped from the demon's body, which had vanished like black mist, and flowed into the ring left by his father on Wang Jiang's hand. The ring suddenly glowed with an ethereal radiance. Chapter 17, Demon Sealing Tower. 1000 Gene Body Refinement. Well done, Wang Jiang. The captain of Team 5 exclaimed excitedly. Wang Jiang's breaking army killed a ghost child, and the remaining 2 ghost children fell into a state of shock under the influence of breaking army, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As a result, the speed of killing the evil spirits increased significantly. The team members were all excited. If they continued at this efficiency, they might rank among the top in the achievements of the various vanguard teams. Each time the demon tide occurred, the reserve teams of the vanguard would be rewarded and ranked based on the number of evil spirits killed, with higher-ranked teams receiving additional rewards and promotion opportunities. No one expected that a rookie would have such fierce combat power, but they didn't celebrate for long. In the next moment, the ring on Wang Jiang's hand emitted a faint blue glow, enveloping him completely. Then, Wang Jiang disappeared from his original spot. What the hell? Where'd he go? What is happening? The team members were dumbfounded, looking around but seeing no sign of Wang Jiang. He had truly vanished. In a dark red, deep space, Gray-white stone blocks inscribed with array patterns covered the ground, and the surroundings were dim. A faintly glowing path led to a central space resembling a cage. Where's this? Wanjiang's face was filled with confusion. He had just been on the battlefield killing evil spirits, and the next moment he found himself in this strange place. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Wanjiang's ear from above. You have met the unsealing conditions for the first layer of the demon sealing tower. Kill an evil spirit level demon, automatically starting the trial of the first layer of the demon sealing tower. Wanjiang instinctively looked up and saw a faintly visible ring hovering at the top of the entire space. It looked exactly like the one on his hand. Is it the ring left by my dad? Wait, could this be more than just an ordinary ring? Combining the previous prompt with his current situation, Wanjiang speculated a possibility. Could it be that I am now inside the ring? Demon sealing tower. Wanjiang carefully recalled the content of the previous prompt, his emotions surging dramatically. The ring usually looked ordinary. He thought it was just a common relic from his father, but he never expected it to contain such mysteries. After he killed a ghost child of the evil spirit level, it transformed into this extraordinary space, starting the first layer of the trial. Realizing that this was something left by his father, Wanjiang's confusion and fear diminished considerably. He picked up the spear in his hand and walked straight along the faintly glowing path. Soon, he saw a dim altar in the center of the space. First layer trial of the demon sealing tower. Kill 10 ghost children. Each layer of the trial has 3 chances. Failure in all will permanently close the demon sealing tower. Single-handedly take on 10 ghost children. This task's difficulty is a bit exaggerated. If a rookie were to be sent to fight even 3 ghost children during military training, it would be considered abuse of newcomers. The ghost children's attacks have extremely strong negative buffs: slowing, bleeding, corrosion. If there is no shield warrior in front, once hit, it's hard to escape. Even veterans wouldn't dare to handle it recklessly, let alone Wanjiang, who was only level 9. At this moment, one ghost child after another crawled out from the dim altar, creating a scene comparable to a horror movie. It's just a trial. Compared to the despair of being powerless, this is much easier. Wanjiang took a deep breath. The next moment, he decisively slashed his skin, bringing his health down to below 40. But at the same time, his agility and physique attributes were continuously increasing. Dragon Gallbladder. Ignore fear status for every 1 health lost. Agility and physique each increase by 1. For every enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. By now, his agility had increased by 60, and his strength had also increased by 20. Coupled with the tactical meeting buff, Wanjiang's attributes far surpassed those of the ghost children. Since the ghost children's attacks have extremely strong negative buffs, he must avoid being hit. Kill. Wanjiang raised his spear, leaped into the air, and struck like a dragon. In the outside world, all members of Team 5 looked at each other with a serious expression. Although casualties are inevitable during the demon tide, this sudden disappearance was too strange. For a moment, even the team captain, who had been in the military for many years, was a bit stunned. We can't wait any longer. Let us report the situation. In apartment 502 of Qingshan, Yi Tian was browsing the professional forum at home when he suddenly received a call from Wei Yuan. What? Wanjiang disappeared? 3 minutes ago, Team 5 reported the situation to the Vanguard team leader. The leader had already learned from Wei Yuan that Wanjiang was a legendary profession, and the disappearance of a legendary professional was a big deal. After failing to find any clues, he immediately reported it to Wei Yuan, and Wei Yuan, equally puzzled, could only think of Wanjiang's boss, Yi Tian. So Wei Yuan called. Do you have any leads? If not, I'll send someone to search the front line. Hold on, let me take a look. Yi Tian hung up the phone, his expression strange. Wanjiang's disappearance. Could it be related to that ring left by his father? In his previous life, he often read web novels in college, and he immediately thought of a possibility. He opened the employee panel. The work status of employees, if not viewed in detail, would only be settled uniformly at midnight each night. But it could also be checked proactively. Soon, he discovered Wanjiang's status, trial challenge status of the Demon Sealing Tower, unable to leave this space. Demon Sealing Tower? Yi Tian was almost certain that this was some kind of golden finger. With that, Yi Tian was a bit excited. After all, if the employee got stronger, it would also benefit the boss. At the same time, several kill prompts popped up. Employee: Wanjiang killed an evil spirit-level demon. Ghost child: you share experience 400. until the 10th kill prompt appeared. Wanjiang's status finally changed. Employee Wanjiang cleared the first layer trial of the Demon Ceiling Tower. You received a dividend. Funds 5. Wanjiang received trial rewards, talent advancement. You share talent advancement. Dragon Gallbladder unmatched. Wanjiang received trial rewards. 1000 gene body refinement, currently in the process of body refinement. Body refinement? After seeing this effect, Yi Tian was astonished. He never expected that the first layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower would actually have something that only existed in legends. 1000 gene body refinement. Temper the body with the highest 1000 gene gravity, deeply strengthen the body, laying the foundation for condensing an extraordinary physique. This means that there is a chance to condense an extraordinary physique in the future. What is an extraordinary physique? It refers to those who are born with extraordinary attributes and special abilities, but it almost only appears among foreign races. For example, the dragon body of the dragon race, the elemental spirit body of the spirit race, etc. Or those who are born with strong physique, innate divine strength, or who naturally master a certain special ability. The reason why the royal dragon descendants of the Yaga dynasty are strong is that they possess an innate dragon body, with initial attribute values tens or even hundreds of times that of humans. However, there has never been an extraordinary physique among humans. It has only been heard of in the legends of certain foreign races. And now, there is actually an opportunity to condense an extraordinary physique. Although body refinement is only laying the foundation for an extraordinary physique, it undoubtedly offers a glimmer of hope. Chapter 18. Borrowing someone else's golden finger feels good. Inside the Demon Ceiling Tower, Wanjiang let out a long breath, feeling exhilarated. His tactics were risky, but the results were surprisingly good. The high agility gained from injuring himself allowed him to evade all 10 ghost children, and with the long spear's attack range, he successfully cleared the challenge without taking any damage. There was also a trial reward, which was a class advancement card, allowing Wanjiang to directly break through to Tier 1 when he reached level 10. Class, Dragon, Tier 1. New skill acquired, Gun Shadow Formation. What excited Wanjiang even more was the advancement of his talent skill. Normally, one would only have a chance for talent advancement upon reaching Tier 3. However, the rewards from the Demon Ceiling Tower allowed Wanjiang to advance his talent at Tier 0. It was equivalent to obtaining a capability that was supposed to be acquired at Tier 3, but he got it at Tier 1. Dragon ignores fear status. For every 1 health lost, agility and physique each increase by 1. For every enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. Advancement ignores all negative statuses. For every 1 health lost, all 4 attributes increase by 1. For every enemy nearby, all 4 attributes increase by 3. If it were a low-quality class talent, the effects after advancement would be too exaggerated. But Wanjiang's talent was already legendary, and the effects after advancement were terrifying. Body refinement is about to begin. Please prepare for the gravity baptism. The baptism can be conducted up to 3 times. When the challenger can withstand 1000 June gravity, it indicates that the body refinement level has reached perfection. Is it considered perfect only if one can withstand 1000 June gravity within 3 tries? As the voice fell, an invisible pressure seemed to condense in the air, and Wanjiang felt as if his body was being firmly pressed down, with cracks spreading out like spider webs beneath his feet. His resolute face was filled with fighting spirit. Bring it on. Outside, the captain of the 5th squad fell into deep thought. Yi Tian briefly informed Wei Yuan of the situation, and after the order from the Vanguard Corps commander was issued, their 5th squad received the command to stand by in place. Fortunately, Wanjiang should be fine, but waiting here really affects the efficiency of killing the evil demons. Doesn't it? The team members were a bit dissatisfied, and the captain understood this very well, as killing the evil demons counted towards their merits. Although the 5th squad was not very strong and had little hope of ranking, who would T1 earn a bit more merit? How about we split into 2 teams? Wait, don't split up, look. One team member's expression turned slightly terrified as he instinctively looked in a certain direction. In the dimness, over a dozen evil demons were rushing toward them, some ghost children crawling on all 4s, moving quickly. Encountering a group of evil demons was generally a very unfortunate thing. They could only defend and retreat, gathering nearby teams to encircle and wipe them out. But at this moment, their team member Wanjiang was still in a disappearing state. Should we wait? The captain gritted his teeth, deciding to wait 3 more minutes. The shield guard would hold them off for a bit, and, if that didn't work, before he could finish his sentence, that bluish light aura reappeared, and Wang Jiang emerged from the demon ceiling tower. What the hell? You, hurry and leave. The captain was overwhelmed with emotions, but could only shout for everyone to retreat quickly. Sorry. Wang Jiang scratched his head a bit embarrassedly, but he truly hadn't anticipated something like the demon ceiling tower. He turned to see the more than 10 evil demons charging at him, and his expression became calm and resolute. Gun shadow formation. He thrust his spear violently into the ground, a golden light bursting forth, creating a 10-meter diameter golden light formation centered on him, with countless spear phantoms appearing in an instant, flashing with sharp cold light. As the evil demons charged in, the spear phantoms moved like soldiers on standby, weaving and intertwining, constantly slaughtering. With one skill, the entire group of evil demons was wiped out. The members of the 5th squad looked at each other in shock, their faces dumbfounded, questioning deep in their souls. Is this person our teammate? Meanwhile, Wang Jiang looked at the effects of the body refinement, feeling ecstatic. Body refinement level, 270 June. Talent effect, strength 50, physique 50, spirit 20. In the first round of body refinement, he only managed to withstand 270 June, still a bit away from 1,000 June, and needed to work harder. However, his current combat power was already twice as strong as before he participated in the Demon Tide, with 2 body refinement chances remaining. Once he reached the 1,000 June level, the effects would surely be even more powerful. Additionally, he learned the conditions for the next layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial while inside the tower. Kill monster-level evil demons. This made Wang Jiang fall into contemplation. Currently, there are 5 known tiers of evil demons in Daxia: evil spirits, monster demons, demon spirits, demon lords, and demon kings. The appearances of demon lords and demon kings each bring great disasters to Blue Star, capable of destroying cities and even nations. At this rate, the difficulty of unlocking the 4th and 5th layers of the Demon Ceiling Tower seemed a bit too high. However, what was even more terrifying was that Wang Jiang discovered a miniature tower pattern on his ring, and the highest tier clearly had 9 layers. Where on earth did his father get this thing? Wang Jiang pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer. He decided to focus on the present and take things one step at a time. He turned to his 5th squad teammates and flashed a radiant smile. Let us go. I'll lead everyone to earn the most merit. Meanwhile, after Wang Jiang completed body refinement, Yi Tian also shared the 1,000 June body refinement talent effect. Although he currently only had 270 June, Yi Tian was still very confident in Wang Jiang, believing that 1,000 June was not far off. Extraordinary physique. Yi Tian was very interested in this ability that could raise the limits of practitioners. Should he get Wang Jiang some attribute-enhancing items? The higher the attributes, the sooner Wang Jiang would reach the 1,000 June level, and Yi Tian would also benefit. It would also help with the trials of the higher layers of the Demon Ceiling Tower, since the reward for the first layer was body refinement. The rewards for the subsequent layers should be related to extraordinary physique, right? I have to say, this feeling of borrowing someone else's golden finger is quite nice. Yi Tian leaned back in his computer chair, browsing the forum while waiting for time to slowly approach midnight. Today, he was the only one in the house. After activating the sealed dungeon, Bai Chili had independently entered solo mode and hadn't returned yet. It seemed that Yi Tian's previous action of instantly killing the boss had stimulated her again. Plus, with only 6 days left until the college entrance examination, becoming stronger was probably on every senior high school student's mind. Furthermore, the honor of the college entrance examination must also be of great value, and the bonuses and special rewards would surely be plentiful, which Yi Tian was particularly looking forward to. The night grew deeper. The demon tide seemed to have ended, and the dark magic energy that had originally shrouded the eastern border was gradually dissipating. Time reached midnight. 12 o'clock struck. The management log settlement list began to refresh. Chapter 19, The Secret Realm, will appear. Colorful potential. After completing the unsealed dungeon and clearing the first level of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Yi Tian's funds reached 36. Although it was still a distance from hiring special talents, it was quite considerable. He wondered what rewards he would receive from his settlement. Yi Tian began to check yesterday's management log. Management log, Wang Jiang, First place in New Soldier Training, Reward, Funds 2. Wanjiong, first place in the Vanguard Corps Demon Tide Reserve Team, Reward, Funds 5. Bai Chioli, completed single-player dungeon, Ghost Valley held difficulty first clear. Reward, Funds 4. Bai Chioli, completed single-player dungeon, Blood Fury held difficulty first clear. Reward, Funds 4. Bai Chioli, cleared Blood Fury, held difficulty 3 times. Reward, Funds 0. 3. You shared employee gains, monster farming, training, first clears, experience, 84,000. Your level has increased to level 16. Rewards from unsealed dungeons and the first level of the Demon Sealing Tower had been checked by Yi Tian beforehand, so they would not appear in the management log. So far, the income from funds was still quite considerable. Yi Tian's funds increased again, 51.7. Experience also surged, but due to the exponential increase in experience required for leveling up after reaching a higher level, the leveling speed was not very fast. However, Yi Tian noticed a problem. What was Jiang Che up to? Normally, clearing dungeons, first clears, and even farming dungeons to level up would count as achievements and would return some funds. But Jiang Che had no feedback at all. Did he just slack off all day? No, his experience had evidently increased quite a bit. Jiang Che had now reached level 10, stage 1, and his profession had advanced from martial kid to chief fighter. Yet from his settlement panel, it seemed he hadn't cleared any dungeons at all. The Jiang siblings, Jiang Che, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Han, originally planned to transition from a leveling team to a dungeon clearing team, aiming to make money through clearing dungeons and selling strategies or materials. But their early development might not be smooth. He would ask them about it when they met tomorrow. In contrast, Bai Chioli was a source of comfort for Yi Tian. She challenge-held dungeons almost every day. Of course, her profession as a cold Moon Sword Master allowed her to deal high damage and be agile, making her suitable for solo runs. Just as he was thinking about this, a message from Bai Chioli popped up. Bai Chioli has transferred 0.5 ownership of the Secret Realm output to you. Your current control of the Secret Realm output ownership. 10. Yi Tian Sudendi remembered. When clearing the unsealed dungeon, all members would share 10 ownership of the Secret Realm output based on their contributions, which was a reward for those who unsealed the Secret Realm. Yi Tian had originally obtained 9.5 ownership, while Bai Chioli received 0.5, which she now transferred to Yi Tian. The remaining 90 belonged to the reward for those who cleared the Secret Realm. It was controlled by the team that first cleared the Secret Realm. Once the unsealed Secret Realm appeared and was conquered, the person holding the ownership would be able to continuously extract equipment, materials, and other resources from the Secret Realm. Obtaining ownership of the Secret Realm output was like having a gold mine. Even if it was handed over to the state, it would still bring a fortune for a lifetime. Therefore, the competition for the first clear of the Secret Realm was even more intense than for dungeons. Not only would the state dispatch talents from various regions to form clearing teams, but also major professional guilds and even other races would find ways to participate in the competition. All teams would enter the Secret Realm simultaneously, and whichever team cleared it first would be considered the master of the Secret Realm. Yi Tian was still very interested because clearing a medium Secret Realm would definitely be an honor, and the rewards would not be small. A day later, the medium Secret Realm refreshed. In the ancient royal dynasty, Red Emperor City, in the otherworldly passage in the northern part of the city, connecting to another world, Red Emperor City stood majestically at the top of the world. At the center of Red Emperor City was a dragon-shaped palace, resembling a giant dragon about to take flight, with each scale made of epic material crystal. On the throne inside the palace, the dark red-scaled dragon king had eyes like the blazing sun, and his voice was solemn and deep. "Where's the envoy?" Responding to the great Red Emperor, the dragon envoy has not yet returned. Beneath the throne, a half-dragon attendant bowed his head. The dragon king of the ancient royal dynasty, Red Emperor, expressed his dissatisfaction. "My lord, please do not be angry. Perhaps the human race is trying to seek your protection, hence they are trying to please and retain the envoy, causing the envoy's late return." Upon hearing this, Red Emperor showed no sign of doubt. After all, the envoy sent by the ancient royal dynasty was his face. Apart from some top-tier practitioners from the Great Xia who are beyond control, no one dares to be disrespectful, especially some extreme anti-human organizations. They believe that other races are the masters of the world and even actively request to join the ancient royal dynasty, making it common to please the envoy. At this moment, a scout hurriedly entered the hall to reporting to the Great Red Emperor. The Great Qing Emperor has discovered that a medium secret realm is being born not far from our battle line. It is near the human Great Xia Qing city, a medium secret realm. The dragon eyes of Red Emperor lit up, radiating a greedy glow. Good. Very good. The current war situation is tense, and we need secret realms to supplement resources. Among the royal dragon descendants of the ancient royal dynasty, there are currently 3 emperors: Red Emperor, Qing Emperor, and White Emperor. Among them, Red Emperor has top-tier combat power and is the leader of the ancient royal dynasty's army, the main initiator of external wars, and one of the great enemies of eastern China in Great Xia. Qing Emperor, known as the Dragon of All Laws, has a strong perception of magic and spiritual power and can sense the spiritual fluctuations of secret realms forming. It is precisely because of Qing Emperor's existence that the ancient royal dynasty can take action in advance and seize many secret realm resources. Semi-orders. Red Emperor was already somewhat impatient. Although the secret realm appeared in Great Xia, a medium secret realm was worth sending people to compete for. Dispatch Mar and Yadila. Come here and be sure to seize the secret realm before the human race. Understood. The next day, Yi Tian opened his sleepy eyes, and after washing up, he found that Bai Qiuli had already left. If it weren't for the traces of life left in the house, Yi Tian would have suspected that Bai Qiuli hadn't returned all night. She truly slept later than Yi Tian and woke up earlier. Yi Tian rubbed his messy hair and went to the cafeteria downstairs of the apartment to have breakfast. To his surprise, Jiang Che rushed over. Boss, I finally found you. Jiang Che sat down next to Yi Tian with an eager look in his eyes. Yi Tian wanted to ask him what he had been doing yesterday, but seeing his urgent demeanor, he changed his words. What is the matter? Boss, can you let Qiuli join our team? Facing Yi Tian's puzzled gaze, Jiang Che explained, Boss, my brother's sister, and I have transitioned from the leveling team to the dungeon clearing team. But most dungeon clearing dungeons require 5-person teams, and we can't recruit teammates at all. All 3 of you have strong professions. How could you not find teammates? Isn't a medium secret realm about to appear? Now all major professional guilds are frantically recruiting people, preparing to gather top forces to conquer the secret realm. They are offering increasingly high salaries, so naturally, no one is coming to our small team. Yi Tian then realized that the attraction of the medium secret realm was greater than he had imagined. For various organizations, it was a gamble. If they won, it would mean wealth for the latter half of their lives. Thus, in a short time, even the prices of skilled professionals were constantly rising. No wonder Jiang Che couldn't find teammates. At this moment, Jiang Che thought of something again and said indignantly, Boss, yesterday we happened to encounter a minor secret realm refreshing. We were the first batch of conquerors, but we were robbed of the first clear by another average 5-person team. Oh, now Yi Tian finally understood why Jiang Che only leveled up yesterday, without any clearing records. It turned out that they encountered the secret realm, but were beaten to the finish. In the secret realm, after the first team completes it, the remaining teams automatically fail. Secondary secret realms are easier than small secret realms, and there are many records of teams clearing them. With Jiang Che and Jiang Xing's abilities, they shouldn't have been robbed. A team of average strength managed to steal your first completion? Yi Tian finished the last bite of his fried dough stick and asked curiously. Jiang Che was somewhat displeased, but still said seriously, that team leader really knows how to play tactics. With 4 average teammates, they still managed to speed run. Saying this, Jiang Che clenched his fist and became a bit angry. If it weren't for him robbing me of a secondary secret realm, we would all have money for new equipment now, or even to fix up a martial arts hall for a master. A secondary secret realm, although not as valuable as a small secret realm, still holds significant worth. Yi Tian thought for a moment and agreed to Jiang Che's request. All right, I'll ask Qiuli for her opinion. Jiang Che followed behind Yi Tian as they left, his eyes seemingly ignited with the flames of revenge. If Qiuli had been there yesterday, how could they have taken this secret realm from us? Next time we run into that team leader, let him see our true strength. Jiang Che followed Yi Tian out of the cafeteria. The next moment, he spotted a figure walking down the street, his eyes suddenly widening as if he had spotted an enemy. Damn, it's him. Yi Tian also curiously looked up and saw a somewhat unkempt and thin figure. Jiang Che's gaze was intense. That's right, I remember him. The team leader who robbed my secret realm yesterday. Yi Tian. Ding. Iridescent level potential talent detected nearby. Chapter 20. Night Repair. The genius driven away by the guild. Colorful potential. At the moment he heard the skill prompt, Yi Tian almost thought he had misheard. A small Qingsheng was actually hiding such talents. It truly echoed Wei Yuan's words. The great Xia never lacks talent. At this moment, the slender youth Night Repair also heard Jiang Che's voice, turned back, and revealed a natural smile. Oh, it's a martial arts gym guy from yesterday? Seeing Jiang Che's vengeful expression, Night Repair said with interest, "You're not still mad about me getting the first clear of the secret realm, are you?" Jiang Kiscode. If it weren't for the fact that there were 3 of us yesterday, you definitely wouldn't have gotten the first clear. Get ready for my revenge today. Hearing this, Night Repair did not refute and readily admitted, "Of course, I've seen your damage. Your profession's quality is probably frighteningly high." However, saying this, Night Repair spread his hands and smiled. "But don't look for me for revenge. I've already left the Sega Guild." Huh? Jiang Che was taken aback for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. Didn't you just lead the team to clear a sub-level secret realm yesterday? Why? At the same time, Yi Tian opened Night Repair's resume. Name, Night Repair, basic information, male 20 years old, from Qingsheng, Great Xia. Profession, battle mage, elite level. Potential, colorful, full-time expert. Biography, exceptionally gifted, tactical genius, with a deep understanding of almost all professional abilities. Joined the Sega Guild as a team leader after changing professions, leading the team to countless first clears with superb and unique understanding of dungeons. After obtaining the sub-level secret realm, the Sega Guild recruited an epic professional as the new team leader and used contract stipulations to demand Night Repair surrender the ownership of the secret realm to work as a training partner, leading Night Repair to leave the Sega Guild in exchange for giving up the secret realm. Investment opportunity, God-level profession, loaner, 40 points of funding, hiss. The Sega Guild really isn't worth much. After reading the resume, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. The guild that grew strong thanks to Night Repair actually drove him away after obtaining the secret realm as a foundation. Truly heartless. But Night Repair didn't elaborate to Jiang Che, casually saying, "Anyway, if you want revenge, go find Sega. I need to find another team. Goodbye." Night Repair waved his hand casually. Given his current strength, without a team, leveling up and farming gear alone would be too slow, and he couldn't clear high-level dungeons either. So he still needed to find a team. Jiang Che sighed upon seeing this, seemingly feeling a bit regretful for this former rival. The ones who understand your strength the best are often your opponents. The Sega Guild couldn't recognize Night Repair's value, but Jiang Che clearly understood Night Repair's abilities, especially for a dungeon-breaking team. Jiang Che hesitated and said, "Do you want a fresh start?" Yi Tian spoke up, stopping Night Repair. Jiang Che turned to Yi Tian in surprise. He had wanted to recruit Night Repair, but was worried he couldn't offer satisfactory conditions. But now that Yi Tian had spoken, it was much simpler. "How about considering joining me? Look, this legendary professional Jiang Che is one of my subordinates." Yi Tian didn't waste words, patting Jiang Che's shoulder, getting straight to the point. If anyone else heard Yi Tian's words, they would surely scoff. Legendary professionals? A legendary professional as your subordinate? Dream on. Legendary professionals are rare across the nation, and all major organizations treat them as esteemed guests. How could they submit to a teenager? However, Night Repair actually believed it, because during the competition for the sub-level secret realm yesterday, he had witnessed Jiang Che's prowess. A level 10 damage was quite high, and his profession's quality must be frighteningly high as well. Jiang Che also cooperated well, taking over Yi Tian's words. "That's right, I'm the boss's first, second." He intended to showcase his status, but after thinking of Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang, it seemed they were all stronger than himself. Third strongest. Jiang Che gave thumbs up, while Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed beside him. Night Repair carefully assessed Jiang Che. He didn't seem like someone who was lying, which made him even more curious about Yi Tian. What kind of organization is this? Is the internal atmosphere really this harmonious? A legendary professional is surprisingly so humble. He thought to himself, as he subconsciously believed that a legendary professional ranking third was somewhat self-deprecating. Perhaps it was due to the low levels. Maybe others were at a higher level. If what Jiang Che said is true, Night Repair was quite optimistic about this organization. After all, the Sega Guild that abandoned him could only recruit epic professionals using the sub-level secret realm as a gimmick. Not long after, Yi Tian indicated that they should find a quiet place to talk in detail, as being on the street was somewhat ostentatious. Night Repair followed along and casually asked, "What is your salary like?" Jiang Che answered without hesitation, "Absolutely nothing." Yi Tian. Night Repair. "Forget it. As long as there's a place to stay." The three arrived at Yi Tian's apartment. Night Repair had no special conditions, and Yi Tian had no particular requirements, making the recruitment process quite smooth. However, when Yi Tian handed the contract to Night Repair, the latter suddenly fell silent. This contract was like something drafted by a philanthropist compared to the Sega Guild. It not only didn't restrict employee actions, but also didn't require the surrender of secret realm ownership, and the clauses were pitifully few. But upon seeing the words, "Boss provides God-level profession," Night Repair's mouth twitched. The current scene was like walking down the street and having a beggar showing you the secret manual for the Buddha's palm, saying earnestly, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones." In fact, Yi Tian really did say something like that. However, he added more, and seeing the look on Night Repair's face as if he felt mocked, Yi Tian said, "I called someone over. You should feel a bit more confident when you see him." Not long after, there was a knock at the door, and Jiang Che opened it for Wei Yuan. My heavens! Night Repair's relaxed expression instantly became serious. Regarding this legendary leader of East China, Night Repair had seen him multiple times on forum headlines. The aura of a high-level professional and the authority of superior were completely unlike acting. "Here, you see him." Yi Tian gestured with interest. "This is our partner." How could it not count as a partner when working with the state? The reason for calling Wei Yuan over was mainly to handle the God-level job transfer. It was his first time, and he didn't know if any unexpected situations would occur. In the 200 years of global history, God-level professions had actually appeared 16 times. But now, only 3 remained. Every time a God-level profession appeared, without exception, they would be targeted by evil beings, hunted down by alien races and extremist organizations. And it would be a fight to the death. Having a big shot around would help respond to any unexpected situations. Soon, the facts proved that Yi Tian's precautions were correct. Wei Yuan's gaze swept over Night Repair, and he smiled, saying, "Another talent has appeared." Apart from being curious about the new talent, he was also somewhat surprised. How many legendary professionals could Yi Tian actually produce? But he could never have imagined that this time the transfer was not a legendary one. Night Repair, at this moment, no longer hesitated and decisively signed the contract. If the top leader of East China stood by his side, even if it was like a beggar bringing the secret manual for the Buddha's palm, he would practice it. Seeing this, Wei Yuan lightly snapped his fingers, and a starry barrier appeared. However, the next moment, Wei Yuan's calm expression suddenly changed. A terrifying, colorful light of authority gathered on Night Repair, its momentum soaring, seemingly about to tear through the barrier and rush into the sky. Chapter 21, Wanderer. I alone can solve all problems. It's not golden light, but a colorful light. Wei Yuan's expression momentarily lost focus. Just as the barrier was about to be breached by this class transformation light pillar, he cast spells with both hands, quickly forming a triple barrier. Even a God-level class transformation light pillar was obscured. If Wei Yuan hadn't been present, the God-level class transformation light pillar that appeared in the morning would have led to the assassination attempts from evil spirits and foreign races by noon. God-level. Although Wei Yuan had never witnessed a God-level class in person, he had heard about the colorful light during class transitions. Instinctively, he looked at Yi Tian. Unlike Jiang Che, who was amazed, Yi Tian was clearly not surprised, as if he had known all along. Yi Tian can even awaken a God-level class. Such an ability is rather terrifying. Fortunately, Yi Tian appeared in the Great Xia. Wei Yuan sighed in relief, his thoughts deepening. He seemed to have a stronger hope regarding the current situation in the Great Xia and breaking the covetous eyes of foreign races and evil spirits. Ye Jus Gazifroze. His pupils slightly dilated, as if pinned in place. Facing any dungeon or secret realm, Yi Xiao could quickly devise a strategy, but now his mind was blank, filled only with indescribable shock. He looked at the current panel with rare trembling. Yi Xiao, class, Wanderer, Tier 1, quality, God level, 10 strength, 170 agility, 170 constitution, 170 spirit, 170 class talent, 1000 machine umbrella, Wanderer exclusive weapon. Level grows with Wanderer class, can transform into any weapon form without cooldown, and possesses mythic weapon attributes. Talent 2, full-time enhancement, can learn all low-tier skills of any class, Tier 2 and below, without restrictions. Learn skills receive super enhancement. This class actually has 2 talents, but lacks inherent skills. Yi Tian was also eager to check the abilities of this god-level class, the Wanderer. He had to say it was completely different from any other class he had seen. First of all, having a mythic-level weapon was already outrageous, and it could also transform forms without cooldown. It should be noted that as the highest quality of equipment, there is currently not a single mythic-level item in the world. That's right, not a single one, because the few remaining dungeons that can drop mythic-level equipment, like the Tier 4 class transition dungeons, are too high in level and difficulty, and no one has been able to clear them yet. And this is the only mythic-level weapon in the world. No, it's the only 2, because after the recruitment succeeded, it meant Yi Tian also had one. However, Yi Tian felt that the second-class talent was somewhat weaker. While being able to learn all classes skills without restriction was indeed powerful, it could only be low-tier skills. Whether it could exert combat power still depended on Yi Xiu's ability. He just didn't know how strong this super enhancement could be. Yi Tian left his expectations for the latter effect. You have successfully recruited employee Yi Xiu, gaining the following attributes: Strength 170, Agility 170, Constitution 170, Spirit 170. The colorful radiance of the class transformation light pillar gradually dissipated. Wei Yuan's Starry Sky barrier also faded. The 4th god-level class in the world, the 2nd in the Great Xia, was born right before him. For a moment, Wei Yuan felt somewhat emotional. Would the total number of high-quality classes in the future even be less than those under Yi Tian? Here, take these. Wei Yuan took out 3 rings and handed them to Yi Tian. These were items called shielding rings, which have the ability to prevent others from detecting the class quality. Although skills that can detect are very few, and those who can use mental power to sense the existence of class quality are also rare. It's still necessary to be cautious. Yi Tian gladly accepted them. To reduce unnecessary trouble, these items were indeed needed. Originally, the 3 rings were intended for Yi Tian. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che and Wan Zhang's had already been sent to the military camp, but Wei Yuan did not expect that another Yi Xiu would join today. Come to my office later, and I'll give you another one. I happen to have a set of equipment for you too, Wei Yuan reminded Yi Tian before leaving. After Wei Yuan left, Yi Xiu finally came to his senses from this enormous surprise. He only now realized some previous doubts. Why would Jiang Che, a legendary class, listen to a young man like Yi Tian? Why could even Wei Yuan be called by Yi Tian? And now, Yi Xiu finally understood. Boss. Yi Xiu calmed his emotions and said, in that case, I will also address you as such. Of course. So now, is there any task you need me to do? The usually free-spirited Yi Xiu now hoped Yi Tian would assign him something to do. The favor of having a god-level class was too great, making him eager to prove his worth. It was like entering a company, receiving a luxury car, a villa, and a 10 million bonus right after starting. At this moment, not working hard would feel like ants crawling on him. Yi Tian happened to fulfill his wish. Tomorrow, the medium-sized secret realm in Qingsheng will open. I hope you can lead the team as the tactical commander to clear it. After recruiting Yi Xiu, Yi Tian felt more confident about clearing the medium-sized secret realm. Medium-sized secret realm. Yi Xiu had certainly heard of it. Recently, major guilds have been frantically recruiting people, and just thinking about it made the competition seem fierce. Even the Sega Guild had removed Yi Xiu from the team leader position because they wanted to recruit people to conquer the medium-sized secret realm. To clear the secret realm meant having to be the first team to race through it. But Yi Xiu was never afraid of challenges. Boss, who are our teammates? The maximum number of players in a secret realm team is usually 5. Yi Tian happened to have corresponding candidates and informed Yi Xiu of the basic information about Bai Qiuli, Wan Zhang, and Jiang Che. This way, with Yi Tian himself, it made exactly 5 people. All of them were legendary classes. Yi Xiu gasped, looking at Yi Tian with some disbelief. He had never thought someone could organize such a terrifying team. If the name of this all-legendary class team were to spread, it would probably scare away 90 of the guilds wanting to compete for the medium-sized secret realm. While thinking, Yi Xiu suddenly looked up at Jiang Che. So you really weren't being modest when you said you were the 3rd strongest. Jiang Ge. However, after digesting the information about the team members, Yi Xiu felt a bit of a headache, because the medium-sized secret realm had both difficulty and mechanisms. and the monsters inside were all above Tier 2, level 25, with the final boss nearing Tier 3, level 50. Although Yi Xiao and the others had extremely high quality, their levels were too low. The highest level among them, by Chioli, had just reached level 14. Yi Xiao fell into deep thought, and Yi Tian asked, "Can't do it?" "Of course we can." Yi Xiao replied confidently, without hesitation. "Being low level only means low damage, but with our class quality, as long as we level up a bit, we can make up for that." Yi Xiao thought repeatedly about his teammates' abilities and was very certain. However, he noticed that Yi Tian only mentioned the abilities of the other 3 teammates and did not explain his own abilities. He instinctively thought that it was his responsibility to lead the boss through the dungeon along with the 3 teammates. And even so, Yi Xiao was not worried. With teammates having such high-class quality, not being able to lead the boss should be my problem. Yi Xiao thought to himself, and then brought up another issue. "Boss, I'm thinking about our team's class configuration." "What do you mean?" "The Cold Moon Sword Master, Dragon Shadow Gun Soul, and Chi Strength Martial Artist are all melee output classes, making our capabilities too singular. Clearing low-level dungeons can be done easily, but medium-sized secret realms require more preparation." Hearing Yi Xiao point this out, Yi Tian suddenly realized the issue. A reasonable team composition for players generally includes a tank, an assassin, mobile class, ranged, high-damage class, a priest, and support or others. In comparison, the problems are evident. Our class composition lacks healing, lacks a frontline threat generator, lacks AoE crowd control, and lacks air defense. Yi Xiao said, his tone gradually becoming more confident. "But don't worry, boss. I can solve these problems all by myself." Chapter 22. Never fought such a wealthy battle. Now all that's missing are some skill books. Yi Tian thought of Yi Xiao's talent, full-time enhancement, and couldn't help but have great expectations for super enhancement of skills. What kind of effect could the enhancement of a god-level profession achieve? However, the solo player profession does not have initial skills, and currently, they can only learn skills through skill books. Most skill books are produced in dungeons and secret realms, with a low drop rate, but they're also sold on the trading platform established by the Qingqing officials. The problem is that Yi Tian and Yi Xiao, one a poor high school student and the other just having left the guild with nothing, are both broke. "No worries, let's find a way," Yi Tian thought without hesitation. With the country's resource reserves, getting a few skill books shouldn't be a problem. After all, they are in a cooperative relationship. With this in mind, Yi Tian prepared to take Yi Xiao to Wei Yuan's office as the overall person in charge. Wei Yuan originally worked in the only large city in East China, Xingqing. Since discovering Yi Tian, he personally took on the role of Yi Tian's guardian and moved to Qingqing. Just as a medium-sized secret realm was opening, his office was set up in the Qingqiang Lord's Mansion, just a few hundred meters from the Qingshan apartment. "You've come." Noticing Yi Tian arriving at the office, Wei Yuan stopped writing, pushed aside a large equipment box next to him. This was a set of equipment Wei Yuan had promised to give to Yi Tian for his self-defense. Curious, Yi Tian opened it, and, in an instant, golden light shone brightly. A complete set of legendary equipment. 5 pieces, armor, bracers, leggings, shoes, and a helmet, all glimmering with silver wolf head patterns, powerful and elegant. This was a set of highly defensive wolf god armor. Even though he expected the country to provide something extraordinary, he still didn't anticipate that they would actually present him with an entire set of legendary equipment. After all, the Great Xia is currently in a period of resource scarcity. They need to guard against evil forces and deal with various alien races, and battles are frequent. Even though Yi Tian is not familiar with the specific war situation, he knows that Great Xia is already in a deficit. Just the number of secret realms plundered by alien races over the years is not small. The fewer secret realms there are, the more scarce the resources of Great Xia, leading to difficulties in forging high-quality equipment. An entire set of legendary equipment is probably something even Wei Yuan himself cannot gather. However, Yi Tian did not hesitate. He took it gratefully. "Thank you." He is clear about his value. It's just a set of legendary equipment. Yi Tian is confident he can earn it back 100-fold. As an excellent boss, he wouldn't let his partner suffer losses. Wei Yuan then added, "By the way, the Qianlong base in central China and the military in East China want to form 2 exploration teams to conquer tomorrow's medium-sized secret realm. They want to recruit by Chioli and Wanjiang to form a team. Let me ask for your opinion first. Qianlong base." This name is not unfamiliar to Yi Tian, It is a well-known special squad department in Great Xia. Within Qianlong Base, there are 3 or 4 standby special teams, all composed of top-tier professionals above epic quality. They are specifically for handling special tasks for Great Xia, responding to urgent or dangerous enemy situations. They are considered a special organization among official professionals. Yi Tian didn't expect Bai Qiuli's reputation had reached Qianlong Base, but he had already decided to form a team, so he had no reason to agree. I've also decided to form a team to conquer the secret realm. Yi Tian firmly refused. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che. These people are all my teammates. You? Wei Yuan was taken aback, completely unexpected, because Yi Tian and these people's levels were really too low. With such levels, it was likely that none could withstand the damage from the secret realm monsters. But seeing Yi Tian's determined expression, he didn't discourage him, but instead asked, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes. Youth is wonderful," Wei Yuan said enviously. Even when he was at level 10, he had never attempted to challenge a medium-sized secret realm close to level 2 or 3 difficulty. Of course, that was also because, in his youth, he couldn't gather so many legendary-level teammates to form a team. All right, then I'll decline their offer. Wei Yuan respected Yi Tian's decision, even though he didn't hold much hope. After all, the secret realm would open in a day, and a level gap was too difficult to bridge. At this moment, Yi Tian spoke about his main purpose. "I'm here to get some low-level skill books. The Great Xia Military Treasury or the Logistics Department in East China has some skill books stored, but they all require military merit and contributions to exchange." But Wei Yuan was very straightforward. Just some low-level skill books, no problem. Soon, Wei Yuan took Yi Tian and Yi Xiu to the Logistics Department. The Logistics Department refers to the official logistics department of East China, responsible for supplying equipment materials for the official army and rewarding contributions made to East China, etc. With Wei Yuan leading the way, Yi Tian and Yi Xiu walked through a silver-white, technology-filled corridor to the skill book library. Here, there are skill books of level 0 and 1, but there are relatively few high-quality ones. Wei Yuan pointed with his hand. The drop rate for high-quality skill books is lower than that of awakening high-quality professionals, and the quantity in the logistics department is also very limited. Yi Xiu also wisely stated calmly, "I only need the lowest level skill books. After all skills will be enhanced, and low-level skills will be strong in his hands too." He was looking forward to it, and soon found a basic skill book on a shelf of the skill book library. Basic healing restores a small amount of health to a single ally. Limited to priest learning. Seeing Yi Xiu pick up a nearly weakest skill, Wei Yuan showed a puzzled expression. He thought it was because he was looking at it wrong and that Yi Xiu was embarrassed to take it. So he simply turned his head away. Since he had promised Yi Tian, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. But Yi Xiu and Yi Tian didn't think too much. Both were very eager to see just how far full-time enhancement could strengthen skill effects. Yi Xiu immediately used the skill book, and the book transformed into a faint gray-white light, merging into Yi Xiu's body. The next moment, the skill underwent earth-shattering changes. Full-time enhancement. Skill healing enhanced to Holy Revelation. Holy Revelation instantly restores a huge amount of health to all surrounding allies and removes all negative states, adding a layer of life, shield, and holy blessing. Life shield, equivalent to 50 of health as shield value. Health will not change until the shield is broken. Holy blessing increases attack power and speed by 20, lasting for 2 minutes. Holy shit! Yi Tian and Yi Xiu were both overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain themselves. An ordinary quality low-level skill seemed to be even stronger than legendary level skills after full-time enhancement. With just one skill, Yi Xiu could almost become the #1 healer in Qingxing. Looking at the dozens of shelves of skill books in front of him, each shelf was basically piled high with skill books, and Yi Xiu was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit dazed. Never fought such a wealthy battle. Chapter 23, First Team Combat. At this moment, the library filled with skill books appeared to be a treasure in Yi Xiu's eyes. Meanwhile, the skills that had been enhanced through talent were also shared with Yi Tian. You have shared the skill of Employee Yi Xiu, Holy Oracle Apocalypse. The issue of team healing was resolved, but this was just the beginning. Yi Xiu continued to search and soon discovered the next target. Green machine gun, rapid-fire shots at enemies, limited to gunner class learning. The gunner's skills greatly compensated for ranged output. The power of the free class profession was now beginning to manifest, allowing Yi to select skills without considering class restrictions, gathering the strengths of various classes. Moreover, the 1,000 Machine Umbrella could transform into any type of mythic-level weapon, and with a full-time enhanced talent, he could perfectly utilize the abilities of all classes. Yi was quite satisfied. This class ability feels tailor-made for me. After saying this, he also used the skill book for the Green Machine Gun. Full-time enhancement. Skill Green Machine Gun enhanced to Metal Storm. Metal Storm. Fire rate increased to the limit, instantly releasing 500 to 800 bullets, forming a dense firepower net, with each bullet reducing enemy defense and movement speed by 5. Now, a ranged output skill seemed to also function as an armor-piercing and control skill. Yi felt pleased and scanned the other skill book shelves. He wanted another ranged output skill. The mid-level Dungeon's Guardian type was complex, and he needed to supplement some anti-air capabilities as well. After pondering for a moment, he reached out and pulled. Electro Ball deals ricochet damage to target enemies, with a chance to cause paralysis. Learn. Enhanced Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. Creates a massive thunder domain that deals chain-jumping massive lightning damage to enemies within the domain. Guaranteed to cause paralysis, and forms Thunder Calamity for execution damage after the domain ends. Paralysis significantly reduces action speed, with a chance of briefly stunning. Yi objectives were particularly clear, and he took skill books one by one to learn. As a result, Yi abilities became more comprehensive. Taunt. Enhanced Chaos Domain. Roll. Enhanced 3-step instant movement. Illusionary Clone. Enhanced multiple shadow clones. Wave Slash. Enhanced Soul Rending Slash. In the end, Yi chose a total of 8 skills, all of which leaned towards team-oriented abilities. As for why he didn't choose more, Yi knew very well that his mana was limited and his energy was also limited. Having these was already enough. Similarly, Yi Tian also shared these skills. The two then said goodbye to Wei Yuan and left the logistics department, with the team's ability configuration issue resolved. Yi confidence in clearing the mid-level dungeon rose again. He asked Yi Tian, "Boss, now we just need to level up the team members. If we follow my leveling strategy today, we should be able to reach an average level of 17, making it much more stable to take down the dungeon." Yi Tian nodded, deep in thought. "Perhaps we can reach an even higher level." Yi "That's unlikely. I've calculated that this is already the fastest dungeon running efficiency." Yi Tian remained silent, only taking Yi back to the apartment to prepare for a meeting. Speaking of which, this was indeed the first formal meeting after acquiring the meeting skill. It was also to announce the start of the first team combat. Please select the meeting type. Yi Tian. Strategic Meeting. Strategic Meeting. After the meeting ends, all members gain a 40 experience boost for 3 hours. If using employee benefits, gain a 120 experience boost. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of him rapidly distorted and reassembled like a holographic image. It was as if standing in a conference room of light and shadow above the starry sky, which lit up once again. One magical ability. Yi appeared in the second row of the crystal long table, surprised to observe his surroundings, where Jiang Che was sitting opposite him. Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang sat in the front row of the long table, curiously observing this newcomer. Yi "Tomorrow, the mid-level dungeon in Qingcheng will appear, and we will attack in team formation to definitely take down the dungeon. This Yi will serve as the team commander." Yi Tian got straight to the point without any small talk and introduced Yi to the others. In this meeting, no one would contradict Yi Tian's orders. Only Bai Qiuli scrutinized Yi doubting whether he could shoulder the responsibility of command. Wan Jiang, excited, felt there was an issue. Mid-level dungeon. "Wait, boss. Isn't our level a bit too low?" At this moment, Yi spoke calmly. "I have already prepared a leveling plan. Today, we will grind dungeons together, and we can at least raise our levels to above 17. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. At high levels, it's common to level up once a month." Yi leveling efficiency plan was already quite high. This efficiency is impressive. Wan Jiang was not surprised by the fact that Yi Tian's subordinates were all talented. However, including Yi the others present were still unaware of the extra effects of this meeting. At this time, Yi Tian opened the employee benefits option. 1. Insurance. Spend funds equal to 3 number of employees to generate a life-saving shield for all employees, capable of withstanding 1 fatal injury, lasting 3 days. If using employee benefits, the experience buff from the strategic meeting could be increased to 120. But currently, with 4 employees, it meant spending 12 points of funds. It's no exaggeration to say it's a hefty sum. However, to make taking down the mid-level dungeon more secure, Yi Tian suppressed his heartache, gritted his teeth, and decided to spend it. Clearing the mid-level dungeon with 4 employees means 4 shares of dividends, which will definitely double the return. But the funds balance alerted him, originally 51. 7 funds, after transferring to Yi Xiu, only 11. 7 remained. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and immediately checked everyone's work situation today, hoping to deduct some funds. Unexpectedly, by Chioli, who had gotten up early today, directly solved the problem. Employee by Chioli cleared the monster mountain, held difficulty 3 times, reward. Fund 0, 3. A model worker. Grinding the hell difficulty dungeon 3 times in one morning, truly a hard-working genius. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh and even thought about whether he should give her some reward. With the 12 points of funds achieved, Yi Tian distributed the employee benefits insurance to everyone before the meeting ended. The funds balance also returned to 0. A layer of death immunity shield. Great stuff, thank you. Boss, with the death immunity shield, should I go challenge the demon tower again? The employees thanked Yi Tian, but little did they know that there was an even bigger surprise after the meeting ended. Oh wow. Yi Xiu looked at the buff he currently had and was completely stunned. Strategic meeting buff. Experience gain increased by 120, lasting 3 hours. Leveling up is a challenge for all professionals, so some effects that increase experience gain are especially precious. Sometimes, an item that increases experience by 20 can sell for hundreds of thousands, and it's still in high demand. And now, Yi Tian directly gave everyone a 120 experience increase. Yi Xiu turned to Yi Tian in disbelief. Boss, am I not hallucinating? Yi Tian, it's only 3 hours. Make good use of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiu instantly felt invigorated. With this buff, combined with his leveling plan, their level disadvantage would also be compensated. If they still couldn't take it down at this point, it would truly be a problem with his command. Don't worry, boss. On the other side, Qingsha number 2 middle school. 1 magnetic levitation, small train, after another stopped at the school gate. And this year's senior students were lining up to board. 4 days before the college entrance examination, the Ministry of Education organized a large team dungeon trial for all senior high school students. The team dungeon was designed to enhance the candidates' practical combat and team battle abilities while allowing them to obtain good equipment and skill books, making it an important activity before the exam. The students eagerly boarded the train. Bai Chili had just walked out from a quiet corner of the school and was somewhat surprised to see the buff from the end of the meeting. Chili, where have you been? Principal Ji Chonglin asked upon noticing her, raising his hand to signal. The team dungeon train is about to start. Hurry up and get on. At that moment, upon learning that Yi Tian was preparing to explore a medium-level secret realm, Bai Chili had changed her mind. Sorry, Principal, something urgent came up, so I won't be going to the team dungeon. I hope you can approve this. What could be more important than the team dungeon? Ji Chonglin frowned slightly and said earnestly, Chioli, the large team dungeon can compensate for some of the deficiencies in your equipment. This opportunity only comes once. Bai Chioli was orphaned, and besides the school's scholarships, no one helped her. She could only rely on herself for equipment resources. Compared to some wealthy second-generation students who had the backing of major guilds, she was naturally at a disadvantage in terms of equipment, skills, and items, which could affect her ranking in the college entrance examination. Bai Chili knew what Principal G meant and understood the pros and cons. However, exploring a medium-level secret realm was too exaggerated. It was completely beyond what a senior high school student could do. So she changed her wording. Principal, please don't worry. I understand everything. Bai Chioli's gaze was confident, and her tone was serious. I am determined to be first in the East China region in this year's college entrance examination. Principal G, who had planned to persuade her further, was somewhat moved, his words caught in his throat. After a long while, he nodded and said, All right, I will give you special permission regarding the team dungeon. You can act freely before the exam. Thank you, Principal. Chapter 24. A Surge. Terrifying Dungeon Efficiency. Qingcheng Dungeon Center. Every city in the Great Xia has a designated location for dungeon runs. Unlike the professional hall in number 2 high school, the dungeon entrances here are of a higher level, with no dungeons below level 10. It is the busiest place for professionals every day, filled with various guilds and raid teams. Bai Chioli, dressed in a plain white uniform, walked lightly, her hair fluttering in the wind as she scanned for her teammates who agreed to meet here, attracting many admiring glances from passersby. Jiang Che waved repeatedly upon seeing her, while a somewhat laid-back young man, leaning against the wall, greeted her. Yi Xiao, are you a battle mage? Bai Qiuli noticed the mage armor on Yi Xiao, which is unique to battle mages. Yi Xiao smiled. I was before, now I could do a bit of everything. Wang Jian will come over from Dingxing later. Let's clear the dungeon first. Okay. As Yi Xiao and the three prepared to enter the dungeon, one person in the crowded dungeon center was staring at him. This person was wearing a guild-customized outfit with the word Shijia on it. Wait, could that person be Yi Xiao? Hearing this, several members of the Shijia guild looked over. Just from the back, they could tell, as they often watched Yi Xiao's back in previous dungeons. Leading them was Shijia's president, Ma Xiang. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's two teammates, showed a disdainful expression. After leaving Shijia, Yi Xiao is really nothing. He is actually teaming up with a kid who just changed classes. It seems the old captain is finished, and we are about to conquer a medium-sized secret realm. Yi Xiao will definitely not be in the same world as us anymore. At this moment, Yi Tian approached Wei Yuan to ask for help in bringing Wang Jian back. The military rules prohibit leaving the camp freely, but things became much easier once Wei Yuan spoke. In a matter of minutes, Wang Jian was on the special car back to Qingsheng. Wei Yuan sat behind a large wooden desk, looking at Yi Tian on the sofa, reminding him, your team is different from others. The level is too low and can easily get injured in the secret realm, so don't take unnecessary risks, whether in dungeons or secret realms. It's not just a game. When the health bar reaches 0, it signifies complete death. In Yi Tian's team, with 1 divine level and 3 legendary members, losing any one of them would be a significant loss. All right, Brother Wei. As Yi Tian got more accustomed to asking Wei Yuan for help, his address had naturally transitioned from old Wei to Brother Wei. Level 25 held difficulty dungeon, Kufu Gorge. Is the leveling efficiency you planned really that fast? Bai Qiuli asked curiously as the three faced the strong wind at the gorge entrance. Normally, a team dungeon run in hell difficulty takes at least an hour. Yet Yi Xiao claimed it would take a maximum of 5 minutes. Of course, Yi Xiao replied calmly, you just need to wait for me here. After saying that, Yi Xiao used 3-step instant movement, flashing hundreds of meters away. Jiang Che looked puzzled. Is he going to lure monsters by himself? The efficiency of luring monsters is generally low since one person can only attract a limited amount of aggro, and it's hard to gather many monsters at once. This method of dungeon running had long been phased out. 2 minutes later, as Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che were still wondering, they suddenly felt the ground shake. What the hell? Jiang Che looked toward the other side of the gorge, completely stunned. He saw 10 Yi Xiao figures running toward them, followed by countless monsters, causing the gorge to shake with their movement. Jiang Che was shocked. Did he lure all the monsters from the entire dungeon over here? Bai Qiuli was also amazed. Using the shadow clone technique to lure monsters, but to be able to split into so many clones and accurately control each one as aggro. His micromanagement skills are remarkable. Indeed, Yi Xiao used multiple shadow clones, effectively controlling 10 perspectives to draw aggro from the monsters. The number of clones from multiple shadow clones changes with level. Currently, at level 10, he could only create 10 clones, but they couldn't use the main body skills, only able to attack or defend. Yi Xiao instantly realized this was a monster-luring god technique. Boom! The whole dungeon's monsters were drawn into the gorge under Yi Xiao's exquisite aggro control. He used 3-step instant movement to return to his teammates and reminded them, the terrain in the gorge is small. Use the strongest area skills to clear the monsters. Their levels were generally more than 10 levels lower than the dungeon monsters, making the normal clearing speed extremely slow. Fortunately, their advantage was their high skill damage. Gathering a wave of the strongest AoE area of effect, damage right when the monsters were clustered together would drastically increase efficiency. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, Metal Storm, Icebound Absolute Cut, 8 Extremes Fist Collapse Fist. The roar of destruction and the wave of power intertwined, tearing the entire gorge apart in an instant. A blazing wave sweeping away all life. After the skills were used, the dungeon completion prompt came in just over 10 seconds. Level 11. After the three were teleported out of the dungeon, Yi Xiao checked his level and was very satisfied with this efficiency. It seemed the surge strategy was very successful. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded in agreement. With this, their leveling speed would be incredibly fast. At this moment, a tall young man about 1.9 meters with short hair walked in front of Yi Xiao and the others. My name is Wang Jian. The boss asked me to come join. Oh, looks like everyone is finally here. Yi Xiao took the initiative to shake hands with Wang Jian and smiled. With the boss not here, let us clear the dungeon together. Yi Xiao then reminded seriously. Today's dungeon run will be very boring, very mechanical, very dull. But for the boss's task, I hope everyone can hang in there. As the tactical commander, Yi Xiao subconsciously took on the role of the team leader. Motivating the team members was also part of the job. But the only response he got was by Qiuli's cold voice. No need for too much talk. The strategic meeting buff time is limited. Don't waste time. Wang Jian and Jiang Che both expressed their agreement, and Din Ti take the upcoming tedious dungeon run seriously. Yi Xiao scratched his head, revealing a somewhat self-deprecating smile, and chose not to say more, continuing to start the dungeon. However, in Yi Xiao's heart, he was particularly surprised. In the past, while mingling in Shijia, he had seen some epic and legendary professionals in other guilds. These people often relied on their strong professional qualities and were very arrogant, and getting them to follow the leader's instructions was often a pipe dream. They would act like they were the big shots. In contrast, the group under Yi Tian, all legendary professionals, had an astonishingly high overall quality. Until the evening, Yi Xiao became even more convinced of this conclusion. The team, led by Bai Qiuli, continuously cleared dungeons until late at night, only finally getting a break when the status bar showed the extreme fatigue debuff. Yi Tian arranged for the exhausted four to rest at the Qingshan apartment. All the rooms on the 5th floor of Qingshan apartment had been entrusted to Yi Tian by Wei Yuan, perfectly providing enough space. What should I do if the employees are overworking? Am I going to be hung up on a streetlight? As Yi Tian fell into thought, the new day's management log began to tally. Chapter 25. The employees are so worry-free. A gathering of heroes. Management log by Qiuli. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dry Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3-6. Wanjing. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dry Wind Gorge 35 times. Funds 3-5. Jiang Che. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dry Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3-6. Yi Xiao. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Dry Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds 3-6. You shared employee dungeon monster farming experience. Level increased. Level 16, level 24. After a 3-hour strategic meeting buff, Yi Tian used the strategic meeting again, but the second experience boost was only 40. Even so, the four's dungeon farming efficiency was still very high. Among them, the highest level, Bai Qiuli, had already risen from level 14 to level 20. Wanjing, Zhang Ke, and Yi Xiao also all reached level 19. It is worth noting that the experience bar above level 15 increases exponentially. Historically, the fastest second-generation rich kid to reach level 20 hired 2 professional leveling teams on shifts and took nearly 10 days to achieve it. Under the dual boost of Yi Tian's buff effect and Yi Xiao's dungeon farming efficiency, the whole team was very close to level 20, especially Yi Tian, whose level skyrocketed to 24. He was also very close to the second job advancement at level 25. Gaining the first-tier meeting skill made Yi Tian look forward even more to the second-tier professional abilities of the boss. Moreover, Yi Tian did not expect that before the medium-sized secret realm even opened, the funds had already broken even. The current funds balance had returned to 14.3. There were no achievement rewards. It was purely a dungeon farming effort that yielded 0.1 funds. For a moment, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. As a boss, having these employees truly makes one worry-free. The next day, the medium-sized secret realm refreshed with the latest news in the outskirts of East Qing City, sweeping across the entire Qing City and surrounding areas. In an instant, it attracted widespread attention, a gathering of heroes. The major well-informed professional guild teams rushed to the outskirts of E City, not wanting to fall behind. At this moment, the outskirts of E City had already seen the Great Xia army dispatch troops to prepare for control. A vague island phantom was continuously solidifying in the outskirts, a sign that the secret realm entrance was about to open. Initially, it appeared like a wisp of illusion on the horizon, faintly visible like a mirage. Then the outline of a floating island gradually became clear, as if a staircase paved with starlight was ready to guide people onto the island. Once the staircase solidified and the entrance opened, various exploration teams could enter to strategize. Upon successful strategizing, it would remain in this form as a resource secret realm, continuously producing resource materials. If they failed to strategize within 3 days, the secret realm would completely disappear. At this moment, within just a few minutes, more than 10 guild exploration teams had already gathered here, ready to go, including Sega. Sega's president, Ma Xiang, was particularly confident, accompanied by 3 newly recruited epic professionals. President, look, that should be the official exploration team from East China, and that team, even the Qianlong base sent people. The competition is fierce. That is the DMing team, led by the legendary professional Zhao Qi with blue hair. Every word from the team members darkened Ma Xiang's confident expression a bit. The 3 epic teammates he had painstakingly recruited seemed a bit inadequate in such a scene. Ma Xiang's face turned angry. Damn. The competition for the medium-sized secret realm is actually this fierce? If it weren't for Yi Xiao helping him secure a secondary secret realm, allowing him to afford recruiting epic-level teammates, Sega Guild wouldn't have had the capability to compete for the medium-sized secret realm at all. His confidence was indeed somewhat misplaced. At this moment, another guild president nearby said, "The resource output of the medium-sized secret realm is high, and the profits are huge, making it easy for alien races or extremist organizations to mix into the competition. That's why Qianlong Base came." As he spoke, a few guilds realized they couldn't compete and quietly left, but Ma Xiang stubbornly stayed. On the other side, Zhao Qi, the tall and thin blue-haired leader of the special team DMing, was following Wei Yuan with his teammates. As the special team leader, he held great respect for Wei Yuan. However, recalling his boss's words, he had to smile nervously and say, "Old Wei, the boss asked us to convey a message. He said, help others compete for the secret realm. The reward is optional, but if it's for you, it must start with 5 pieces of legendary equipment." Zhao Qi cautiously observed Wei Yuan's expression. Of course, it's all the boss's intention. It has nothing to do with Qianlong Base. As a special team, they often help other regions compete for secret realms to prevent them from disappearing due to failed strategies or being taken by alien races and other extremist organizations. After successfully strategizing, they would return full ownership of the secret realm to the regional manager, but would also symbolically charge some rewards. However, 5 pieces of legendary equipment was simply asking for too much. Wei Yuan was not angry. His lips curled into a smile, as if recalling interesting past events. Your boss Ling Luo has been looking for trouble since he was in the barracks, getting beaten up every time. It's been decades, and he can be considered quite resilient." Zhao Qi pursed his lips, bowed his head respectfully, and did not dare to respond. "It is not good to offend anyone. Don't worry," Wei Yuan said with a gentle smile. "If you really manage to be the first to secure the secret realm, I will personally bring 5 pieces of legendary equipment to deliver the reward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi straightened his back a bit. "Old Wei, rest assured, our DMing team is determined to succeed, and we won't give the enemy a chance." The other members of DMing also actively expressed their determination. Even though they were the last special team formed, they were confident they could crush other teams and guilds. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan looked around, feeling a bit puzzled. Where is Yi Tian's team? In fact, Yi Tian's teammates were timing their dungeon farming just before the secret realm appeared, preparing to run through another round of dungeons. After all, waiting at the secret realm entrance was still waiting. It was better to level up again, which was by Qiuli's exact words. Thus, when Yi Xiao and the others emerged from Dry Wind Gorge again, their levels had risen to 20. Bai Qiuli reached level 21. The average level increased by another level. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's experience bar for level 25 had also risen to 80. The entry restriction for the medium-sized secret realm was below level 2, and nearly all competing teams, including the DMing team, had reached level 25. The current gap between their team and the others was much smaller than originally planned by Yi Xiao. If they added in professional quality, their configuration was far ahead of other teams. In addition, Yi Tian applied the tactical meeting buff again. All members' attributes increased by 30. As for why he didn't spend another 12 funds to raise the amplification to 80, of course, it was unnecessary. At this point, Yi Tian just didn't want to take action. It wasn't that he couldn't take action. In the outskirts of East Qing City, the entrance to the medium-sized secret realm was about to open. Wei Yuan, the DMing team, the East China military exploration team, and exploration teams from various major guilds were all waiting here. At this moment, the skies suddenly fell silent, shrouded by a menacing figure. Everyone looked up, and a heavy atmosphere of tension, worry, and fear spread among the crowd. It was a figure exuding immense pressure, a massive and majestic dragon body, its wings blocking the sun, scales like eternally burning flames, and a thunderous dragon roar announcing its arrival. The ancient kingdom, the Crimson Emperor. Behind him followed 5 half-dragon beings of different forms, all bearing the bloodline of the ancient royal family. Clearly, they had come to compete for the secret realm. Damn, this group of aliens is coming to rob again. The military personnel from East China looked at each other with resentment. The members of the earthquake team furrowed their brows. It seems the pressure has been put on us. Team leader Zhao Qi's gaze was resolute. We will win. Chapter 26, Entering the Secret Realm. The comfort zone has arrived. Boom! The dazzling starlight transformed into 8 spheres that gathered in Wei Yuan's palm, then shot toward the Red Emperor in the sky. The ordinary-looking light spheres exploded upon hitting the Red Emperor, creating an astonishing roar that caused the people on the ground to instinctively cover their ears. However, after being blocked by one of the Red Emperor's wings, only a few faint blue marks remained. Is this how you treat a partner? The voice of the Red Emperor rumbled like thunder. There's an old saying in the Great Xia that this emperor particularly likes: survival of the fittest. In the secret realm, naturally, the capable should reside there. Are you, Wei Yuan, afraid of competition? The Red Emperor crossed his arms, hovering in the air, looking at Wei Yuan with a mocking smile as he laughed heartily. Wei Yuan's expression was indifferent. Judging by his unperturbed demeanor, he seemed to have long anticipated that the Yaga dynasty would come to compete. After all, Qingcheng is not far from the Yaga dynasty's otherworldly passage. But now is indeed not the time to turn against the Yaga dynasty. The Great Xia faces enemies on all sides, and there are too many wars to deal with, making it unwise to add more chaos. Wei Yuan said solemnly, "The secret realm was opened by our human race. Can the Yaga dynasty just come and go as they please?" The Red Emperor laughed heartily. "That small secret realm in Dingsheng is still yours. Consider it our entry ticket. A medium-sized secret realm produces resources that are several times more than a small secret realm. Moreover, the larger the secret realm, the greater the chance of producing high-quality items." Seeing that Wei Yuan did not refuse, the Red Emperor led several royal half-dragons to land at the entrance of the secret realm, revealing a confident laugh. As if everything was under control. It was as if they were making a trade of exchanging a small secret realm for a medium one. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. The Red Emperor looked around with a confident grin. In the secret realm, the capable should reside there. Pass on my decree. From now on, whenever the Yaga dynasty encounters a secret realm, the Great Xia can challenge at will, and we will not refuse anyone. Ha ha. The royal dragon descendants, due to their bloodline and dragon bodies, are born powerful, especially at lower levels. Their strength and physique far exceed that of humans. This has led the Yaga dynasty to be consistently confident. Upon seeing the arrival of the Yaga dynasty, nearly half of the guilds immediately withdrew from the competition for the secret realm. These half-dragons are almost comparable to legendary-level warriors. There's no competition. Don't waste time. However, as countless people left, a 5-member team led by Yi Tian swam against the current and finally arrived. Upon seeing the other race, Bai Chioli's cold eyes turned icy, and she translated for Yi Tian, "Boss. This dragon says that we can go to the Yaga dynasty to snatch the secret realm anytime in the future." Oh, Yi Tian immediately perked up and joked. "Sounds like the Yaga dynasty is quite friendly." Jiang Che scratched his head. "Although I haven't read much. It seems something is off based on everyone else's expressions." Yi Xiao, who is also proficient in the language of other races, confirmed, "That's exactly what it means to us." Wan Jiang stared intently at the entrance of the secret realm and said in a deep voice, "It has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, the entrance to the secret realm officially opened. That pathway like starlight solidified, and all challengers who approached would be pulled into the medium-sized secret realm. Get ready to move. The earth-shaking team and the 5 half-dragons rushed to the path first. Soon, all teams, including Yi Tian and others, entered the secret realm one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian and the others were transported to another space. The 5 stood on a floating island, with a waterfall-like stream of light cascading from the island's edge and broken runes scattered on the ground, giving off a distinctly ancient aura. You have entered the medium-sized secret realm trial, Sky Island Realm. Current trial, first stage. Eliminate all monsters on the floating island to clear the level. The trials in medium-sized secret realms are mostly divided into 3 stages. Yi Tian, who has extensive knowledge of secret realms, spoke up. It seems the first stage is a race to clear the monsters. This is quite a common trial method. Most secret realms have a similar first stage. But after last night's hellish dungeon grinding, Yi Tian, by Chioli, and the others are more than familiar with the tactics for clearing monsters. As the tactical commander, Yi Tian put away his usual nonchalance. After surveying the surrounding terrain, he quickly ordered, "Move out, cross-aggro the monsters." "Understood, boss. You just find a place to rest. Jiang Che will stay to protect you." "All right, Jiang Ke." After the words fell, Yi Tian by Chioli and Wan Jiang rushed in different directions. The terrain of the floating island is unlike that of the dry wind gorge. There are no natural canyons to gather monsters. So each team member needs to pull aggro separately to attract the monsters together. And Yi Tian's multiple shadow clone can now create 20 clones after reaching level 20. Most of the aggro pulling tasks are still handled by him. Controlling 20 clones simultaneously is not an easy task, but for Yi Tian, micromanagement is simply his comfort zone. Boom! From all sides of the circular floating island, all of Yi Tian's clones, along with Wan Jiang and Bai Chiuli, attracted the monsters to the center of the island. This is the core of Yi Tian's cross-aggro tactic, to gather all the monsters' movement trajectories to a specific intersection for fire coverage. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. Yi Tian's Qinkuan umbrella transformed into a mythic-level staff, and terrifying thunderous power descended from the sky, like a mighty heavenly wrath. Boom! At the intersection, nearly half of the monsters were cleared in an instant. As Yi Tian's level increased from 10 to 20, his attributes more than doubled, and with the buff effects, his combat power surged. Cold Moon Sword Dance. Gun Shadow Array. After last night's hellish practice, Bai Chioli and Wan Jiang had become adept at timing their attacks. In an instant, 3 waves of AoE skills were unleashed, completely clearing the monsters in the first stage. Yi Tian was amazed to see Yi Tian's one-wave tactic for the first time. Compared to other teams' push-through tactics, Yi Tian's one-wave was simply a dimensional strike. Of course, it also benefited from the sheer strength of the skills. Yi Tian, with maximum efficiency, unhesitatingly said, "Second stage." After the secret realm opened, that illusory floating island transformed into an array composed of holographic images. It displayed the racing status of each team in the form of progress bars. Most of those who chose to give up participating in the secret realm stopped here, wanting to see the fierce competition in this medium-sized secret realm. Wow! The half-dragons from the Yaga dynasty and the earth-shaking team clear monsters so quickly, someone couldn't help but exclaim, drawing resonance from those around. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor, standing at the forefront, also noticed this. The Yaga dynasty and the earth-shaking team rapidly cleared the monsters upon reaching the first stage, with a progress bar soaring to over 30%. This was not unexpected for the 2 powerful figures. However, what puzzled Wei Yuan was that he saw Yi Tian's team's progress bar remained at 0 for quite a while. What is he? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Tian's team's monster-clearing progress bar surged rapidly. In just a second or two, it jumped from 0 to 98, 99, 100. Huh! Wei Yuan's eyes showed surprise. Similarly, all the onlookers, including the Red Emperor, widened their eyes in disbelief. No way, do they cheat? Is this the efficiency of a hack? Which team is this fierce? Why haven't I heard of them before? The astonishment echoed among the onlookers. In contrast, the Red Emperor's expression darkened slightly. However, the next moment, after Yi Tian's team cleared the first stage, the scene for the second stage of the trial was unlocked. In the next scene of the floating island, 5 small floating islands appeared. Each small floating island had a mini-boss present. This means that all 5 different mini-bosses on the islands must be defeated to complete the level. Upon seeing this, the Red Emperor's expression changed from gloomy to sunny, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The rest of the onlookers, including the military personnel, were somewhat indignant. Damn. This second level is too advantageous for the Aga dynasty. Indeed, the half-dragons of the Aga dynasty have strong individual combat power. 5 of them can even challenge 5 mini-bosses simultaneously. The dimming team has a healer, support, and tank, and they have to challenge them one by one, which will definitely slow down their speed. It's not just the dimming team. All professional teams are the same. Unless there is a team where every member has the ability to tear apart mini-bosses, but teams generally need to accommodate roles like healers and tanks. How could that be possible? Chapter 27, Encountering Special Potential Again. 5 floating islands, each with a mini-boss. Inside the secret realm, upon seeing the trial scene of the second level, Yi Tian's expression turned strange. If the first level's monster gathering was Knight Shio's comfort zone, then the second level was simply the comfort zone for the whole team. It should be noted that before Knight Shio arrived, none of Yi Tian's employees had any special abilities. They could only fight. Seeing this, Knight Shio was amazed and even felt a bit relaxed. There's nothing more to say. One for each person. Let's go. The team members stood at the edge of the floating island, in front of 5 teleportation arrays, each leading to a small floating island. Upon hearing this by Chili, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che stepped forward, each teleporting to a small island to take on their challenges. Boss, I can take out the remaining 2 in a row. Don't worry, Knight Shio said to Yi Tian, then stepped into the teleportation array to leave. Yi Tian didn't want to slow down the team's progress, so he also entered the last teleportation array. Knight Shio transformed the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella in his hand into a long knife and teleported in an instant to the mini-boss. He had to kill it quickly. The mini-boss he faced was named Island Fungi Master, level 40. The Island Fungi Master resembled a small mountain made of mycelium and flesh with a massive size. Its surface covered in thick fungal folds, adept at defense and toxin stacking. Against an ordinary small team, it could slowly accumulate toxin damage using its high defense, which would be quite troublesome. However, under the enhancement of Knight Shio's mythical weapon, that defense was no longer a concern. In an instant, several massive sharp rays of light slashed out from the knife, shaking the air and stirring up waves. Soul-cutting slash. Compared to other skills learned to enhance AoE, this slash had the highest damage aside from a certain control effect. However, looking at the health bar of the Island Fungi Master, the control effect was not evident. The slash landed, and the mini-boss fell heavily to the ground with a wail. One down, Knight Shio moved without pause, heading directly to the last island to deal with the final mini-boss. He teleported back to the last teleportation array in 3 quick steps. When Knight Shio arrived at the last small floating island, he found Yi Tian already sitting beside the mini-boss's corpse, quietly waiting for the others to finish. Boss. Knight Shio's expression changed in surprise, looking at Yi Tian with astonishment. This was the first time he realized that the boss didn't seem to lack combat power. Moreover, he didn't seem weak. Ding! All 5 mini-bosses on the floating islands were defeated. 5 floating runestone tablets, shining with golden light, formed a connecting path like a stone bridge, guiding the team to the final level. Let's go. Yi Tian stood up and signaled. Knight Shio didn't think too much and quickly followed Yi Tian. Let's go. Compared to the speed of other teams, Yi Tian's team was leading by a cliff-like margin. Even the Yaga Dynasty and the Earthquake team, who were trailing behind, had just arrived at the second level. This speed was truly terrifying. The 5 of them arrived at the final giant floating island. This place was surrounded by storms, with lightning weaving a net in the clouds, and dense fog seemed to form a gate to welcome their arrival. At the same time, behind this foggy level, a figure cloaked in black was constantly moving. The atmosphere was somewhat inconsistent with the other monsters in this secret realm. Rockguard. The figure in the black robe focused on 2 nearby mini-monsters in the secret realm. 2 purple flying knives were thrown from under the black robe, silently killing the 2 guards and turning into experience points absorbed by the black robe figure. If anyone else were present, they would surely be amazed, because no dungeon monster had ever been able to gain experience by killing other monsters. The evolution to elite monster was not far off. The black-robed figure thought to herself, in a secret realm below level 2, as long as I don't encounter that freak from last time, it poses no threat to me. However, at this moment, 5 people suddenly approached through the fog barrier beside her. They reached the 3rd level so quickly, the black robe was shocked and instinctively turned to look. The next moment, she locked eyes with the leader of the 5, her expression filled with terror. On the other side, when Yi Tian saw the black-robed figure, he was overjoyed. Ding! Detected the emergence of a special potential talent nearby. It's you. It's him. Ever since he left the unsealed secret realm last time, Yi Tian had asked Wei Yuan to issue orders to search for the black-robed figure. but there had been no news of her. He didn't expect to meet her again in the secret realm. The black-robed figure looked at Yi Tian, almost without hesitation. Run? Damn it. Why did I have to run into this disaster again? She was certain that she was no match for Yi Tian as a dungeon monster. Encountering a professional player who could defeat her, what was there to wait for if not to run? Don't run. I'm not here to kill you. Yi Tian rushed forward, immediately pursuing her. The 4 team members were left standing in place, looking at each other. This, Night Shio, briefly stunned by Yi Tian's speed, then quickly said, "Don't mind the boss. Let's take down the boss. Securing the secret realm is the priority." Anyway, Night Shio hadn't included Yi Tian in his original boss strategy plan. The few of them quickly arrived at the center of the giant floating island in the 3rd level and saw the final boss, the Sky Sovereign. It was a 3-meter-tall elemental creature, its body woven from starlight and storms, resembling a seahorse with 6 wings on its back. Wan Jiang initiated the attack. "I'll break its defense." "Metal Storm," Night Shio quickly said, transforming the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella in his hand into a giant weapon full of mechanical aesthetics. Over 2 meters long, made entirely of dark gray alloy. As the skill activated, it unleashed hundreds of bullets per second, spewing purple flames. At that moment, on the other side of the giant floating island, the black-robed figure realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake off Yi Tian, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged within her, accompanied by intense anger. As for what Yi Tian said about not wanting to kill her, who would believe that? She was well aware that those professional players, upon discovering dungeon monsters, especially special ones like her, only had one thought in their minds: will killing it drop good loot? During her weak times, she had encountered such killings countless times, and every painful experience was still vivid in her memory. If she were to be killed again, although she could respawn, all the hard-earned experience and levels would be wiped clean. In an instant, the black-robed figure revealed a determined expression. "I can't die again. Void Gotha." She waved her hand fiercely, and just like when she first entered the unsealed dungeon, a door appeared before her, leading to an unknown destination. The black-robed figure rushed in and vanished. Yi Tian stopped, his expression helpless. This was the first time he had seen such a miraculous way to leave a dungeon. The Void Gate gave him a sense of unknown danger, and he had no intention of risking going in. The ability to freely traverse dungeons and secret realms. If he were to gain this ability, wouldn't he be able to directly enter and loot while others were grinding in the secret realms? Yi Tian furrowed his brows. Lost in thought, he really wanted to recruit this currently unique potential talent he had encountered. But if he didn't resolve her means of traversing dungeon spaces at will, he wouldn't even have the chance to talk. Yi Tian's experience was still limited, and he hadn't thought of any restraining methods. But by some twist of fate, he decided to take out his phone and ask the amazing Wei Yuan if there was any ability that could restrain spatial teleportation. Outside, Wei Yuan, who was fully focused on the progress of the secret realm, suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. When Wei Yuan received the message from Yi Tian, even he, usually calm and composed, fell into a long silence. "Aren't you in the racing secret realm? Where did you find the time to send a message?" Wei Yuan let out an ambiguous laugh and replied, "Yes." "Is this another subspace of the secret realm?" The figure in the black robe stepped out from the door and found that the surrounding scene was still the medium-sized secret realm, Tianyu realm. The subspace is a trial space within the secret realm, where the scenes and levels are the same for each challenger. She looked around and realized that this was the 2nd level. Not far from her, a half-dragon man was challenging the mini-boss, Stormweaver. The strategy of a Yaga dynasty in the 2nd level was to each challenge a mini-boss, but unexpectedly, the black-robed figure stumbled upon one. A dragonborn? Facing the half-dragon man, who was considered quite powerful in the eyes of many, the black-robed figure was surprisingly unfazed. Fortunately, he was far from being a disaster. Ever since facing Yi Tian, the black-robed figure felt much more confident against others. Taking advantage of the half-dragon man launching a full attack on the mini-boss, the black-robed figure swiftly shot out 4 purple throwing knives from behind. Swish, 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 accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. The 4 throwing knives accurately pierced into the waist of the half-dragon man. The intense pain made the half-dragon man howl in agony. Seeing this opportunity, the mini-boss, Stormweaver, followed up with a skill that nearly severely injured the half-dragon man who had the advantage. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, The black-robed figure quickly drew out dual blades and leaped out, executing precise and sharp knife techniques that quickly took down the half-dragon man, who was left with low health. Immediately after, she didn't spare the mini-boss that had been weakened by the half-dragon man either. Killing two powerful targets filled her with experience, causing her title to undergo a qualitative change. Elite Monster. Chapter 28. Large amount of funds. Tier 2 mission. Outside, the Red Emperor's face turned red with anger, and it seemed that the temperature around him had risen a bit. He could clearly sense that there was one less half-dragon with royal blood in the secret realm. One half-dragon had died in the secret realm. Useless. The Red Emperor never expected that a half-dragon with royal blood could actually perish in the secret realm. Indeed, if it weren't for the black-robed man being scared off by Yi Tian and coincidentally teleporting behind the half-dragon, there would have been no chance of death. But now, not only had they lost a half-dragon, but the progress of the Yaga dynasty's clearance had also been delayed. Useless, Wei Yuan casually said beside him, Red Emperor, pay attention to your image. Hearing this, the Red Emperor's eyes instantly turned crimson as he stared fiercely at the calm Wei Yuan, becoming increasingly angry. Do you think we can't win with just our 4 clan members? The progress of your great Xia is only. As the Red Emperor spoke, he looked at the progress bar of the secret realm, and his eyes widened in shock, suddenly speechless. Because the progress bar showed that Yi Tian's team had already reached 95 completion at the final boss of the 3rd level. They were just one step away from clearing it. In contrast, the remaining 4 half-dragons of the Yaga dynasty had just finished the 2nd level. Wei Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. For some reason, after receiving a message from Yi Tian just now, he had an inexplicable feeling. Yi Tian would definitely take first place. Inside the secret realm, at the last giant floating island, Yishio by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhang Che stood in a semi-surrounding position, with Yishio continuously issuing commands. Stop, conserve skills and mana. Wait for me to break the armor. The boss's health is very low. It's about to unleash its final move. Qiuli, interrupt him. Before he could finish speaking, Qiuli had already prepared, and a powerful ice force continuously gathered on her longsword. Ice Seal Absolute Slash. A white streak swept across, and the boss, the Sky Sovereign, was frozen within a mass of ice crystals. Immediately after, countless slashes fell upon the ice crystals. Yishio quickly said, Focus fire, take down the boss. The Ice Seal Absolute Slash had a freezing effect that could forcibly interrupt the boss's skills. However, after the freeze ended, the boss would unleash its rage even faster. So, it was crucial to secure a kill during this time. The boss's health was down to 5, a threshold that would be easy for Yishio and the others to handle. Crack boom, the ice crystal shattered, and the boss's body fragments and broken ice crystals scattered on the ground. Your team has defeated the secret realm boss, Sky Sovereign. As Yi Tian returned, he saw the scene of the boss being killed. He hardly moved a finger and was brought along to clear the medium-sized secret realm, making him arguably the first in history to do so. Nice! Zhang Che and Wan Jiang fist-bumped and cheered. It was everyone's first time clearing a medium-sized secret realm. But Yishio felt deeply about it. He had spent 2 years in the Sega Guild before conquering his first minor secret realm. He never expected to clear a medium-sized secret realm the day after arriving here. Yishio's smile was like being reborn. How about it, boss? Great, Yi Tian affirmed. In fact, what made Yi Tian even happier was the message from Wei Yuan, stating that there was a way to stop spatial teleportation. This meant that next time they encountered the Black Robe Man, there would be a chance to recruit this special talent. Double happiness. At the same time, the settlement announcement was also published. You have cleared the medium-sized secret realm, Sky Island. Your level has increased to level 25. You have reached level 25. After completing the advancement task, you will undergo a second job advancement and gain a job-exclusive skill. Employees, Bai Qiuli, Van Zhang, Zhang Ke, Yixiu, have achieved the first clear achievement of the medium-sized secret realm, reward dividends. Funds 24, legendary equipment blind box 4. The rewards this time were luxurious. The 4 of them cleared the medium-sized secret realm, receiving 4 shares of dividends, totaling 80 points of funds. This was Yi Tian's first large income, and combined with the original balance, the total funds now reached 94. 3. Even if he recruited a special potential talent, there would still be plenty of funds left. Moreover, The most important gain this time was the ownership of the medium-sized secret realm. Your team was the first to clear the medium-sized secret realm, according to team distribution rules. As the captain, you gain 100 ownership of the secret realm's output. This was decided by the team before entering the secret realm. They fully entrusted the ownership of the secret realm's output to Yi Tian. After all, the resources in the secret realm need to be developed by someone. And a resource secret realm that can support 2 or 3 cities requires management. Everyone unanimously agreed that this was something the boss should worry about. However, to so decisively give up the ownership of the secret realm, besides the military, Yi Tian's team was probably unique. The levels of the team members had all increased, but there were no rewards in terms of equipment or skills for clearing the secret realm. Seeing this, Yi Tian decided to bring out 4 legendary equipment blind boxes as rewards for the 4. After all, the efforts of all the employees were evident. As a boss, you should not be stingy when it comes to rewarding. Moreover, Yi Tian already had the Sky Wolf set given by Wei Yuan, and the others also needed some decent equipment. Great job, everyone! This counts as a bonus. Let us randomly open 1 piece of legendary equipment for each of your professions. Wow! Jiang Che's eyes widened in disbelief. A piece of immensely valuable legendary equipment was just given away like that. Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang also fixed their gazes on the blind boxes, both a bit stunned. Especially Bai Qiuli, whose equipment was relatively poor. She might have become a disadvantage in the college entrance examination, but Yi Tian directly helped her make up for it. The boss is generous. Yi Xiu took the blind box, feeling a mix of shock and gratitude. He had been in the guild for 2 years and had seen too many bosses who wished to hold onto every bit of wealth. They would give meager rewards to employees, putting on a show of charity as if employees had received a great favor. In contrast, Yi Tian, even without doing anything, everyone would have no complaints. Yet he specifically used legendary equipment as a bonus. In the past 200 years, that was absolutely unprecedented. If before was more about repaying Yi Tian, now Yi Xiu truly recognized this boss. Come on, everyone, say it. The boss is generous. The boss is generous. Awesome. Before leaving the secret realm, Yi Tian checked the advancement tasks. Now that his level had reached, the second job advancement was not far off. Second-tier advancement task. Recruit 1 god-level potential talent. Any employee obtains district-level honor. Completion progress. 1-2. He just happened to have Yi Xiu as a god-level potential talent, but he was only missing 1 district-level honor. Honor, to be specific, refers to some kind of award, for example, by Chile being the first in the history of the internship trial, or Wan Jiang being the top contributor in the reserve team during the Monster Tide. And district level refers to the 5 major districts of Huaxia: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, which undoubtedly requires larger awards. Yi Tian immediately thought of the college entrance examination. Today, Great Xia had divided the National College entrance examination into 5 major districts. The East China District College entrance examination was just 2 days away. If Bai Qiuli, who was preparing for the college entrance examination, were to achieve a good ranking, it would definitely count as a district-level honor. 2 days later, Yi Tian silently calculated. On the day of the college entrance examination, all examinees in East China would participate, and many talents would surely emerge. It was also a good day for him to recruit. Chapter 29. Means of recruiting special talents. As the Yi Tian squad cleared the secret realm, the other squads were forced to end their challenges, all failing, because there could only be 1 victor. At this moment, Yi Tian and the other challengers emerged from the secret realm. The other squads were all bewildered. It ended too quickly. The Sega Guild's president, Ma Xiang, was dumbfounded. He hadn't even reached the halfway point in the first stage and was teleported out. Sega's progress was among the worst of all teams, and Ma Xiang, who couldn't command, had no damage output and was completely relying on his 3 epic teammates to help him clear it. It was purely a dream. However, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Yi Xiu among the victorious squad. President, that can't be Yi Xiu, right? How is that possible? He is an elite class. How could he clear a medium secret realm? He must be riding on someone else's coattails. In fact, I think the command of Ye's team is actually quite good. Several members of the Sega Guild actively rebutted their president, infuriating Ma Xiang, whose face turned red. Yes, now there isn't even a commander in the team, and it's all chaotic. Foolish president, I want to leave the guild. Former members of Yi Xiu's team looked at him now with envy and regret. Now, the Yi team and we are truly from different worlds. On the other side, the special team from the Qianlong base, the dimming team, was also somewhat confused. Captain Zhao Qi stared in shock at the first place, unable to believe it. Because the Yaga dynasty intervened, they had already opened fire, yet they had only just cleared the second stage. How could someone have already finished the secret realm? No, you guys are even more formidable than the special team. What makes my special team special at all? The only consolation was that the secret realm wasn't taken by the other races. Overall, it was still a good result for the Great Xia. However, Zhao Qi felt somewhat depressed. Those who had been specially sent to help them were now just passers-by. The dimming team awkwardly bid farewell to Wei Yuan and hurried back to the Qianlong base. At this moment, the angriest was undoubtedly the Crimson Emperor of the Yaga dynasty. Useless. All useless. The half-dragon Yedra and others participating in the competition silently lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Mao was even more of a waste among the wastes, being killed by secret realm monsters. His soul should be thrown into the Abyss Forge. The Crimson Emperor was furious, even somewhat losing his composure. The Yaga dynasty had competed for secret realms countless times, but never had they lost so thoroughly. Not only that, but failing to conquer a medium secret realm was one thing. He had also lost a ticket to a small secret realm for nothing. A typical case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. It was a wasted trip, and losing face in the Great Xia was something the Crimson Emperor could not accept. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan silently watched the Crimson Emperor with a calm expression, as if watching a show. This made the Crimson Emperor even angrier, roaring, "Wei Yuan." Wei Yuan smiled lightly, crossing his arms casually. "The secret realm is over. Crimson Emperor, take care." Good. The anger in the Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes was almost tangible. Don't forget, the racial competition is not restricted by the secret realm levels. I hope you can still laugh then. As the Crimson Emperor prepared to leave, he felt even more aggrieved. In this racial competition, I want you to wager a medium secret realm. Wei Yuan did not respond, casually saying, "I wonder if what the Crimson Emperor said about allowing the Great Xia to challenge the Yaga dynasty's secret realm freely still stands?" The Crimson Emperor fell silent and took off. The remaining half-dragons quickly followed back to the Yaga dynasty. Ha! I didn't expect this old dragon to have such a humiliating day. This Yi Tian's team did a great job, no matter who won against the other races. I'm a loyal fan of theirs. Among the onlookers, many who had given up entering the secret realm felt quite pleased after watching this competition. The Yaga dynasty had fought for many secret realms from the Great Xia over the years, and now they had finally turned the tide, allowing people to breathe easier. With the secret realm concluded, Yi Tian and the others were taken away by Wei Yuan, especially Yi Tian, who was taken to a conference room for a detailed discussion with Wei Yuan. "I really didn't expect you to clear the secret realm." Wei Yuan had to admire that Yi Tian had indeed created a miracle. Since they were partners, they could naturally play their roles. Yi Tian didn't waste words and directly discussed with Wei Yuan about preparing to transfer the rights to the resource output of the medium secret realm to Huadong. After all, developing resources in a medium secret realm required a large workforce, and ongoing management and protection were necessary. It was too difficult for an individual to operate. Moreover, the resources in a medium secret realm were so abundant that Yi Tian couldn't possibly consume them all. Handing them over to the state would better utilize the resources. A hint of appreciation appeared in Wei Yuan's eyes. Yi Tian didn't even take the opportunity to propose conditions, which proved his long-term vision. For a moment, Wei Yuan, as the overall person in charge of Huadong, began to seriously consider the relationship with Yi Tian as a partner. "Well, since that's the case, I won't say much more," Wei Yuan said cheerfully. "If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I will also reserve a portion of the resources from the secret realm specifically for you to use." Yi Tian immediately made a request. "I actually do have a need right now. You mentioned having the ability to prevent spatial teleportation. What is it?" Although Wei Yuan didn't know what Yi Tian would use it for, seeing his eager expression, he simply didn't keep him in suspense. He took out a square item, with all four sides made of an illusory, transparent grid, looking somewhat like a small prison. Deathmatch prison. After use, it creates a space where no one can leave by any means unless the holder of the item dies. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian showed a delighted expression. Such a good item. He took the deathmatch prison and found it was indeed a legendary level item. With it, next time he encountered the black-robed person, He wouldn't have to worry about her escaping again. Wei Yuan explained. This was developed by a legendary class, inventor from the Great Xia. Currently, only a few are owned by the Great Xia government. This demonstrates one of the benefits of cooperating with the state. Such a uniquely functional item would be very hard for Yi Tian to find on his own without Wei Yuan's guidance. Overall, the cooperation was pleasant. While some were happy, others were angry. On the other side, in the palace of the Crimson Emperor of the Yaga dynasty, the palace was in disarray. Various rare treasures beside the throne were overturned on the ground, and even the stone pillars in the hall were smashed halfway. The royal dragon descendants in the hall didn't dare to breathe. As soon as the Crimson Emperor returned, he burst into a rage. It was the first time in over 20 years that he had suffered such humiliation. My lord, please calm down. After the Crimson Emperor had been furious for a long time, a half-dragon mage aide spoke to comfort him. It was just a minor failure in the secret realm. Now, several princes have returned from the dragon ancestral secret realm. The bloodlines of the princes are far beyond that of half-dragons. They can easily crush the Great Xia. And when the two races compete, they will make the Great Xia pay back in blood. This speech eased the Crimson Emperor's furious expression somewhat. The princes of the Yaga dynasty were the purest bloodline of the new dragon offspring, and according to dragon bloodline theory, they were also the strongest. In terms of level, they had even surpassed the second tier. The Crimson Emperor sat back on the throne, emitting a thunderous hum. For this time's two-race competition, I want to raise the stakes. Let the Great Xia put out two medium secret realms. The half-dragon aide agreed. The Crimson Emperor is wise. Let the Great Xia repay what they earned today double. Just as the Crimson Emperor's expression had just softened, the next moment, a soldier in the hall brought news. My lord, the border troops of the Great Xia are going to take over a small secret realm of our clan. They say you allowed it. Ah, damn. The Red Emperor's previously relaxed expression turned even angrier as he slammed his fist onto the armrest of the throne. Fortunately, the throne was sturdy enough. After going out, he lost a small secret realm. The words resentment seemed to be etched on the Red Emperor's face. Want to take the secret realm? I want to see where the Great Xia gets the courage to do so. The Red Emperor snorted coldly and instructed the advisor beside him. Go to the border of Great Xia and provoke the demonic source energy. Let's see if they still have the leisure to take my secret realm. Chapter 30, Perfect Body Tempering. Sudden demon tide. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Yi Tian, Bai Qiuli, Yi Xiu, and Jiang Che had a hot pot meal in the apartment. It was a celebration for their first team operation. Before entering the secret realm, Yi Xiu and the others were exhausted from grinding dungeons, and now that they had successfully completed the secret realm, it was time to relax a bit. So, at Yi Tian's suggestion, they took a short afternoon break to enjoy a good meal. However, Wang Jiang did not participate. He had a limited time to leave the military. Only 2 days at most. After finally returning to Qingsheng, he went home to visit his mother as soon as the secret realm ended. When a child achieves something, the most they hope for is their parents' recognition. But unfortunately, Wang Jiang's father was missing, so he could only share this with his mother. When would he find his father? Late at night, after having dinner with his mother, Wang Jiang lay alone in bed, staring at the ring on his hand in a daze. Confused. If he was confused, then he should improve his strength. With this thought, Wang Jiang rekindled his fighting spirit and prepared to continue challenging the body tempering. After leveling up to level 22 post-secret realm, combined with the attributes provided by the body tempering, 270 gene body tempering, strength 50, constitution 50, spirit 20, caused his attributes to soar, and he also opened a legendary armor from the blind box given by the boss, dragon scale armor. Compared to his first attempt at body tempering, his attributes had more than doubled. Now, if he challenged body tempering again, he might just achieve a perfect score of 1000 gene. With a thought, Wang Jiang vanished from his room and teleported directly to the central area of the Demon Ceiling Tower's first floor. Challenge body tempering. As soon as he finished speaking, the tower responded to his request. The second challenge of body tempering begins. In the next moment, an invisible heavy pressure condensed instantly. This time, it started directly from the previous score of 270 gene. However, with his attributes boosted several times, Wang Jiang felt no pressure at all. 500, 600, 800 gene. The heavy pressure continued to increase to the limit, and Wang Jiang felt as if he was bound by countless chains, with every muscle feeling like it was being torn apart. But his willpower was like a tightly stretched string, allowing him to hold on. 1000 gene. The pressure of 1000 gene, if it were an ordinary person of the same level, would be crushed to a pulp on the spot. However, Wang Jiang held on. Moments later, a flash of brilliance passed over him, and his momentum suddenly changed, as if a mountain was rising from the ground. Body tempering challenge completed. Achieved perfect tempering. 1000 gene. Achieved one of the foundations for refining an extraordinary physique. Body tempering, perfect. Strength 150, Constitution 150, Spirit 50, Agility 50. Physical attributes significantly increased, vitality as strong as a dragon, recovery greatly enhanced. Even severe injuries can heal in a short time. Success. Wang Zhang's clothes were soaked with sweat, and he breathed heavily to restore his vitality. Both strength and constitution increased by 100, with a total of 280 attribute points raised. Now, his level 22 attributes were already higher than those of a level 40 epic class. Wang Jiang increasingly looked forward to the next stages of the Demon Sealing Tower, the unlocking conditions for the second layer. Defeat monster-level evil spirits, and strive to achieve it as soon as possible. Apartment 502, Qingshan. After dinner, Yi Tian and the others lay on the big sofa in the living room, chatting idly. Yi Xiu had already decided to form a pioneering team with Jiang Che and his siblings, perfectly solving the problem of Yi Xiu being alone and the Jiang siblings lacking a strong player. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Yi Tian. You have shared the talent of employee Wang Jiang. Body tempering, perfect. In an instant, his physical attributes were enhanced, and just sitting there, his vitality surged like a furnace. Who turned the air conditioning to hot? Jiang Che fanned his collar, looking puzzled. Bai Qiuli, on the other side of the sofa, stared at Yi Tian, feeling that he had become a bit stronger. Yi Xiu also looked at Yi Tian and teased. Boss is still young, getting restless late at night. I usually only do this in the morning. Yi Tian did not expect the effect of Wang Zhang's perfect body tempering to be so good, but hearing Yi Xiu's words still made his mouth twitch. Soon after, midnight arrived. The management log refreshed. However, since everyone was basically resting after clearing the secret realm today, there wasn't much content. Only the leveling up before the secret realm and a few dungeon runs were recorded. They earned a total of 2.8 in funds. Compared to the huge income from clearing the secret realm today, it was just a small addition. Current fund balance, 97.1. The next day, when it was time to return to the team, Wang Jiang drove back to the border military camp in Dingsheng. However, as soon as he arrived in Dingsheng, the urgent mobilization state of the border troops startled him. What happened? Suddenly entering a state of combat readiness. Wang Jiang quickly found the commander of the Vanguard Regiment and learned about the current situation. A new demon tide had appeared, and its scale was even larger than the last time, at least a medium-sized demon tide. Why so sudden? The last demon tide had just passed not long ago. Source Qi. Someone had triggered the evil spirit Source Qi, causing the evil spirits to gather rapidly and form a demon tide. Commander Chang Wei of the Vanguard Regiment coldly snorted. It must be those bastards from the Yagi dynasty. The evil spirit Source Qi is a unique item. Like a stimulant for evil spirits, once triggered, it will cause a demon tide. Wang Zhang's expression instantly turned furious. A medium-sized demon tide is already a huge threat to the border. Repelling it head-on would definitely come at cost. And this time, triggered by the Yaga dynasty. The medium-sized demon tide appeared suddenly. For the unprepared border troops, it might cause a fatal blow. The soldiers in the defense line could suffer countless casualties. Seeing Wang Zhang's furious expression, Commander Chang Wei smiled slightly, signaling him. But there's no need to worry too much. The person in charge warned us yesterday. Wang Jiang was taken aback. Wei Lao? Yesterday. He warned us. Commander Chang Wei recalled the orders given by Wei Yuan yesterday, and couldn't help but feel admiration. The Red Emperor is irritable and unwilling to suffer losses. He must have sinister means. The border must immediately enter a state of combat readiness and patrol. As soon as the secret realm ended yesterday, Wei Lao issued a military order for combat readiness, so Dingsheng was already prepared. Wang Zhang's expression shook, his emotions fluctuating. Commander Chang Wei extended a finger and pointed upward, signaling him to look at the sky. A figure hovered in midair, overlooking the border area. It was Wei Yuan, surrounded by a faint starlight, his robes rustling in the breeze, and his elegant and restrained face revealed a calmness like a mountain. The originally scheming foreign races, who intended to take advantage of the medium-sized demon tide, all retracted their plans the moment Wei Yuan appeared. If Yi Tian were here, he would definitely exclaim, "This is the talent of the nation. No wonder he can be the person in charge." Commander Chang Wei sighed and patted Wang Jiang's shoulder. "You should learn from this too." Wang Jiang nodded silently. After that, Chang Wei assigned him a task. Although Wei Yuan had already anticipated it, the threat of a medium-sized demon tide was still real, and the border troops needed to respond cautiously without any slack. "You don't need to go to the reserve team anymore. Join the guerrilla squad." "Yes, Commander." Chapter 31. Connecting the Demon Ceiling Tower. Choosing one of the extraordinary physiques. Due to Wang Jiang's previous performance during the demon tide, being in the reserve team seemed a bit of a waste, while joining the main team felt lacking in experience. Therefore, the guerrilla squad, a flexible unit that allows for free play, was more suitable for him. Thinking about the unlocking conditions for the second layer of the demon ceiling tower, Wang Jiang held his spear, moving quickly, eagerly rushing to the front line to slay enemies. The number of evil demons in the medium-sized demon tide was large, with demon lord-level beings appearing. So the border troops would abandon the first line of defense outside the city and retreat to the second line to cooperate with the city's defensive mechanisms to fend off the enemies. While Wang Jiang killed enemies, he could also cover his teammates' retreat. With his current strength, he was already quite proficient when facing low-level evil demons. The medium-sized demon tide was indeed fiercer and larger than the previous small one. Found it, a monster-level evil demon. After killing several evil demons, Wang Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting his target. It was a grotesque creature over 2 meters tall, its surface twisted and covered with flowing blood, as if it were a flesh monster with its skin stripped away. Blood demon, monster level, 30 level epic class strength. Wang Jiang recalled the military's demon records. The blood demon was considered one of the stronger types among monster-level demons. However, to Wang Jiang, it was merely an opponent to be defeated. Breaking the army, the spear shot out like a dragon, easily crushing the blood demon with destructive power. In the next moment, Wang Jiang disappeared. You have met the unlocking condition for the second layer of the demon ceiling tower. Kill a monster-level evil demon. Automatically starting the trial of the second layer of the demon ceiling tower. The demon ceiling tower was great in many ways, but the sudden teleportation was a bit puzzling. After Wang Jiang complained a bit, he directly arrived at the trial space. Trial of the second layer of the demon ceiling tower. Kill 10 blood demons. Unlike the confusion he felt when he first entered the demon ceiling tower, Wang Jiang now had plenty of confidence. Facing 10 blood demons emerging from the darkness of the trial space, Wang Jiang gripped his spear and thrust it into the ground, unleashing a radiant formation from beneath his feet. Gun Shadow Formation. It is worth mentioning that the 10 blood demons before him provided Wang Jiang with a 30 attribute boost, making his kills even faster. Second layer trial cleared. Reward talent. Spiritual Gathering Form. Spiritual Gathering Form. Use spirit to wash the flesh, shaping an extraordinary physique. As the trial ended, the second layer of the demon ceiling tower shone brightly, and an intangible spirit like clear spring flowed into Wang Jiang's body. Unlike the heavy pressure during body tempering, Spiritual Gathering Form was incredibly refreshing, as if his limbs and bones had been purified. So refreshing. At this point, all of Wang Jiang's 5 senses were enhanced. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, etc. were all significantly strengthened, even allowing him to sense spiritual fluctuations, predicting dangers or enemy movements. Talent. 1000 June body tempering, perfect, and talent. Spiritual Gathering Form have fused, achieving the prerequisites for an extraordinary physique. Seeing this new prompt, Wang Jiang's face lit up with joy. He never expected that the legendary extraordinary physique was already beckoning to him. A new attribute appeared in his talent bar. Extraordinary physique. None. Prerequisites for activating the physique have been met. Need to obtain activate the physique. In simple terms, Wang Jiang had qualified for an extraordinary physique, but had not yet obtained it. However, from the information in the demon ceiling tower, Wang Jiang received a hint. The reward for the third layer trial would directly grant the extraordinary physique. The unlocking condition for the third layer. Kill a spirit level evil demon. Wang Jiang was now filled with excitement. Spirit level, there might be hope if he tried. The boss gave him a legendary profession and rewarded him with legendary equipment. If he didn't become stronger, how could he live up to the boss's expectations? Let's go for it. After pondering for a long time, Wang Jiang finally made up his mind to challenge the spirit level. A new recruit challenging spirit-level evil demons would surely shock the commander. But Wang Jiang aimed to challenge more than one. Wang Jiang's fighting spirit was unparalleled, but the moment he left the demon ceiling tower, he suddenly froze. He saw countless pairs of crimson eyes surrounding him, all staring intently at him. All around, there were evil demons. At the border command post in Ding City, all the commanders, including Chong Wei, were stunned. Hadn't they confirmed that everyone had retreated from the first line of defense? How did someone get into the back of the evil demons? All the allied forces were confused, and the 2 battalion commanders responsible for the evacuation were even more bewildered. Yes, everyone had indeed retreated. Facing the medium-sized demon tide, the original battle plan was to retreat to the second line, with all soldiers from the first line coming back. But they never expected someone to appear out of nowhere in the midst of the encircled evil demons. Above Ding City, Wei Yuan looked indifferent, surveying the battlefield until he spotted Wang Jiang among the group of evil demons. It was one of Yi Tian's subordinates. What was he doing? At this moment, realizing he was surrounded by evil demons, Wang Jiang felt no fear or dread, only excitement, because he was now terrifyingly strong. Unmatched, ignore all negative states. For every 1 decrease in health, all 4 attributes increase by 1. For each enemy nearby, all 4 attributes increase by 3. The range of nearby was not large, but the density of the evil demons was so high that there were about 60 to 70 around him. This nearly doubled Wang Jiang's attributes. The unprecedented sense of power surged through Wang Jiang, igniting waves of fighting spirit within him. With a sweeping strike of his spear, he effortlessly killed nearly 10 evil demons in an instant. So satisfying. A wave of exhilaration coursed through his body, but Wang Jiang did not act recklessly. He was not a fool and understood the situation clearly. The medium-sized demon tide, with the presence of demon lord-level evil demons, represented a completely different level of enemy for him. Encountering 10 of them would mean certain death. The priority was to take the opportunity to initiate the 3rd layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial. After the previous 2 trial challenges, he realized that the monsters in the trials were the same as the evil demons he had killed to activate the trials. Spirit-level evil demons were powerful, equivalent to epic-class professionals at levels 50 or 60, and were not easy to handle. It was best to choose an opponent he could counter. Got it. Wang Jiang's gaze focused on a gunome-like monster, surrounded by a black mist-like virus. Roar of Plague, Spirit level 55. Attributes, Strength 565, Agility 565, Constitution 600. Spirit 595. Description, releases a large amount of virus causing numerous negative states. Contact can lead to deadly disease infection. The Roar of Plague was a very tricky monster for the border troops, and many professionals were reluctant to face it, because the viruses it released were extremely disgusting. And once infected with the plague, it was very painful, with treatment taking a long time after the battle. But for Wang Jiang, it was completely a reward stage. His talent unmatched, ignores all negative states. This included viruses and plagues. Breaking the army. With this thought in mind, Wang Jiang did not hesitate, swiftly moving to the front of the Roar of Plague. His spear tore through the evil demon's body, and with a massive attribute boost from Unmatched, the spirit-level demon shattered upon contact. In the next moment, Wang Jiang disappeared again. When did he become so fierce? In the command post, the Vanguard Regiment Commander Chong Wei was shocked, but soon became confused again. Why did he disappear again? Someone beside him suspiciously said, could it be that his profession is a spatial assassin? Demon Ceiling Tower, 3rd layer. Wang Jiang was fully focused, his mind tense, as he faced 10 Roars of Plague. Moreover, the high attribute boost from Unmatched had already disappeared, facing 10 enemies. He was left with only a 30 boost. Even though he was immune to negative states, his hard power was still lacking considerably. Immediately, Wang Jiang did not hesitate and stabbed himself repeatedly with his spear. Lower the health bar to below 50, and the attribute bonus increases by 50. At this moment, his strength attribute surged to 882. Damn, it hurts. Wang Jiang gritted his teeth, but his fighting spirit remained strong. With his extraordinary physique, I'm ready to fight. Kill. Meanwhile, after Wang Jiang swiftly killed the demon spirit, the border defense army began to clear the demon tide. The foreign races of the Yaga dynasty initially wanted to take the opportunity to create chaos and disrupt the defense operation of the Great Xia. But with Wei Yuan overseeing the situation and the Red Emperor absent, the other foreign races did not dare to act recklessly. The reason the Great Xia is weak lies in the scarcity of high-quality professions, insufficient resources, and the excessive external enemies brought by the foreign race channels. However, once a high-potential, high-quality professional emerges, they will be no less formidable than those powerful foreign races. On the third floor of the Demon's Ceiling Tower, Wan Zhang's health had now dropped to 20, but his momentum did not diminish. There were only 3 Plague Howlers left on the opposite side. Even though they were immune to the negative status of the Plague Poison, the combat power of the Demon Spirit level evil spirits was still very strong, making it Wan Zhang's most dangerous battle so far. If I had known, I should have asked the boss to hold a meeting before I came a challenge. Wan Zhang thought to himself, feeling quite frustrated with his current attitude. With a legendary profession, legendary equipment, and even a benefit from the boss that grants immunity to fatal damage, how could I not dare to fight with all my might? It's me who isn't trying hard enough. Wan Zhang's expression became resolute, his eyes filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Then he stabbed himself with 2 more shots. His health dropped to 5, but his attributes reached an unprecedented height. One man holds the pass. Wan Zhang swung his spear and leaped into the air, his might far surpassing that of the 3 demon spirit-level evil spirits. Break the army. Boom! The powerful impact carried destructive force, causing violent tremors in the trial space. The 3 Plague Howlers were instantly defeated, and Wan Zhang's level rose to 23. At the same time, it announced the completion of the 3rd layer of the trial. You have cleared the 3rd layer of the trial and can receive a reward. Random Extraordinary Physique. Choose one of 3. Extraordinary Physique. Choose one of 3. Wan Zhang sat cross-legged on the ground, still having strong health recovering from his injuries, excitedly checking the rewards. The Extraordinary Physique could be regarded as an extremely powerful passive ability that integrates and strengthens the entire body, mostly found among foreign races. He couldn't wait to look at the options. 3 illusory card-like patterns appear before him. Xiantai Dominance. A grade significantly enhances defense and physique, and can convert received attacks into energy for a powerful counterattack. Damage related to physique and defense. Such a strong defensive counterattack ability. It is extremely suitable for tank professions, almost allowing combat power to rise a level. Just the A-grade physique is almost comparable to the abilities of legendary professions. However, Wan Zhang's profession leans more towards a warrior, and he hoped to have warrior-type abilities. He randomly looked at the next one, but was stunned. Phoenix Body. S-grade significantly enhances agility, attacks deal high fire and light attribute damage, and can be reborn upon death. Note: choosing this will transform you into a female, greatly enhancing charm. Wan Zhang. He was originally quite tempted by this S-grade extraordinary physique, not to mention the significant agility enhancement. The attack deals dual attribute damage. It's simply stronger than a legendary passive ability. But unfortunately, I have to turn into a woman. Wan Zhang took a deep breath and silently shifted his gaze away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tian was wandering around the centers of various dungeons, having searched countless dungeons today just to find the black-robed person with special potential. Unfortunately, for someone who can traverse dungeons, the probability was too low. However, at this moment, Yi Tian's heart stirred, and he fell into confusion. Why do I have the feeling of having escaped a calamity? He noticed that Wan Zhang had met the conditions for the extraordinary physique, which should have been good news to share with him. Strange. Chapter 32, Thunder War Body. Establishing a special team base. Wan Zhang focused on the last option. The icon for the 3rd option depicted a small figure surrounded by thunder. The icon displayed the corresponding information. Thunder War Body. S greatly enhances attack speed and movement speed. Each attack summons the power of thunder around the body, with the range and damage of the thunder power determined by the strength of the attack. When the thunder power hits the enemy, there's a chance to apply a paralysis effect to the enemy. So powerful. Seeing the last option for the physique, Wan Zhang finally showed a smile and found his target. He decisively chose the Thunder War Body. Selected Thunder War Body as the reward for the 3rd trial layer. Extraordinary physique, fusion, successful. As the voice of the demon's ceiling tower fell, a fierce power surged into Wan Zhang's body. The interweaving arcs of thunder flickered around him, and at that moment, he seemed to transform into a legendary profession of the thunder element. He instinctively swung his spear, and a thunderous power as thick as a bamboo pole struck down, shaking several stones from the ground. Wang Jiang looked amazed. With another sweep of the spear, 3 consecutive thunder strikes followed its trajectory, creating 3 large craters on the ground. The extraordinary physique was indeed remarkable. While Wang Jiang was delighted, the prompt for the next trial space sounded. The 4th trial space can enhance this extraordinary physique or obtain a higher-rated physique. Conditions to unseal the 4th trial. Kill a demon Lord-level evil spirit. An S-level physique is so powerful. I wonder how strong a higher-rated physique could be. With this thought, Wang Jiang felt an increase in motivation. Time to exit the tower. At the second defensive line of the city, the main force of the Vanguard team was engaged in a chaotic battle with the tide of evil spirits. Evil spirits, once stirred by source energy, become almost like madmen, knowing only how to fight. Even after killing several waves with the city defenses, they were still quite tricky to handle. At this moment, on the electronic screen of the command center, amidst the dark mass of evil spirits, the friendly light lit up again. What the hell? Who is charged behind the evil spirits again? Who else could it be? Seeing Wang Jiang reappear, several commanding group leaders were somewhat accustomed to it. After all, he would probably disappear again soon. However, at that moment, Group Leader Changwei exclaimed, "Wait, what is he going to do?" Behind the tide of evil spirits, Wang Jiang swept with his spear. Wherever the spear went, the might of thunder shattered mountains and rocks, unstoppable, as if a thunder dragon had descended. Evil spirits are most afraid of the thunder that exterminates evil. For a moment, Wang Jiang's spear moved like lightning. And with the dual enhancement of S-level physique for attack speed and movement speed, his killing speed increased to a new level. This time, Wang Jiang was not planning to escape using the demon ceiling tower. Since the border defense forces began to counterattack, he, as a guerrilla team, should also contribute, killing behind the enemy. How could that not be considered guerrilla warfare? Spear Shadow Array. As the first-level professional skill was triggered, the thunder in the air gathered strength. Much stronger than before. The Thunder War body, with its attack strength enhancing the accompanying thunder, made the Spear Shadow Array undoubtedly the strongest attack against a group of enemies currently. Boom! The world-destroying thunder intertwined with the golden light of the Spear Shadow Array, weaving a war prelude to strangle the evil spirits. After 2 demon, Lord-level evil spirits in the tide were dealt with by the border defense forces, miraculously, the back of the tide was thrown into chaos by Wang Jiang alone. Isn't he a gunfighter? How could he use thunder magic? A good opportunity. The chaos behind the evil spirits disrupted the charge rhythm, making it seem like they could end the tide even sooner. The group leaders in the command center brightened their eyes. Seasoned in combat experience, they immediately recognized the value of Wang Jiang's actions. This kid, should he be punished for acting on his own or rewarded for his outstanding performance? That would be decided after the battle. The main force charges. You have shared the ability of employee, Wang Jiang, extraordinary physique, Thunder War body, crackle, purple lightning, like a dragon, wildly roamed around Yi Tian, and the manifestation during the fusion of the Thunder War body was even more intense than when Wang Jiang did it. Thunder type, extraordinary physique. Not bad, not bad. Yi Tian adapted to the power of the extraordinary physique and acknowledged Wang Jiang's choice. This S-level extraordinary physique brought abilities nearly comparable to a legendary profession. With this extraordinary physique, Wang Jiang could probably compete with the God-level Knight Cultivator for the title of the strongest employee. While thinking about this, Yi Tian exited the current dungeon. He had spent most of the day without finding the man in the black robe, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. He should find Wei Yuan and ask him to issue a bounty tomorrow. The main reason for not finding it today, Yi Tian felt, was the excessive number of people in the dungeon, which slowed down the efficiency of entering. After all, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. No examinee would miss the opportunity to cram at the last minute. What if they found a suitable piece of equipment or skill, or leveled up a couple of times for a better ranking? Although he did not plan to participate, he was still looking forward to the college entrance examination. Not only for professional advancement, but also for more opportunities to find talent. Yi Tian left the dungeon center and learned on the way that the medium-sized tide of evil spirits had been repelled, and the border defense achieved a great victory. This was not surprising, as he knew Wei Yuan was present, so nothing would go wrong. Just as he was thinking this, Wei Yuan, dressed in a green coat, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Yi Tian. Your employee Wang Jiang is now very strong. Wei Yuan walked alongside Yi Tian, casually chatting like old friends. Yi Tian thought of Wang Jiang's demon ceiling tower and his potential evaluation of pillar of national stability. Nodding in agreement. He will be even stronger in the future. Wei Yuan looked at Yi Tian in surprise, not expecting that he seemed completely unfazed by Wang Jiang's miraculous performance today. Is this the boss's confidence in his employee? After pondering for a long time, he set this question aside and brought up his purpose. Since you are not participating in tomorrow's college entrance examination, why not come and be a special recruitment officer for East China? Sure, Yi Tian agreed readily, just like when he was at Qingsha No. 3 Middle School. The special recruitment officer is a position for selecting special talents, aligning perfectly with Yi Tian's plans, giving him a formal identity. So he agreed without any hesitation. There is one more thing. At this point, Wei Yuan's expression was somewhat playful, as if he was looking forward to it. Your number of employees is large, and their strength is strong. Why not establish a special team base? Like the Earthquake team? Wei Yuan shook his head. Not just a special team, but a base like the Hidden Dragon base, controlling multiple special teams. Yi Tian was taken aback. He truly did not expect for him to establish a special team base. No way. Chapter 33. The Mercenaries of Daxia. The college entrance examination begins. A special task force dedicated to handling special missions for Daxia or responding to urgent enemy situations, providing support across Daxia. A new special task force is formed only once every 4 to 5 years. The Department of Special Task Forces, the Qianlong Base in central China, manages all elite special task forces, the most unique organization in Daxia, without exception. In the past 200 years of Daxia, there has only been one Qianlong base. Now Wei Yuan says he wants to benchmark against the Qianlong base. At this moment, he suddenly recalls the fear of being controlled by foolish bosses and clients in his past life. Seeing Yi Tian's strange gaze, Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Don't be nervous. I think you should still be able to awaken quite a few people, right? Yi Tian nodded. As long as the funding is sufficient, he could even recruit 1 billion awakened individuals. In fact, he was looking forward to that day. If he recruited 1 billion people, what level of power would he reach? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Just think about it. The most lacking element in a special task force base is top-tier professionals, and you can find many top-tier professionals. Wei Yuan was excited, while Yi Tian fell into silence. Cooperating with the state for mutual benefit is indeed what he desires. However, if he joins and establishes a national department, he would certainly gain resource support, but the trivial matters and troubles would inevitably increase compared to now. He doesn't want to waste time on that. He did not hide his concerns and openly expressed his negative attitude to Wei Yuan. However, Wei Yuan's expression was strange. You don't think Daxia can support a second Qianlong base, do you? There aren't that many resources. Yi Tian was taken aback. What does that mean? Wei Yuan placed his palm on Yi Tian's shoulder and explained, I hope the special task force base you establish is not positioned as a national department, but as a mercenary force cooperating with Daxia. Yi Tian's eyes brightened at this remark. This identity seemed promising. The identity of a mercenary would not bring the complexities of a national department, and the core would still be cooperation. After more explanations from Wei Yuan, Yi Tian understood. This special task force base was not an idea from Daxia's headquarters, but a suggestion from Wei Yuan. Daxia currently has many special tasks and urgent enemy situations, but resource scarcity prevents the establishment of another special department. While Yi Tian and others clearing medium-sized secret realms have given Wei Yuan hope. In short, previously, Yi Tian was cooperating with the state alone. Now, he would lead all his subordinates, transforming from an individual to an organizational form to cooperate with the state. I will still try my best to meet your needs, but the internal matters of your organization will have to be solved by you, Wei Yuan said with a smile. How about considering it? Yi Tian was quite tempted. Becoming an organizational form would also improve the affairs he could engage in, meaning more opportunities to earn dividends. For example, with the emergence of the last medium-sized secret realm, he could send special task forces to aid other regions like the Qianlong base. The only issue seems to be competition with the Qianlong base. After all, your newly established special task force base has the same functions as the old department, so there will inevitably be some competition. Yi Tian looked at Wei Yuan suspiciously. Are you unhappy with the Qianlong base? Wei Yuan stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Not really. It's just that the person in charge of the Qianlong base has some resentment towards me. Saying this, he suddenly realized what Yi Tian meant. You're quite confident. Yi Tian's question clearly indicated that, regarding special task forces, the Qianlong base would definitely not be able to compete with him. However, Yi Tian did think this way. With the strength of his subordinates, he couldn't think of any special task force that could match them. He decisively agreed to Wei Yuan's proposal. But the current number of employees was still small, so it would take some time to establish the special task force. All right, if you need base facilities, I can still provide them, Wei Yuan said before sending Yi Tian back to Qingshan apartment and leaving. At midnight, it was time to settle the management log for the day. Management log cleared the second and third layers of the Demon Ceiling Tower in Wanjing, gained funds 10. Night training, Jiangche successfully cleared a level 40 dungeon. Grievous Bones, gained funds 6. Jiangche submitted the dungeon strategy, sold new dungeon equipment materials. Save enough money to open a new Spark martial arts school, gained funds 1. Jiangche taught a new student who came to the martial arts school the 8 Extremes Fist, gained funds 0. 2. Your experience is full. You cannot level up until you complete the advancement task. Bai Qiuli is taking the college entrance examination tomorrow. So she spent the whole day practicing various martial arts examination skills and received no funds feedback. However, what surprised Yi Tian the most was not the clearing of the Demon Ceiling Tower and the night training for the new dungeon, but Jiangche. Opening a new martial arts school? He seemed to have mentioned it. Jiangche was taken in by the old director of the Spark martial arts school. His wish was to open a new martial arts school for the old director. But Yi Tian did not expect that opening a new martial arts school and teaching new students could also generate funds. Could this be considered some sort of achievement? Perhaps it could be. Yi Tian couldn't figure it out for now and needed more examples to make a clear judgment. However, the good news is that the funds further increased, reaching 114. 3. Unfortunately, today he was focused on searching for the person in the black robe and completely missed out on new talents. But fortunately, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. If there is a place in Daxia full of talent, the college entrance examination venue must be one of them. I hope to have some gains tomorrow. Closing the management log, Yi Tian picked up his phone, ready to play a couple of games before going to sleep. The next morning, with slight dark circles under his eyes, Yi Tian arrived at the designated college entrance examination venue in Qingshan No. 1 High School. The shielding array at the school gate opened early. Those without examination or proctoring qualifications were not allowed to enter the school. Various professional guilds and members of noble families were kept dozens of steps away from the school gate by fully armed guards. The annual college entrance examination officially begins. With the Special Recruitment Officer's authority granted to him, Yi Tian passed through smoothly and arrived at the examination management office. As soon as he arrived, his attention was drawn to a woman in red beside Wei Yuan. She wore a specially made red uniform that accentuated her tall and slender figure. With wavy black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a charming yet dangerous aura, like a red mandala standing proudly in the wind. However, Yi Tian noticed her not because of her beauty, but because her gaze was constantly fixated on Wei Yuan with hostility. Here you are, Gulme. Let me introduce you. Wei Yuan waved cheerfully at him upon seeing Yi Tian arrive. There were more than 10 people in the examination management office. All admission officers from Daxia's top universities, who couldn't help but feel curious upon seeing Wei Yuan actively wave to a student. But Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had already guessed the identity of the woman in red. Sure enough, Wei Yuan pointed at the woman in red and smiled. This is the boss of the Qianlong base, your future competitor, Commander Ling Luo. The woman in red, Ling Luo, crossed her arms and coldly surveyed Yi Tian before giving a disdainful snort at Wei Yuan. Humph, coward. You let a student take on what you're afraid to do yourself. Yi Tian's eyes lit up just from these two sentences. He could glean the love-hate relationship between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to Ling Luo's mockery, and continued. This is Yi Tian. I know, the team leader who surpassed the Yaga dynasty and the Diming team, clearing the medium-sized secret realm. After failing in the secret realm, the Diming team returned and mentioned him to Ling Luo, which piqued her curiosity about him. Ling Luo's gaze was sharp. As the boss of the Qianlong base and a top-tier professional at level 74, she couldn't see through Yi Tian's depth. Strange. The written examination has begun. In the examination management office, the principal of number 1 high school noticed the time and reminded everyone. The professional college entrance examination is divided into written and martial exams. The written exam tests textbook content and tactical strategies. Some candidates with poor job transfer prospects will only register for the written exam, hoping to use their scores to compete for a clerical or tactical support position. To Yi Tian's surprise, in the very first written exam, he discovered his target, detected golden potential talent. Chapter 34, Scholar and Relics. Although most of the people present were admission teachers, they showed little interest in the written examination. For professionals, the content of the written exam could only be considered a bonus. The martial arts exam was the decisive assessment, revealing the strength and potential of a newcomer. Therefore, aside from a few proctors for the written exam who left, most were still waiting for the martial arts exam to begin. However, Yi Tian walked directly towards the written exam venue, causing confusion among the crowd. Only Wei Yuan, who was aware of Yi Tian's extraordinary abilities, followed him without a word. The written exam venue in this world was no different from the college entrance examination in the past life, consisting of various classrooms where students completed papers in a simulated test. Yi Tian approached a back window of a certain classroom and looked in as prompted by the resume. He noticed a girl who was writing very quickly, which suggested she was confident in her answers. The girl looked gentle and quiet, with a slender figure, wearing a plain white school uniform that had become somewhat yellowed from washing, and her expression was particularly serious. Name, Ning Jing. Basic information. Female, 18 years old. From Qingcheng, Daxia. Profession, dual-wield warrior. Potential, gold, ancient civilization explorer. Background, grew up with her grandmother after her parents divorced, leading to an introverted personality. Has an almost obsessive interest in the history of ancient relics, with a natural talent for exploring ancient civilization relics. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession, scholar, 20 points of funding, dual-wield warrior. Yi Tian looked at Ning Jing's seemingly delicate appearance and felt it was somewhat exaggerated. After reviewing her resume, he found that Ning Jing's family background was not good, and it seemed that most high-potential talents came from ordinary families. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and shook his head. It wasn't that talented people came from ordinary backgrounds. It was that most families in Daxia were struggling. With the dual onslaught of demons and alien races, where would so many wealthy and warm families come from? In the exam corridor, a patrolling teacher saw Yi Tian peeking through the back door and instinctively prepared to approach and drive him away. However, upon seeing Wei Yuan come to Yi Tian's side, he decisively turned to patrol in another direction. What? Is there a new talent? Wei Yuan approached, and Yi Tian took the opportunity to ask, how is the scholar profession? Scholars are clearly not combat professions. Yi Tian didn't know much about non-combat professions and was unsure if they were worth recruiting. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan immediately became interested, as the scarcity of scholars in Daxia was much higher than that of combat professions. Oh, the ability of a scholar lies in excavation and research, Wei Yuan explained, while also helping Yi Tian understand the content of relics. Do you know about ancient relics? They are the lost heritage sites containing the civilizations of various other worlds. This includes ancient civilization battle sites, places where natural anomalies arise, and the legacies of ancient extraordinary civilizations, etc. The opportunities are limitless. Scholars can excavate those lost relics and interpret their contents. A relic with a legacy is invaluable. Hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian felt impressed. After all, Daxia hadn't had news of relics for a long time. The last appearance of a secret realm was over a decade ago. However, Wei Yuan was very clear about the value of relics and scholars. Scholars, besides excavation, focus on research. Back then, when an interdimensional passage appeared, the languages of the alien races were incomprehensible to humans. It was the scholars who studied the alien languages that enabled Daxia to establish contact with them. The common beast languages and dragon languages you study are all the fruits of scholarly research. In addition, the development of some special tools and materials also owes much to scholars. After hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian realized for the first time that the role of non-combat professions should not be underestimated. In the excavation of relics and research of languages, scholars had an irreplaceable role. So it turns out, I have really found a treasure. Because Wei Yuan also mentioned, the quality of the scholar profession is very important. Although from ordinary quality to legendary quality, scholars do not change names like other professions do. Some relic contents or certain alien characters cannot be deciphered by low-quality scholars. A higher quality scholar is necessary. Scholars truly have a strict hierarchy. If Wadong had one more legendary level scholar, who knows when they could discover an ancient relic? Thinking of Ning Jing's potential evaluation, ancient civilization explorer, Yi Tian was convinced that this girl would definitely achieve great things after being recruited. After the exam, he arranged for someone to take her to the conference room. This girl? No problem. Accompanied by the urging sound from the classroom speaker, all written exam candidates submitted their papers and left the examination room. Ning Jing, in her plain white school uniform, exited the teaching building and let out a long breath. I performed quite well. It should be enough to apply for a clerical position. Although her awakened profession was an elite-level dual-wield warrior, envied by many, she did not plan to participate in a martial arts exam. Because she knew that her personality was not suited for combat, and an awakened profession could not change a person's character. Ning Jing was even afraid to kill a chicken. Therefore, she often felt a bit guilty, feeling unworthy of her profession. Just as she stepped out of the teaching building, a striking figure flashed in front of her. It was Bai Qiuli. Ning Jing's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars, the legendary Sword Immortal sister. If only I could be as powerful as her. Bai Qiuli had achieved many hell-level first clears, and, coupled with her victory in a medium secret realm, her fame spread rapidly. Just as Ning Jing was staring blankly, Wei Yuan's secretary suddenly approached and said, "Ning Jing, please come with us to the conference room." Huh? Ning Jing was stunned. She frantically thought, did I forget to write my name on the test paper? Or did I forget to fill out the answer sheet? I wouldn't be that careless, would I? Ning Jing followed in confusion. They walked to a small conference room inside the teaching building, where Wei Yuan's secretary respectfully invited her in and then closed the door behind her. Ning Jing immediately spotted the person in charge, Wei Yuan, which made her particularly nervous. However, what puzzled her even more was that Wei Yuan was standing silently by the window, while a young man was sitting on the sofa in the conference room. It made the person in charge, Wei Yuan, look more like a bodyguard. At this moment, Wei Yuan spoke. "This is our special recruiter, Yi Tian." Yi Tian realized that no matter whom he recruited, as long as Wei Yuan was present, the process would be particularly simple, and the other party's trust level would significantly increase. After all, a total leader of Huadong, coupled with a top professional from Huaxia, had a reputation that spoke for itself. Sure enough, after Wei Yuan spoke, Ning Jing's nervous expression turned into surprise. I was specially recruited? Yi Tian handed her a contract and affirmed, "That's right. Sign it, and you will become my employee, after which Director Wei will arrange your placement." As a non-combat profession, Ning Jing was not suitable for joining special squad bases. So Yi Tian left the arrangement to Wei Yuan. After all, as a legendary level scholar, major research institutes in Daxia were eager to recruit her. Ning Jing bit her lip and looked at Yi Tian carefully, never expecting that this boy, who seemed to be about her age, actually wanted her to become his employee. "Is that reliable?" she cautiously asked. "May I ask, what would the monthly salary be after joining?" 200,000. Wei Yuan answered for Yi Tian, stating that regardless of other combat professions, a legendary scholar should be given the proper treatment. After all, since Yi Tian was handing her over to him for arrangement, he naturally couldn't treat her poorly. Bonuses are calculated separately. Before he could finish, Ning Jing's expression suddenly became serious upon hearing the figure of 200,000. She picked up the pen and began to sign the contract. I wish I could sign my name everywhere possible, fearing that Yi Tian might change his mind. 200,000. That's almost 2 years' salary for a clerk. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Having a salary really makes a difference. If Jiang Che knew about the 200,000 monthly salary, he might consider starting a chain martial arts school. As Ning Jing signed her name, Wei Yuan immediately snapped his fingers, and the starlight barrier unfolded. The next moment, golden light burst forth. Chapter 35 by Qiuli has the demeanor of a top scholar. Employee, Ning Jing occupation, scholar, first tier, quality, legendary level, 10 attributes. Non-combat occupation omitted. Occupation talent, absolute focus, significantly increases mental strength. Brain power is fully concentrated during study or research, not easily disturbed by external factors. Occupation skills, Universal language proficiency of all races, ancient ruins exploration, ruin decoding. Civilization scholar. Seeing Ningjing's legendary scholar skills, Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. Universal language proficiency of all races allows the holder to learn the languages of 10,000 different races from other worlds, including ancient texts, secret languages, and more, instantly compensating for Yi Tian's shortcomings in foreign languages. In addition, ruin decoding allows a person to obtain 3 core pieces of information about the ruins upon entering them. If there's a chance to enter ruins in the future, the benefits are incalculable. Even though Wei Yuan had seen the golden light of job transformation several times before, he still couldn't help but marvel. If other countries knew that this legendary occupation could be awakened so easily by Yi Tian, they would surely cause a stir. No, by then it might lead to war. In contrast, Ningjing seemed dazed for an unknown amount of time. At the moment the golden light shone, her brain seemed to freeze as well. It was only when Wei Yuan briefly explained the situation to her that she snapped back to reality. He then called his secretary to arrange for Ningjing's next steps. The martial arts exam has begun. As soon as he stepped out of the conference room, Yi Tian saw various enrollment teachers hurrying towards the martial arts exam venue. Even Ling Luo, the head of the Qianlong base, was no exception. The head of the special department, Qianlong base, actually came to our small Qinsheng to recruit people. Wei Yuan couldn't help but tease, while the cold and beautiful Ling Luo slightly raised her head and responded with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian seemed to guess the other party's target. It was likely the legendary occupation by Chioli. However, it was almost impossible to snatch an employee from Yi Tian's hands. The martial arts exam venue was a practitioner square several times larger than the written exam classroom. However, the number of people participating in the martial arts exam was far fewer than those in the written exam. At least some level of occupational strength was required to take the martial arts exam. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time and money. Before the exam began, the enrollment teachers from various universities were already taking action, seemingly having found their targets and chatting with several candidates. Among them, a boy named Sun. He even caught the interest of the National Martial University. National Martial, Jing University, and Huaxing are the 3 top-tier universities of the Great Xia, boasting top mentors and instance resources, and are the dreams of countless students. Sun Yi, after Yi Tian checked his resume, turned out to be a purple potential talent. His occupation was of epic quality, Battle King. Moreover, it seemed his family background was quite good, and all his equipment was of epic or rare quality. My goal is to enter the National Martial University with the top rank in East China. Sun Yi's proud tone brought comfort to the enrollment teachers from National Martial, showing great ambition. Your father has sought Xiao Feng as your mentor. He will also watch your martial arts exam remotely, so perform well. Sun Yi responded with enthusiasm. However, just as he finished speaking, all the enrollment teachers, including Ling Luo, were attracted by a stunning figure from behind. By Chioli, someone shouted, and in an instant, the enrollment teachers from the 3 top-tier universities, National Martial, Jing University, and Huaxing, rushed over, not wanting to fall behind. Even Ling Luo was quite tempted. Last time, she was rejected when trying to recruit her into the Diamond team, and this time, Ling Luo was prepared to personally offer a special recruitment. A legendary occupation with a record of clearing mid-level secret realms, a hot candidate for the top scholar. Countless candidates cast envious glances, and Sun Yi quietly listed by Chioli as his biggest rival. However, Bai Chioli paid no attention to the special recruitment opportunities from various universities, not even glancing at Ling Luo from the Qianlong base. To everyone's astonishment, she walked straight toward Yi Tian. Boss, why are you out here today? Bai Chioli smiled, her tone teasing, but to others, it seemed somewhat different. Countless male and female candidates began to speculate about the relationship between Yi Tian and Bai Chioli. Yi Tian smiled. Of course, I came to see you in the top scholar. This was not a lie. Yi Tian's level 2 advancement task required Bai Chioli to achieve a ranking in the martial arts exam, and it would be best if she could take the top spot. Bai Chioli's lips curled up, carrying a hint of barely noticeable pride, and with a light twist of her wrist, a chilling long sword sliced through the air. With the Ice Soul sword given by the boss, victory is assured. Yi Tian was taken aback, and then realized that the legendary equipment blind box he gave Bai Chioli had actually produced a legendary ice attribute longsword. His luck was indeed good. The Ice Soul sword paired with the cold Moon Sword wielder was comparable to a specialized weapon. Not bad. Yi Tian Pides. Then informed by Chioli about the plan to form a special team, to which she gladly agreed. In the distance, Ling Luo's displeased gaze fell on Yi Tian. She never expected that even with her status as the head of the Qianlong base, not a single young person would be valued. Ling Luo's gaze then shifted back to Bai Chioli, and she said unhappily, "This girl is also a love-struck fool, willing to give up her future for her boyfriend." No one came to explain this misunderstanding, as almost all the enrollment teachers and students thought the same. The only one who knew the truth, Wei Yuan, stood silently a short distance away, unable to help but smile at Ling Luo's frustration. At 3 p.m., the martial arts exam began on time. The martial arts exam consists of 3 main parts: combat robot battles, instance challenges, and simulated demon confrontations. It tests candidates' combat skills, instant strategies, and performance against demons. All candidates started with the first combat robot challenge, sequentially facing 3 rounds, with the final clearance speed serving as their exam score. All candidates entered the trial stages. I hereby announce that the martial arts exam has officially begun. Wei Yuan's calm voice echoed throughout the square as he personally announced the start from the podium. Yi Tian stood beside Wei Yuan, experiencing the perspective of an invigilator. The performance of all students in a martial arts exam would be clearly presented in front of the podium. However, what everyone did not expect was that less than 10 seconds after the martial arts exam began, someone had already broken through the first stage. What? Bai Chioli instantaneously defeated the combat robot. That was equivalent to the strength of a second-tier practitioner. What terrifying damage. The enrollment teachers were all shocked. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo also looked astonished, with the former silently casting a glance at Yi Tian, seeing his calm expression and saying, "Legendary level weapons. You really have a big hand." Even a wealthy family background like Sun Yi's had no legendary equipment, indicating the rarity of legendary gear. Yi Tian casually smiled. It's only right to be generous to employees. Furthermore, Bai Chioli's level was beyond others' expectations. Level 23, with the hellish efficiency of night cultivation. Her level was 6 levels higher than the second highest Sun Yi. The crushing advantage of level attributes and equipment made her instant kill expected. 3 minutes. Bai Chioli had also cleared the instance. The speed was too fast. She was on a completely different level from the other candidates. Bai Chioli has the demeanor of a top scholar. Chapter 36, Strengthening the Office. The first in East China. The recruitment teachers from various prestigious universities are all experienced and have seen dozens of college entrance examinations. However, someone like Bai Chioli, who cleared the levels so quickly, is truly a first. At this moment, even Sun Yi, who is currently in second place, has just reached the second level of the martial arts examination, the dungeon challenge. Meanwhile, Bai Chioli has already advanced to the final level of the simulated evil monster confrontation. Her opponent is a simulated monster-level evil creature, the Dark Giant. For most candidates, monster level is already a bit above their capacity, so the martial arts examination is more about evaluating performance in combat. But now, Bai Chioli is not at all disadvantaged. Ahem. Student Yi Tian. At this time, a recruitment teacher from Nanda quietly approached Yi Tian and said, "Student Yi Tian, Bai Chioli is your girlfriend, right? What do you think of Nanda?" Upon hearing this, the recruitment teachers from the top-tier universities Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing widened their eyes, internally exclaiming how despicable. Seeing that they couldn't directly recruit Bai Chioli, they turned to target her boyfriend. However, the teachers quickly realized that based on Bai Chioli's obedient attitude towards Yi Tian just now, if any university could recruit Yi Tian, there's a good chance Bai Chioli could come along too, although they didn't know Yi Tian's abilities. With Bai Chioli's current near-valedictorian performance, if they could recruit her, what would it matter to give Yi Tian a special recruitment spot for free? Understanding this, the recruitment teachers gathered around Yi Tian, leaving him feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Want to recruit me for school? I have to say, these recruitment teachers have quite a peculiar mindset. Before Yi Tian could speak, Wei Yuan beside him couldn't help but cough lightly. Are you all trying to poach from me? This student Yi Tian belongs to East China, so don't even think about it. Not to mention these university recruitment teachers. Even if the leaders from other regions came, Wei Yuan wouldn't be willing to let Yi Tian go. No one expected Wei Yuan to value this young man so highly, seemingly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, everyone awkwardly laughed and quickly said, sorry, we were too forward." 2 minutes passed in the martial arts examination. At this time, Bai Qiuli was completely dominating her battle against the Dark Giant. This caused Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, two top professionals, to show extremely approving expressions. Wei Yuan couldn't help but say, "This kid Bai Qiuli might become a trump card in the ethnic competition." Ling Luo, the second-place son, is actually quite good too. He could be considered for the ethnic competition. The ethnic competition refers to the new student combat competition with the Yago Empire. It occurs every 5 years and consists of a team dungeon speed challenge and 5 one-on-one eliminations. Daxia must have newly awakened professionals participating, while the Yaga Empire can only send newly born aliens or dragon descendants. This means Daxia must at least field 5 participants. Sun Yi, with epic profession and epic equipment, is also considered a good candidate in Ling Luo's eyes. After all, 5 people are needed to compete, and even if Bai Qiuli is one, it's not enough. Especially since dungeon speed challenges require teammates to cooperate. Wei Yuan smiled, but didn't he speak. Sun Yi is indeed quite good. But if Ling Luo knew that there were 3 others as strong as Bai Qiuli with Yi Tian, he might not think quite good was sufficient. At this time, besides Bai Qiuli, no one else had reached the 3rd level. Bai Qiuli, like a swallow, moved gracefully, her sword energy like frost. As the icy radiance emitted from her ice soul sword completely suppressed the dark giant. Until Bai Qiuli sheathed her sword, her cold voice rang out, "Cold Moon Sword Dance." She killed it. She actually killed the monster-level evil creature directly. So easily. The recruitment teachers on the podium, even though they had anticipated this outcome, were still shocked when it actually happened. The dark giant falling meant Bai Qiuli had completed the trial. This result has already been recorded by the invigilators and uploaded to the National Examination Management System. The ranking for the college entrance examination is expected to be released tonight. It seems very likely she will be first. Yi Tian felt a sense of expected joy. Once the ranking is out, he would also receive a bonus and a career advancement. About 5 or 6 minutes after Bai Qiuli finished, Sun Yi finally passed the martial arts examination. However, when he saw the gap between himself and Bai Qiuli, his confident expression instantly turned into disbelief. Half an hour later, the martial arts examination ended completely. The end of the martial arts examination also meant the end of the college entrance examination. All candidates returned home to await their results, and various recruitment teachers began to approach candidates for special recruitment based on their performance in the trial. However, since Yi Tian did not automatically detect high potential, he did not participate. He was being taken by Wei Yuan to the City Lord's mansion. After confirming the establishment of a special team base, which would serve as Yi Tian's mercenary base, Wei Yuan decided to give him a base location. Really? Just this? Yi Tian looked up and saw an office about the size of a meeting room, raising a question. As an office, the space is indeed not small, and the location is even right next to Wei Yuan's office. But the problem is, a special team base is given such an office? Too shabby. Wei Yuan smiled and explained, "The base will be there, but you currently have too few subordinates. This office is an identity that facilitates your actions in Daxia." Yi Tian fully agreed with this. In a country like Daxia with strict regulations, having a suitable identity would certainly make things easier. Otherwise, every time he wanted to leave the city, he would need permission. He couldn't possibly call Wei Yuan every time there was an emergency situation, creating a scenario of acting like a fool. Wei Yuan also promised that when the number of people reached enough for 2 special teams, he would immediately approve a separate base for him. That sounds good. Wei Yuan casually pointed to the office door sign. "You can prepare a name for your office. This place can also serve as your base office in the future." This question made Yi Tian fall into a moment of contemplation. As a special team base similar to the Qianlong base, it should have a powerful name. Make it big and strong. Yi Tian raised a finger. This was his considered decision, and Wei Yuan fell silent. Thus, the name of this office was confirmed. Make it big and strong office. Subsequently, Yi Tian filled out the names of Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu in the special team member list. They were officially included onto the office. Theoretically, a special team consists of 5 members, and if Yi Tian is not counted, 1 more person is needed to complete the team. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the college entrance examination rankings were announced. Bai Qiuli obtained the 1st place in East China. Chapter 37, Career Advancement. 1 promotion, 1 divine level. The news spread, and within minutes, reporters from all over the country rushed to Qingshan. Fortunately, the address of Qingshan apartment was discreet and security was tight. Otherwise, Yi Tian's apartment would be swarmed by reporters. With no specific target, the reporters decided to block the entrance of Qingsha No. 2 Middle School, while Principal Ji Changlin dealt with them, wearing a big smile. As for Bai Qiuli, she was meeting with Jiang Yuanshuang, known as the first sword saint of the Great Xia, at the Lord's Mansion. Jiang Yuanshuang, a swordsmanship mentor at Huaxing University, was a level 74 flowing cloud sword saint, one of the top practitioners in the Great Xia, and the mentor Bai Qiuli had always wanted to apply to. After confirming the top score in East China, Jiang Yuanshuang immediately came over from Huazhong for a personal meeting to accept disciples. As for the scores, it wasn't that Bai Qiuli couldn't rank nationally. But since the large-scale invasion by foreign races, the Great Xia had divided into 5 districts to face different enemies. And the college entrance examination had been reformed into 5 separate tests, eliminating the national ranking. Of course, the Great Xia headquarters might have it, but they do not disclose it. The title of East China First had already made Yi Tian quite satisfied. The Tier 2 advancement task was finally completed. Bai Qiuli obtained the top score in the East China District College entrance examination. Reward: 15 points of funds. Starry Protection Array. Tier 2 career task completed. Your career level has been upgraded from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The initial career level of employees you recruit in the future will be upgraded to Tier 2. An additional employee benefit has been unlocked. Acquired boss exclusive career skill, promotion. The value of the college entrance examination was indeed remarkable, and it came with special rewards. Yi Tian first noticed the Starry Protection Array in the rewards, a legendary quality array item. Arrays, similar to barriers, are a special and rare ability, even used during the college entrance examination to protect and detect the safety of the examination room. The Starry Protection Array has the ability to detect hostility and defend against all dangerous attacks. Once released, it appears normal to outsiders, only activating when the defensive effect is triggered. Very good. A legendary quality array is hard to come by. It can enhance department safety at the base. It is known that rare level arrays are only used during the college entrance examination, while Yi Tian already has a legendary level 1. He then looked at the other rewards. After advancing to Tier 2, an additional employee benefit had been unlocked, but when he saw the specific content, he couldn't help but gasp. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance. Spend funds equal to 3 times the number of employees to generate a life-saving shield for all employees, which can withstand 1 fatal injury, lasting 3 days. 2. Year-end bonus. Spend funds equal to 10 times the number of employees to distribute 1 legendary quality equipment blind box to all employees. The year-end bonus costs 10 points of funds per person. Yi Tian calculated that with the current number of employees, it would cost 50 points of funds to distribute once. After hiring Ning Jing, he originally thought that his balance of 109, 3 points was quite substantial. Now it seems the money is still not enough. Although each person receiving a legendary quality blind box is valuable and greatly beneficial for employee strength enhancement, it is still not feasible at the moment. The employees still need to work hard. As for the last item, the boss's exclusive Tier 2 skill was quite practical. Promotion can promote the level of employees, e.g., promote ordinary employees to excellent employees, and gain special investment opportunities again. Current available promotion slots. Excellent employees 2. Currently, all employees, including Bai Qiuli, are at the ordinary employee level. Promotion can elevate ordinary employees to excellent employees, with 2 promotion slots available. After promotion, the number of available promotion slots increases, allowing for more employee levels, core employees, secretaries, etc. Currently, Bai Qiuli and all other employees are at the ordinary level. Promotion can elevate ordinary employees to excellent employees, and there are 2 promotion slots available. After promotion, there are special investment opportunities. Yi Tian stroked his chin, and he had to admit that every career-exclusive skill was quite useful. At this moment, he had silently determined the first candidate for promotion in his mind, Bai Qiuli, without a doubt. Among all these talents, Bai Qiuli was the most hard-working one, exceptionally talented, and her future achievements were limitless. Moreover, Bai Qiuli was about to enter university, providing her with more opportunities to win awards, which would lead to more dividends for him in the future. Promote Bai Qiuli. With a thought, he saw Bai Qiuli's title change abruptly on the employee panel. Excellent employee, Bai Qiuli. Immediately after, a new special investment panel popped up. Excellent employee investment opportunity. 1. Career advancement. Promote a legendary level career to a divine level career. 20 points of funds. 2. Exclusive weapon. Obtain the exclusive weapon for the cold Moon Sword Immortal. 5 points of funds. 3. Only promote, no investment. 3 options to choose from. Yi Tian directly ruled out the third option. Merely promoting a title was no different from making empty promises. Having experienced the life of a hard-working salesman in his previous life, he hated making empty promises the most. Promoting to a divine-level career undoubtedly yields the greatest enhancement. He hadn't even thought that there was a possibility of upgrading the quality of a career. But the cost was also substantial, 20 points. Fortunately, Yi Tian still had a reasonable amount of funds on hand. Invest in career advancement. Wait a minute. He almost forgot that the phenomenon of a divine-level career appearing was too astonishing and might attract calamity. So he should call Wei Yuan for assistance first. In the conference room of the Lord's mansion, Bai Qiuli was having a pleasant conversation with a beautiful woman. The woman wore a long dress in moon white, was tall and elegant, with flowing hair tied up by a cloud-like hairpin, her face gentle yet imposing. She was none other than Jiang Yuanshuang, the first sword saint of the great Xia. Seeing Bai Qiuli's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, Jiang Yuanshuang felt the urge to take her as a personal disciple. Qiuli, since that's the case, you should join my school and go to Huaxing University with me. Bai Qiuli agreed happily, but suddenly showed an apologetic expression. Senior Yuanshuang, I still need to discuss it with others. She thought that leaving Qingcheng for university should at least inform her boss. However, Jiang Yuanshuang looked at her with an expression as if she had already seen through it, teasingly smiling. Are you going to tell your little boyfriend? Before coming, she had already learned from Huaxing's admissions teacher about Bai Qiuli's situation during the examination, including her seemingly close relationship with Yi Tian. Bai Qiuli's pretty face froze, and she quickly waved her hand. No, that's my boss. Boss. Jiang Yuanshuang raised her eyebrows slightly, looking somewhat displeased. Qiuli, you are a legendary professional, destined to rise to the top of the great Xia. How can you remain under someone else for long? It's one thing to have a partner, but how can a legendary professional work for someone else? Before Bai Qiuli could explain, the conference room door was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Dressed in green, Wei Yuan entered, waving his hands to unleash star spirit power, instantly setting up 3 starry barriers for Bai Qiuli. As the barriers emerged, Jiang Yuanshuang couldn't help but smile. The esteemed Wei, head of the department, doesn't want Qiuli to leave with me? Bai Qiuli also looked puzzled. She knew her results were good, but Yi Tian had many talents under him, so Wei Yuan shouldn't be blocking her from leaving. Wei Yuan smiled, spreading his hands. Being the head of the department isn't a big deal. I'm just here to do my job. Jiang Yuanshuang showed surprise. Although Wei Yuan's words were somewhat teasing, they indicated that he was called in to do work. Could it be from the headquarters? However, Wei Yuan looked at Bai Qiuli with a strange expression and said, Your boss said he wants to promote you. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang both showed confusion. Promote? What the heck? But the next moment, a brilliant, colorful glow suddenly erupted from Bai Qiuli. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, reflecting in Jiang Yuanshuang's eyes, which were filled with extreme shock. A crisp sound of sword ringing echoed in the beam of light, as Bai Qiuli's sleeves fluttered and the sword intent within her sword, becoming even more powerful and fierce. You have been promoted to outstanding employee. Your current profession has upgraded from Cold Moon Sword Master to God Level - Cold Moon Sword Sovereign. Ultimate profession has upgraded from Cold Moon Sword Immortal to Cold Moon Sword God. You have gained the God Level profession skill, Sky Soaring, Sword Domain. Bai Qiuli's excited face turned slightly red. Her profession has reached the God Level. The boss has promoted me. Beside her, Wei Yuan, who witnessed the second God Level profession, was filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanshuang's mouth involuntarily dropped open, her usually composed expression now unable to hold back. Is this the ability of that boss? She turned to look at Wei Yuan in disbelief, who placed his index finger on his lips, signaling her to keep it a secret. No wonder. Jiang Yuanshuang's chest rose and fell continuously. No wonder Bai Qiuli would be under that boss. If it were her, she would even want to join that boss's side. With just one promotion, a God-level profession was born. Chapter 38. The Ruined Stone Tablet. The deathmatch prison opens. On the other side of Qingcheng, Ningjing, accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary, bid farewell to her grandparents and left a month's salary in advance for her family. Wei Yuan's female secretary also specially arranged for someone to secretly protect the safety of Ningjing's grandparents. Subsequently, The secretary drove Ningjing along a hidden mountain path. As a legendary scholar, Ningjing arrived at the only ancient civilization research institute in East China. This research institute is a gathering place for scientific talents in East China, and its research purpose is to find and decipher the ruins of otherworldly civilizations. This is where Wei Yuan arranged for Ningjing to go. So many stone tablets of alien civilizations. Upon entering the research institute, Ningjing's eyes lit up with excitement. Stone tablets are a way for many alien races to record their civilizations or secrets, having been passed down through the ages, and Ningjing is particularly interested in them. Welcome, Ningjing. Inside the institute, professors and researchers in white lab coats came out to greet her. The director of the research institute kindly gestured, having been informed by Wei Yuan that this is a legendary scholar. Looking across the entire blue planet, the strongest are merely epic-level scholars. A legendary scholar is appearing for the first time. This holds significant importance for the excavation of ancient ruins in East China. Hello, Ningjing politely greeted, her gaze drifting to the stone tablet on the distant experiment table. Could this be the legendary ruins stone tablet? The director, who initially wanted to engage in small talk, couldn't help but get straight to the point upon seeing Ningjing's obsession. Yes, this stone tablet records clues about a ruin near East China. Once we decipher the clues of the tablet, we can obtain information about this ancient ruin. Unfortunately, our deciphering speed is too slow and the content is too complex. Ningjing's eyes brightened. Can I give it a try? Of course. The director was just thinking that. The content we've deciphered so far can only prove that the stone tablet is related to the ancient kingdom. It seems to be about the dragon race or dragon descendants. He led Ningjing to the side of the ruins stone tablet, whose surface was covered with mottled marks, looking ancient yet well-preserved with minimal wear. On its deep brown surface floated symbols and profound characters that seemed to possess a spirit. Ningjing held her breath, her eyes serious, absolutely focused. With the deciphering ability of a legendary scholar, this stone tablet still posed some difficulty for her, indicating that this ruined stone tablet is among the most challenging. I can't fully decipher it just yet. I need a little time, Ningjing said apologetically. However, the director and the researchers exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Did you think you could decipher a ruins stone tablet with just a glance? In any research institute around the world, it takes at least 2 months to decipher a ruins stone tablet. It's fine. The director was about to offer some words of encouragement when Ningjing continued. But I have deciphered 3 pieces of content. The director and all the researchers. Are you serious? Everyone's attention quickly focused on Ningjing's words. Ningjing pointed to a line on the stone tablet and said earnestly, "The forbidden place of the dragon ancestors' secret realm. The world-destroying dragon betrayed." Before she finished speaking, everyone, including the director, was stunned. Some of the words matched perfectly with what they had translated. She really deciphered it. But it wasn't over yet. Ningjing's fingers slowly moved, her gaze extremely serious, her lips slightly moving as she chanted, "The Black Emperor and I. Da. Hua. Gu." The next day, at Qingshan apartment, Yi Tian woke up and washed up, as usual, heading to the cafeteria downstairs for breakfast. Not only was it delicious, but the most crucial part was that it was free, making it hard to refuse. After promoting by Qiuli yesterday, he also shared the high attributes granted by the Cold Moon Sword Master and the Sky Sword Domain, a divine-level pure attack skill, compared to the Rogue Knight Cultivator. Bai Chioli's Cold Moon Sword Master now specialized in attacks, truly like a sharp sword, ranking first in combat power among the employees. As for the other excellent employee slot, Yi Tian was still considering it and hadn't used it yet. However, if he could promote a professional quality, he was quite curious about what the Knight Cultivator's divine-level rogue would be like after advancement. After spending 20, he still had 89. 3 left, plus the 6 points from yesterday's log settlement, making a balance of 95. 3. The reason his funds remained so high was that Yi Tian still had the mysterious figure in the black robe in mind, a special talent. So he kept over 60 funds on hand, but unfortunately, he hadn't encountered them again. Today, Yi Tian planned to continue trying his luck in the dungeon. However, at that moment, Wei Yuan suddenly called. "Yi Tian, hello." What? The black-robed person appeared. Yi Tian could hardly contain his excitement and immediately put down the Youqiao in his hand. 2 minutes later, Yi Tian arrived at Wei Yuan's office to learn the situation. "Yesterday, you asked me to place a bounty in the military. And today someone encountered that monster you described in the dungeon. Dressed in a black robe, it doesn't look like an ordinary dungeon monster. Its speed is fast and unpredictable. Wei Yuan relayed to Yi Tian. Isn't this exactly the characteristics you described? That's right. Yi Tian's eyes burned with intensity. Where is it now? Wei Yuan. The Qingsheng garrison discovered it in the level 35 wild forest. They didn't engage, but left directly to report. Good. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel excited, marveling at how some people were indeed efficient. Searching for it alone was like finding a needle in a haystack, but Wei Yuan's bounty made it much simpler. After saying that, Yi Tian thanked Wei Yuan and immediately set off for the dungeon center. Level 35 dungeon, wild forest. The sun was blazing overhead, and the trees were tall and sturdy, casting shadows on the ground. Yi Tian entered the dungeon alone, feeling somewhat anxious. What if it ran away? He walked forward slowly but didn't hear the automatic detection sound, feeling increasingly helpless. After a long while, he saw a monster corpse with blade wounds on it. In a new dungeon, there should theoretically be no freshly killed monsters. Ding! Special potential talent detected nearby. Sure enough, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his face. The Deathmatch Prison, open. Chapter 39 Copy Bug, Alice. On the other side of the instance, that familiar figure in a black cloak precisely and sharply brought down the short knife in her hand onto the head of a dungeon monster. As the monster fell to the ground, its body transformed into a burst of experienced blue light that was absorbed by the cloaked figure. Level 24. The voice of the cloaked figure seemed devoid of emotional fluctuation. Her current strength could only hunt small monsters, and leveling up was still too slow. The boss of this wild forest, the wild gorilla, was stubborn and could not be reasoned with. In fact, as a special existence, her survival pressure was immense. She had to face the challengers of the instance while also not being accepted by the dungeon. Once the instance boss took a disliking to her, it would be an endless pursuit. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have to feign civility with those dungeon bosses. Currently, this level 35 dungeon still posed a significant threat to her. She wondered when she would be able to escape the instance. The cloaked figure slightly raised her head to gaze at the sky, and the left side of her face, hidden under the cloak, revealed bizarre patterns resembling black anemone flowers. She sheathed her short knife and quickly moved to search for other monsters. However, at that moment, a black-clad youth appeared before her. The boy stared directly at her, a smile spreading across his face as if he were seeing an old acquaintance, and greeted her, "Long time no see." The friendly words made the cloaked figure tense up suddenly, instantly entering a state of battle. No, a state of escape. You again? The cloaked figure never expected that after encountering him in the instance, Beast King and the secret realm, Sky Island, she would run into Yi Tian again. What have I done to provoke you? Yi Tian was probably the last person she wanted to see right now. It's just that this person's combat power was too abnormal. Even if the cloak figure had leveled up to the current elite monster level, she felt no chance of victory. She even suspected that Yi Tian clearly had attributes over level 50. Yet he could still enter a level-restricted dungeon of 35. Is there any justice in this? Yi Tian spoke calmly. Don't be nervous. I'm really not here to kill you. As if the cloaked figure, having just spoken, immediately prepared to use her spatial teleportation ability to escape. She reached out to activate the Void Gate, keeping her gaze on Yi Tian at all times to prevent him from suddenly attacking to interrupt her. Yi Tian remained indifferent, causing her to feel secretly pleased. I can't beat you now, but sooner or later, I will be stronger than you. However, the next moment, her proud Void Gate did not open. The entire space did not respond to her command. This area is affected by the item Deathmatch Prison. All beings cannot leave until the owner of the Deathmatch Prison dies, or actively. What? The cloaked figure's heart dropped to the bottom, looking at the smiling Yi Tian. She knew without thinking that it was the other party's doing. To kill me, he actually went to such lengths? She was knowledgeable. Such space-influencing items were incredibly precious, and she truly could not understand how she had offended this guy in front of her. The cloaked figure's gaze turned cold, and only one thought remained in her mind. Yi Tian stood in place, hands in his pockets, affirmatively saying, "I guess you won't give up." Before he could finish speaking, a figure filled with murderous intent charged towards him like a whirlwind. The cold blade instantly slashed towards Yi Tian's throat. The ferocity of the cloaked figure solidified into substance. No matter how strong someone was, they would die if their throat was cut. Currently, she belonged to the dungeon monster category. although she would resurrect upon death. Her level and abilities would reset to 0, which was the strength she had accumulated over more than half a year. Starting from level 0 to where she was now. She was unwilling to start over. She did not aim for the heart because physically strong individuals had incredibly tough skin, making it hard to inflict serious injury. But the throat was often an overlooked defensive area. She poured all her strength into this strike. However, the next moment, Yi Tian vanished from his spot. 3-step instant movement, instantly appearing behind the cloaked figure. 2 fingers lightly tapped the cloaked figure's body. Boom! The pressure, like a mountain, forced the cloaked figure down to the ground, sapping her of all strength and means. Indeed, there was no hope. The cloaked figure lay on the ground. The pain in her body did not change her indifferent expression. Only a sense of helplessness spread within her. Power. Without power, one could only be slaughtered. Without power, nothing could be done. She had to become stronger. The cloaked figure's despair faded away, and her determination to start all over again grew even stronger. However, Yi Tian merely sat beside her. Now you believe I'm not here to kill you, right? The cloaked figure paused upon hearing this. Indeed, she was no match for Yi Tian. If he wanted to kill her, he would have acted long ago. Could there be more malicious means? At this moment, she propped herself up, revealing her face hidden under the cloak to Yi Tian. It was an extremely enchanting face. One side was stunningly beautiful, exuding a sense of a femme fatale, while the other side was covered in black anemone flower patterns, exuding an evil aura. Yi Tian was slightly taken aback because the black patterned half of her face was not a tattoo, but a mark of a demon. This was a person tainted by demons, who theoretically should have turned into one of them, losing her rationality. The cloaked figure raised her eyes to look directly at Yi Tian, feeling puzzled, unable to see through what this youth wanted to do. Yi Tian then opened a profile. Name, Alice. Basic information, female, 33 years old, human from the Source Martial world. Profession, Source Martial Fighter Dungeon Elite Monster. Potential, Special, Dungeon Bug. Biography, the first female fighter of the Source Martial world, encountered abyssal pollution while exploring the Abyss wormhole. Relying on her strong willpower, she resisted the pollution and became a half-human, half-demon monster, awakening the ability to traverse space. Later, due to the Abyss wormhole being shattered by an unknown existence, she was destroyed into several dungeons. After becoming a dungeon monster, Alice did not lose her memory. Instead, because of her half-human, half-demon form, she awakened the monster template, allowing her to kill enemies for evolution, but she's been trapped in the dungeon ever since. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Blade Queen, 60 points of funding. This profile contained an overwhelming amount of information. Source Martial World, Abyss Worm Nest, half-human, half-demon. Dungeon Bug Level Monster. Every word was a blind spot in Yi Tian's knowledge, and the only foreseeable aspect was probably the hidden profession brought about by special potential. The Source Martial World. After the Great Xia experienced the emergence of various otherworldly passages, it also learned that besides Blue Star, there were many other similar otherworlds like the Ancient King Dynasty. The Source Martial World was likely just one among thousands of otherworlds. As for other content regarding the Abyss, it wasn't recorded in the Great Xia textbooks. It should not be that he didn't remember. Yi Tian thought silently. The cloaked figure Alice looked wary. What do you want to do? Help you. Help me? Alice snorted coldly. You can reverse the dungeon rules and help me leave the dungeon? Yi Tian shook his head. Although I can't help you escape the dungeon for now, I can help you become stronger. Saying this, he used a skill, and a contract landed in Alice's hands. After reading it, Alice smirked. Even if I die, I will never serve someone else. Heh. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. As a former salesperson, he was not in a hurry at all in response to others' refusals. Alice, what is your dream? How do you know my name? A trivial ability. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice's expression turned skeptical. Dream. As she pondered, Alice's expression hardened, her gaze resolute. Revenge. Those scum who made us explore the Abyss wormhole, and then sealed the wormhole to prevent us from escaping when they discovered the demon pollution. Clearly, so many people were not infected, they could still be saved. All enemies who obstruct my revenge must die. As Alice spoke, her rage reached its peak, almost materializing into substance, and she nearly forgot about Yi Tian's presence. Yi Tian felt a chill in his heart. The story briefly mentioned in her resume turned out to be so tragic. However, this actually worked to his advantage for what he was about to say. It seems your will for revenge isn't that strong after all. How was that possible? Alice's enchanting eyes stared at Yi Tian, declaring, I can do anything for revenge. Yi Tian smiled calmly and said, Then, for revenge, can't you momentarily abandon your principles? Alice was taken aback. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, a battle between reason and desire. The principle of never working for others again was under constant attack from the rising flames of revenge. After a long while, Alice shook her head. It's useless. I've already been tainted by the abyss. I can't accept any other power, unless your power is stronger than the abyss's corruption, which is even more impossible. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian fell into deep thought. Which is stronger, the corruption of the abyss or the power of his unknown profession? He simply pointed at the contract in Alice's hand. Why not give it a try? Give it a try? Alice looked at the contract in her hand, her gaze revealing a hint of hope and self-mockery before she pressed her handprint. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. Chapter 40, Dual Template. Blade Queen, a sudden burst of light, blinding and unapproachable. Thousands of runes flowed like rivers, streaming towards Alice's body. Immediately afterward, the sky of the dungeon was stained blood red, a chilling aura enveloping the entire dungeon world. An astonishing sharpness erupted around Alice, as if there were countless invisible blades, shattering everything with her will. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It was indeed a success. During the resume assessment, it had prompted that hidden professions were different from golden or rainbow ones. Each talent with special potential exhibited different performances when changing careers, and their ability types varied greatly. This might also be the uniqueness of hidden professions. With the addition of a new member to the employee panel, Yi Tian felt a rush of joy. He had finally recruited his first talent with special potential, although the expenditure of 60 points was a bit high, reducing his balance to 35. 3. Seeing Alice's attribute panel made Yi Tian feel it was worth it. Employee, Alice. Career panel, Blade Queen, second tier. Quality, hidden level, 25 strength, 575 agility, 600 constitution, 518 spirit, 550 career talent, demonization, dark battle god. 12 winged light wheel blade career skills. Final judgment, cold-blooded executioner, monster template, void walker, elite monster. Ability, void traversal, opens a void portal, allowing free traversal to other spaces. Currently can only traverse to dungeons, up to 6 times a day. 2 panels. This was Yi Tian's first time seeing such a thing. Moreover, the abilities of both panels were exceptionally powerful. The hidden profession blade, Queen, goes without saying. Her attributes were nearly godlike, but the talent skill demonization was an extremely powerful transformation skill. As is well known, transformation skills are bound to be strong. Besides that, the ability of the monster template also revealed to Yi Tian why Alice was called the dungeon bug. The ability to freely traverse dungeon spaces was immensely useful. It meant she could silently kill enemies in the dungeon. Even during dungeon exploration, it allowed an additional person to assist in a dungeon that originally limited to 5 players. Yi Tian instantly thought of the recent race competition. The first match was a team dungeon speed race, with teams from Daxia and the Yaga dynasty each sending 5-man squads to race for exploration. With Alice now on his side, Yi Tian couldn't fathom how the Yaga dynasty could win. How could they compete against a cheat? Furthermore, the globally troubling level 75 tier 4 dungeon. Once Alice grew stronger, clearing dungeons would be a breeze. The 60 points spent were indeed not a loss. You have recruited employee, Alice, sharing skills, void traversal, demonization, dark battle god. 12-winged light wheel blade, sharing attributes. A long string of feedback resonated with Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Alice's appearance had dramatically changed. Her silver-white hair flowed like liquid metal, and dark patterns faintly visible beneath her skin signified a deeper level of demonization. Her left eye shrank into a vertical pupil, with elongated dark patterns extending from the corner of her eye, resembling a demon's tear mark. The black robe danced with the wind. Behind her floated 6 pairs of 12 light wheel blades, adorned with metallic silver energy patterns that could be manipulated by her will. This was the passive manifestation of the 12-winged light wheel blade. An unprecedented power surged within Alice, making her almost unable to believe it was real. After a long time, Alice concealed the 12 light wheel blades beneath her black robe, gracefully walked up to Yi Tian, and knelt on one knee. Her face, filled with an enchanting beauty, slightly bowed, and her right hand formed a fist resting on her chest, seemingly a gesture from some martial world. Regardless of your identity, Alice pledges her loyalty to you, master. Her voice was hoarse yet magnetic, laced with a hint of seductive allure, particularly the last two words, which were almost as lethal as poison. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, "Get up from now and call me boss. My identity is just an ordinary Daxia human." "Okay." Boss Alice's teasing tone lingered as she stood up, her gaze fixed intensely on the young man. This young and handsome boy had actually infused her with such powerful strength. The ability was truly astonishing. At the same time, it gave her hope to become stronger. With the power of the Blade Queen, she would no longer have to struggle between life and death, as she did before. Thinking of this, Alice approached Yi Tian, her voice dangerous yet tempting. "Boss, aren't you afraid that with my newfound power, I might threaten you in the future?" Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at her with a strange expression, momentarily unsure how to respond. Alice silently pursed her lips, as Yi Tian's gaze seemed to her like he was looking at an idiot. "Alice, what level can a monster template rise from elite? What improvements are there?" "Alice, the levels of dungeon monsters are divided into minions, enhanced monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses, and world bosses. Elite bosses and lord bosses are what professionals often refer to as small and big bosses in dungeons. The latter is often the strongest monster in a dungeon. As for the ultimate boss, it is said to only appear in certain special locations, such as legendary ancient ruins, large secret realms, etc. And the world boss, which has only been seen once globally, appeared in a super large secret realm, which was developed by the American Empire, resulting in no survivors." Alice continued, "In theory, I can also reach the level of a world boss. This has always been my goal, because the ability of void traversal will improve with the level of the monster template. I believe my chance to escape the dungeon lies here." Yi Tian was also a bit excited. The ability to traverse space could currently only be used in dungeons. If it could be used outside of dungeons in the future, it would be even more useful. Yi Tian curiously asked, "What are the conditions for upgrading the monster level? Is it only by hunting dungeon monsters, or can it be any creature? Killing any living being is fine. The stronger, the better." "Alice, however, as I'm still a human, I won't take the initiative to hunt humans." Yi Tian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Hey, then you can go into the Yaga Dynasty's dungeon to hunt the alien races and dragon descendants. It's time to show those aliens some strength." Chapter 41. The Secret Realm is invaded. Void traversal. Killing the alien race? That sounds great. Alice, who possesses a monster template, is excited. Killing copy challengers already yields more experience than defeating copy monsters, especially those inherently powerful alien races who previously avoided confrontation when they were weaker, now with hidden professions. Hunting aliens will surely lead to rapid growth. However, she thought of another problem. "I've been in the copy for so long that I have no idea where the aliens are or where their copies are located." The ability of the Void Walker, Void Traversal, allows free movement between various copies, but without positional guidance, it feels like walking blindfolded. In fact, Alice, living in the copy, cannot determine the direction of the outside world, and each time she traverses a copy, it is like gambling on luck. But Yi Tian happens to have a solution. "You should be able to sense my location now, right?" Alice closed her eyes and used her mind to sense slightly, nodding in surprise. After successfully recruiting her, Yi Tian and Alice automatically established a boss-employee relationship. Just as Yi Tian can check the employee panel, the recruited Alice can also feel the presence of her boss in an intangible way. That is the source of her ability. To Alice, this feeling is like being in an endless dark sea, suddenly enveloped by the light of a lighthouse. "I will help you find the location of the alien race's copy, and you can directly teleport to my side then." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice showed a delighted expression. Thus, her wandering life in the copy, akin to being blind, finally came to an end. She elegantly bowed to Yi Tian. "Alice follows your guidance." Leaving the copy, Yi Tian was quite satisfied with this trip, having gained a special talent and the peculiar ability to traverse copies. The special potential truly is remarkable. Just as Yi Tian was sighing, he suddenly noticed that the number of professionals in the center of the copy had decreased significantly. Some teams of professionals whispered to each other and then ran towards the city outskirts. What happened? The receptionist at the copy center, who had a deep impression of Yi Tian's successful completion of the sealed copy and secret realm, answered, "The medium-sized secret realm outside the city has undergone a mutation for some unknown reason and is completely sealed off." The medium-sized secret realm outside the city? Isn't that the Tianyu realm that Yi Tian and others captured not long ago? Yi Tian frowned slightly. A mutation and complete sealing undoubtedly mean that the resources in the secret realm cannot be harvested. If a good medium-sized secret realm cannot be accessed for resource extraction, then they can only watch and gain nothing. It would mean that their previous struggle was all in vain. Strange. With this thought, Yi Tian quickly headed towards the secret realm outside the city to investigate. Upon arriving next to the secret realm, he found that the entrance had already been isolated by the guard army. Hundreds of professionals who came to watch were all blocked outside the cordon, unable to approach the entrance of the secret realm, and the situation looked quite severe. "Everyone, step back," the guard army shouted. Seeing this, Yi Tian approached, took out his identity badge, and presented a document, Office for Expansion and Strengthening. A guard army member frowned slightly. "What is this?" No, wait. Sorry. Sir, I didn't recognize you just now." His expression shifted from anger to confusion, and finally to respect, as he raised his hand to signal Yi Tian to pass through the cordon. The document's name is abstract, but it has its uses. According to Wei Yuan, this document's authority is on par with that of the city lord, allowing free passage in most places of the Great Xia. Why can he go in? Who is he? The onlookers who were blocked outside expressed their discontent. The guard army member angrily said, "This person is from a special agency and can solve problems. Why would you want to go in? To be buried with them?" Upon hearing this, the disgruntled voices of the onlookers gradually faded. Yi Tian approached the entrance of the secret realm and found that the original entrance was coalescing with a dark purple vortex, emanating a dangerous aura. At this moment, Wei Yuan was not there. Instead, Bai Qiuli and another elegant woman were present. "Boss, I was just about to message you." Seeing Yi Tian arrive, Bai Qiuli said excitedly. The other beautiful woman with a sword looked at Yi Tian, who also returned a curious gaze. Bai Qiuli briefly introduced the two to each other. It turns out she is the senior Jiang Yuanshuang, Qiuli's little boss. Jiang Yuanshuang sized up Yi Tian, surprised that the boss who could help Bai Qiuli advance to a god-level profession was actually a handsome young man. Yi Tian was puzzled. It must be a significant matter for Jiang Yuanshuang, a top-level professional at level 74, to come here. Bai Qiuli explained to Yi Tian, "This morning, the secret realm suddenly mutated, the entrance was sealed, and all the mining workers were trapped inside. We suspect that there are evil beings in the secret realm and need to send a team to deal with it." Then, the exploration team, formed by Yi Xiu and Jiang Che, went in. It's been 4 hours, and they still haven't come out. Since they entered, the entrance to the secret realm has been completely sealed, and no one can go in. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che went in too. Yi Tian's brows furrowed. He knew the capabilities of Yi Xiu and Jiang Che. If it were evil beings, they wouldn't be trapped for so long, unless it were demon lords or demon kings. But if beings of that level came, their target wouldn't just be a secret realm. It would likely be the entire Qingsheng. Jiang Yuanshuang looked at the dark purple entrance of the secret realm, her expression serious. This method is likely from some alien race. Bai Qiuli hurriedly spoke, "Boss, why don't you try to see if you can contact them through the meeting? Otherwise, no one knows the situation inside." Yi Tian, upon hearing this, opened the employee panel and checked the status of Yi Xiu and Jiang Che. He found that both were still in combat status, with their health above half. So they were not in immediate danger, but it was uncertain how long that would last. "No need, I will go rescue them." As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, Bai Qiuli was slightly stunned, while Jiang Yuanshuang shook her head helplessly. The entrance is sealed. No one can go in. The purpose of these aliens is probably not simple. Although she said this, Yi Tian still walked to the entrance of the secret realm. The secret realm is in a sealed state and cannot be entered. Such a prompt stopped Yi Tian's steps. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli looked at Yi Tian with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Yi Tian raised his hand towards the entrance of the secret realm, his palm shimmering with unstable energy, causing the dark purple vortex to seem almost torn apart. Void traversal. In the next moment, Yi Tian stepped into the torn opening, directly entering the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were both left dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Yuanshuang's graceful demeanor gradually became disordered as she murmured, When did the great Xia produce such a terrifying figure? She then turned to Bai Qiuli and asked, "What kind of strength does your boss have?" Bai Qiuli's delicate face showed some confusion as she carefully recalled in her mind. But her tone was uncertain. "I think he should be very powerful, right?" Chapter 42. The Void Insect Tribe. Open and brazen extortion. With a flicker of purple light, Yi Tian appeared in the secret realm. The once familiar Tianyu realm was now shrouded by countless barriers like a black web, and a decaying aura spread continuously, emitting a foul smell. It seemed that this level of blockade could still be cracked by void traversal. After sharing Alice's void traversal ability, Yi Tian had also mastered the ability to traverse in an instance's secret realms. It appeared that he could not only traverse between instances, but also from the outside world to the instance. Yi Tian looked around and saw 2 Tianan gold mines. In resource secret realms, many such mineral resources would be born, and after being mined by workers, they could yield a large amount of materials. Tianhan gold, containing wind spiritual power, was suitable for making equipment for agile profession players. However, the few pieces of Tianhan gold lying on the gray surface were so hard, yet they were full of gnawing marks, with the surface covered in gaps. It seemed there were quite a few foreign races around. Yi Tian's gaze fell deeper into the Tianyu realm, and he felt a bit of anticipation in his heart, then spoke. "Alice." "Zzz." As soon as he spoke, the secret realm space beside Yi Tian was torn apart, and a strange figure with long legs stepped out. The Blade Queen. Alice walked to Yi Tian's side, her cold and beautiful face filled with curiosity. "Isn't this the previous secret realm?" "Yes, although it's not an instance of the ancient dynasty. There should be quite a few foreign races here." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Alice subconsciously licked her red lips, her gaze filled with expectation. "Let's go." Yi Tian quickly headed towards the depths of the Tianyu realm, where he could sense the presence of Yi Xiu and Jiang Che. Upon entering the second floating island, sounds finally emerged from the barrier that resembled a black web, as insects swarmed around, emitting a nauseating buzz. Yi Tian looked up and saw that the small insects had menacing faces, their shells emitting a dark purple light, and they had 6 bug-like legs. Void Insect Tribe? Alice's eyes sharpened as she recognized them at a glance. Yi Tian casually glanced and found that this so-called Void Insect Tribe had average strength, only around 2nd-tier combat power. Behind Alice, 12 light wheel blades appeared, and the long knives, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, pierced through as she sliced towards a few void insects, each strike leaving behind dazzling light trails. As a talent, the 12-winged light wheel blades passively added a high attack increase of 500, making ordinary attacks enough to kill instantly. Swish! Swish! The sharp blade light swept through, and the swarm of insects was instantly annihilated, transforming into experience orbs that Alice absorbed. Alice was delighted. Sure enough, the experience from these isn't weaker than that of instance monsters. We're not far from elite boss levels. At this moment, Yi Tian directly charged towards the 3rd giant floating island. The air here was even more decayed and harsh, with swarms of insects crawling on the black web-like barrier. In a corner of the giant floating island, dozens of mining workers huddled together. Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, his brother and sister, along with a profession player dressed in Starfire martial arts attire, were protecting the miners while battling the void insect swarm under Yi Xiu's command. It seemed that the battle had been going on for quite a while. "Boss, why are you here? The secret realm is blocked. How did you get in?" When Yi Xiu and Jiang Che saw Yi Tian, their faces were filled with shock. They had a connection with Yi Tian and could sense that this person before them was indeed Yi Tian himself, not some imitation. This left them even more bewildered. "I'm here to save you." Before them was a gigantic, ghostly green crawling insect, accompanied by a spider-like insect that occasionally devoured prey nearby. Clearly 2 elite members of the Void Insect Tribe. Void AO Beast, level 40, Void Weaver, level 40. These should be the 2 strongest creatures they encountered on this trip. Not good to deal with. Boss, be careful. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che hurriedly reminded. Yi Tian remained calm. "Alice." The next moment, 2 energy blades resembling mantis knives sprang from Alice's wrists, combining with the 12-winged light wheel blades, the knife edges sharp as a whirlwind. The 2 void insects were not particularly strong. Yi Xiu, as a god-tier profession, could handle them, but with dozens of mining workers behind him to protect, he couldn't unleash his full power. Jiang Che couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Wow, boss, this beauty is fierce. She seems to have god-tier combat power." Yi Tian nodded. Alice's current combat power was indeed not inferior to his. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Alice had not yet activated her demon transformation. Otherwise, she could easily annihilate these two void insects. Yi Tian took a breath and reminded Yi Tian, "Boss, the void insect tribe scheme might be significant. I remember that the interdimensional passage of the void insect tribe comes from a neighboring cold country, but a few days ago, the cold country was destroyed by the void insect tribe, and now they are targeting Daxia." Destroyed the cold country? Yi Tian was slightly surprised. Although the cold country was weaker, it was still a country, and it was surprisingly easy for it to be destroyed. Yi Tian shared what he knew. The void insect tribe is divided into two types: void insects and parasite insects. Void insects are the ones around us. Their combat ability is not top-notch among alien races, but they have the ability to invade instances with cunning means. As for parasite insects, it is said that they can parasitize other beings with low mental strength and control them. I must say, these two abilities are indeed bizarre. It's not surprising they could destroy a country. However, Yi Tian felt that the void insect's abilities were somehow related to Alice's void traversal. And there's also the parasite insect. In the outside world, Wei Yuan was not far from the secret realm, but suddenly his driver's eyes glowed green, displaying a horrifying and strange expression. "Stop playing tricks." Wei Yuan looked at the driver's suddenly changed face, his expression utterly calm. "If you have something to say, just say it." With Wei Yuan's extremely strong mental power, he naturally sensed that something had taken over the driver, but the other party did not act recklessly, clearly wanting to communicate. Soon, the driver hoarsely said, "Noble Insect Mother sends greetings to Daxia." Less nonsense. From his sentence, Wei Yuan already understood that the visitor was the void insect tribe that had annihilated the cold country, and the ruler of the insect tribe was the void insect mother. Upon receiving this information, he immediately realized that the blockade of the secret realm was indeed the work of the void insect tribe. The insect tribe parasitizing the driver spoke coldly. "You are so impatient. Then I will be brief. The problem of mining in the Tianyu realm, my clan can help Daxia solve. The few outstanding human beings trapped in the secret realm, my clan can also help release. And we only need 2 small secret realms as a reward." Chapter 43. Promoted to Boss. The permissions of the dungeon. Hee. Wei Yuan was amused. The medium-sized secret realm was sealed off. It was undoubtedly the doing of the void insect race. There was no doubt it was blatant extortion. Trading 2 small secret realms for 1 medium-sized secret realm was akin to collecting protection fees. If one did not agree, the medium-sized secret realm would be locked down, and no one could enter, effectively rendering it useless. Moreover, the void insect race could repeat this process endlessly. This was the disgusting trait of the void insect race. Their ability to invade dungeons was indeed something that most countries could not defend against, including the Great Xia. Wei Yuan would not compromise, but the Great Xia needed time to find a way to deal with this ability. However, at this moment his phone vibrated. Wei Yuan glanced slightly and saw a message from Jiang Yuanshuang. Yi Tian has entered the sealed secret realm. Yi Tian. Wei Yuan was naturally aware of the situation in the secret realm. After Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and the other 5 entered, the secret realm was completely sealed off by the void insect race, and no one could enter. Invasion was a racial ability of the void insect race. Dungeons and secret realms are essentially independent and closed small spaces, typically allowing only one wave of people to enter at a time before the space closes. However, the void insect race can erode the space, corroding the closed spatial walls, allowing them to invade in groups. Once inside, they can seal the space with special methods, achieving the goal of monopolizing the secret realm. Countries around the world, and even most alien races, had no means to counter this. Otherwise, the cold country would not have fallen so quickly. But Yi Tian actually broke through the void insect race's blockade. How'd he do it? Seeing Wei Yuan lost in thought, the parasite attached to the driver spoke again. As the leader of the Great Xia, Your Excellency must understand the principle of sacrificing the small for the big. Just 2 small secret realms in exchange for 1 medium-sized secret realm, and the lives of 5 talented individuals from the Great Xia is still quite a bargain, isn't it? The parasite's voice was hoarse and creepy, yet Wei Yuan's mood gradually calmed. Since Yi Tian had the ability and dared to actively enter the sealed secret realm, he must have some confidence to deal with it. Moreover, at this point, The only one who could handle the void insect race as cunning methods was probably Yi Tian. The parasite urged, "If we delay any longer, I can't guarantee what will happen in the secret realm." Wei Yuan chose to trust Yi Tian, shaking his head with a faint smile. "I think not." In the secret realm, within the Tianyu realm, Alice's combat power truly shocked everyone present. The 12-winged light wheel blades split into 6 to guard against the small insects, while the other 6 teamed up with Alice to fight against 2 level 40 elite void insects. She was single-handedly suppressing hundreds of void insects. Although the void insects were not strong in direct combat, the void lobster and weaver were not inferior to epic-class professionals of the same level. With hundreds of small insects around, if the Great Xia army were to respond, they would at least need a battalion-level formation, accompanied by the deafening sound of carapaces grinding. The massive void lobster slammed into the ground, and each step of its 6 pairs of insect legs caused shockwave-like tremors. Yi Xiao activated Holy Healing Apocalypse, applying shields to everyone to prevent being affected by the residual waves. At that moment, Alice flashed and quickly dodged the earthquake waves, her 6 light wheel blades darting like flying auroras, charging toward him. Crazy. The lobster was startled, not expecting the opponent to dare to meet his attack head-on, but he felt this was an opportunity. From its grotesque maw, it spewed out purple acidic liquid, launching a highly corrosive attack that enveloped Alice's figure. However, the next moment, a long black light flickered through the acid, cutting through it, and with a wave, it severed half of the void lobster's body in an instant. Ugh! The void lobster screamed, retracting all its nerve cords for defense, letting out a wail. What? In just a moment of confrontation, the void weaver's pupils constricted sharply, seeing her companion heavily injured in an instant. As a void weaver, her abilities were more functional. The black web enveloping the secret realm was her masterpiece, capable of sealing the entire secret realm once established. However, in terms of combat, the void lobster was far stronger than her, yet even so, it was heavily injured by Alice with a single strike. The void weaver immediately spread black spider webs from her body, the black web flooding the area like a giant black hand, reaching out to grab Alice from behind. This was her strongest control method, as long as she controlled Alice. Not only could she save her teammate, but she could also seize the opportunity to turn the tide. However, facing the overwhelming black spider web, Alice did not even turn her head, her right hand reaching back into the air. Final judgment. Dozens of blood-red slashes shot out behind Alice. Each blood-red slash tore through the spider web in an instant, directly piercing through and exploding on the void weaver's body. In an instant, the weaver's body seemed to be hit by countless slashes, instantly torn into countless fragments. Bang! Accompanied by the explosive sound of blood bursting. The weaver didn't even have time to scream before being killed by Alice. She made her move. She was taken down in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The corpse of the void weaver glimmered with blue light, transforming into experience absorbed by Alice. Meanwhile, the void lobster before Alice was now even more dumbfounded. Where are my teammates? This level of combat power, is she really human? The lobster looked at Alice, its remaining half-body unable to move, unable even to unleash another earthquake wave for defense. The next moment, 12 light wheel blades were summoned by Alice. In the massive pupils of the lobster, Alice's left hand raised slightly, and then 12 light wheel blades pierced into its carapace. The dark purple carapace emitted a piercing cracking sound, like crystals shattering, completely destroying the void lobster's vitality. At this moment, Yi Xiao, Jiang Che, and the others, including the mining team members, were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they did not know who was more terrifying, Alice or these void insects. Employee: Alice has killed the void lobster and the void weaver. You share experience. Alice has absorbed enough hunting experience. The monster template has been promoted from elite monster to elite boss. Void traversal ability has been upgraded. Usage limit increased from 6 times per day to 10 times per day. As the panel notifications sounded, after Alice was promoted to elite boss, her body became taller and more elegant, and the 2 mantis blades on her arms were also greatly enhanced. Although the elite boss was referred to as a small boss, it was still a boss, completely stepping out of the category of small monsters. Along with it came the permissions of a boss in the dungeon. Alice has acquired elite boss permissions, can change dungeon terrain weather, can impose one ability restriction in the battle scene. Seeing this, Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Alice to already be able to impose ability restrictions. In the eyes of professionals, this was also known as the boss mechanism. In dungeons, some powerful bosses can impose restrictions, for example, no healing near the boss, fire attribute spells disabled in the dungeon, all weapons confiscated, etc. These are unique abilities of dungeon bosses. In the globally stuck level 75 4th tier dungeon, there was an extremely perverse restriction. Challenger's attributes decreased by 90. However, such restrictions came from an ultimate boss. The higher the level, the stronger the boss, and the more powerful the ability restrictions they can impose. Although Alice is currently just an elite boss, the fact that she can gain the authority to impose ability restrictions proves that there is hope for the future. Hiss hiss. 2 elite void insects fell, and countless smaller void insects around them emitted frantic cries. 2 factions trembled, almost wanting to flee first. With 2 elites easily slain, the remaining small bugs had no chance of defeating Alice. Moreover, the talent of the void insect race to invade the dungeon is also limited. Invading the dungeon is equivalent to breaking into the lair of the dungeon boss, where they will be discovered and targeted by the boss, unless they kill or unite with the boss. Once the secret realm is cleared, the boss disappears, allowing these smaller void insects to invade easily. As long as the dungeon boss exists, the small void insects will sense that they are in someone else's territory and be on high alert for danger, instinctively wanting to escape. Want to run? However, Alice is in the middle of her killing spree, so how could she let them escape easily? This is all experience from her monster template. Alice imposed a restriction on leaving, Yi Tian said, and Alice was just about to do so. Theoretically, the higher the boss level, the greater the authority, and higher level bosses will override the ability restrictions of lower level bosses. Therefore, in the dungeon, ordinary adventurers are generally subjected to the mechanism restrictions of the big dungeon boss, instinctively ignoring the mechanisms of the small bosses. Coincidentally, in this secret realm, there's only Alice as the boss. Prohibit leaving the secret realm. Alice used her boss authority to issue this command to the entire secret realm. In an instant, the entire secret realm seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, imposing a layer of restrictions on all living beings. With the authority of an elite boss, the prohibit leaving the secret realm restriction can only be limited to 1 minute. The command has been issued, and all targets in the secret realm cannot leave for 1 minute. 1 minute is enough. Alice's demonized eye turned crimson, and the 12-winged halo blades under her control unleashed full power. Hundreds of small void insects frantically crawled to the edge of the dungeon. Try to use the same trick to find a loophole in the secret realm and escape through it. However, their proud racial talent seemed to be completely ineffective at this moment, and this failure deepened their inner fear, making their frantic cries even more desperate. Yi Tian looked at his own status and found that even he, as an adventurer, was restricted from leaving. As a boss, the power within the dungeon is indeed terrifying. One can imagine that if Alice grows to her ultimate form in the future, or even becomes a world boss, what dungeon would be impossible for her to conquer? It would not be an exaggeration to say she is a god within the dungeon. Not to mention that the Yaga dynasty is competing in dungeon racing at the racial competition. Even if 10 other races joined in, she would still massacre them. Kill, kill, kill. She leaped up like a wolf entering a sheep pen. In contrast to the small void insect's hesitation, Alice was like a demon lord descending from the heavens, with the 12 halo blades leaving behind a scene filled with monster limbs and blood wherever they went. The scene was incredibly bloody. Ha ha! Alice's maniacal laughter echoed in the ears of everyone present, causing Yi Tian, Yi Xiao, Jiang Che, and others to break out in cold sweat. The dozens of rescued miners, initially pleased to see the void insects that trapped them being killed, now exchanged glances upon witnessing Alice's frenzied slaughter, their scalps tingling. How does it feel like she is even more ruthless than those bugs? Compared to those bugs, she really looks like a boss. Just looking at her gives me chills. Not to mention, buddy, your chills are because you're leaning against the bug corpses. Damn. 1 minute passed. Inside the dungeon, only Alice's flashing blades remained, with the giant floating island and the black web barrier of the void insects covered in traces of slashing and the dismembered limbs of small void insects. Although there were many small void insects, Alice, with her extraordinary agility and 12 independently controlled halo blades, killed them at a terrifying speed. Yi Xiao and Jiang Che initially wanted to help, but Yi Tian stopped them. These void insects, as invaders of the secret realm, would significantly accelerate the upgrade speed of the monster template upon being killed by Alice. This is one of the reasons Yi Tian realized that Alice could be rated as a dungeon bug, besides having dual templates as an adventurer and a monster. As a dungeon monster, she can infinitely level up, even evolving from a small monster to a boss, which is absolutely impossible for other monsters. As an adventurer, one can kill dungeon monsters to level up. As a dungeon monster, one can kill dungeon challengers to level up. With her dual templates, Alice's future potential is incalculable. Hundreds of small void insects turned into experience absorbed by Alice, bringing her closer to the path of promotion from elite boss to lord boss. Wonderful. After the killing was complete, Alice licked her lips, her expression full of enjoyment, as if she had just had a delicious meal. It's over, Yi Tian said to Yi Xiu and others. You all take the mining team and leave first. Yi Xiu nodded, understood. The weather on the floating island changed from cloudy to clear, and the black web barrier surrounding the secret realm gradually dissipated, indicating that the secret realm had returned to a normal passage state. Alice, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, turned to Yi Tian and asked, Boss, there are no monsters or alien races in this secret realm anymore. Where should I go next? This might be Alice's only flaw. She has always been in an independent dungeon space, completely lacking a sense of direction and unable to accurately find suitable targets to hunt. This killing machine needs Yi Tian to set her in motion. Yaga Dynasty, Chapter 44, Joint Annexation of the Great Xia, heading to the hostile camp instance. The Yaga Dynasty was the destination Yi Tian had originally prepared. Since he could hunt enemies in the instance, he certainly couldn't miss out on the alien races. As he spoke, he stepped out of the secret realm and instructed Alice, Wait for my summons. Outside, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were anxiously watching the entrance of the secret realm. Yi Tian entering the secret realm indicated that the situation had escalated again. If Yi Tian couldn't come out, it would be far more serious than losing a medium-sized secret realm. Fortunately, the dark purple entrance of the secret realm gradually returned to normal, and the blockade was lifted. Yixiu, Zhang Ke, and others left the secret realm safely with dozens of mining teams. Thank goodness. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang breathed a sigh of relief. The latter, surprised and delighted, said, Qiuli, your little boss really is something. Bai Qiuli was momentarily stunned. To be honest, she rarely saw Yi Tian in action and had no way of judging his true strength. However, from the few times she had seen Yi Tian perform, it was clear his abilities were indeed mysterious. She nodded blankly in agreement. On the other side, Wei Yuan gazed toward the secret realm direction. The parasite that had latched onto the driver urged, Don't waste time, my lord. There won't be any miracles. Huh. Before he could finish, the parasite was shocked. The presence of hundreds of void insects from the direction of the secret realm suddenly vanished completely. What's going on? Did they all retreat? The parasite fell into confusion, not even considering the possibility of casualties. After all, this was a Tier 2 secret realm, with levels capped at below level 25. They had dispatched 2 elite level 40 void insects, which was overwhelming combat power. How could there be a problem against a maximum of 5 Great Xia practitioners? Moreover, hundreds of void insects couldn't possibly die so quickly. The parasite was furious. Damn it! How could they disobey the command of the mother bug and retreat on their own? Wei Yuan felt the alien presence in the secret realm disappearing and smiled with satisfaction. Yi Tian truly was someone capable of creating miracles. In the next moment, he reached out toward the parasite. An immense star spirit power coalesced into an invisible hand, crushing the parasite's mental essence to pieces. Tell your mother bug, if you dare to enter the Great Xia again, I will pay you a visit. The gray-green body of the parasite let out a mournful scream. The way the parasite operated was by releasing a strand of mental essence remotely through the void insect, taking the opportunity to occupy the body of a mentally weak individual. Although the main body was not in danger, once the mental essence was destroyed, the parasite's main body would also suffer excruciating backlash. It was in a place of gray and black corrupted land, with the sky filled with a black net barrier, and under the ruins, countless densely packed and disgusting insect eggs were hatching. This was the devastated Han Kingdom. The remnants of humanity in the ruins were ruthlessly trampled by the insect race. Collapsed skyscrapers, shattered vehicles. There was no sign of life, and this small piece of land had completely become a nest for the void insect race, with bizarrely twisted insects crawling over the collapsed buildings. Ignoring the pain in its mind, the parasite angrily rushed to the mother bug's nest, wanting to question the void insects about their sudden retreat. However, upon arriving at the mother bug's nest, the silent atmosphere inexplicably filled it with dread. The result it obtained made it even more shaken. Not a single one of the hundreds of void insects sent to the Great Xia returned. They all perished. I am actually the only survivor. It couldn't believe it, even dared not believe it. The chilling sensation in its heart filled it with deep fear. Initially thinking that its teammates had abandoned it, who could have imagined that all its teammates had died? At this moment, from the darkness of the mother bug's nest, a deep and authoritative voice echoed, "The Great Xia is indeed different from the Han Kingdom." The void insect race had never faced such setbacks when invading the Han Kingdom. They lost hundreds of void insects on their first strike, and they gained not a single benefit, suffering a complete loss. The void insect race, which had found it so easy to occupy the Han Kingdom, was experiencing defeat for the first time at the hands of the human race. There was certainly a reason for the Great Xia to have such vast territory. The mother bug's voice gradually roared, but we, the void insects, also need a larger territory. This small place of the Han Kingdom is completely insufficient to satisfy us. The Great Xia, the Dragonborn of Yagu, seems to be our match. The mother bug's deep, cavernous voice came again from the darkness. Find the Yaga dynasty and jointly annex the Great Xia. The issue of the secret realm resolved. But Yi Tian's method for dealing with the void insect invasion truly intrigued Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan found Yi Tian to have a private conversation. The methods of the void insect race were strange, and many countries had suffered at their hands. If there were a permanent preventative measure, it would be equivalent to removing a thorn from Great Xia's side. However, Yi Tian shook his head. I don't have a way to prevent the void insect invasion. My method is to directly enter the instance and eliminate all the void insects. Directly entering the instance sounded simple, but Wei Yuan knew this was yet another unique ability of Yi Tian. Nonetheless, he felt relieved, although there was currently no means of prevention. At least with Yi Tian around, there was a temporary way to deal with the void insects. It seemed it was necessary to call on the Research Institute to tackle large-scale barrier techniques. It would be best to prevent the void insect race from invading in advance. After all, Yi Tian was just one person, and Great Xia couldn't rely entirely on him without taking any action. After saying this, Wei Yuan solemnly added, "However, this time we owe it all to you. At least today, if it weren't for Yi Tian's intervention, Great Xia indeed had no good way to respond, and might have had to abandon a medium-sized secret realm." Yi Tian smiled in return, and just at that moment, he had something to ask. "Brother Wei, could you take me into the instance of the Yaga dynasty? As long as it's an instance they control." Wei Yuan was taken aback. Entering the instance of the Yaga dynasty? This was the first time he had seen such a strange request to actively go into the enemy camp's instance. However, Wei Yuan also knew that Yi Tian was not someone who acted without purpose. He must have his reasons. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Sure, I'll take you there." Chapter 45. Where does a boss directly block the entrance of a dungeon? In the eastern border of the Great Xia, Dingsheng is a city where the border troops of the Great Xia and the Aigu Kingdom are stationed together, often leading to friction and competitions. The situation has become even more intense since the Great Xia took over a small secret realm, given by the Red Emperor from the Aigu Kingdom. "Quick, hurry up, we're about to sprint." "Nice, just broke the record of that little dragon. Bring their bets over. What is there to be smug about being a few seconds ahead? Humans just haven't seen the world." At the center of Dingsheng, the border troops of the Great Xia and the alien troops are placing bets around a dungeon entrance. Fiercely competing, Wei Yuan drove Yi Tian over, and the latter curiously asked upon seeing the scene, "What is this?" The border troops usually engage in martial arts competitions or this kind of speed-running dungeon activity, which is also a form of competition, Wei Yuan explained. Yi Tian quickly understood the rules. The Great Xia and the Aigu Kingdom take turns sending people into the dungeon to see who can clear faster, while both sides place bets against each other. The winning side's bettors will receive the losing side's bets based on the bet ratios. Similar to martial arts competitions, this direct comparison of combat power is quite common in cities where both races are stationed. The only unfortunate one is the dungeon, being repeatedly cleared by both sides. Wei Yuan pointed to the dungeon and asked, "Can this dungeon be your target?" "No, I can take you into the Aigu continent. I guarantee you can clear a dungeon without any problem." The Aigu continent is on the other side of the dimensional passage in Dingsheng, the homeland of the Aigu kingdom. Yi Tian immediately stopped him. No need, this dungeon will do. After all, his goal is to bring Alice near the Aigu kingdom and let her take the lead when the time comes. The two got out of the car and walked over. Just then, the Aigu kingdom sent someone to race, and the alien they sent was a half-dragon named Yedra, whom Yi Tian remembered from the last medium-sized secret realm. It seems that due to the failure in the secret realm competition, he was demoted to the border troops by the Red Emperor. Boss. As soon as Yi Tian walked over, he heard a bright voice calling out. Wan Jiang jogged a couple of steps, pleasantly surprised to see Yi Tian after a long time. Hello, Chief. Chief Wei is here too. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, and Yi Tian noticed Wan Jiang's shoulder insignia. He had been promoted to captain. So, you're also participating in the dungeon race? Wan Jiang grinned, just playing around during breaks. As he spoke, Wan Jiang leaned in closer to Yi Tian and whispered, Boss, you absolutely can't guess. I've gained a super strong ability. Yi Tian je suis le replié, extraordinaire officieux. Wan Jiang's eyes instantly widened in shock, as if a carefully hidden secret had been exposed. Yi Tian coughed lightly, patted his shoulder, and said, Good job, keep it up. After that, Yi Tian walked towards the betting area for the dungeon. Wan Jiang was left with an incredulous expression. The boss is indeed the boss. He can even see through the extraordinary physique. But he definitely can't imagine that my extraordinary physique can still be improved. Gidra. Clearance time, 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Record broken. Damn. Soon, Yedra, the half-dragon of the Aigu kingdom, exited the dungeon, leading the previous record by over a minute. The Great Xia border troops lost all their bets from the last round to the Aigu kingdom. Great Xia, hurry up and send someone out. Come on. In the dungeon race, it was now Great Xia's turn to send someone. Wan Jiang was already eager. Boss, let me go. Watch me crush that little dragon. No, let me do it, Yi Tian said, disregarding Wan Jiang's surprised gaze, and directly walked to the dungeon entrance. The Great Xia border troops were immediately stunned. Who is this guy? Which team is he from? Meanwhile, the aliens from the Aigu kingdom began to mock. A young kid has come. Is there no one left in Great Xia? However, upon seeing Yi Tian actually enter the dungeon, the aliens did not blindly place bets. After all, these days, there are quite a few who play the pig to eat the tiger. The Great Xia border troops had already played this trick many times, making the aliens more cautious. Thus, this round had only a few people placing bets. This is a level 35 dungeon. In terms of difficulty, it poses almost no challenge to Yi Tian. However, his goal is not speedrunning. Alice. As soon as he spoke, Alice, wrapped in a black cloak, appeared. Her figure, now 182 centimeters tall, looked even more slender under the black cloak, her golden eyes shining with a demonic gleam, full of anticipation. Boss, is the prey here? That's right. Soon there will be aliens lining up to come in. Yi Tian smiled and added, and this is near the Aigu kingdom. There will be plenty of aliens in the nearby dungeon. Bringing Alice to the vicinity of the Aigu kingdom also speeds up her evolution into a monster template. Those dragon descendants with naturally strong bloodlines are the best nourishment for Alice's evolution. Yi Tian instructed, you clear this wave of dungeon monsters first. Keep the clearance time within 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Alice nodded obediently, wielding her 12-winged light blades, and began to act. Yi Tian. Clearance record 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Record broken. TCH, I thought you were hiding some strength. Only ahead by 5 seconds? What is there to boast about being a few seconds ahead? It's just luck. I haven't even used my full strength yet. 7 minutes is not a problem. After seeing Yi Tian's clearance time, the aliens from the Aigu kingdom all looked down on it. The last to speak, Yedra, the half-dragon, was preparing to take action again. Place your bets. Place your bets. This round, the aliens were full of momentum in placing their bets. Equipment, materials, currency, etc. Anything of value could be used as a bet. They knew Yedra's strength. Being sent to tackle the medium-sized secret realm indicated his extraordinary power. The Great Xia border troops were also aware of this, and there were almost no bettors, except for Yi Tian. Boss, are you going to place a bet too? Wan Jiang asked in a low voice, puzzled because Yi Tian not only placed a bet, but also a considerable amount, throwing in a bunch of equipment that had dropped from previous runs, prompting even more bets from the aliens. Yi Tian just smiled. Just playing. Wei Yuan appeared to be pondering something, and suddenly remembered that Yi Tian had mentioned the figure in the black cloak, vaguely suspecting something. Yedra entered the dungeon. Before he could clearly see the dungeon scene, he noticed a figure in a black cloak standing not far away, with 12 light blades floating behind her, looking both enchanting and dangerous. No way. Why Haven T? I seen this monster before. While he was still thinking, he saw Alice darting forward at an eye-watering speed, the cold light flashing in front of him. No, this is a boss. Such a powerful boss. In just one encounter, he could clearly feel he was no match. The terrifying pressure from the opponent almost drowned him like a tide. Yedra's heart was about to explode. What the hell? Where does a boss directly block the entrance of a dungeon? Chapter 46. Royal Dragonborn. Promoted to Lord Boss. Soon, Yedra realized he was wrong. This was no longer a matter of a dungeon boss blocking the entrance. The figure in the black robe before him was infinitely stronger than the final boss of a level 35 dungeon. This boss was different. There was no time to think. He had to withstand her attacks, and then figure out how to escape the dungeon. Feeling the sharp cold light approaching rapidly, Yedra decisively abandoned the idea of fighting. He summoned all his strength, the dragon blood scales on his arms flickering with a blue light, crossing them in front of his chest. In the next moment, the cold light flashed. His all-out defense was torn apart by Alice as easily as cutting tofu. Yedra, among the alien races of the Yaga dynasty, was considered above average as a half-dragon. But in front of Alice, the Blade Queen with dual templates and a hidden class, he couldn't even withstand a single hit. The glimmering wheel blades seemed to mock him. Your defense is just as laughable. In the next moment, 12 wheel blades pierced through Yedra's body like a rain of arrows. Yedra died on the spot. Alice's expression was elated. The boss was right. As long as she waited here, someone would come to her door. Yedra. Fail the dungeon? Outside. When they saw the dungeon entrance change back to a challengeable state, everyone present, including the aliens, was stunned. Failure to challenge, and the person hadn't come out, meant only one thing. He died in the dungeon. How could this be? The aliens couldn't believe it. He was a half-dragon. How could he die in a level 35 dungeon? Could it be that the dungeon had evolved after being cleared so many times? As everyone exchanged glances, Yi Tian smiled, collecting all the bets placed by the aliens in the previous round. Various equipment, materials, and a massive amount of bets were taken by Yi Tian alone. Although the items weren't very valuable, who wouldn't take free stuff? Seeing this, Wanjiang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Is this all you Yaga dynasty has? This level? You can't even clear a dungeon. Your brother is just weak. Hearing this, the aliens were furious, especially those who had placed larger bets in the previous round. Yedra was just a useless fool. No wonder they couldn't conquer the medium secret realm. Turns out he was this weak. Change players and try again. Soon, the Yaga dynasty sent out another half-dragon. This half-dragon even had a military rank, suggesting a relatively high level in the alien army. This made the aliens cheer again, and the number of bets increased. Half a minute later, what? Failed again? The dungeon state reset, indicating that the new half-dragon also died inside. Could it be that the dungeon really evolved? The aliens exchanged glances, while the Dachau border troops laughed mercilessly. This was what infuriated the former the most. Not only had a large amount of bets been won, but they were also ridiculed by Dachau, losing face, being stationed in the same city. How could they endure such humiliation? A giant scorpion alien, over 3 meters tall, stood up angrily. I will do it. 20 seconds later, dungeon failure. Giant scorpion dead. The aliens? Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Alice was still too impatient. Who would dare to challenge now? Wanjiang turned to look at Yi Tian with suspicion. Now he understood. The boss must have done something extraordinary in the dungeon. Although the Dachau border troops didn't know exactly what happened, they felt refreshed seeing the aliens suffer, and the taunts rose one after another. The aliens seemed to be doused with cold water. The 3 fallen aliens were top-tier combatants below level 35, if they couldn't win, let alone the other aliens. However, at this moment, a giant dragon figure flew in from the sky. The dragon's massive body landed, creating a shockwave that caused the aliens to retreat. Compared to half-dragons, this giant dragon showed more obvious dragon traits in both size and appearance, emanating an overwhelming aura, with golden vertical pupils proving its pure dragon bloodline. Prince Nors actually came in person. The aliens showed expressions of reverence, while Wei Yuan and Wanjiang recognized each other as identities. It turned out to be the royal dragonborn. In the Yaga dynasty, the degree of ancient dragon bloodline determined one's strength and status. The royal Dragonborn was the strongest lineage of Dragonborn descendants, crowned with the name royal. If the bloodline degree of a half-dragon is 3, then the bloodline degree of a royal Dragonborn is at least 20. In terms of attribute values alone, their strength surpasses legendary-level warrior professions, and their physique surpasses legendary-level tank professions. This is the royal Dragonborn. Wei Yuan reminded. This should be one of the opponents in the racial competition. In the racial competition between Daxia and the Yaga dynasty, both sides need to send out the new generation of contestants, and this dragon, Norse, is clearly a standout among the newborn Dragonborn. Wan Jiang stared at the giant dragon Norse, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Yi Tian showed anticipation. He wouldn't want to enter the dungeon, would he? If he entered the dungeon, Alice should be very excited. Just as the thought finished, the giant dragon Norse snorted coldly. Humph. Is there even a need for competition in a mere dungeon? His voice was deep like thunder, causing the surrounding Daxia border troops to show apprehension, while the alien army of the Yaga dynasty became excited. But then, he looked at the aliens with even more disdain. You can't even win against mere humans. A bunch of waste. For the royal Dragonborn, these aliens with thin bloodlines are even inferior to subordinates, at most mere lackeys. The giant dragon Norse had just completed the trial task of the Red Emperor and was preparing to return to the Yaga continent when he happened to notice the competition between the two races in Dingxing. So he decided to drop down and have some fun. Norse saw Yi Tian's completion record of 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and his face was filled with utmost disdain. A mere level 35 dungeon. 1 minute is enough. Although Norse had only recently reached the second tier at around level 28, the combat power brought by the dragon bloodline was extraordinarily strong. As soon as this was said, the alien army of the Yaga dynasty cheered in unison. Their fighting spirit instantly restored to its peak. Prince Norse is invincible. Daxia's humans, watch out. Norse looked at the betting area, his expression filled with confidence, casually tossing down 10 shimmering green crystals. In an instant, the people of Daxia were astonished. Wow, dragon essence crystals. Legendary level materials. These dragons are really wealthy. If we can conquer the Yaga continent, our army will definitely not lack money. Even Wei Yuan was quite interested. Dragon essence crystals seem to only be produced in the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm on the Yaga continent. The top-tier forging material for legendary equipment. Dragon Ancestor's secret realm? This was the first time Yi Tian had heard this name. Wei Yuan. It is said to be a mysterious space left by the ancestors of the ancient dragon race, containing endless dragon treasures and legacies, accessible only to those with sufficiently strong bloodlines. It is also said that there is a forbidden relic within the dragon ancestors' secret realm, hearing that only dragons could enter. Wan Jiang expressed regret. What a pity. I remember the Red Emperor said we could challenge the secret realm at will. Although dragon essence crystals are very valuable, no one on the Daxia side went to place bets. After all, the strength of giant dragon Norse was something everyone could feel personally. Breaking a record was truly no suspense for him. Only Yi Tian. After Norse stepped into the dungeon, he placed another heavy bet, becoming the only person from Daxia to place a bet. Wei Yuan and Wan Jiang both looked at him with suspicion. Wan Jiang lowered his voice. Boss, what exactly did you do in the dungeon? Wei Yuan had also noticed early on that ever since Norse decided to enter the dungeon, Yi Tian's expression had become very subtle. Yi Tian revealed a harmless smile. I think one of the opponents in the racial competition might have to be eliminated. The dragon Norse stepped into the dungeon space, his golden vertical pupils calm and indifferent. Even a 1-minute dungeon clear posed no significant challenge for him. It was merely a pastime. He paid little attention to any dungeon competition, including the racial competition, only regarding competition with other races as something to care about. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from behind him. I thought no one would come again. It seems the appetizer is finished, and it's time for the main course to be served. Each word that reached Norse's ears carried a dangerous aura, and in an instant his muscles tensed, and he abruptly turned around to meet Alice's gaze. The half-human, half-demon figure of Alice made Norse feel immediate pressure. Conversely, Alice was overjoyed to find such a perfect prey. The more powerful creatures her monster template hunted, the faster it evolved. Coincidentally, the progress bar for the elite boss had absorbed many of today's other races, and it only needed a little less than half to evolve again. This dragon arrived just in time. You absolutely cannot escape. Alice once again issued an order to the dungeon. All targets are prohibited from leaving the dungeon. 1 minute was still enough. As her voice fell, Norse's dragon eyes shone brightly with anger. You're just a special boss born with a bit of intelligence. You think you could defeat me? Accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, the 4-meter-tall Norse soared into the air, his dragon wings slapping down with a deafening boom. Accelerating, Norse lunged at Alice like a missile. Alice and Norse were of similar levels. More intriguingly, one was a high bloodline dragon, while the other had dual attributes from hidden profession and monster template, resulting in equally exaggerated stats. Both were extremely terrifying existences in the outside world, peak combat power at the early stage of Tier 2. If anyone were to witness this battle, it would likely be called a true ace versus ace. This was also a point of Norse's anger. He indeed feared her because their strengths were similar. But what gave her the confidence that she could kill him in 1 minute? Alice's overly relaxed expression made him quite furious. The shadow of Norse's massive dragon claw loomed over Alice, and his steel-like claws seemed poised to shred her to pieces in an instant. Since I have to resolve this in a minute, I will also go all out. Alice was enveloped in a cold, merciless black aura. The demonic patterns of the otherworldly flower on her left cheek seemed to come alive, releasing boundless dark power, just as the dragon claw was about to crush Alice. A fervent, violent voice erupted from her mouth. Dark warrior. In an instant, the weather in the dungeon changed dramatically. Dark power surged into the sky, blocking out the sun. Fear, like an invisible weight, gripped Norse and his dragon claw, forcing him to freeze for a few seconds. Norse dragon pupil srank sharply, as if some extremely dangerous presence had descended before him. The power of the abyss. You are a demon tainted by the abyss. Whoosh. Alice unfurled a pair of enormous demonic wings from her back, her entire body covered in pitch-black scales, with 12 blade-like rings merging into one, transforming into a long knife that was jet black with crimson patterns. She slowly opened her eyes, her left eye burning a fierce red, exuding a brutal, ferocious aura. The power of the abyss. This was the first time Alice had used it since being tainted by the abyss wormhole and becoming half human, half demon, in her usual human form. Suppressing the abyss's corruption was already very difficult, and actively using it would undoubtedly accelerate her demise. But after Yi Tian had promoted her to a hidden profession, she could instead utilize the abyss's power to transform. This, Dark Warrior, was Alice's demonic transformation of her former source martial artist. Now it was too late to run. Alice whispered softly, then swiftly slashed out 7 or 8 strikes, carving out black-red, explosive trajectories. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw that Norse had just prepared to grab was already sliced into pieces. Norse let out a scream as the severed claws gushed forth with boiling dragon blood. Demon transformation, Dark Warrior. Transform self into the Dark Warrior form, increasing destructive power. Attack speed, movement speed, skill damage, and reaction speed by 5 times, lasting for 3 minutes. Destructive power is a general term for attack strength and defense penetration. At the moment of demon transformation, Alice's combat power had completely reached a crushing state. Goodbye. Alice flapped her wings and slashed with her demonic long knife, unleashing a massive wave of dark energy that tore through Norse's body like a hot knife through butter. No, I am a royal dragon descendant. I am destined to become the Dragon King. Norse's dragon pupils widened, his struggles grew increasingly futile, and ultimately his dragon body fell, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. The massive experience points of the royal dragon descendant were absorbed by Alice, raising her level to 26. And her monster template also received an upgrade. Monster template upgraded from elite boss to lord boss. Void traversal ability enhanced. Usage limit increased from 10 times per day to 15 times per day. Can mark all traversed areas and return at any time. Gained lord boss privileges. Can alter dungeon environmental mechanisms. Can issue stronger ability restriction commands. Can command all monsters within the dungeon. Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of intoxication. It took her half a year to upgrade from a normal monster to an elite monster, but after meeting Yi Tian, she had consecutively leveled up 2 tiers in just 1 day. Following the boss was indeed the right decision. Chapter 47. The Collapse of the Yaga Dynasty. Ambushed. At this moment, only half a minute had passed outside. The other races of the Yaga Dynasty looked eagerly, as His Highness Nos had said the dungeon would end in 1 minute, and it definitely would. However, after a few more seconds, the dungeon indeed ended within 1 minute. But Nos did not come out. What? The half-dragons, red sand scorpions, giant lizard men, and other races were all shocked, their expressions almost frantic. Nos, the royal dragon lineage of the Yaga dynasty, the seed contestant of the racial competition, one of the purest bloodlines of the dragon descendants, had actually died in the dungeon. In an instant, the officers of the alien army felt as if they had sunk to the bottom of a valley. After reporting this to the Crimson Emperor, even if they did nothing, they would surely be punished. All the aliens panicked and scattered like birds and beasts, no longer daring to discuss the dungeon battle. This made the border defense army of Daxia burst into laughter, never having felt so proud. At this moment, many people reacted, "What did that guy do in the dungeon? So impressive." "Yeah, I would believe it if someone said he threw a demon lord into the dungeon. Hey, where is he?" After confirming Nas's death, Yi Tian took the 10 dragon marrow crystals he had bet on and left with Wei Yuan. Wan Jiang saw Yi Tian's departing figure and waved to the crowd, saying, "What tricks? It's just that the aliens are too weak." As soon as these words came out, the border defense soldiers nodded in agreement. Exactly. Too useless. Claiming to be dragon descendants. On the way back, Yi Tian fiddled with the shimmering dragon marrow crystals. As expected of a legendary material, just looking at it was very tempting. Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Because it is also an ingredient, dragon descendants usually eat it directly to enhance their physique. However, with human teeth and digestive systems, they can't bite or digest it." Along the way, after Wei Yuan's explanation, Yi Tian had deeply understood the value of these dragon marrow crystals, or rather, anything mined from the dragon ancestors' secret realm was worth a lot. He became quite curious about the dragon ancestors' secret realm on the Yaga continent. Wei Yuan continued, "It's a pity there are only 10 dragon marrow crystals here. It's not enough to make equipment. If there were more, we could forge some top-tier legendary equipment." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately thought of Nos. Nos was killed by Alice, and the loot on his body should also be in Alice's hands. As a royal dragon descendant, being able to put out 10 dragon marrow crystals as a bet, who knows what surprises the loot might hold. In the northern suburbs of Qingcheng, a luxury hovercar was heading out of the city. Inside the hovercar were Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli, preparing to go to Huaxing University. As one of the top 3 super first-class academies in Daxia, Huaxing is located in Xinjiang, the only large city in East China. It is said that Huaxing has a single-person trial secret realm that can enhance skill effects. Bai Qiuli said excitedly, "The racial competition starts in 3 days. I hope I can get stronger." Jiang Yuanshuang smiled slightly upon seeing this. She had seen many powerful newcomers, but those as strong, talented, and hardworking as Bai Qiuli were truly rare. When it came time for the single challenge in the racial competition, the probability of defeating the royal dragon descendants was still quite high. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes suddenly narrowed. An urgent alarm sounded inside the hovercar. Warning. Enemy attack. Warning. Enemy attack. Boom. In the wilderness between Qingcheng and Xinjiang, 3 missiles with long tails struck the hovercar. Causing a violente explosion. Amid the thick smoke of the explosion, Jiang Yuanshuang gathered her blue light sword intent into a shield, protecting Bai Qiuli as they landed safely. However, at the moment of landing, several figures surrounded them in the dim light. Jiang Yuanshuang's expression turned cold as she scanned her surroundings with her sword drawn. There were more than a dozen professionals wearing purple church robes, their faces marked with different strange symbols, all around level 50, with quite a few third-tier professions. Among them was even an epic profession, a mechanical transformer, who was responsible for shooting down the hovercar with a large cannon on his back, emitting gray smoke. The divine arrival cult. Jiang Yuanshuang's tone was icy, exuding murderous intent. At a glance, it was clear that this was the notorious anti-human terrorist organization from Blue Star, the divine arrival cult. They usually only operate in the wilderness, daring not to step into Daxia cities, let alone actively attack top professionals. They use their ridiculous ideology to hunt the top newcomers from various countries. The mechanical transformer and the members of the divine arrival cult stared intently at Bai Qiuli, their tone particularly devout and sacred. Those who obstruct the arrival of all races to Blue Star must die. Chapter 48. The Divine Arrival Cult. The one-sided massacre has begun. At this moment, Wei Yuan was driving to return Yi Tian to Qingcheng. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed the presence of high-level professionals fighting nearby through the barrier he had set up in Qingcheng. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were ambushed. Yi Tian was taken aback and instinctively opened the employee panel, discovering that Baiqiuli's status bar was fluctuating, indicating she was in combat. With Senior Jiang Yuanshuang present, who would dare to attack them? Wei Yuan sensed deeply, his brow furrowing, the divine arrival cult. They are a bunch of lunatics who would risk their lives to achieve their goals. It was likely that Baiqiuli's recent performance had drawn the attention of the divine arrival cult. This organization was often mentioned in class, known for their underhanded tactics. They believed that if there were gods among the myriad races, only by siding with them could the power of the gods descend upon Daxia, allowing it to survive the apocalypse of evil. Yi Tian found it absurd. It was uncertain whether gods even existed. If the myriad races truly descended upon Blue Star, would Daxia still be Daxia? Yet the divine arrival cult was obsessed with targeting any existence that posed a threat to the myriad races. Unable to compete with top professionals, they resorted to preying on newcomers, which was utterly disgusting. Although Baiqiuli was wearing a shielding ring, her recent accomplishments, clearing hell-level dungeons, completing mid-level secret realms, and ranking first in the college entrance examination in East China, made her a target for the divine arrival cult, who felt threatened by her. These beasts. Yi Tian felt a wave of disgust. Wei Yuan quickened his speech. I must provide support quickly. The flowing cloud sword Saint excels in offense, but is not good at protection. If the divine arrival cult is willing to kill Baiqiuli at any cost, Jiang Yuanshuang may not be able to protect her. I will go. Yi Tian's words drew a strange look from Wei Yuan. Don't worry, I can still protect my employees. Let Senior Jiang focus on killing the enemies. With that, Yi Tian snapped his fingers and activated the skill. Meeting. In the next moment, Yi Tian's figure vanished into thin air, seemingly entering another dimension, responding to the invisible summons from the boss, reaching every employee. Wei Yuan's expression froze. On the battlefield, although theoretically, Jiang Yuanshuang and some members of the divine arrival cult were all third-tier professionals, the combat power of a top-level legendary professional at level 74 far surpassed that of those just over level 50 who had barely crossed the threshold of the third tier. But the divine arrival cult truly was a group of madmen, willing to risk everything for their so-called divine will. A 55-level third-tier assassin stealthily approached the two women and then self-destructed. He carried the destructive creations of a mechanical modifier, using all his professional power to explode, sacrificing his life to create a devastating blow. Lunatics. Jiang Yuanshuang had long noticed, but facing such reckless opponents, she could only abandon her attack and release all her sword intent to shield Baiqiuli. As a human, not fighting for humanity, but rather risking her life for alien races. Truly a pack of good dogs. The mechanical modifier from the divine arrival cult laughed maniacally. Wrong. We are fighting for humanity. Only by allowing the gods of the myriad races to descend upon Daxia can we bring hope for peace. Jiang Yuanshuang's azure sword light surged. If this is what it takes for peace, I would rather die at the hands of evil. However, she could not continue her attack. As another assassin approached and self-destructed nearby, she could only abandon her attack to protect Baiqiuli. At this moment, facing explosions that could be fatal, Baiqiuli remained calm, her expression devoid of panic. Teacher, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Although her combat power was already strong, she still fell short against third-tier professionals. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled with relief. Such a child with an excellent temperament would surely achieve limitless potential if she could survive. Don't worry, Wei Yuan will come. The teacher will ensure you're safe. A sense of helplessness filled Baiqiuli, but it did not bring her down. Instead, it ignited her fighting spirit. I am still not strong enough. Just then, a prompt appeared before Baiqiuli, and her eyes lit up. Teacher, you don't have to worry about me anymore. The members of the divine arrival cult launched another round of attacks. Attack. Don't let her escape. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, Baiqiuli's figure vanished into thin air. The members of the divine arrival cult were stunned. What happened? The intelligence didn't mention they possessed spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are extremely rare. There shouldn't be any in Daxia. Could she be invisible? The leading mechanical modifier was also dumbfounded. Their main goal was to eliminate Baiqiuli. Otherwise, how would they dare to hijack Jiang Yuanshuang's floating vehicle? And now, the target had vanished into thin air? Jiang Yuanshuang was momentarily taken aback, but recalling Baiqiuli's words before she disappeared and seeing the divine arrival cult's bewildered expressions, Baiqiuli must have been rescued. Could it be her little boss? Although she did not know the specifics, it was certainly a good thing. Jiang Yuanshuang rose with her sword, her gaze icy. The murderous intent of the flowing cloud sword enveloping the battlefield in an instant. The sword intent, almost tangible, surged towards the sky, making the members of the divine arrival cult feel a bone-chilling cold. Now, who would be the one to flee? Jiang Yuanshuang's voice was frigid. The flowing cloud sword intent slicing through the night sky, carving an arc of sword intent on the battlefield. The sword intent was overwhelming, and where it pointed, winds rose and clouds surged, filled with pure and fierce killing intent. What? No, no. Her sword intent first struck the mechanical modifier, and, as a fellow third-tier professional, the latter was instantly killed by a single strike. Even two third-tier members of the divine arrival cult were caught in the residual sword intent, their life force obliterated. A one-sided massacre had begun. Chapter 49. Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm Token. Dragon Essence Crystal. Inside the dungeon space, Alice, who had just been promoted to a Lord Boss, was traversing through nearby dungeons. Just as Yi Tian had said, this was the territory of the ancient kingdom, and there was no shortage of prey in the dungeon. However, at that moment, a prompt popped up in front of her. The boss invites you to join the meeting, which made her pause for a moment. A meeting? Can this let me leave the dungeon? After a brief thought, Alice accepted the invitation, and her figure instantly disappeared. In a conference room seemingly high above the starry sky, Bai Qiuli felt relieved. Luckily, boss, you held the meeting in time. Teacher Yuan Shuang should be able to handle the enemies easily now. Yi Tian nodded. He also discovered that the ability to hold a meeting was an incredibly powerful life-saving skill that ignored distance. After all, there was no time limit for meetings. They could last as long as needed. This meant that if an employee encountered danger, Yi Tian could pull them into the conference room at any time to ensure their safety until the external crisis passed. Yi Tian reminded everyone, if you encounter danger, it's best to notify me immediately. Ning Jing was not in the meeting, so Yi Tian planned to send her a message after the meeting ended. He noticed that she was in a state of absolute focus, researching something, so he didn't want to disturb her. The other employees nodded in agreement, never expecting that holding a meeting could also save lives. However, at that moment, Bai Qiuli, Yi Xiu, and all the employees sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It was demonic. Everyone's spirits were tense, clearly sensing that it was a terrifying presence from the abyss. They immediately focused their attention and saw Alice appear in the 5th position at the long table of the conference room. Alice looked very surprised. I really came out of the dungeon. Unfortunately, I can't use any abilities here, nor can I traverse the void. Everyone, don't be nervous. Yi Tian raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down and introduced. This is our new colleague, Alice. He briefly explained Alice's situation, and upon hearing that Alice was also one of Yi Tian's subordinates, everyone's expressions relaxed significantly. After all, they were all employees under Yi Tian, so calling each other colleagues was not a problem, and it made it easier for them to accept each other. Yi Tian added, Alice's situation is special. She can currently only act within the dungeon. If you encounter danger in the dungeon, you can directly call for Alice. Alice nodded, saying if there are any prey, just call me anytime. She realized that she had a subtle connection with everyone present, probably because they were colleagues, which was enough for her to find each of them in various dungeons. Wang Jiang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Boss, the one who killed Nors in the dungeon was Alice, wasn't it? With Yi Tian nodding in affirmation, Wang Jiang seemed to finally find the answer. A royal dragon descendant was actually killed by Alice in less than a minute, which surprised Wang Jiang regarding her strength. Yi Tian happened to ask, Alice, did that royal dragon descendant leave any loot? Only these. Alice rummaged through her items and took out a token and 30 crystals. After placing them on the long table of the conference room, the items floated to the boss's position with Yi Tian's thought. The crystals were still the legendary material, Dragon Essence Crystal. This made Yi Tian's face show joy. With these 40 Dragon Essence Crystals, he should have enough to forge equipment. Equipment forged with Dragon Essence Crystals is among the best in legendary quality. However, the other token made Yi Tian frown slightly. Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm Token. This token can be used to open an entrance to the Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm. It will disappear after use. Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm? Although Wei Yuan had told him that it was rich in high-quality resource materials and countless treasures. But isn't that in the ancient continent? How am I supposed to use this? After pondering for a long time, Yi Tian decided to put the token away for now. In the ancient continent, at the Red Emperor Palace, one of the 8 blue stone pillars supporting the palace had been smashed by the furious Red Emperor. Nors is dead. How can you all still have the face to see me? The Red Emperor kicked the broken pillar, sending the stone flying toward the officer from the Dingqing army who had come to report, hitting him hard and leaving him half dead. If it were half-dragons or other races, the Red Emperor wouldn't care how many died. But royal dragon descendants were the future pillars of the ancient kingdom, and there must be no loss. Especially with the racial competition approaching, this undoubtedly meant one less contestant. What angered the Red Emperor even more was the dragon ancestor's secret realm token he had rewarded to Nors was also undoubtedly lost. Each token was worth its weight in gold. Only with the token could one obtain secret treasures in the dragon ancestor's secret realm, and even gain special abilities inherited from ancient dragon ancestors. The entire ancient kingdom could only obtain 5 tokens each year, and now one was missing. The half-dragon mage Aide under the throne spoke, "My lord, it must be the treacherous human race who did something in the dungeon, causing the dungeon to become abyssal, leading to Prince Nors." The Red Emperor coldly replied, "Need you say that? My lord is wise." The Red Emperor certainly knew that it was the great Xia who had meddled, but he couldn't catch them. With that thought, he became even angrier. At that moment, a messenger came to report, "My lord, the Void Insect Race Envoy has come to discuss cooperation to invade Great Xia." Upon hearing this, all the strange races in the palace exchanged glances and whispered. Cooperation between 2 strange races was quite common, but the Void Insect race was cunning and treacherous, and the ancient kingdom did not have a good impression of them. The Red Emperor snorted disdainfully. Insects from the gutter think they can unite with dragons? Tell them to get lost. Even if he lost Nors. With the foundation of the ancient kingdom, the Red Emperor still did not take Great Xia seriously. A mere Great Xia, why should we ally with others? The Red Emperor snorted coldly. Tell the Green Emperor to send someone over. The racial competition is not just my business. In the northern wilderness of Qingsheng, the followers of the God S Arrival sect faced the full firepower of Jiang Yuanshuang, suffering countless casualties. The losses were more than all previous missions combined. If the God S Arrival sect followers had fled directly, perhaps not so many would have died. But they speculated that Bai Qiuli was just hiding in some space and would return after a while, at which point they could hunt down Bai Qiuli again. Just as Wei Yuan said, the God S Arrival sect is a bunch of madmen. With this thought, the God S Arrival sect held on for a long time. From the initial firm belief to collapse, to the church nearly being wiped out, finally, some were afraid and fled. At this point, most of the God S Arrival sect followers had perished under Jiang Yuanshuang's sword. It was considered a chance to eliminate an anti-human organization. The meeting ended. Yi Tian's body returned to Wei Yuan's car, eliciting a wave of curiosity from the latter. Bai Qiuli really is fine now. Your way of protecting people is quite unique. Yi Tian's ability to pull people into a space was indeed rare. Wei Yuan even thought it was a bit shameless. Yi Tian smiled and then took out the 40 dragon essence crystals, asking, "Wei Gu, are these enough to forge equipment?" Seeing this, Wei Yuan seemed to ponder. "You can even bring back loot?" He guessed that Yi Tian had managed to kill Nors, but he didn't expect that he could also bring back the relics left by Nors in the dungeon. This large amount of dragon essence crystals was indeed worth a lot. It was enough to forge 2 pieces of legendary equipment. "I'll help you find a blacksmith." "What part of the equipment do you want?" Wei Yuan didn't waste words and took the dragon essence crystals while agreeing. Legendary materials required at least an epic blacksmith to forge into equipment, and the auxiliary materials needed were also considerable, but it shouldn't be a problem for Wei Yuan. Yi Tian thought for a moment. How about accessories? Compared to armor or weapons, accessories like necklaces and rings are rarer and more precious. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, and then took Yi Tian back to the Qingshan apartment. As night fell, the stars were embedded in the sky, casting a faint cold light. Before parting, Wei Yuan said earnestly, "Tomorrow is the candidate selection for the racial competition. I'll leave it to you." Yi Tian waved his hand behind him. "Don't worry." Chapter 50, as long as you can win one match. Back at the apartment, it was already late. Bai Qiuli followed Jiang Yuanshuang to Huaxing University, effectively checking in early, leaving Yi Tian alone in the apartment. After changing his job to Alice today, his funds had dramatically shrunk, going from nearly 100 to just 35. 3. Fortunately, Alice's strength and dual template characteristics made Yi Tian feel it was worth it. Moreover, midnight soon arrived, refreshing the new management log settlement. Management log, night repair, Jiang Che's team successfully cleared the Hell Dungeon. Heartless Valley, reward, Fund 6. Bai Chili challenges Huaxing University's solo trial Secret Realm, reward, Funds 4. Wang Jian is promoted to team leader of the Daxia Border Defense Army's rookie camp. Reward, Funds 1. Ningjing cracks the ancient ruins stone tablet, interprets 3 key clues, increasing the ruins deciphering rate to 74. Reward, Funds 2. You share the experience gained by employees, killing enemies, trials, first clears, monster farming. 650,000. Your level increases. Level 25, level 28. Funds, 48. 3. This management log made Yi Tian realize that there were indeed many ways to acquire funds. First clears of dungeons, secret realm trials. Even promotions and cracking ancient stone tablets counted as a type of dividend achievement. Ningjing, as a legendary scholar, surprisingly made a huge contribution to cracking the ancient ruined stone tablet in just one day. On the other hand, Alice, as the strongest among the current employees, was temporarily trapped in a dungeon with no way to leave, resulting in her being unable to achieve any dividend honors. However, she was the most efficient in gaining experience through killing enemies. Yi Tian took one last glance at the remaining employees. There was still one promotion slot left. Who should he give it to? The racial competition would begin in about 2 days, and at least before the competition, he needed to allocate the slot to enhance the employee's strength. Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, Yi Tian, along with Wang Jian, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, boarded the exclusive floating vehicle arranged by Wei Yuan, heading to Xingqing. The racial competition was not far off, and, as usual, the high-ranking officials from East China would hold a selection in Xingqing to choose participants for the competition. It could be said that today was the day for all the outstanding talents to officially make their appearance. The floating vehicle smoothly headed towards the only large city in East China. Following the attack by the Divine Arrival sect yesterday, Wei Yuan had dispatched the garrison army commander, mobilizing 4 battalions to clear the wilderness again. This made the route particularly safe. Is this Xingqing? So luxurious. This is my first time visiting a large city. Soon, the only large city in East China came into Yi Tian and the others' view, eliciting exclamations from Jiang Che and Wang Jian. From the air, it appeared nearly 10 times larger than Xingqing, with several technologically advanced towers particularly eye-catching. However, compared to the first-tier cities from Yi Tian's previous life, this place had a more rustic style due to the war and was not very luxurious. The group arrived at the East China branch office building. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Yuanshuang were chatting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Tian and the others arrive, Wei Yuan took him directly to the third-floor conference hall, where today's selection would be held. Wei Yuan and Yi Tian were the last to arrive, and the conference hall was already filled with many big shots from East China. The racial competition concerned the interests and even the survival of all of East China. Once they failed, the countless lost secret realms will be deducted from various cities and departments. Even Huaxing University, a top-tier institution in Daxia, had paid a considerable price in secret realms in recent years, which was why the principal, Yu Hua, was present today. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing, a white-bearded old man in a deep blue robe, approached Wei Yuan with another elderly man in military uniform and questioned him. Wei Yuan, I just heard that you refused the headquarters support for the East China racial competition. Are you planning to face the competition against the Yago dynasty alone? In the racial competition against foreign races, the headquarters or the Qianlong base usually sends people to provide support. After all, relying solely on the strength of one large region to deal with foreign forces that occupy an entire other world is still too difficult. Even in previous years, with support, the outcomes were mostly draws or losses. Yet this year, Wei Yuan actually stated a few days ago that he did not need support for East China. This naturally angered Principal Yu Hua, as once the racial competition failed, Huaxing University would also have to bear part of the losses. Looking at the two imposing figures, Wei Yuan smiled lightly. The headquarters support is, of course, reserved for other regions that need it more. Old Lin, I believe East China won't need it from this year onward. The military-clad elder, who was also the commander of the East China garrison, Lin Guodong, was equally astonished. Wei Yuan, how dare you be so arrogant? The Yaga dynasty and its royal dragon descendants are terrifying, which has been well known in previous years. Even if Wei Yuan discovered a few good talents this year, he couldn't be so confident, right? For a moment, they even thought that Wei Yuan was about to tear up the peace agreement with the Yaga dynasty. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly spoke up. Support? Does that mean we can also support the competitions of other regions? Wei Yuan smiled. Of course, although Daxia is divided into 5 regions, we are all one whole. If we have the capacity, we can naturally support our colleagues. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. It seemed there were even more ways to acquire funds. Principal Yu Hua and Commander Lin Guodong were taken aback. East China is still struggling to take care of itself, and you are already preparing to support others? How can this young man and Wei Yuan be so arrogant? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Wei Yuan found it particularly amusing. He then raised his hand to introduce Yi Tian to them, saying leisurely, "This is my mercenary chief, classmate Yi Tian." Yi Tian's face darkened upon hearing this, while Yu Hua and Lin Guodong were left speechless and confused by the title mercenary chief. However, at that moment, they had a subtle feeling. It seemed that the previous Wei Yuan had returned. The young Wei Yuan had reached the top of East China at a young age, and back then, he had a carefree personality and often enjoyed being mischievous, until he took on the responsibility of East China. Supporting the region under the oppression of foreign races and evil forces, he had become increasingly serious. For a moment, Yu Hua and Lin Guodong felt a sense of nostalgia. But the next moment, this feeling of nostalgia was shattered by Wei Yuan's next words. "I plan to fully delegate the selection of participants for the racial competition to Yi Tian." What? Absolutely not. You are being reckless. At this moment, not only Yu Hua and Lin Guodong, but Wei Yuan's voice was loud enough for nearly everyone in the conference hall to hear, leaving the entire venue in shock and disbelief. The reason everyone was astonished and angry was that in previous racial competitions, the selection of participants had never been this straightforward. Each city, each department, and the higher-ups would bring along their own favored young talents, and after layers of selections and matches, they would ultimately vote to make a decision. Yet Wei Yuan's intention was clearly to hand over the fate of the racial competition to this young man. What kind of situation is this? You can designate one participant, but you are directly designating 5 slots? Or are you letting a young person decide everything? The conference hall buzzed with discussion, and Yu Hua and Lin Guodong immediately attacked Wei Yuan. Are you out of your mind? The racial competition slots are not a joke. Letting such a young person decide such a significant matter. Wei Yuan shrugged at Yi Tian amidst the spittle flying around. Yi Tian smiled knowingly and had Wei Yuan's secretary hand over 2 freshly made business cards to Yu Hualin and Guodong. The 2 were taken aback and looked at the cards, which simply read on the first line, "Grow bigger and stronger, office." Then, Yi Tian raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Since everyone opposes, let's decide in the simplest way. You can send out your chosen talents to challenge my people. As long as you can win any match, the selection rules will be determined by you." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu all stood behind Yi Tian, ready for the challenge. Chapter 51, I want to challenge Yi Xiu. So arrogant. This was the first impression that Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing University had of Yi Tian after he finished speaking. Yi Tian almost explicitly stated that the people he brought far surpassed any of the candidates that the attendees had high hopes for. So arrogant. Everyone present at this meeting was no fool, and since Yi Tian could say such things, it was impossible for him to be making baseless claims or just looking for fun in a place like this. They also didn't believe that Wei Yuan would come just to entertain them. At this moment, Yu Hua quietly stepped back behind the crowd and pulled over Jiang Yuanshuang, who had also come to attend the meeting and couldn't help but ask, "That girl, she is your new disciple Bai Qiuli, right?" As one of the top practitioners in the Great Xia and the swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, Jiang Yuanshuang was quite familiar with Yu Hua and nodded in response. "That's right, Qiuli is likely unmatched among her peers." As she spoke, Jiang Yuanshuang hesitated for a moment and added, "That Yi Tian, I suggest you don't oppose him. He's not simple." Jiang Yuanshuang recalled Yi Tian tearing open the entrance to the secret realm and the scene of Bai Qiuli changing her class to a divine level, which even made her feel a bit apprehensive. But she had promised Wei Yuan not to speak of such matters indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Principal Yu Hua pondered for a moment, glanced at Yi Tian, and ultimately remained silent. However, The others present unanimously agreed to Yi Tian's challenge. It was simple. You could tell whether a horse was a mule by taking it out for a walk. Soon, everyone directly moved to the combat arena. Such a serious and solemn candidate selection meeting was, for the first time in history, initiated by Yi Tian without even a minute of discussion, directly going into battle. Countless elite talents selected from various cities and departments gathered in the arena. Lin Guodong, the commander of the East China Defense Army, brought a young boy in a white sword robe named Yi Bai, an epic-level sword fanatic. Standing next to him was Sun Yi, an epic-level fighter from the same examination room as Bai Qiuli, alongside Sun Xiang, the Minister of Finance for East China. There was even a legendary-level warrior, Lu Yuan, with blue hair and black armor wielding dual daggers, known as the Thunderblade Master. In addition, almost all the epic-level practitioners from East China were gathered here. This confirmed what Yu Hua had said earlier. The quota for the racial competition was not to be taken lightly. For East China, the outcome of the racial competition was crucial, especially this year. For the competitors, the racial competition was a stage of honor, and nearly everyone with strength wanted to give a try. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was quite subtle. Yi Tian led by Qiuli and the other three to one side. Commander Lin Guodong and the other high-ranking officials, along with more than 10 selected competitors, stood on the other side. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang occupied the judge's position. All right, everyone can choose their opponents and start the challenges. Yi Tian calmly found a stool from somewhere and sat down at the back of the arena, with the 4 employees standing behind him. Just by looking at him, he seemed like a demon king sitting on a throne with his 4 great generals. Still the same line. As long as you can win against any one of my subordinates, I will admit defeat. I'll go. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yi was the first to step up. Sun Xiang, the Minister of Finance who bore a slight resemblance to him, patted his shoulder with a look of encouragement. With purple potential, an epic fighter class, and equipped with epic gear, Yi Tian had a rather deep impression of Sun Yi. Sun Yi's gaze swept over the 4 behind Yi Tian, passing over by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiao. He quickly thought to himself, I definitely can't beat Bai Qiuli, I admit that. Wan Jiang has made significant achievements in the Border Defense Army, and is said to have killed a demon of the magic spirit level. So he's not easy to deal with. The third one I don't recognize, but I can tell from his steady breathing and calloused hands that he must also be someone who has practiced martial arts for many years. Finally, his gaze landed on the 4th person. With a slack expression, poor posture, and pale skin, he must be the weakest one. It's you. Sun Yi raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xiao, his expression resolute. Me? Yi Xiao amusingly pointed at himself, but he didn't seem surprised to be challenged first. He took out his 1,000-machine umbrella, looking calm and expectant. In fact, I prefer the feeling of competing as a practitioner over grinding dungeons. As his words fell, he stepped into the center of the arena. The next moment, a virtual space separated in the arena, prepared specifically for the practitioner's battle. Even if one fell in the virtual space, they wouldn't really die. Wei Yuan, sitting at the judge's table, looked like he was enjoying the spectacle. Very well. The first match. Start. Sun Yi was constantly gathering a faint purple fighting spirit around him as he drew an epic long sword and charged forward. Watch closely. Yi Xiao, I'm watching. After saying that, the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword, a myth-level long sword. Fighting spirit shield. Groundbreaking strike. To be on the safe side, Sun Yi first gathered a layer of shield around himself and swung his long sword, creating 3 slashing cracks on the ground as he attacked Yi Xiao. The latter leaped up, dodging the slashes while counterattacking in midair. Soul Wave Slash. Bang! Boom! Sun Yi's expression turned blank. Clearly, only a rapidly flashing illusion of purple light had passed before his eyes, and the next moment, he found himself outside the virtual battle space. I lost. How'd I lose? However, the spectators who witnessed that recent strike were all dumbfounded. The damage from just one strike had nearly destroyed half of the virtual battle scene, and the speed of the slash was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. At this moment, many of the participants in the selection took a sharp breath. I can't handle it. I really can't. That Yi Xiao, that recent strike probably had legendary level power. It's better not to choose him. Their gaze turned to the other 3 behind Yi Tian. Let's challenge someone else instead. Chapter 52, Crushing. Promotion, 9 stars Dragon Hunter. Yi Xiao landed steadily thanks to the residual force of the wave-cutting skill, a look of lingering excitement on his face. The skill's damage was too high. It ended too quickly. This precise statement drew a lot of complaint from challengers, but it was truly how Yi Xiao felt. He wanted an evenly matched opponent for a thrilling duel. Perhaps there would be an opportunity in the upcoming race competition. Yi Tian unconsciously crossed his legs and called out to the crowd opposite him, "Please welcome the next challenger." This statement, coupled with Yi Xiao's recent performance, instilled a sense of fear in many of the challengers participating in the selection. However, there were still quite a few eager participants. "I'll challenge." A swordsman in white. The commander of the garrison, Lin Guodong, leaped into the arena, targeting Jiang Che. He had considered it, by Qiu Li, as the top power of the gap level, was well known, and he had heard a bit about Wang Zhang's achievements, not to mention Yi Xiao. That left him with only one option. Yi Xiao stepped down with a look of regret, followed by Jiang Che taking the stage. It's worth mentioning that after forming an exploration team with Yi Xiao, Jiang Che's efficiency in dungeon runs and leveling up had skyrocketed. He had already reached level 25 and was promoted to the second tier. From a first-tier class of Qi warriors, he advanced to the second-tier class, Celestial Warrior. The young swordsman in white cupped his fists towards him. "I am Yi Bai. You need to be careful." With that, he drew his sword, a glint of cold light flashing. His epic class, Sword Madman, would fall into a frenzied state once he attacked, blurring the line between enemy and ally, resulting in immense destructive power, which was why he warned Jiang Che to be cautious. However, facing the fierce sword light, Jiang Che did not dodge or evade. Celestial Shield. A layer of diamond-like qi gathered around him, forming a shield. The Sword Madman's sharpness struck it, leaving only a few white marks. Immediately after, Jiang Che roared fiercely. Celestial Dragon Tiger Roar. This was the exclusive skill of the Celestial Warrior's second tier. To Yi Bai's ears, it sounded like a tiger roaring and a dragon howling, shaking the heart. Yi Bai's eyes, which had turned crimson in the Sword Madman state, suddenly cleared up a lot. In the next moment, the accompanying qi from the roar directly stunned Yi Bai, scattering his spirit and leaving him with no power to fight back. In the end, he was thrown out of the arena by Jiang Che. Another loss. Seeing this, the high-level officials were all astonished, shocked that the talents they had selected had no power to resist against Yi Tian. Yi Bai, who was defeated in just a few seconds, wore a guilty expression. "Sorry, Commander Lin." Lin Guodong comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. "It's not your fault. The opponent is too strong." At this moment, someone suddenly questioned Yi Tian. "Wait, are all these people newly awakened this year? You shouldn't be unaware of the rules of the race competition." In the race competition, the Yaga dynasty could only have descendants born this year participate, and the Great Xia could only have those who awaken their classes this year. But this condition posed no restrictions for Yi Tian. The secretary beside Wei Yuan on the judge's platform replied, "Tests have been conducted, and all meet the competition requirements." Upon hearing this, the questioning voices immediately vanished, while the president of Huaxing University, Yu Hua, showed a puzzled expression. Where did this kid find so many talents? On the judge's platform, seeing the bewildered expressions of the high-level officials, Wei Yuan revealed a silent smile. The battles continued. The third to take the stage was Lu Yuan, a blue-haired swordsman in black armor wielding dual blades, a legendary class, Thunderblade Master. From the perspective of other high-level officials, he was the most likely to secure a victory. But in Yi Tian's view, Lu Yuan's potential was only yellow, and his combat performance might not surpass that of the previously purple potential candidates, Sun, Yi, and Yi Bai. Moreover, after much contemplation, Lu Yuan ultimately chose Wang Jiang. He gave up on those with more techniques and stronger martial arts, selecting the one with the highest stats. Compared to a legendary class, Wang Jiang also had an S-level extraordinary physique, Thunder War Body. Even if Sun, Yi, and Yi Bai were called back to team up with Lu Yuan, their chances of defeating Wang Jiang were very slim. 1 minute later, it was over. At this moment, the expressions of the high-level officials facing Yi Tian had shifted from helplessness to calm acceptance. Even the legendary class, Lu Yuan, only lasted a minute. They were well aware of their limitations and abandoned the idea of defeating Yi Tian. The subsequent battles could be considered combat guidance. The high-level officials even encouraged them to last a few more moves. "Nice. I lasted 2 moves under Yi Xiao. I fought with Jiang Che for 2 minutes. As long as I fly high enough, I can die late enough." I want to fight with the school beauty bai. Dying under her sword would mean my trip today wasn't in vain. Of course, regarding this last kind of infatuation, Yi Tian decisively refused. Yi Tian, I admire you. Commander Lin Guodong was the first to step forward, sincerely stating, including Finance Minister Sun Xiang, Yu Hua, and other high-level officials. They all expressed their recognition of Yi Tian. In summary, seeing so many talents emerge was undoubtedly a great thing for the Great Xia. Wei Yuan cheerfully stepped down from the judge's platform. How is it, everyone? We concede, we concede. Then, the competitors for this year's competition will be decided by Yi Tian. At this moment, the high-level officials of Huadong had no objections. The race competition consisted of 5 one-on-one matches and 1 5-person dungeon race, theoretically requiring at least 5 official contestants. The winners of the 5 one-on-one duels would earn 1 point each, while the winning side of the 5-person dungeon race would earn 3 points. The camp with the most points at the end would win the competition. Yi Tian actually believed that 4 participants would be enough to win, but Wei Yuan mentioned that there would be special training plans, so it was best to select 1 more. In the end, Yi Tian chose Sunny, who held a Fighting King class. The selection ended, and the race competition would begin the day after tomorrow. During this time, Huaxing University would organize a special training camp for the final training of the contestants. The competition between Huadong and the Yaga dynasty was about to commence. Before the special training camp, Yi Tian had already decided to give the last promotion slot to Wang Jiang. On one hand, Wang Jiang was also one of the earliest employees to follow him, performing excellently in the Border Defense Army and capable of taking on the great responsibility of resisting evil. On the other hand, Wang Jiang still held the Demon Sealing Tower. The stronger he became, the higher the number of layers he could break through. Currently, the next layer required defeating a demon lord-level evil, and he was still quite far from that. Yi Tian was just in time to help him. Before Wang Jiang prepared to head to the special training camp, Yi Tian called Wei Yuan to set up a barrier. Promotion for Wang Jiang. As Wang Jiang's title changed to Excellent Employee, a new investment panel popped up. Excellent Employee Investment Opportunities. 1. Promote to God-level class, 20 points of funds. 2. Exclusive weapon, 5 points of funds. 3. SSS level extraordinary physique, 20 points of funds. 4. Just promote, no investment. Compared to by Chioli's promotion, there was an additional option. SSS level extraordinary physique. This made Yi Tian a bit tempted. The S-level Thunder War body nearly doubled Wang Jiang's combat power. Then the SSS level would naturally be several times more powerful. Unfortunately, only one investment opportunity could be selected. After pondering for a while, Yi Tian ultimately chose to promote to God level, because with Wang Jiang's Demon Sealing Tower, once the trial layer increased, there might be opportunities to obtain an even stronger extraordinary physique, but the opportunity to promote to a God-level class was only this once. Choose 1, promote the class. As Yi Tian's voice fell, 20 points of funds were deducted accordingly. Wang Jiang, within the barrier, looked utterly shocked. From the moment Yi Tian called him over until now, he finally understood what kind of surprise his boss had given him. You have been promoted to Excellent Employee, rewarded with promotion to God-level 2nd tier Class 9 stars Dragon Hunter. The ultimate profession has been upgraded from Dragon Martial Gun God to Universal Gun God. You have gained a Divine level profession skill, Great Wilderness Star Shining Gun. Dragon Hunting Domain. Chapter 53. The Racial Grand Competition begins. 2 days quickly passed. During these 2 days, due to the employees being in intensive training, there was no opportunity to achieve any accomplishments or honors, resulting in no bonus funds for the boss, Yi Tian, who felt quite sad about it. However, he did gain a lot of experience, leveling up from level 28 to level 33 in just 2 days. On the other hand, Ning Jing had made particularly good progress in deciphering the ancient relic stone tablets, reaching a cracking progress of 94. In another day, he would likely be able to fully crack the clues of the relics, making Yi Tian marvel at the efficiency of legendary scholars. On the night before the grand competition, Wei Yuan brought Yi Tian a necklace and a ring. Both were legendary accessories forged from 40 Dragon Essence crystals. Originally, it would take at least 10 days to forge these 2 pieces of equipment, but Wei Yuan called upon 4 epic-level blacksmiths to work together and managed to complete them just before the grand competition. The necklace, Dragon Soul, is a defensive accessory that, when activated, can generate a powerful shield based on a user's mental strength to resist damage and intimidate surrounding enemies. Yi Tian usually kept defensive gear for himself. The other piece, he directly prepared to give to Alice upon seeing it. Blood Dragon Curse. Ring. Effect 1. For each dragonborn creature killed by the wearer, a blood dragon pattern appears on the surface of the ring. Effect 2. The first attack after leaving combat increases damage by blood dragon pattern 3 and resets after killing an enemy. Effect 3. Each blood dragon pattern permanently increases maximum health by 1. The more dragonborn creatures killed, the stronger the ring's effects become. Whether it's increasing damage or permanently increasing maximum health, both are very useful enhancements. And of course, Alice is the one who has killed the most dragonborn creatures. Ever since she was placed near the ancient empire, she could always catch a few dragonborn creatures while traversing any dungeon, leading to suspicions from the ancient empire about potential traitors within. That night, Yi Tian held a meeting and handed the ring over to Alice. The next day, the racial grand competition officially began. In Ding City, the Eastern China Guard dispatched 3 regiments, personally commanded by Lin Guodong, to maintain order within the city. The venue for the grand competition was the massive arena located in the center of Ding City. The border guards were on high alert. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang, 2 of the last 8 top professionals in the Great Xia, personally came to oversee the event. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing Academy, General Lin Guodong, and other high-ranking officials from the border guards also gathered there. This day was of great significance for all of Eastern China. Many reporters from press agencies who were permitted to enter rushed to the scene, including Principal Ji Chonglin from Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. A large portion of people didn't hold high hopes for Eastern China, including Ji Chonglin, as the results of previous competitions had all ended in failure, greatly affecting Eastern China's economy. But today seemed different. Whoosh! A shadow that blotted out the sun appeared over Ding City. The Red Emperor, in a half-dragon flying state, was over 10 meters long. If he didn't actively shrink, even Ding City would find it hard to accommodate him. The ancient empire, the Red Emperor, and several royal dragonborns exuded an intimidating aura. For them, the mindset of assured victory accumulated from recent consecutive wins was becoming increasingly arrogant. But today, apart from the Red Emperor, the ancient empire surprisingly brought another top powerhouse for the first time. It was a tall and elegant woman, standing at 1.9 meters with a particularly upright posture, her skin as translucent as jade, and the golden runes on her blue-green robe highlighted the intricacies of magic. Compared to the Red Emperor's arrogance and recklessness, this female appeared particularly intellectual and graceful. A strong dragonborn. Who could that be? The legendary Green Emperor. The crowd from the Great Xia seated around the arena was taken aback. The ancient empire now had 3 powerful emperors, the Red Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the White Emperor. Besides the Red Emperor, the other 2 had never been seen by the Great Xia, only heard of through the mouths of foreign races. However, Wei Yuan seemed somewhat familiar with her, the dragon of all laws. She actually came too. As he spoke, his expression turned a bit teasing. It seems the ancient empire isn't so confident this year. At this moment, Yi Tian was seated in the front row of the observation platform, alongside Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang. This was one of the highest positions representing Eastern China status, and no one found it inappropriate for Yi Tian to sit there today. Yi Tian's expression was peculiar. Ever since the Green Emperor's arrival, his profile had indicated that she had golden potential. This wasn't surprising, as both the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor, the 2 supreme beings of the ancient empire, had golden potential, which was quite normal. But what was odd was that Yi Tian felt as if the Green Emperor, one of the supreme beings from the ancient empire, seemed to be constantly sizing him up. Wei Yuan, a loud, arrogant roar erupted, accompanied by a fierce flap of wings. In such an occasion, only the Red Emperor could make such a raucous sound. This was a classic segment before the grand competition, placing bets, just like when Yi Tian saw the border guards betting on dungeon racing in Ding City. But this time the stakes were even higher. You Eastern China, if you have the guts, don't be a turtle this year. The Green Emperor from the ancient empire sat in the prime seat, her gaze calm as a still pond. She knew that the Red Emperor had accumulated a lot of resentment recently and was prepared to place a heavy bet for revenge today. While thinking, her gaze accidentally glanced in Yi Tian's direction again. The Red Emperor's voice thundered, and his dragon eyes turned to Wei Yuan. This year's bet, 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control of the other half of Ding City. Do you dare to accept? Wei Yuan. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia collectively gasped. It should be noted that in the last racial grand competition, Only 7 small secret realms were wagered. Compared to what the Red Emperor proposed this time, it was like heaven and earth. The Minister of Finance, Sun Xiang, looked astute. They're trying to force us to negotiate. The entire eastern China, plus the recently developed Tianyu realm, only had 2 medium-sized secret realms, adding control over the other half of Ding City. If they lost, not only would they hand over a crucial border stronghold, but even the lifeblood of eastern China would be shaken. Eastern China could not afford to accept such a defeat. The entire venue fell silent, waiting for Wei Yuan's counteroffer or negotiation. At this moment, Wei Yuan simply smiled faintly, turned his head to Yi Tian on the left, and casually said, as if chatting in class, "What do you think?" Yi Tian crossed his arms and nodded affirmatively. "I think it's great. If we win too much, I'm afraid they'll tear apart the face. Of course, by that time, it would be your business." Ha ha ha. Seeing Wei Yuan laugh recklessly, the Red Emperor became quite displeased. "You? All right, I agree. Let's go with this bet." At this moment, the entire venue erupted again. Some reporters from press agencies were so shocked they forgot to take notes. Agreed? 2 medium-sized secret realms, half the control of the city. This was betting with the fate of eastern China. Why has Wei Yuan become so reckless this year? While the entire venue was in shock, even the Red Emperor was stunned for a moment. Beside him, Jiang Yuanshuang hesitated for a moment, although she did not oppose. She still raised a question. "Why do you trust Yi Tian so much?" Her voice was very soft. Only Wei Yuan could hear it. Jiang Yuanshuang found it hard to understand. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment and responded in the same soft and calm voice. "Do you remember the prophecy left by the first divine-level professional of the Great Xia? Chapter 54. The prophesied one? A prophecy? Among the 8 top-level 74-class professionals in the Great Xia, Jiang Yuanshuang is one of the youngest at just 32 years old. Despite her role as a swordsmanship instructor, the first divine-class professional in the Great Xia appeared over 100 years ago. Jiang Yuanshuang does not remember the ancient rumors clearly. However, she quickly recalls and becomes lost in thought. 80 years ago, the first divine-class professional of the Great Xia, the Starry Sky Guardian, was ambushed by 3 demon kings and severely injured. In his dying moments, he used his last bit of life force to make a prophecy for the Great Xia. When the Great Xia faces a life and death calamity, a savior will appear, repeatedly reversing the tides and saving the Great Xia from peril, rescuing humanity from catastrophe. After protecting the Great Xia for nearly 20 years, the Starry Sky Guardian completely transformed into starlight and vanished. This prophecy has since been remembered by the headquarters and passed down through generations. Nowadays, only the core leadership knows the content of this prophecy. At the same time, the prophecy has indirectly led to the emergence of 2 factions in the Great Xia. One that proposes to preserve national strength to the greatest extent possible, avoiding war and waiting for the arrival of the savior. The other firmly believes that humans can conquer fate, dismissing the prophecy as mere illusion and insisting on a proactive stance. Until now, neither faction can convince the other, and the prophesied individual has yet to appear. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang's expression changes, and she looks at Wei Yuan in disbelief, lowering her voice as she says, "You mean, Yi Tian is the person from the prophecy?" She carefully considers her impressions of Yi Tian, promoting by Qiuli to divine status, resolving the invasion of the Void Insect clan. His abilities are indeed extraordinary and quite fitting to the description in the prophecy. Furthermore, the Great Xia has been threatened by external enemies, alien races, and evil forces for nearly a decade now, making the term life and death not an exaggeration. From this perspective, Yi Tian does indeed match the prophecy's description. However, Jiang Yuanshuang struggles to interpret the meaning behind the phrase repeatedly. But in response to Jiang Yuanshuang's question, Wei Yuan shakes his head. He can only speculate and cannot confirm. However, he has decided that after the ethnic competition, he will bring 003 to Yi Tian, that legendary partner of the prophesied child, classified as a forbidden extraordinary item by the Great Xia. 003 might just prove the identity of the prophesied one. Moments later, Wei Yuan's spirit returns to the ethnic competition. He hovers in the air, locking eyes with the Red Emperor. "I will take on the stake of the control over 2 medium-sized secret realms and half of the capital city." Upon hearing this, the Red Emperor's dragon eyes narrow in surprise. To propose such a huge stake is merely a test and intimidation. After all, The previous Wadong would never have dared to accept such a large wager. Yet now, Wei Yuan has taken it without hesitation, clearly coming prepared. However, the Red Emperor shows no signs of concern, his gaze shifting from surprise to ecstatic joy. Ha ha ha. Wei Yuan, you want to take a gamble. But you've chosen the wrong moment. What a pity. This time, there is no way for you to win. Upon hearing this, the senior officials of the Great Xia all show serious expressions, sensing something ominous. But Wei Yuan merely snorts coldly. Enough talk, let us begin. Good. The Red Emperor returns to the observation seat, leaving the arena space for the competitors of the ethnic competition. At the same time, both races send out 2 judging panels to oversee the competition. The competition, a single elimination one-on-one tournament, officially begins. Bo 5. First match. A royal dragon descendant from the Yaga dynasty steps onto the stage, with crimson scales and golden eyes, resembling the Red Emperor to some extent. Upon seeing the first royal dragon descendant to appear, the observation seats are filled with astonished murmurs, and Principal Yu Hua's voice rings out behind Yi Tian, nodding. The strongest royal dragon descendant under the Red Emperor, and he is the first to appear? He is even stronger than Nos. The second sentence is a reminder from Wei Yuan, but Yi Tian is not flustered at all. To ensure victory in the competition, he spent 18 points of funding, 6 employees 3, before the match to grant all employees employee benefits, life insurance, death shield. Additionally, he activated the tactical meeting buff, tactical meeting. After the meeting ends, all members receive a 30 boost to their 4-dimensional attributes for 3 hours, if using employee benefits. The attribute boost increases to 80. The attributes of the human race generally fall below those of the royal dragon descendants. After all, as dragon descendants, they have bloodline and dragon body bonuses, with initial attribute values already dozens or even hundreds of times that of the human race. Only high-quality professions that elevate their level above 70 can barely make up for the attribute difference through growth properties. But now, the situation has reversed. Although spending 18 points of funding has reduced Yi Tian's balance to 10. 3. His chances of winning are more stable. Anyway, once the ethnic competition is won, a large sum of funding is sure to come in. Taking a small risk for a larger gain is quite reasonable. Night Repair, knowing that nodding is the strongest under the Red Emperor, Yi Tian does not waste time and arranges for Night Repair to confront him. Bai Qiuli, Van Zhang, Zhang Ke. Night Repair and Sun Yi all sit in the competitor seats. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Night Repair shows anticipation and is the first to step up. In the observation seats, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and other senior officials are filled with mixed feelings, entrusting the entire ethnic competition to a young man, unsure whether it is madness or a sign of progress in the era. Night Repair, clad in silver-white light armor with a dark red cloak billowing, thinks to himself, I've learned a few new skills at the training camp. Let's try them out on you. He holds the 1,000-machine umbrella in hand, talking trash to the royal dragon descendant nodding. The next moment, Nodding's muscles tense as he charges forward with a boom, like a speeding locomotive colliding into Night Repair. The dragon descendants, whose strength is determined by bloodline, have different power systems based on their lineage. The dragon descendants of the Red Emperor lineage possess naturally strong power and physique, winning through destruction, and Nodding is no exception. Bang! As Nodding crashes in, Night Repair transforms the 1,000-machine umbrella into a shield, deflecting the impact while sending waves of air scattering. Then, Night Repair pops his head out from behind a massive shield. Hey bro, didn't you eat? Yeah. Accompanied by the sound of wind cutting, Nodding angrily swipes with his claws. Night Repair calmly replies, although I want to exchange a few more moves with you. The boss said, I need to win for sure. As his words fall, Night Repair silently activates the skill Chaos Domain. Skill, enhanced form of taunt. The moment it activates, Nodding's eyes turn crimson, as if he is transformed into a frenzied beast. Wait, is he a shield guardian? In the competitor seats, Sunny watches Night Repair's taunt skill, falling into deep thought. Then suddenly, his eyes widen. No way, is this the assassin's stealth and backstab? In the arena, at the instant Nodding is taunted, Night Repair utilizes his newly learned stealth enhancement skill to adjust his angle. The massive shield in his hand transforms into a dagger. Blade of the God Slayer, enhanced backstab skill. The skin of the royal dragon descendants from the Red Emperor lineage is incredibly tough, but Night Repair's dagger has mythical attributes. combined with skill enhancements, easily piercing through Nodding's back. This stab causes Nodding to instantly regain his senses. But Night Repair immediately grabs onto Nodding's back, exerting force with both hands. Earth Throw, enhanced back throw skill. Nodding suddenly feels his balance shift, and is then struck by a wave of purple light coming from the front. Soul Wave Slash, a series of combos flows smoothly, appearing to use many skills. But in reality, everything happens within 2 seconds. The first match ends. Da Xiao wins, earning 1 point. Awesome. Beautiful. As the competition space determined the outcome, the judging panel announced the verdict, and the audience in Da Xiao erupted in thunderous cheers. Opposite Da Xiao, Qi Di clenched his fist with a creaking sound, his gaze unfriendly. Chapter 55, Word Spirit. 1 win, 1 loss. These few people are not simple. Next to the Red Emperor, the wise-looking woman, the Green Emperor, slowly spoke. Her voice calm and elegant. Her gaze directly fixed on the contestant seats whereby Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the other 4 were sitting, finally landing on Yi Tian. The Red Emperor's expression soured. The human race is not brainless. If they weren't prepared, how would they dare to bet so much against us? The racial competition is not just my own matter. It's fine if the White Emperor, that cunning guy, doesn't come, but it's your turn to act now. The Green Emperor nodded slightly at this, signaling a female, Dragonborn, beside her to take action. However, she then countered the Red Emperor's words. Who said the White Emperor hasn't come? The Red Emperor looked puzzled. The second match of the Bow 5 begins. Zhang Ke, Yugo, seeing the Royal Dragonborn with blue-green scales step onto the stage. Yi Tian was slightly taken aback and sent out Jiang Che. Not only Yi Tian, but most people in the Great Xia watching were unfamiliar with this blue-green scale Dragonborn. The Great Xia had mostly seen Dragonborns from the Red Emperor's line, known for their immense strength and physique, while the Royal Dragonborns from the Green Emperor's line were indeed rare. Yi Tian instinctively checked the opponent's profile. Elisa, basic information, female, ancient continent, ancient royal family, A-class bloodline Dragonborn. Potential, purple. Biography, descendant of the Green Emperor, born with control over wind and mental elements. After entering the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, comprehended the Black Emperor's inherited ability. Word Spirit, Soul Snatching. Investment opportunity, none, temporarily unable to invest in non-human races. No investment opportunities, temporarily unable to invest in non-human races. It seems that at least one must be in a semi-human form like Alice to qualify. Perhaps there will be opportunities to invest in non-human races in the future. Yi Tian's gaze quickly caught the mention of Black Emperor in Word Spirit, Soul Snatching. Word Spirit. Upon hearing Yi Tian's murmurs, Wei Yuan couldn't help but ask, that Dragonborn can use Word Spirit? After receiving Yi Tian's affirmative answer, Wei Yuan frowned. Jiang Che will have to be careful. What kind of ability is Word Spirit? It is said to be a special ability of the ancient dragon race, produced through resonance with dragon language and dragon bloodline. Wei Yuan explained, as far as I know, the higher the bloodline, the stronger the Word Spirit mastered. Some Word Spirits even have the power to change the rules and destroy worlds. Yi Tian was shocked. Isn't that too powerful? A single skill can change the rules, even destroy worlds. However, Wei Yuan added, but those are just legends of the ancient dragon race. Today's ancient dynasty has only a handful of Dragonborns with Word Spirit. Although the power of Word Spirit is strong, it is far less than the ancient dragon race. I have only seen Word Spirit released when I fought the Green Emperor. Hearing this explanation, Yi Tian's surprise calmed down a lot. It seems the dragon race has indeed declined compared to their ancestors. However, one still cannot underestimate the current Dragonborns with Word Spirit. At least this Elisa is currently fighting Jiang Che to a standstill. This made Yi Tian frown slightly. Heavenly Tidal Dragon Roar. The battle had gone on for 3 or 4 rounds when Jiang Che saw an opportunity and prepared to unleash his exclusive skill to pursue the attack. However, unexpectedly, amidst Jiang Che's thunderous roar, the Dragonborn Elisa did not evade. Her dragon eyes shone with golden light as she chanted an obscure incantation, as if performing some kind of ritual. Solak will binding. That was an ancient dragon language that Yi Tian originally did not understand. But after sharing the tranquil, universal language proficiency, the various obscure words formed clear sentences in his mind. He needed to stop the dragon roar and set up mental defenses first. Bai Chuli stared intently at the battlefield, considering countermeasures. Even without the language proficiency skill, she understood. Through the incantation, it was clear that this was an attack related to mental aspects. Unfortunately, her words could not reach the competition space, and Jiang Che could not understand. Buzz, an invisible binding enveloped Jiang Che, word spirit, soul, snatching. Elisa, relying on her dragonborn physique, withstood the damage of the heavenly tidal dragon roar and countered with her word spirit. In an instant, Jiang Che's eyes lost focus, his mind went blank. Like he was in a stupor, unable to do anything. It's over. Elisa stepped forward and kicked Jiang Che out of the competition space. The second match concluded. The ancient dynasty scores 1 point. Jiang Che, awakened by the crowd, returned to the contestant seats, looking particularly dazed. Bai Chili patted his back. Go back and study ancient dragon language more. In fact, this defeat cannot be entirely blamed on Jiang Che. Even Yi Tian did not expect the word spirit ability to be so abnormal. And this was still less than 1/10 of the word spirit ability of the ancient dragon race. As for the ancient dragon language recited during the release of word spirit, let alone Jiang Che, among those present, only Yi Tian, Bai Chioli, Wei Yuan, and Principal Huaxing Yu Hua could understand. The language was too ancient. Bai Chioli could understand it because she had learned the exam content in the library and picked up the ancient dragon language with the mindset of learning a language for leisure. In the solo challenge, the third match, the ancient dynasty sent another representative from the Green Emperor's line. In solo challenges, contestants who have been on stage cannot participate a second time. So this time, Yi Tian sent Bai Chioli, another dragonborn with word spirit. Yi Tian noticed that it seemed all the dragonborns from the Green Emperor's line could use word spirit. Moreover, in the profile information, their paths to mastering word spirit were almost identical. After entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm, comprehended the Black Emperor's inherited ability. Word spirit. Yin Ghost. Black Emperor? The rulers of the ancient dynasty only had 3, the Red Emperor, Green Emperor, and White Emperor. Where did the Black Emperor come from? As Yi Tian pondered, Principal Huaxing Yu Hua reminded from behind. Be sure to let Bai Chioli be cautious of that word spirit ability. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled. Don't worry, she understands it better than I do. At this moment, on the battlefield, the opponent's dragonborn began chanting incantations as soon as they appeared. In an instant, the air in the competition space turned cold, as if invisible ghosts began to drift around the field. Shadow of Death. The incantation for word spirit, Yin Ghost, just began to be recited. The next moment, Bai Chioli unsheathed her ice spirit sword, and the chilling sword light instantly enveloped the entire competition space. Celestial Sword Domain. The space changed color, and countless sword energies surged in the void. The deployment of the domain skill completely exterminated the still-forming ghosts. In an instant, before the opponent's dragonborn could finish reciting their incantation, Bai Chioli was already in front of them. Frozen Absolute Slash. Within the domain, the damage of sword skills doubled, combined with the 80 attribute boost provided by Yi Tian. The God-class professional Bai Chioli unleashed her output in a single second. The sword path profession is one of the highest output professions. Not good. The dragonborn with the Yin Ghost word spirit stopped reciting the incantation. He realized that, with his dragonborn's toughness, he was at risk of being killed instantly. When he realized this, the initial effect of Frozen Absolute Slash had already frozen him, rendering him motionless. Cold Moon Sword Dance, combined with the latter damage of Frozen Absolute Slash, erupted in an instant. Boom! Ice crystals shattered, and the body fell. Instant kill. The third match concluded. The Great Xia scores 2 points. Chapter 56 White Emperor. The arena collapses. Let me take over. Combined, instantly killed? How could someone who masters the word spirit be killed instantly? The Red Emperor frowned, his face filled with anger. Those who can master the word spirit are often of powerful lineage, and their attributes are equally strong. He never expected to be eliminated so quickly. Having already lost 2 out of 3 duels, this had never happened in previous races. The Green Emperor was also slightly taken aback, but quickly calmed down. Yin Ghost and Soul Snatcher are both just low-level word spirits. Failure is quite normal. Moreover, that girl from the human race with the sword is indeed very strong. Hearing this, the Red Emperor was particularly displeased. Why has such talent emerged from the Great Xia this year? In previous races, someone with Jiang Che's strength would have been considered the top newcomer of the Great Xia. Yet this year, it seems each one is even more formidable. This insignificant human race is truly resilient. The Red Emperor's face showed anger. Who would come next? He knew that the Green Emperor still had 2 dragon descendants who mastered the word spirit, but they were not much stronger than Yin Ghost. So it would not be easy to defeat Great Xia. However, the Green Emperor smiled slightly. Didn't I say the White Emperor has also arrived? Next, it will be enough for him to take action. The White Emperor? The Red Emperor was confused. How could that treacherous guy? Before he finished speaking, a very ordinary-looking dragon descended and approached them, saying, "I will take the 4th match." The Red Emperor recognized him. He was just an ordinary dragon descendant named Nora, whose strength was even weaker than the one who lost in the first match, nodding. "You." But soon, he realized that although the appearance was still the dragon descendant Nora, his mental strength, tone of speech, and aura were completely different. It was as if a powerful soul was manipulating this dragon descendant's body. The Red Emperor understood, showing disdain. White Emperor, using word spirit, royal authority to forcibly occupy the body of his descendant. You are as treacherous as ever. The White Emperor, occupying the body of the dragon descendant Nora, chuckled. Too kind. The Red Emperor snorted coldly. If you had come to the Great Xia earlier in person, there would have been no need for this competition. The Yaga dynasty would have conquered this place long ago. As he spoke, the Red Emperor put on a mocking face. "Oh, I almost forgot. You are afraid of the Black Emperor's revenge. Even though he has been dead for nearly 100 years, you still dare not leave his burial ground for a moment." He said he would return. The White Emperor's voice gradually grew cold. "Do you wish to return to the time when he ruled?" After saying that, the White Emperor stopped speaking, flapping his wings and leaping into the arena space. The Red Emperor showed disdain. Scared by a dying wish for nearly 100 years, what a waste. "Wanjiang, you take the 4th match." As Yi Tian's voice fell, Wanjiang leaped up with his spear. Originally, Yi Tian's plan was to let Sun Yi take the stage if the dragon descendant they faced was average, as there might still be a chance of winning. However, starting from the first match, the Yaga dynasty showed no weakness. The participants in this year's competition from the Yaga dynasty were indeed the strongest ever. Even in this 4th round, the opponent's aura far exceeded the previous rounds. There was something off about this opponent. Wei Yuan also noticed this. Yi Tian then opened the opponent's profile. Nora, deceased, basic information potential, omitted. Life, descendant of the Red Emperor, consciousness erased byword spirit, royal authority. Body occupied and controlled by part of the White Emperor's consciousness. The White Emperor's partial will controls. The White Emperor is fighting on behalf of someone. Yi Tian rubbed his chin in thought. This method is similar to the parasites of the Void Insect clan seen earlier. The difference is that the parasite's main body is very weak, and after parasitizing and controlling others, it relies on the abilities of others to fight, with little effect on the controlled after being dispelled. However, the White Emperor directly erases the consciousness of others, very similar to the soul snatching in fantasy novels from his past life. Word spirit, royal authority? A word spirit that can erase others' consciousness is undoubtedly very powerful. As for its complete effects, it is currently impossible to assess. However, using it this time would cost a royal dragon descendant. Yi Tian immediately classified the White Emperor as ruthless. Moreover, as one of the 3 emperors of the Yaga dynasty. Although he had never seen him in action, he was at least on par with the Red Emperor. Facing a replacement fighter, the pressure was considerable. Fortunately, Wanjiang now had an S-class extraordinary physique god-level profession, making him the strongest among the Great Xia contestants. The odds of winning were also quite high. Battle start. The arena instantly entered battle mode. Wanjiang immediately unleashed the exclusive skill of 9 Suns Dragon Hunt. Dragon Hunt domain. In an instant, the sky above the arena changed color, revealing a pair of enormous golden eyes. All enemy movements and actions within the domain could be clearly captured by Wanjiang. The White Emperor coldly laughed, a mayfly shaking a tree. 2 pairs of dragon claws opened, and white light emanated from his eyes. An invisible, terrifying mental force surged towards Wanjiang like a tidal wave. The White Emperor is the strongest dragon race that masters the mental element. Although he currently occupies the body with only part of his will, even a dragon of at least level 80. Even a tiny bit of strength is enough to crush others. Yet this overwhelming mental pressure did not crush Wanjiang. After undergoing the tempering of the 1000 June, his ability to withstand pressure was even stronger. Oh, the White Emperor showed surprise upon seeing this. Wan Jiang swung his spear, and bolts of thunder descended from the sky. The power of the thunder battle body made his slightly bent figure stand tall, like a god of thunder descending to earth. Extraordinaire physique. The White Emperor's gaze sharpened, being well informed. He immediately recognized it, and his expression changed slightly. How could it be? A human race with such a weak physique could give birth to an extraordinary physique? There are many things you cannot imagine. As Wan Jiang's voice fell, his figure flew like lightning. The spear tip slid rapidly across the ground, creating a shower of sparks. Breaking army. The spear tip suddenly thrust upward from below, like a dragon emerging from the sea, its power surging forth in an explosive release. The White Emperor felt the danger from this strike. Being hit even once with this frail body he now occupied would mean instant death. Get lost. As he raised his hand, an invisible mental force exploded outward from him like a repulsive force. But Wan Jiang reacted extremely quickly. Sensing the repulsive force, he instantly changed tactics. Gun shadow array. Countless long spear phantoms formed a golden light array left in place. Even though Wan Jiang was pushed away, the gun shadow array still surrounded the White Emperor, and hundreds of long spear phantoms seemed ready to pierce him at any moment. Interesting. Facing the threat of the gun shadow array, the White Emperor had to sigh. If the original owner of this dragon descendant, Nora, had taken the stage, he would have likely been killed by Wan Jiang within 2 or 3 rounds. Even if that was a royal dragon descendant, the explosion of an S-class, extraordinary physique, god-level profession is terrifying. Had I known I would face such an opponent, I would have carefully selected a body to possess. The White Emperor felt very frustrated, and the key was that the release of the word spirit was related to bloodline. With the bloodline of this body, he could not use word spirit, royal authority. Now it seems that this body must be discarded. In the next moment, the pressure from this dragon descendant's body kept rising. The air suddenly solidified, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Is he about to self-destruct? Jiang Yuanshuang felt puzzled. Wei Yuan's expression became serious. His mental strength was continuously increasing, but that body could not bear so much mental strength, so it was about to explode. Just like a small balloon, if too much air is blown into it, it will burst. That dragon descendant's body was now like a small balloon, and the White Emperor's continuously increasing mental strength was the air. However, how terrifying must the mental strength be to make a royal dragon descendant's body explode? The White Emperor waved his dragon claws in the void, and the space around Wan Jing seemed to collapse as if it had been obliterated, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Boom! Wan Jing, bolstered by the speed of the Thunder Warrior body, barely rolled away to dodge the lethal strike. After the White Emperor forcibly enhanced his mental power at the cost of his own body, Wan Jing's situation became dire. How much longer can you evade? The White Emperor had no intention of toying with him. With his body now useless, he had to kill Wan Jing immediately. The audience held their breath, unable to make a sound. The current opponent's combat power was overwhelming. Wan Jing had to keep dodging the White Emperor's subsequent attacks until that body was completely exhausted to win. However, if he failed to dodge even once, he would certainly be killed in an instant. Dodge? Wan Jing snorted coldly, his spear continuously bursting forth with dazzling starlight. Why should I avoid your brilliance? He drove the tip of his spear into the ground, and in an instant, countless rays of starlight erupted from beneath him, resembling a magnificent bloom, illuminating the surroundings. The light around gradually dimmed, and silence fell. Above the heavens, a massive starry spear began to gather. Great Wasteland Star Spear, the second exclusive skill of the Nine Suns Dragon Hunt. There was no time to waste. Only a clash of lethal attacks was left. The White Emperor felt a jolt in his mind and couldn't help but exclaim, "If you were to submit to me, that would be perfect." Nevertheless, his actions did not cease for a moment. When he could no longer withstand this strike, he simply unleashed all his mental power. 2 unimaginable forces of attack collided. The entire arena erupted in a blinding white light, and everyone present struggled to see what was happening inside. Even the Red Emperor stood up in shock. Immediately after, the white light shot into the sky, creating a stunning explosion. Boom! The entire arena was destroyed. This was originally a battle arena built with heavy investment by both the Great Xia and the Yaga dynasty, capable of withstanding high levels of attack. But under the strike, it collapsed and was ruined. This, Wan Jing, by Qiu Li, Jiang Che, and others quickly rushed onto the stage to drag the severely injured Wan Jing back. Normally, Participants in the arena would not suffer real damage, but the attacks of these two had destroyed the arena, causing Wang Jing to be heavily injured by the explosion's aftermath. Yi Xiao released Holy Healing Revelation, restoring Wang Jing's health. Thank you. Wang Jing was checked by the Great Xiao's medical team and found to have no serious issues. On the Yaga dynasty's side, although the White Emperor was unharmed, at least one royal dragon descendant was completely dead. The Red Emperor took 2 steps forward. Frowning, the arena is destroyed. Who wins? The 4th match ended. After a heated debate among the judging panel composed of both clans, they reached a conclusion. Due to the destruction of the arena, the result of the 4th match was a draw. After the result was announced, the crowd discussed it fervently, most accepting the outcome. Only the Red Emperor scoffed. The White Emperor is indeed useless, unable to defeat even a mere human boy in person. As soon as he finished speaking, another ordinary dragon descended and approached the Red Emperor and said coldly, "That human is no simple matter." From a voice, it was clear that the White Emperor had quickly switched to another body. With an extraordinary physique and at least a legendary level profession, this kid. The White Emperor fixed his unkind gaze on Wang Jing's back. At this moment, members of the judging panel began to inquire with their higher-ups. The arena has been destroyed. How will the 5th match be conducted? A draw does not count for points, so the current score remained 2-1. It can be said that whether or not the 5th match takes place will not affect the final outcome. After all, in a 5-person dungeon race, victory earns 3 points. This means that the success or failure of the dungeon race will determine the final outcome of this clan competition. The 5th match was cancelled. The second major competition item, dungeon race, was moved up after confirming with Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor. The judging panel announced the result. The racing project is a level 50 dungeon, Howling Abyss, with the first team to clear it winning and earning 3 points. At this moment, the pace of the competition was once again pushed to a climax. The moment that would decide the victor was arriving ahead of schedule. Jiang Yuanshuang reminded Yi Tian, the Yaga Dynasty's contestant for the 5th match hasn't shown up yet. Whoever they have hidden for the 5th match is likely not simple. Be careful. Yi Tian smiled and nodded, but he wasn't nervous. On the Great Xia contestant bench, Sun Yi secretly patted his chest, seemingly relieved. As a contestant, his epic profession, Battle King, might be a standout elsewhere, but here by Qiuli, Wang Jing, and the dragon descendants who could wield spirit language. One by one, they seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, completely overturning the arena. Sun Yi felt like a husky that had mixed in with a pack of wolves. He was afraid that Yi Tian might use some Tianji's horse racing strategy, sending the weakest among them to face the Yaga dynasty's ace in the 5th match. In fact, he was overthinking. If it came down to the decisive round, and the Yaga dynasty truly had a hidden trump card, then Yi Tian would take action himself. He would show them what a real trump card looks like. The single challenge emphasized individual strength, while the dungeon race focused more on team efficiency. Each side sent a team of 5 to participate. Yi Tian discovered that among the 5 contestants sent by the Yaga dynasty, besides the first 3 rounds nodding, Eliza and the White Emperor had occupied another body. There was indeed a stranger dragon descendant hidden beside the White Emperor. The Great Xia team still consisted of Bai Qiuli, Wang Jing, Jiang Che, Yi Xiao, and Sun Yi. The medical team was checking their conditions. As the weakest among them, Sun Yi clearly showed signs of anxiety, seemingly worried about his performance. If the opponent's strength was controllable, Yi Tian felt that their 5 could cooperate with Eliza to secure victory without difficulty. However, with the White Emperor involved in a hidden killing move, the odds of winning for both sides were significant, making it hard to ensure a win. After thinking for a moment, Yi Tian finally stepped forward, patting the anxious Sun Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Let me handle it." Chapter 57, Alice's Hunting Moment. What? The head coach is warming up? Seeing Yi Tian preparing to take the field, the senior executives of Daxia all had similar questions. Immediately, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and others looked towards Wei Yuan, as if they couldn't believe that not only did Yi Tian have many talented subordinates, but he himself was also quite strong. Is he really just an 18-year-old boy? However, Wei Yuan just shrugged, indicating that he also didn't know Yi Tian's true strength. But he didn't say much, only confirming with Yi Tian, "Do you have confidence?" "Don't worry, since I've taken over the competition, I'll naturally give it my all." Yi Tian appeared carefree on the surface, but inwardly he murmured, "I spent 18 points of funding for the competition, If I can't win, that would be a huge loss. Son, he had been struggling internally for a long time, but finally nodded and relinquished his spot to enter the dungeon. In the end, Yi Tian led by Chili, Wan Jiang, and 4 others to face off against the 4 Dragonborn led by White Emperor, including Nordine and Eliza. The second event of the competition, Dungeon Racing, officially began. Level 50 Dungeon, Wailing Abyss. The Black Valley was bottomless, the broken ground scattered with gray-white snow, and the cold wind howled, resembling the mournful wails within the valley. Alice. As soon as Yi Tian's voice fell, Alice's tall figure stepped out from the void beside him. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and the others were surprised. Although they had heard of Alice's ability to traverse dungeons, it was their first time witnessing it. Boss. Alice was quite excited. The boss summoned her, which meant there must be suitable prey. As a Lord Boss, she found it very difficult to advance to the ultimate boss. And after hunting many Dragonborn in the past 2 days, her monster template progress had only increased a little. Upgrading the monster template not only granted stronger boss privileges, but also improved her void traversal abilities. Even the talent, Demonization, after upgrading to Lord Boss, increased her combat ability from 5 times to 8 times. This made her particularly eager for the upgrade of the monster template. Alice, you and I will go to another dungeon to ambush the Aegis Dynasty. Yi Tian issued orders to the group. Night Repair, you lead the way to speed through the dungeon here. The appearance of White Emperor is a huge, unstable factor, and Yi Tian must personally resolve it. Understood. Night Repair nodded in agreement, wasting no time, leading by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che to immediately rush into the depths of Wailing Abyss. Yi Tian and Alice then both activated Void Traversal, heading to another subspace of Wailing Abyss. The other sublevel dungeon space was where the Aegis Dynasty was located. At this moment, under the leadership of White Emperor, the Aegis Dynasty moved through the level 50 dungeon as if walking on flat ground, progressing rapidly. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Aegis Dynasty, White Emperor couldn't fully exert his strength, but his skills and tactics were far superior to those of other Dragonborn. Soul Pressure. Boom! The mental power surged forth, instantly killing all the monsters in a major checkpoint. At this rate, Daxiao would definitely not be our opponent. White Emperor is truly far-sighted, Eliza complimented. But just as the other Dragonborn were preparing to advance, they found that the checkpoint ahead was sealed off. The originally passable route was blocked, effectively trapping them here. What is going on? White Emperor was taken aback, being experienced. He quickly realized, changing the terrain of the checkpoint, isn't that something only a Lord Boss can do? Why would a Lord Boss want to delay their progress? Whatever, White Emperor was about to take action. Just destroy it. But the next moment, the Dragonborns voiced their doubts again. A new ability restriction has appeared in the dungeon. White Emperor. Noticing something was off, White Emperor frowned, looking at the new debuff that had appeared on him. Dungeon restriction. Mental element damage reduced by 60. What? White Emperor, who only mastered mental elements, voiced an incredulous question. This level of dungeon restriction could only be done by a Lord Boss. But such a low difficulty dungeon generally wouldn't have a Lord Boss. Moreover, only restricting mental element damage seems a bit too targeted at him. White Emperor was extremely confused, first changing the terrain to affect the clearing speed, then restricting mental damage. This Lord Boss can't possibly be sent by Daxia, right? Of course not. All of this was orchestrated by Yi Tian using Alice's dungeon privileges. From a single challenge, he noticed that White Emperor only used mental attacks, originally intending to directly prohibit them in the dungeon. But the Lord Boss privileges were insufficient. He could only settle for a reduction in mental attack damage. This way, Alice's hunting moment would arrive. Dark Battle God. Deep within the valley, a demonized figure shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy burst forth. The demon wings flapped and soared, eerie and dangerous, creating a palpable sense of pressure that bore down on White Emperor and the other Dragonborn. What kind of monster is this? The power of the abyss. Has this dungeon been demonized? The Dragonborns were all shocked, but only White Emperor remained calm, confidently stating, demonization occurs when a dungeon and its monsters are infected by the abyss. But the current dungeon is fine. There's only one demonized boss. This is Daxia's underhanded trick. White Emperor himself had a treacherous nature, making it easy for him to see through his opponent's schemes. Terrain changes, dungeon restrictions are definitely not coincidences. All excellent prey. Alice's enchanting eyes revealed joy, her demonic longsword shimmering with dark red light, as if the blade was breathing. Such tactics are meant to stop us? The Dragonborn who mastered the shadow words angrily retorted. The next moment, Alice's demonic longsword slashed through the air, carving a dark red arc that carried terrifying destructive power. Not good. White Emperor swiftly dodged to the side, while Eliza quickly rolled to avoid the strike. The eightfold increase in destructive power after demonization, combined with the damage enhancement of Blood Dragon's curse, was terrifying. The Dragonborn who mastered the shadow words was cut by the shockwave and lost an arm. Nordine did not dodge, and his massive body was cleaved in two by the blow. Instantly killed. A hint of blood red appeared on Nordine's body, merging into the ring Blood Dragon's curse in Alice's hand. With each Dragonborn killed, the first attack would increase by 3. Alice had already killed 15 Dragonborn during this time. Counting Nordine, that made 16, a 48 damage increase. The Dragonborn Eliza's face was horrified. Why is there such a strong boss in this dungeon? Chapter 58. The Great Xia wins. Outside the arena, among the spectators from the two clans waiting for the results, the Red Emperor's expression changed dramatically, filled with anger. Nodine was dead, just like during the earlier competition for the medium-sized secret realm. It hadn't been long before another Dragonborn had died. Damn it! Why is it like this again? Meanwhile, the Green Emperor, ever since she saw Yi Tian enter the instance, had not relaxed her expression at all. On the Great Xia side, Wei Yuan was joined by two powerful professionals, one being Ling Luo, the head of the hidden dragon base in red attire. The other, a gaunt man in green combat gear, with his hands and feet wrapped in gray cloth, looking pale. Old Zhou, you came too. He and Wei Yuan were true equals. Zhou Yuan, the overall head of the North China region. He was also one of the 8 top-level professionals of Great Xia at level 74, and now, half of Great Xia's top professionals had actually gathered. Ling Luo was called over by Wei Yuan, but Zhou Yuan's arrival was an arrangement from headquarters. I heard you bet 2 medium-sized secret realms with the Aigu dynasty, and headquarters thought you were going all out, playing for keeps with them. Wei Yuan chuckled and said, playing for keeps has to be worthwhile. Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the ongoing final match, then glanced at Ling Luo, who was called over for some unknown reason by Wei Yuan. What will you do if we lose this match? 2 medium-sized secret realms are the lifeblood of the entire East China. Wei Yuan still smiled casually. Then your timing is just right. Inside the instance where the Aigu dynasty was located, in the form of the Dark Battle God, Alice was preparing for a quick resolution. In a short time, the Dragonborn who had mastered the Ingo spirit was easily slain by Alice with another strike. How dare a mere demonized boss be so arrogant? The White Emperor was furious. Even though his damage was reduced by 60, as long as he went all out, he could still kill Alice. Both he and Alice had poor defenses but strong attacks. A typical glass cannon, and anyone could potentially kill the other. In an instant, his mental power kept rising. But the next moment, a figure of a young man in black walked out of the shadows. At your age, still participating in the competition, is the Aigu dynasty out of successors? The White Emperor was startled upon hearing this, and his rising mental power abruptly stopped. He warily observed the young man. With his mental power, he had completely failed to sense the other's presence. Yi Tian stood there, evoking immense caution in the White Emperor. Because the latter immediately used his mental power to probe Yi Tian, the result was unfathomable. Both his attributes and abilities were like an endless abyss, deep and inscrutable. The White Emperor even had a sense that even if he personally came, he might not be able to kill this young man. So strange. Clearly just a youthful-looking boy. Yet his strength was so terrifying. The White Emperor pondered for a moment. Could he have been occupied by some being? The more he thought, the more he felt it was likely. Otherwise, the White Emperor couldn't explain why Yi Tian appeared in the instance. Moreover, as a demonized boss, Alice's backing might be related to the Abyss. Could it be that a terrifying existence from the Abyss was personally cultivating descendants? Very possible. It seemed that he indeed was not one of Great Xia's people. Could it really be a coincidence that I ran into him? Because the White Emperor knew that among Great Xia's top powerhouses, there was no one capable of occupying another's body. Even less so a young powerhouse like this. Lord White Emperor, save me. A desperate cry for help sounded, and Alice was seen pursuing Alicia, landing a strike that heavily injured her. But Yi Tian's presence prevented the White Emperor from acting rashly. To be precise, the moment he detected Yi Tian's strength, the White Emperor realized that this instance was probably coming to an end. He had no intention of disturbing the abyss and decided to retreat. The White Emperor's voice was extremely humble, as if he feared provoking some great trouble. After a single sentence, his consciousness directly dissipated from that body. Before leaving, he took a wisp of spiritual substance from the Dragonborn he had hidden by his side, causing the latter to fall into an unconscious state as well. The White Emperor's prepared trump card had not been used and was taken away as he fled. Abyss. Yi Tian's expression was strange, completely unaware of what the White Emperor had deduced. However, he did not expect this obstruction against the Aigu dynasty to go so smoothly. He had even scared the White Emperor away without lifting a finger. It made sense. Someone who didn't even dare to appear in their true form probably wouldn't have much courage. Meanwhile, Alice killed the last Dragonborn with a single strike, and several streams of experience surged into her body. The progress of her monster template's promotion increased by a small margin. Thus, among the 5 Dragonborn of the Aigu dynasty that entered the instance, 3 were slain by Alice, and 2 lost consciousness, preemptively declaring failure. Outside, the Aigu dynasty seemed to have exploded. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes widened like copper bells, and even though he could hardly believe it, it couldn't change the outcome of the instance. The instance raid team from the Aigu dynasty had directly failed. How could this be? How could this be? Not just the Red Emperor. Even the composed Green Emperor had an expression of disbelief on her face. This meant that the Aigu dynasty had completely failed in this year's competition, even if Great Xia's instance raid team also failed. With the current score of 2-1 in single challenges, Great Xia was still leading the Aigu dynasty. Moreover, Great Xia had not failed. Under the leadership of Yi Xiu, they cleared the Howling Abyss in less than 5 minutes. The score became 5-1. A crushing victory for Great Xia. Damn, awesome. This year is the most hopeful year. East China is rising. Yi Tian, how'd he do it? What qualifications does Wei Yuan have to find such a genius? At this moment, the Great Xia audience erupted in a tsunami of celebration, their cheers almost shaking the heavens and the earth. It was truly exhilarating. In the past, East China had very few victories, and there had never been such a grand triumph. Embraces, shouts, tears of joy, as Yi Tian emerged from the instance. He was swept away by the fervent and excited scene, and several team members were the same. But what he looked forward to the most was still the honor of victory. The members of the judging panel from Great Xia quickly announced, all members of the Aigu dynasty have perished. The instance has failed. Great Xia has successfully cleared and gained 3 points. The total score is 5-1. Great Xia wins the competition. Wow! Even the members of the judging panel from Great Xia couldn't help but cheer. They had heard many victories from the Aigu dynasty. But this time, it was Great Xia's turn. At the moment of the announcement, a long-awaited prompt finally popped up in front of Yi Tian. Employees by Chili, Wanjiang, Jiangche, Yi Xiu awarded the honor of victors in the racial competition. Reward distribution. Funds 25 for Legendary Equipment Selection Box 4. 100 points of funds credited. This was the most substantial amount of funds he had received so far, instantly filling Yi Tian's treasury. But before Yi Tian could take a look at the contents of the gift boxes, he heard the cold voice of the Red Emperor from the opposing side. Wait. The cheering gradually subsided, and Wei Yuan's gaze had long been fixed on the Red Emperor. The latter unabashedly stated, I suspect that your Great Xia contestants have issues not meeting the competition requirements. Hand those people over, and let me personally inspect them. Chapter 59. I hereby declare war. As the Red Emperor's voice fell, the air seemed to heat up a few degrees. The high-ranking officials of the Great Xia arose one after another, and Jiang Yuanshuang coldly stated, the contestants have already been tested. There are no issues. The Red Emperor's expression darkened. I said, I want to check personally. The faces of the Great Xia officials turned furious. A personal inspection? Sound nice. Handing over the few geniuses who defeated the ancient Yu dynasty to the Red Emperor. What good outcome could come from that? Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened. We have signed a contractual agreement. Do you intend to breach it? Before each major competition between races, the leaders of both sides, the Red Emperor and Wei Yuan, would sign a document called the betting contract. If either party breached the agreement, they would suffer severe backlash and punishment from the contract. The Red Emperor remained silent, his golden eyes turning a deep red, as if ready to explode at any moment. From a moment the score appeared in the competition space, he knew he had lost. But he could not accept it. The Red Emperor and the ancient Yu dynasty had never suffered such a devastating defeat. The stakes of the two medium-sized secret realms were vital to Huadong, but to the ancient Yu dynasty, they were nothing. They monopolized the ancient Yu continent, with a total of 14 medium-sized secret realms. Even losing two would not be a significant loss, yet he could not accept losing to the human race. The dragon race was proud. Since the start of the major competition, they had hardly ever failed and were close to forgetting the taste of defeat. The most critical point was that not only would they lose the secret realms, but they would also lose half of the control over the city, meaning it would be difficult for them to occupy Great Xia's territory and even harder to divide resources on Blue Star. Thinking of Blue Star's uniqueness, the Red Emperor felt increasingly unwilling. Beside him, the Green Emperor also stood up, slowly spreading his green dragon wings, ready to take action. In the audience of Great Xia, some media reporters looked outraged. Great Xia has lost for so many years and has always accepted defeat. Can the ancient Yu dynasty not afford to lose even once? They took out their recording devices, wanting to document this shameless act of the ancient Yu dynasty. However, shortly after, the guard troops rushed in, quickly urging all spectators to leave. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. Anyone with eyes could see that the two sides had become tense. Whether to fight or not rested in the minds of the strong on both sides. From a moment Ling Luo, the person in charge of the Qianlong base, was summoned by Wei Yuan. It was clear that Wei Yuan had anticipated this situation. Ling Luo turned to Wei Yuan, her expression neutral. Evacuate the people? She was already prepared to escort Yi Tian and others to safety. She believed Wei Yuan would not take action because she knew he was a staunch conservative. According to the prophecy of the savior, Great Xia had gradually split into two factions, the conservatives and the war faction. Avoiding war, preserving national strength, and waiting for the savior to appear was the consensus of the conservatives. This was also the reason why Ling Luo and Wei Yuan, who had been comrades for over a decade, became estranged, even to the point of disliking each other. Ling Luo simply did not believe in the prophecy. She couldn't understand why Wei Yuan would believe in such an ethereal concept. But what Ling Luo did not know was that Wei Yuan's conservatism had little to do with the prophecy. It was because Huadong and Great Xia were too poor. 200 years of war with foreign evil had drained Great Xia's resources every time, especially when one could not end the war alone and became trapped in a prolonged conflict. Therefore, after becoming the person in charge, Wei Yuan rarely initiated foreign wars. Another reason was that Great Xia's future was extremely unclear, surrounded by foreign races, with evil forces lurking. In a situation where professions were completely random, Great Xia was in a transitional phase, and no one knew when the next pillar would stand up. It felt like standing in a fog where one could not see 5 fingers in front of them, and no one dared to take bold action. However, it seemed that things were different now. The appearance of Yi Tian made him finally feel that Great Xia had a promising future. Wei Yuan let out a long sigh of relief and said, Yi Tian, you did well. Leave first to avoid being affected. Hearing this, Yi Tian quickly took by Chioli and others far back behind Wei Yuan. As the boss, what mattered most? Safety, of course. Once Wei Yuan finished speaking, he drew surprised looks from Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo. The battle of the younger generation had ended. Now, it was our turn to act. Ling Luo showed an approving look. That's a man-ass decision. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly realized. Wei Yuan had anticipated that the ancient Yu dynasty would not admit defeat, so he called Ling Luo early, indicating he was prepared for war even before the competition. Zhou Yuan took a sharp breath. Aren't you a conservative? Think the war faction is too conservative? Driving a foreign force from Great Xia's territory was something every regional leader desired. Zhou Yuan wanted it too, but it wasn't that simple, especially the ancient Yu dynasty, as the dragon descendants were quite powerful among the foreign races. Due to his unique profession, Zhou Yuan was also a member of the conservatives, and he fell into deep thought. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang whispered, It seems the child of prophecy has appeared. The child of prophecy. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, and in the next second, his gaze became determined as he looked at the Red Emperor. Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it. Wei Yuan floated in midair, his green robe billowing, several spheres of star spirit power swirling behind him. His expression indifferent as he stared at the furious Red Emperor. Admit defeat, hand over the 2 medium-sized secret realms, and the control of the city. And return to your ancient Yu continent. The Red Emperor soared into the air, his expression defiant. A mere human race wants me to admit defeat? Huh, dream on. All right. Then the truce agreement between Great Xia and the ancient Yu dynasty is over. Wei Yuan spread his arms, his robes fluttering, and in an instant, the sky changed dramatically, day turning to starry night, boundless star power enhancing his strength. I hereby declare war. As his voice fell, the star power transformed into a spear of falling stars in the sky, dazzling in brilliance, and with Wei Yuan's will, it smashed toward the Red Emperor like a meteor. No longer would the foreign races be allowed to sleep soundly on this land. The long-standing occupation would end today. He was determined to create a safe, uninvaded Huadong for the younger generation. It had been a long time since Wei Yuan had fully exerted himself. Ever since signing the contract for the major competition with the ancient Yu royal family, he had focused most of his energy on developing Huadong. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan looked astonished. Years of hiding their strength had not caused Wei Yuan to regress. Instead, he had become even more formidable and seemed to have reached the level of Great Xia's strongest. Wei Yuan, just you? The Red Emperor roared, his wings wrapping around his body, igniting a crimson glow, transforming in mid-air into a massive, fierce red dragon over 100 meters long. This was a special ability of the dragon descendants after level 50. Only after transforming could he reveal his true form. Not only would his attributes significantly increase, but his resistances would also be stronger. The Red Emperor spewed forth a burst of explosive flames, fiercely countering the falling star spear from Wei Yuan, painting the sky in hues of deep blue and crimson. Seeing this, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan simultaneously charged out. The top combat power of Great Xia consisted of a total of 8 level 74 legendary professionals, half of whom had gathered here now. Meanwhile, in the ancient Yu dynasty, apart from the oldest White Emperor who had reached above level 80, both the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor were stuck at the threshold of level 74. But after all, the dragon race was the dragon race, especially after transforming into their true dragon form, dealing with ordinary legendary professionals of the same level. 1 against 3 was not too much to ask. Unfortunately, all 4 present were anything but ordinary. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor battled fiercely in the sky, their star spirit powers and crimson dragon breath clashing, causing the colors of heaven and earth to change. The Red Emperor masters the fire element, with advantages in strength and physique. He took advantage of the moment when the dragon's breath collided and exploded, rapidly closing in through the smoke and dust. No, it would be more accurate to say he charged straight in. Wei Yuan, D. The physique of the human race ultimately cannot match that of the dragon race. Once the Red Emperor got close, he could tear apart Wei Yuan in just a second or two. However, Wei Yuan, as a Star Soul Master, was a master of control in the field, Starry Skynet. Behind Wei Yuan, several star spirit power spheres rapidly intertwined in front of him, forming a vast net of stars. The multiple control effects made it difficult for the Red Emperor to advance even an inch. Relying on his control and pulling abilities, Wei Yuan single-handedly challenged the Red Emperor. Meanwhile, the other 3 had no intention of supporting him. They focused their attacks on the Green Emperor on the other side. As the dragon of all laws, the Green Emperor was even more dangerous than the Red Emperor in large-scale battles, and her potential for destruction against the Great Xia cities had to be taken seriously. Ling Luo, in her flowing red attire, crossed her arms in front of her and opened a blood-colored domain, Blood Sky Catastrophe. As the leader of the Great Xia Special Team Base, Ling Luo's strength was unquestionable, nearly second only to Wei Yuan. The blood-colored domain enveloped the Green Emperor, and in an instant, it seemed as if countless tangible killing intents concentrated around her. The Green Emperor did not dodge or evade. Of course, it was mainly because she couldn't. As an expert in elements and spells, speed was not her forte, but she naturally had her own methods of coping. Deep within her pupils, it seemed that runes were condensed, and with a wave of magical ripples. The Green Emperor's blue-green true dragon form instantly manifested. In her true form, her wings wrapped around a translucent shadow, dazzling with colors, representing the concentration of elemental power, a symbol of magical energy. Wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, The Green Emperor continually unleashed elemental spells in the domain to counter Ling Luo's killing intent, each skill seemingly having no cooldown. Jiang Yuanshuang and Zhou Yuan, one wielding a sword and the other throwing punches, flanked the Green Emperor. Coordinating with Ling Luo's domain offensive, they made every effort to break through the Green Emperor, creating an overwhelming momentum. The clouds churned into a vortex, and spells danced like dragons and snakes. The relentless onslaught collided in the air, sending shockwaves that trembled the heavens and earth with terrifying impact. For the first time, the battle between the top-tier powerhouses of Blue Star unfolded before Yi Tian and the others. Even from a great distance, they could feel the incredible power. Everyone's expressions were filled with shock. Bai Qiuli's eyes sparkled with longing. This kind of strength is the goal I strive for. Wanjiang also felt his insignificance deeply. To become this strong, I need to work even harder. Yi Tian couldn't help but nod. If his employees were thinking like this, then he could rest easy. Yes, my employees need to work even harder. They stood alert at the very edge, under the siege of the three. The Green Emperor released her word spirit, barely managing to hold her own against three opponents, but that seemingly thin and ordinary Zhou Yuan, after unraveling the gray cloth wrapped around his hands, unleashed increasingly fierce attacks, dealing even more damage than Wei Yuan and Ling Luo. After the gray cloth was removed, Zhou Yuan's fists clashed together, a layer of blood mist appearing on the surface of his fists. His killing intent reigned in. Each strike against the Green Emperor seemed to penetrate her scales, inflicting real damage. However, Yi Tian frowned slightly. He could sense that Zhou Yuan seemed to be paying some price. But the effect was excellent. Under Zhou Yuan's full firepower, the Green Emperor quickly fell into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Red Emperor, with no flashy skills and purely a frontline combat type, resembled a berserker among professionals. He constantly used various means to close in on Wei Yuan, and strictly speaking, he was in the advantageous position. As soon as he found an opportunity, he could kill Wei Yuan in an instant. But Wei Yuan had a strong grasp of distance, coupled with his control abilities, leaving the Red Emperor with no chance and instead constantly provoking his anger. Wei Yuan, don't run, the Red Emperor roared. At that moment, Wei Yuan suddenly smiled, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Immediately, the sky darkened, and a lightning bolt, like heavenly punishment, struck down on the Red Emperor with a crack of thunder. The Red Emperor let out a miserable dragon roar. With his physique, enduring this blow was excruciating. The contract. It was the gambling contract, inflicting backlash and punishment on him. According to the terms of the gambling contract, he had to relinquish control of the city and offer 2 medium-sized secret realms to fulfill the contract. And since he was unwilling to admit defeat and led the war against the Great Xia, he would naturally face the most severe backlash and punishment. Damn it! The Red Emperor's face contorted with rage. Wei Yuan, however, wore a smile, looking as if he had anticipated this all along. If I lost the great competition, it would indeed be troublesome. But fortunately, our people are doing well. You should just obediently roll back. The pain of the backlash tormented the Red Emperor, making his already blood-red eyes even more frenzied. He wanted to kill Wei Yuan, but that was currently impossible. In fact, if he did not fulfill the bet, he would face further punishment from the contract. His eyes widened with rage, and he had no choice but to flee back to the interdimensional passage. Good, Wei Yuan, Great Xia, you are both very good. The 2 medium-sized secret realms I lost to you are in the ancient continent. If you have the guts, come and take them. He glared fiercely at Wei Yuan, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Although he lost the medium-sized secret realms, they could not be moved. So in order to claim the wager, they would have to enter the ancient continent. If they did not come, it would mean that Great Xia was giving up the wager, and it would have nothing to do with the Red Emperor. And with the strength of Wei Yuan and the others, daring to come to the ancient continent would mean certain death. The city is yours now, but sooner or later, I will snatch it back myself. The Red Emperor seethed with anger. Had it not been for the contract backlash, he would have fought 300 more rounds. But now, he could only leave without looking back, returning to the ancient continent. At that moment, seeing the Red Emperor leave, the stationed troops of the ancient dynasty in the city quickly retreated as well. The Green Emperor decisively abandoned the battle and left as well. Chapter 60. Refusing to change jobs? Golden potential. We won. Jiang Yuanshuang let out a slight sigh of relief, but Wei Yuan shook his head. Not really. We just temporarily took back Ding City, but we will officially enter a state of war with the Yaga dynasty soon. Seeing the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor enter the otherworldly passage, Wei Yuan immediately signaled everyone to stop the pursuit. The Red Emperor was right. Penetrating the Yaga continent was almost impossible at this point. Inside the Yaga continent, there was the strongest White Emperor, and although Wei Yuan didn't know why he didn't come out, if they were to break into the Yaga continent, the White Emperor would definitely not stand by idly. Moreover, the otherworldly passage was the home ground of the Yaga dynasty, and the pressure they would face would be even more severe. The two medium-sized secret realms won from the interspecies competition seemed unattainable now. Sooner or later, they would break into the Yaga continent and make those mixed dragons arrogant again. Ling Luo glared fiercely at the otherworldly passage. Wei Yuan quickly threw out two magic array items and activated them with his professional abilities, laying down a 6-layer magic array at the entrance of the otherworldly passage. The 6-layer magic array was interconnected, combining defense, control, and attack functions. Once the dragon descendants passed through the otherworldly passage again, the magic array would trigger an attack. Wei Yuan knew very well that once the backlash of the contract ended, the Red Emperor would likely retaliate. But for now, Ding City had at least been reclaimed by Huadong. The garrison troops were to clear the northern part of Ding City, leaving no remnants of the Yaga dynasty. Commander Lin, take over all the small secret realms occupied by the Yaga dynasty in Daxia. Although they didn't win the medium-sized secret realms, in recent years, the Yaga dynasty had occupied quite a few small secret realms in Daxia. Now that they had failed and fled, Wei Yuan immediately sent people to take over, which would amount to 11 small secret realms, helping to compensate for Huadong's economy. But at this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang was supporting Zhou Yuan, and she saw that the little remaining blood color on his originally thin and pale face was continuously fading. It seemed that after the explosion during the battle with the Green Emperor, something was continuously draining his life force. Wei Yuan poured a bottle of potion into him and said with a wry smile, "You better not die on me, or I'll have to take on a big responsibility." Zhou Yuan stood up. "I'll try my best." The person in charge of Huabei, Zhou Yuan, was also a golden potential, a legendary professional. But after Yi Tian reviewed his resume, he found that his current profession was a somewhat special, legendary profession, life-eating martial saint. Beside him, Yi Xiao, who had knowledge of various professions, couldn't help but sigh. Life-eating martial saint? This profession has appeared many times in Daxia, but every awakened one has died young. Why? The life-eating martial saint is a profession that exchanges life force for combat power, and every battle ends with part of the life force being devoured. The more intense the battle, the more life force is consumed, until death. Unless one refrains from fighting, otherwise life will continuously be drained by the powers of the profession. A profession that burns life for combat power. No wonder Zhou Yuan's damage was so high when dealing with the Green Emperor earlier. Unfortunately, in Zhou Yuan's current state, he was only in his 30s, but he looked like he didn't have long to live. At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly thought of a solution. He approached Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan and said to the former, "Senior, do you need me to help you change your profession?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, if Yi Tian could help Zhou Yuan change his profession, it would be like saving Zhou Yuan's life. Zhou Yuan was stunned, his brain quickly processing Yi Tian's meaning. This young man, could you not say such terrifying things so calmly? Change a profession? Professions are predetermined by heaven. Can it be changed just like that? Seeing this, Wei Yuan quickly explained Yi Tian's abilities to him. In just a few seconds of explanation, it seemed to overturn Zhou Yuan's worldview accumulated over decades. Zhou Yuan's mind went blank, and, after a long days, he suddenly looked at Wei Yuan in shock. The child of prophecy? He is the child of prophecy, right? At this moment, he seemed to understand Wei Yuan's determination to go to war with the Yaga dynasty. However, Wei Yuan shook his head. It's still uncertain. But it didn't matter anymore. Even if he truly wasn't, with Yi Tian's ability, Zhou Yuan was willing to regard him as the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy. Yi Tian looked completely bewildered. What is that? The ability to change someone else's profession to a legendary one is too exaggerated. Zhou Yuan swallowed a sigh, looking at Yi Tian with a sense of emotion. If it were 5 years ago, I would have begged you at any cost to help me. The life-eating martial saint. When awakened in his youth, Zhou Yuan felt infinite destiny and was fearless. Until middle age, when he had a child, He realized that his life only had a few years left, and he began to worry, even being timid in battle. But now, with only a month or two left to live, Zhou Yuan instead felt relieved. Forget it. Daxia has too few pillars. If my professional power disappears, Huabei will be in danger. Daxia's talents don't depend on me alone. Let me use my last remaining strength to briefly protect Daxia one more time. That would be enough. After saying this, Wei Yuan patted his shoulder, his expression solemn. Yi Tian was somewhat moved, filled with respect. Perhaps it was because of many people like Zhou Yuan that Daxia could resist for 200 years without falling. Let the precious opportunity be given to others in need. Zhou Yuan's somber words continued. But the next moment, he changed his tone and, as if illuminated by a light, stepped forward to tightly grasp Yi Tian's hand. His face full of hope. We in Huabei have many people in need. Wei Yuan covered his face, unable to bear to look. No, you set this up just to lure Yi Tian to Huabei? Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, the solemn emotions he had just cultivated dissipating. Cough, cough. Zhou Yuan coughed a few times and explained. Our Huabei doesn't have a single legendary profession this year. It's only natural for me to be anxious. As the person in charge of Huabei, Zhou Yuan even pleaded with Yi Tian to help awaken a legendary profession for Huabei. In fact, there was no need to plead. As long as there were funds, Yi Tian was quite enthusiastic about recruiting employees. Moreover, Zhou Yuan could be considered to have helped drive back the Yaga dynasty. No problem. All right, let's go now. Upon receiving Yi Tian's agreement, Zhou Yuan's expression became impatient, and he immediately called for a floating vehicle. This brought a wave of speechlessness from Wei Yuan. On the floating vehicle, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically introduced the Huabei region to Yi Tian, clearly indicating that with just one word from Yi Tian, he would immediately help him change his household registration from Huadong to Huabei. The floating vehicle entered the Huabei territory. As Yi Tian arrived in the Huabei region for the first time, he noticed that the architectural style was more imposing, with each city resembling a fortress. It was evident that the threat of foreign races here seemed even more severe. Senior, where should we go first? No rush, Yi Tian, you came all this way. Let's go to my house for a meal first. Zhou Yuan prepared a welcoming feast for Yi Tian. Although he was a rough martial artist, he was also well-versed in the etiquette of hosting guests. Besides, he would make their guests work as soon as they arrived. Zhou Yuan's house was not big. Located on the outskirts of South Tang City in Huabei, with an area of over 100 square meters. Upon entering, one could feel the warmth from every detail in the house. Dad, you're back. Do we have guests today? A gentle voice rang out from the living room, instantly bringing a heartfelt smile to Zhou Yuan's face. I'm back. He turned to introduce Yi Tian. This is my daughter, Zhou Mo Yao. He looked up, and a quiet and lovely little girl stood up in response, her light yellow dress making her face appear very elegant. But the next moment, Yi Tian frowned slightly. He saw that the girl's pair of eyes, which should have been bright like stars, were now covered with a layer of faint mist, with her pupils gray and white. Hello. Zhou Mo Yao slightly bowed towards Yi Tian, her eyes unable to see clearly. Noticing Yi Tian's silence, Zhou Yuan explained in a voice only he could hear. 5 years ago, Mo Yao was attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan in the wilderness. By the time I arrived, her eyes were already destroyed. Zhou Yuan's voice became heavy. Losing one sight is a significant blow to a person. Someone who might have had an infinite future lost their light. And in this era, even survival became a problem. Yi Tian didn't mind and smiled as he responded to the girl. Hello, I am Yi Tian. An automatic prompt showing his resume appeared on his panel. Detected golden potential talent. Chapter 61, The Seer, the Tsangwan Spirit Master. Hello. I won't disturb you any longer, Zhou Mo Yao said timidly. And then she groped her way back to her room. She knew that those who could return with her father must have significant identities, and it was better for her not to be present during their discussions. At this moment, Yi Tian's expression shifted as he opened her resume. Name, Zhou Mo Yao. Basic information, female, 18 years old, from Nantang City, Xia. Profession, Miaoing physician. Potential, gold seer. Life, innate mental strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, born with spiritual sensitivity, able to see things that ordinary people cannot. At the age of 13, encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Lost her eyesight due to directly looking at the shadow, devouring crescent moon. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, Tsangwan Spirit Master, 20 points of funding. directly looking at the shadow devouring crescent moon. What the hell is that the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is an alien race neighboring the North China region, and the interdimensional passage is located in the wilderness at the North China border. It sounds like this has a lot to do with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Moreover, Yi Tian did not expect that Zhou Mo Yao's mental strength was actually so strong that she could have spiritual vision even without a job change. Some people are born with great strength. Some are born fast, but compared to these obvious talents, being born with strong mental strength is easily overlooked. If she were to change to a mental-type profession, she would be much stronger than ordinary people. Yi Tian was quite intrigued. Senior, your daughter is actually very suitable. Currently, under Yi Tian by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu are just one person short of forming a special 5-person team. And they just happen to lack a support profession. Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Thinking about his daughter's condition, he fell into sorrow again. No, her eyes, for some reason, just can't be cured. Being blind, she wouldn't be able to fight even if she became a professional in fact. The profession that Zhou Mo Yao awakened was quite good, an epic-level support profession, meowing physician. Becoming an excellent support in a team was her only little wish in this life. But after going blind, even walking is a problem, and she can't accurately cast skills towards her teammates. How could she become a qualified professional? Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said again, "It's okay. Let us try my profession." The reason he was so confident was that in his investments, each profession was very compatible with the employees. Although he also didn't know what kind of profession was suitable for a blind person, he wanted to give it a try. At least every talented person should not be easily given up on. Failing would only cost 20 points of funding, and Yi Tian currently had a balance of 110. 3. Enough to give it a shot. Zhou Yuan looked at Yi Tian's confident face, thought for a long time, and finally nodded. As a father, how could he not want his daughter to fulfill her wishes, at least not to curl up in the house every day, living in despair? Mo Yao Zhou Yuan knocked on his daughter's door and stood outside to tell her the situation. Yi Tian's gaze glanced towards a corner of the room, where several small bluebird dolls and a wind chime hung by the window, swaying gently in the breeze, ringing softly. Change of profession? Zhou Mo Yao hesitated. But it's okay. Let us give it a try. Maybe it will make you the #1 support in Xia. Yi Tian's cheerful voice made Zhou Mo Yao chuckle. The #1 support is too exaggerated. Being a qualified professional would be great. As she spoke, Yi Tian activated the skill, and a contract landed in Zhou Mo Yao's hands. Just sign here. Seeing Zhou Mo Yao raise her hand without hesitation to press her fingerprint, Yi Tian couldn't help but joke. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person and want to let your dad check it first? Zhou Mo Yao smiled brightly and said softly, "Since I lost my sight, as long as I get close to someone, I can feel their heart. I can also sense the goodwill and malice of others. Big brother, your heart is very kind. You are a good person." Yi Tian was taken aback. Can you feel the goodwill and malice of others? Does that mean that the spiritual vision ability has transformed into telepathy after losing her eyesight? While he was thinking, Zhou Mo Yao pressed her fingerprint on the contract. In an instant, golden light filled the air, and the phoenix soared into the sky. Employee Zhou Mo Yao. Profession, Sangwan Spirit Master, 2nd tier. Quality, Legendary level. 25 Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Constitution, 50 Mental, 1080 Professional Talent. Sangwan Yao. Transforms into an untargetable, invulnerable Sangwan spirit form. Can possess allies, increasing their agility and damage by 40, movement speed by 70, can cancel or transfer possession at any time. Professional skill, Flowing Light. Unleashes a Liuguang magic array, granting surrounding allies a shield equal to 500 of mental power, which can negate 3 control effects while it exists and increases defense by 60. Spirit Wind Guide. Restores 10 of maximum health per second to the possessed ally. Can actively remove negative states and refresh all skill cooldowns of that ally. Blue Cloud Absolute. Applies a buff to surrounding allies when attacking. A Sangwan Phantom appears to chase and deal an extra 15 true damage based on mental power, with a 70 slow effect and marks the enemy's location. P.S. Some skills with obvious effects 1T be explained, while skills like this will be detailed. Over. Yi Tian looked at Zhou Mo Yao's skills and felt quite pleased this support is quite powerful. Not to mention this terrifying mental power of 1080 at level 25. One possession compensates for the maximum flaw of support professions. Untargetable, invulnerable. Moreover, even if Zhou Mo Yao can't see the road, she can be guided by her teammates. Agility, damage, and movement speed bonuses make an ordinary person become superhuman. Whether it's the shield or the group buff, they are extremely valuable supportive abilities for the team. Yi Tian felt that the most outrageous part was the Spirit Wind Guide. Refreshing all skill cooldowns means that the output efficiency of teammates would double. You have shared Zhou Mo Yao's attributes, gaining Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 50, Mental 1080. You have shared Zhou Mo Yao's skills, gaining Sangwan Yao, Flowing Light, Spirit Wind Guide, Blue Cloud, Absolute. At the same time, Zhou Mo Yao, who sensed the skill effects in her mind, had a slightly dazed expression. Her face flushed with excitement. This, she stammered in excitement. I want to try it. Yi Tian stepped forward, placing his hand on hers, signaling her to possess him. Zhou Mo Yao activated Sangwan Yao. Her body seemed to transform into a Sangwan phantom, becoming semi-transparent, with light wings emerging, and sparkling particles of light swirling at her feet. Her body quickly shrank, her height of 160 reduced to less than half. She looked like a delicate, ethereal figurine. Now she could float around Yi Tian within about 10 meters, and the feeling of flying freely was quite novel for her, although she couldn't see the road. A wonderful connection was established with Yi Tian, allowing her to return to his side at any time without worrying about getting lost. Zhou Yuan's gaze was somewhat dazed. He hadn't seen such a surprised smile on his daughter's face for a long time. Zhou Mo Yao was, of course, extremely delighted with these skills. It meant that even if she was blind, she could still become a good support. No, with her current professional abilities, becoming the #1 support in Xia was not impossible. Zhou Mo Yao released her possession, stood in front of Yi Tian, and timidly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Benefactor brother. Yi Tian rejected this strange title and corrected her. From now on, call me boss. Okay, boss. Then Yi Tian turned to Zhou Yuan and said, Senior, your daughter will be joining my department and will be one of my subordinates. With the assistance of Zhou Mo Yao, along with Bai Qiu Li, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, the pieces of the first special team were finally complete. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but after considering his own situation, he eventually nodded and said, All right. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan's previously relaxed expression suddenly turned into one of confusion, his demeanor strange. Wait a minute, something's not right. Wasn't I asking Yi Tian to help awaken a legendary profession for Huabei? How to turn to my daughter being taken away? Chapter 62, Partner. What did you see? Zhou Meiyao was extremely excited. This was the first time she felt hope in life since losing her sight. Boss. Yi Tian turned his head and replied, Can I touch your face? Yi Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw Zhou Meiyao's face suddenly flush. I just want to remember what you look like, boss. Visually impaired individuals can build their mental image of others through touching facial features, similar to how sighted people remember appearances. Yi Tian understood her meaning, but it was a bit strange to be touched on the face for the first time. Go ahead. Zhou Meiyao's delicate fingers brushed against Yi Tian's cheek, and before Yi Tian could react, her face had already turned crimson from touching a boy for the first time. Yi Tian slightly closed his eyes, feeling the cool, soft touch of her fingertips on his face. Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched, and his gaze suddenly became erratic, as if he had suddenly been burdened with 100 urgent matters. Looking around anxiously, suddenly remembering that dinner hadn't been made, he turned and strode toward the kitchen without any hesitation. Zhou Meiyao bit her lip, touched a couple more times, and then withdrew her hand. She suddenly thought of something. Boss, will I be following you from now on? She wasn't talking about joining Yi Tian's team. Rather, as a blind person, due to her profession requiring her to be paired with a teammate, she was destined to need a partner, not just for combat, but also for daily life. Being with someone of the opposite sex could be somewhat inconvenient, and Yi Tian had arranged for her to contact Bai Qiu Li. Just right. Zhou Meiyao was also at the age for college and could become college roommates with Bai Qiu Li. Moreover, having a Sword Immortal and a Sangwan Spirit Master as partners would ensure high mobility, damage, and survivability. They should be very suitable partners. I've contacted someone else for you, a girl your age, so you can go to college together. Thank you, boss. Zhou Meiyao knew that Yi Tian had considered her situation. Being able to attend college was a significant happiness for her. At this moment, Yi Tian looked at Zhou Meiyao's grayish-white eyes, confirmed that Zhou Yuan was far away, and asked in a low voice, Meiyao, what did you see 5 years ago? Even your dad, one T-tell. Upon hearing this, Zhou Meiyao's body trembled, as if she had frozen. Yi Tian remembered that Zhou Yuan had said that Zhou Meiyao lost her sight due to an attack by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. But the resume stated that Zhou Meiyao had seen something and was then deprived of her sight. Clearly, she hadn't told Zhou Yuan. What could it be that just seeing it would result in losing one's eyesight? Even the current medical means of the daxia and various priest-like professions couldn't cure it. Zhou Meiyao didn't expect Yi Tian to discover her concealment. She was momentarily stunned and silent. Yi Tian spoke gently. You didn't tell your dad because you were afraid he would act impulsively and seek revenge for you, right? Zhou Meiyao instinctively shrank back, feeling a sense of panic as if a small secret had been revealed. After a long silence, she nodded slightly. Don't worry, your dad isn't here. At this moment, Yi Tian was very curious. Zhou Yuan's strength was among the top in daxia, plus he was a life-devouring martial saint. What kind of encounter would make Zhou Meiyao feel that even Zhou Yuan couldn't handle it? Zhou Meiyao hesitated for a long time, and with Yi Tian's encouragement, she hesitantly opened her mouth. On the moon, there was a shadow. Yi Tian was taken aback upon hearing this, instinctively looking out the window at the sky. The moon? Zhou Meiyao added, it's not the moon of Blue Star. It's the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Yi Tian frowned slightly. His understanding of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan was shallow, and he fell into a knowledge blind spot. However, he still encouraged her. A shadow. Then what happened? Zhou Meiyao's tone held a hint of fear. That shadow was lying on the moon, and the area of the shadow kept growing, like pollution. I only remember seeing that, and then Yi Tian promptly placed his hand gently on her head to comfort her, while his heart was tumultuous. A shadow. Pollution. The moon? Whether it was related to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan or something else, he felt it exceeded his understanding. Zhou Meiyao was born with the ability of spiritual sight, allowing her to see these strange things. Other people probably wouldn't even be able to see it, let alone solve it. Fortunately, it wasn't the moon of Blue Star that was polluted, but the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, which made Yi Tian's heart relax slightly. Before long, a message from Bai Qiuli came in. Yi Tian called to Zhou Meiyao. Let's go. Your partner has arrived. Yi Tian had Bai Qiuli take Zhou Meiyao directly to Huaxing University, and he took the opportunity to call her over. Before this, Yi Tian just happened to have a gift box to give to Bai Qiuli. Legendary Equipment Selection Gift Box Description. After opening, you can select any piece of legendary equipment suitable for your profession. This was a special reward from the racial competition, and Yi Tian planned to give one to each of the 4 participants as per usual. The boss had received enough rewards, so he certainly couldn't treat his subordinates poorly. Only Alice, due to being confined to the dungeon, had very few high-level equipment, so he could only take care of her later. Thank you, boss. Bai Qiuli's eyes lit up. To receive legendary equipment right away was truly impressive. She even suspected that the boss had looted the logistics department of East China. No, the logistics department of East China probably didn't have this many legendary items. With this legendary gift box, it would perfectly fill in the gaps in her equipment, and her combat power would undoubtedly increase further after entering Huaxing University. Boss, is this the partner you mentioned? Bai Qiuli saw Zhou Meiyao next to Yi Tian, her misty eyes evoking sympathy. Hello, I'm Bai Qiuli. Bai Qiuli, could it be that top student from East China, that super strong female, sword immortal? Zhou Meiyao suddenly exclaimed with joy. Yi Tian never expected that Bai Qiuli's fame had already spread to North China. However, those who possess both beauty and strength naturally gain fame easily. Thus, the two girls quickly became familiar, saving Yi Tian a lot of introduction time. After learning about the skills of the Tsangwan Spirit Master, Bai Qiuli was even more shocked. So strong, the output can increase by more than 1 level. She had never regarded the person chosen by Yi Tian as ordinary, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. The two girls officially decided to enter Huaxing University as partners. At this moment, Zhou Yuan also happened to call a few people to have a meal together. It's getting late, everyone together. Before he could finish speaking, an urgent alarm echoed through Nantang City, and the red lights of patrol drones flickered throughout the city. Not good. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan is attacking again. Chapter 63. Finding a mother for the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. The alarm sounded throughout the city, and Zhou Yuan sighed as he looked at the table full of dishes he had just prepared. But soon, he changed into combat gear and hurried to the city defense front without saying a word. Yi Tian naturally prepared to go with him, while Zhou Moya activated Sangwan Yao to transform into a small spirit form and followed by Qiuli. Are the attacks from the Shadow Moon Wolf clan frequent? Zhou Yuan nodded. As long as they are wolves, they possess a brutal and greedy nature. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacks almost every 2 or 3 days, or rather, they raid, occupying the wilderness and specifically targeting resource extraction teams in secret realms to plunder resources. The habits of different alien races vary greatly. For example, the hostile Yaga dynasty in East China, the Dragonborn rarely engage in plundering or ambushes. They mainly prefer open confrontations. They even disdain to team up with other races to outnumber their opponents. This pride flows in the blood of the dragon race. In contrast, the Shadowman Wolf clan is much more unscrupulous. Along the way, Nantang City quickly entered a state of war readiness. The city defense army cleared the streets and took positions on the city walls, with rich experience in dealing with attacks. Many members of the raided extraction teams lay on stretchers, their bodies covered in gruesome bite wounds. At this moment, Yi Tian and Zhou Yuan stepped into the defensive fortifications on the city wall. Looking up in shock, they saw a strange dark red moon hanging in the sky. Particularly eerie, contrasting with the silver-white full moon on the other side, it created a scene of dual moons shining together. Yi Tian suddenly recalled what Zhou Moya had said. His pupils contracting. Is this? This is the Shadow Moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Zhou Yuan looked down at the city below. It is the Shadow Moon Wolf King's innate domain. As long as it is illuminated by the Shadow Moon Wolf Pack can conceal their forms, greatly increasing their mobility. They won't even reveal themselves during attacks. Indeed, Yi Tian could clearly hear the howls and rushing sounds of the wolf pack below, but he couldn't see any trace of the wolves on the ground. Just as the army was covering the injured to retreat back into the city, they suddenly faced a powerful impact on their shields, leaving rows of bite marks. But Yi Tian did not see any shadows on this red moon. Bai Qiuli frowned at this sight. If this attack were outside the city, it would be too deadly. An enemy that is invisible and moves at high speed is enough to give one a headache just thinking about it. However, inside the city defense army still had countermeasures. With the commander's orders issued, the mages on the city wall simultaneously launched area spells. Waves of fire surged and thunderclouds rolled. Yes, as long as they throw area skills in the direction of the wolf pack, it will definitely be effective. Even if the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is invisible under the Shadow Moon, area skills will still deal damage to them. However, Yi Tian soon discovered the drawback. Even so, whether to continue attacking or temporarily retreat, the initiative still lay with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. That's right, as long as they cannot reveal their opponent's form. They cannot gain the initiative. Zhou Yuan certainly knew this. The Research Institute had developed several revealing tools, but they consumed a lot of high-quality materials and were not suitable for city defense. After all, the frequency of attacks by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan is too high, and using expensive defenses each time is not something the Great Xia can afford. At this moment, seeing the fierce attack of the city defense army, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan temporarily retreated, while the city defense army threw out several waves of skills but achieved no kills. Once the skills stopped, the wolf pack would attack again. From the towering steel city wall, several elite wolves leaped from the ground and directly jumped onto the wall. Fortunately, the city defense army was experienced and immediately had melee soldiers block them, preventing the wolf pack from jumping into the city to plunder again. At such times, usually only Zhou Yuan would take action to slay or force back the Shadow Moon Wolf King, making the Shadow Moon disappear to reduce casualties. But at this moment, Zhou Moya, in her spirit form, quietly raised her hand. I think I have a way. Zhou Yuan, who was about to take action, was taken aback. Yi Tian reached out to stop Zhou Yuan, as the death-devouring martial saint, taking action would shorten his lifespan, so it was better not to act if possible. Zhou Moya then requested Bai Qiuli, who was possessing her. Sister Bai, could you take me to the area with the most mages? As the designated driver, Bai Qiuli immediately set off, with the spirit form of Zhou Moya following along. She arrived behind the mage group. Here it is. The city defense commander was puzzled and turned to see Zhou Yuan slightly nodding, thus tacitly agreeing to their actions. Zhou Moya, unfamiliar, raised her hand. Biyunju applies a buff to surrounding allies. When attacking, Sangwan Phantom will appear to chase, dealing an additional 15 true damage based on spirit power. With a 70 slow effect, and marking the enemy's position. A blue-green divine bird phantom raised its head and spread its wings, and the clear cry of the Luan resonated in the world, projecting a silver pattern of feathers to everyone nearby. The buff range of Byun-ju actually has a radius of several hundred meters, but Zhou Moya couldn't judge the distance and adjusted the position with Baiqiuli for safety. At this moment, more than 500 mages in the city defense army were all granted the buff. This time, they also unleashed area skills. But the Shadow Moon Wolves hit by the skills had a blue-green pattern of heron feathers appear above their heads, illuminating their outlines. In the vast darkness, such a conspicuous blue-green mark was like a downward arrow in an online game, telling the Great Xia army, "Attack here." Wow, they became visible. We can see them now, and their speed has slowed down. It won't be that easy for them to retreat now. One amazing buff. The city defense soldiers were filled with exclamations, and Zhou Yuan was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his daughter, despite being blind, could truly act as a professional and play such a significant role on the battlefield, even so effectively countering the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. With wave after wave of area skills being thrown down, the Shadow Moon Wolf pack was almost entirely marked, making it impossible for them to attack or retreat so freely. No, the city defense army could even take the opportunity to counterattack. Baiqiuli couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Moya, great job." The cheers around Zhou Moya reached her ears, and she shyly lifted the corners of her lips. "Yes, I will be a good support." Yi Tian silently observed the battlefield. Even he himself didn't expect. They actually found a parent for the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. No, a mother. This time, with Zhou Moya's help, the Wolf clan attack ended very quickly. The Wolf King, positioned behind the pack, couldn't understand why the losses were so high this time. The city defense army of Nantang City took the opportunity to counterattack and return victorious. Employee Zhou Moya made significant contributions to repelling the Shadow Moon Wolf clan attack. Reward: Funds 5. Yi Tian felt a pleasant surprise. There are actually rewards for repelling alien races? Is this also a kind of honor? If that's the case, in the future, if we defeat alien races or even counterattack them, the rewards may not be inferior to those from clan competitions. The future looks promising. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan retreated, and with these casualties, they would probably not dare to plunder recklessly anymore. However, at the same time, the dark red moon in the sky had yet to dissipate. Yi Tian stood on the city wall, looking up directly at that shadow moon, lost in thought. Chapter 64, Extraordinary Forbidden Objects, Inexplicable Fighting Spirit. The wolf attack has ended. That night, Baiqiuli directly took Zhou Mo Yao back to Huaxing University, just in time for the registration day, tomorrow, and the two enrolled together. With Zhou Mo Yao's identity and professional abilities, Jiang Yuanshuang easily helped her find a suitable mentor. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned to the Qingshan apartment. Ever since Baiqiuli became a disciple of Jiang Yuanshuang, she moved into the dormitory at Huaxing University, leaving the two-bedroom apartment entirely to Yi Tian. The journey back from North China to East China took several hours. By the time Yi Tian got home and took a shower, today's management log was ready to be reviewed. However, today's main event was the racial competition, and not much else happened. Management log: Wan Jiang promoted to the leader of the East China's Border Defense Army's guerrilla team. Reward: Funds 3. Ning Jing decoded the ancient relic stone tablet with a decryption rate of 100, successfully interpreting the location and clues of an ancient relic. Reward: Funds 5. Night repair: Jiang Che cleared the Hell Dungeon. Heartless Valley 4 times. Reward: Fund 0, 8. You share the experience gained by your employees. Level up: 33-34. Funds: 102. Wan Jiang actually went from the recruit camp to the captain of the regular army. Generally, new recruits need at least half a year training. However, given Wan Jiang's combat performance in the competition, an early promotion to military rank seems reasonable. Yi Tian also heard that after recapturing the city, the Border Defense Army was divided into two parts, one stationed at the border to resist evil spirits, and the other guarding the interdimensional passage against the Yaga dynasty. It is indeed a time for utilizing talent, so Wan Jiang's promotion is understandable. In addition, Ning Jing decoded the location and clues of an ancient relic, which made Yi Tian quite curious. Ancient relics are the ancient heritage sites of various extraordinary civilizations from different worlds. They contain treasures and inheritances passed down from ancient times, with limitless opportunities. The occurrence of ancient relics in the entire blue star is currently rare, and Yi Tian really wanted to take a look. He planned to inquire about the specifics tomorrow. Yi Tian lay down in bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the Central China headquarters, the conference room was still brightly lit late at night due to Wei Yuan's unexpected arrival today. Wei Yuan, you managed to win the racial competition and even repel the Yaga dynasty. That's truly impressive. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit reminded him. However, the threat from the Yaga dynasty will definitely become more dangerous in the future, so be cautious. Wei Yuan nodded, acknowledging that defeating the Yaga dynasty was not solely his achievement. The old man then shifted the topic. By the way, you should pay more attention to the few outstanding talents from the East China racial competition. In recent years, the American Empire has poached a lot of talent from other countries. The competition for talent is not uncommon among the countries of Blue Star. The American Empire uses various means to strengthen its new national power. Wei Yuan nodded, feeling that he should remind Yi Tian, I will. As he spoke, Wei Yuan revealed the purpose of his visit. Old son, I want to take away the extraordinary forbidden object 003. The elderly man named Sun's expression suddenly changed. What? The child of prophecy has appeared. Extraordinary forbidden objects are some mysterious and dangerous unknown items discovered over the past 200 years in the extraordinary history of the Great Xia. They possess very special functions, but either come with dangerous side effects or are not yet fully understood. Thus, they're classified as forbidden objects. The item numbered 003 is a special existence brought back by the god-level professional who made the prophecy. It is said to be usable only by the child of prophecy, providing protection and significant assistance. It can be said to be the exclusive weapon of the child of prophecy. However, Old Sun advised Wei Yuan to think carefully. Are you sure? 003 only associates with the child of prophecy. If an ordinary person approaches it, they might encounter unpredictable dangers. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, East China won the racial competition mainly due to his efforts. Even my defeat of the Yaga dynasty had a significant contribution from him. I think it's very likely to be him. Old Sun nodded slightly. All right. You can give it a try, but you must ensure safety. Understood. Waking up in the morning, embracing the sun. The next day, Yi Tian got up, opened the curtains, and hummed a little tune while washing up. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message from Bai Chili. Upon reading the message, Yi Tian's brows immediately furrowed, and his little tune abruptly stopped. Soon after, not only Bai Chili, but also Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Repair, the 4 participants in the racial competition, all sent messages. Yi Tian immediately pulled the 4 into a meeting space. Just like that, boss. This morning when I woke up, there was a letter on my dormitory desk, Bai Chili said. It contains an offer from the military of the American Empire. If we agree to immigrate, they will provide extremely high benefits. Yi Tian looked at the contents of the letter and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The offer from the American Empire was simply outrageous. Just looking at these benefits, it would be hard for most young people to resist. Bai Chili's expression was slightly serious. I have no idea how they managed to put the letter on my desk without me noticing. Night Repair, chewing on a lollipop, casually said, It's not difficult. This is a special profession of the American Empire called messenger. As long as the messenger remembers someone's appearance and then burns the letter, it will appear near that person. They probably saw our photos or videos from the competition overseas. Including Night Repair, all 4 received the letters offering to poach them. At that moment, Jiang Che's head was resting on the table, and he let out a voice that was almost on the verge of breaking down. Why? Why is the offer for me so much worse than yours? Yi Tian, I have to work harder. Jiang Che's eyes revealed an unprecedented fighting spirit. Even though this fighting spirit seemed inexplicable, it was clear that none of Yi Tian's employees would accept offers from other countries. This was evident from how the 4 immediately informed Yi Tian after receiving the letters. Not only did Yi Tian provide them with jobs, but under his guidance, they also had access to legendary equipment, meeting buffs, promotion opportunities, and other benefits that they could never obtain elsewhere. In recent years, there have been reports that the American Empire has poached many outstanding talents from various countries, even targeting the Great Xia multiple times. Under the invasions of evil spirits and foreign races, the American Empire has become ruthless towards countries around the globe. Especially with the poaching attempts directed at Yi Tian, it made him feel particularly displeased. Not long after, the meeting ended. Everyone had their own matters to attend to. Yi Tian also prepared to go out to inquire about the specifics of the ancient relics. However, just as he reached the door, he saw Wei Yuan and a special aviation box in Wei Yuan's hand. That's right, an aviation box, the kind used for transporting cats, but this one looked like a specially customized version. Inside this box was a black cat. Chapter 65, Capturing a Kitten, Entering the Ruins. Are you saying that this black cat is the extraordinary forbidden object numbered 003? That's right. Yi Tian and Wei Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room. After Wei Yuan explained the extraordinary forbidden objects to Yi Tian, he looked at the black cat in the airline box with surprise. The black cat was quite small, its sleek, jet black fur shining, and its pupils faintly glimmered with gold. Wei Yuan continued, "You already know about the prophecy. I think it might be able to help you. When the great Xia faces a life and death calamity, a savior will appear, repeatedly reversing the world and saving the great Xia from fire and water, rescuing humanity from disaster." After hearing this prophecy from Wei Yuan, Yi Tian suddenly doubted himself. Am I the child of prophecy? But I came from another world. Logically, the prophecy appeared 80 years ago, and at that time, I wasn't even born yet. I hadn't even come to this world. If it could predict this, it would be too outrageous. Yi Tian pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to open the airline box. Anyway, I just need to let it out, right? Whether or not I am the child of prophecy, according to Wei Yuan, it can be judged by this black cat. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, then focused intently to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. If Yi Tian was not the child of prophecy, he needed to prevent the black cat from posing any danger to him. Meow as the door of the airline box opened. The black cat lazily meowed, and Yi Tian and the cat stared at each other. In Wei Yuan's imagination, either Yi Tian was the child of prophecy and the black cat would approach him affectionately, or Yi Tian was not the child of prophecy and would be rejected by the black cat, leading to danger. According to records in the Great Xia, besides the child of prophecy, no one could be accepted by the black cat, not even Wei Yuan himself. But at this moment, Wei Yuan watched as the black cat lightly stepped onto Yi Tian's lap and lay down there. Yi Tian tentatively reached out to pet it, and the black cat did not resist, obediently lying there, allowing Yi Tian to touch it. While petting the cat, Yi Tian turned to Wei Yuan and asked, "What's going on here?" Wei Yuan was a bit confused. "Yeah, I want to know what is going on too." At this moment, the black cat's attitude was neither affectionate nor rejecting. To Wei Yuan, it seemed more like submissive. That's right, it's submissive. The current situation far exceeded Wei Yuan's expectations. Yi Tian calmly petted the cat and tried to look at this black cat's resume, and to his surprise, it actually had content. Cat of Time, background. The destined partner of the child of prophecy of the Great Xia will grow stronger as the child's abilities increase, and at its peak, possesses the ability to traverse the river of time, but is currently very weak. The resume content was minimal. After reading it carefully twice, Yi Tian confidently said, "It seems I am not the child of prophecy after all." His conclusion was quite arrogant, since this cat of time would grow stronger with the child's abilities, and Yi Tian currently possessed a hidden ability, 3 god tier, and 3 legendary professions, along with an extraordinary physique. With such strength, if he were the child of prophecy, this cat could not possibly be very weak. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Yi Tian's conclusion, as 003 clearly showed no signs of affection and exhibited no partner abilities. However, its submissive attitude still left him puzzled. Yi Tian suggested, "Just let me keep this cat. Maybe I can find the child of prophecy with it." Since this cat of time can determine the child of prophecy, it would actually be a help for Yi Tian. The child of prophecy is undoubtedly a high potential talent, and he could recruit them later. Wei Yuan did not refuse. Since it doesn't reject you, it can follow you. Just don't let it come into contact with others. Otherwise, it could pose a danger to them. Yi Tian, Alit. He returned the black cat to the airline box and asked Wei Yuan about news regarding the ancient ruins. Yesterday, Ning Jing had deciphered the location and clues of the ancient ruins, and he was still unaware of the specifics. Wei Yuan happened to want to mention it to Yi Tian. That ancient ruin is said to be related to the ancient Dragon Clan's relics. The ancient Dragon Clan could almost be considered the ancestors of the ancient dynasty. However, as Wei Yuan spoke, he showed a look of regret. The entrance to the ancient ruins has been found, not far from Dingsheng. Unfortunately, the interior of the ancient ruins happens to be in the dragon ancestors' secret realm within the ancient continent. In other words, although we have found the entrance. To enter the interior of the ancient ruins, we need to get into the dragon ancestor's secret realm. Yi Tian was puzzled. So? Wei Yuan. To enter the dragon ancestor's secret realm, we need the dragon ancestor's token. That token is only granted by the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor to their descendants. We cannot obtain it at all. Now that they have returned to the ancient continent, we are even less likely to get the token. So even though we found the entrance to the ruins, we can't go in. It's a pity. Wait, are you talking about this? Yi Tian thought for a moment and took out a dragon pattern token that had been sitting in his backpack for a long time. When Alice killed Norton in the dungeon, she had dropped 30 dragon essence crystals and a token, which Yi Tian had kept for a long time. Wei Yuan looked at the token with a somewhat incredulous expression, and without caring about his image, he exclaimed, "What the hell? How come you have everything?" "What do you mean?" Yi Tian tilted his head and gestured. "Let us go." Very quickly, Wei Yuan took Yi Tian to the entrance of the ruins. The entrance to the ruins was a surreal passage. Without the clues from the ruined stone slab, even if someone stood here, they would not be able to find the entrance. Behind the entrance would lead to an unknown location. Unlike the secret realm's self-contained small space, the ruins might be hidden corners from various worlds, perhaps existing for countless ages. For example, a long time ago, the great Xia entered the sacred spirit forest of the elven royal family from an entrance in South China. This entrance to the ruins was located in the wilderness outside Dingsheng and had already been isolated by the military. Members of the research institute were racking their brains here, trying other ways to enter the ruins, but all had failed. Ning Ying, dressed in a white lab coat that made her look quite intellectual, was in a core position among the researchers when she suddenly saw Yi Tian brought by Wei Yuan and exclaimed in surprise, "Boss." This address drew the attention of the surrounding researchers, and Yi Tian responded with a smile. Wei Yuan spoke up. This time, it seems only Yi Tian can enter the ruins. Ning Jing, please explain the clues about the ruins to him. Hearing that Yi Tian could enter the ruins, the surrounding researchers were all astonished. Ning Jing was also very surprised. She informed Yi Tian, "Boss, this secret realm is located in a forbidden area of the dragon ancestor's secret realm. The forbidden area has been designated as a prohibited zone by the ancient dynasty, and there might be dangers." Yi Tian was well aware that ruins often contain both opportunities and dangers, but that didn't stop him from wanting to give it a try. At worst, he could use void traversal to escape. At this moment, Wei Yuan took out a golden rope-like item. This is a one-time legendary item, Soul Guide. Tie one end of the rope to yourself and the other end outside. Whenever you need it, you can pull the rope to bring you out. A one-time life-saving item. It's always good to have an extra layer of safety. And Yi Tian used it without hesitation. After learning all the clues about the ruins deciphered by Ning Jing, Yi Tian took out the token and prepared to head in. He stepped into the nearly transparent passage at the entrance, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 66. You'll help me, right? Dark, eerie cold. This was the first feeling Yi Tian experienced after traversing a passage that seemed to exist in nothingness and arriving in another space. The dragon ancestor's secret realm token in his hand had already disappeared. Theoretically, Yi Tian had officially arrived at the ancient continent and even reached the most mysterious dragon ancestor's secret realm, the Forbidden Land. Here was the interior of an ancient relic space. It felt like a cave, but it was too vast. Dark red rock formations condensed into stalactite clusters hundreds of feet high, making a human figure seem exceptionally small. Ding! You are now inside the ancient relic. Skill, relic decoding activated, automatically obtaining 3 core pieces of relic information. Yi Tian suddenly remembered that relic decoding was a skill of the Tranquil Scholar class, and its effect was as described in the prompt. Ancient relics could roughly be categorized into 3 types: ancient civilization war sites, natural phenomenon birthplaces, and ancient extraordinary inheritance sites. Yi Tian pondered and began to check the decoded content to determine which category this relic belonged to. 1. White Emperor Bloodline entrance die immediately. 2. Traitors die immediately upon entry. 3. Divine Favored Ones die immediately upon entry. This is too brutal. These are the rules formed within the relic. Any of these 3 types of targets that enter the relic are doomed to die. Such brutality indicates that it is most likely a war site. Furthermore, Yi Tian learned from the clues decrypted by Tranquil Scholar that the White Emperor seems to be the current White Emperor of the ancient dynasty. The main character of this relic appears to be related to the legendary Black Emperor. Yi Tian was confident that he did not belong to any of these three categories and unhesitatingly stepped deeper into the relic. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ancient continent, in the Crimson Emperor's palace, the Crimson Emperor, having been furious after the defeat in the Great Xia, was agitated, while the Azure Emperor remained calm beside him. The White Emperor had also occupied a dragon descendant's body here, but his main body remained unmoved. It was rare for the three dragon emperors of the ancient dynasty to gather together. The Crimson Emperor spoke angrily. We should never have agreed to the Great Xia's proposal for the competition. We should have directly conquered them by force. The Azure Emperor coldly replied, do you want to end up with both sides suffering losses against Great Xia? Since the death of the Black Emperor, the remaining strength of the ancient dynasty has been insufficient. Originally, competing through the great competition was more than enough to devour Great Xia. But who would have thought that this year? The Crimson Emperor turned angrily to the White Emperor. If it weren't for your main body guarding the Forbidden Land, watching over a corpse for nearly 100 years, how could the human race run rampant? The White Emperor maintained a neutral expression. I have said, the Black Emperor will not die. His body may have lost its life, but his soul will not perish. The Forbidden Land forbids entry, preventing him from having any chance of resurrection. The White Emperor coldly stared at the Crimson Emperor. Otherwise, both you and I will undoubtedly die. The Crimson Emperor snorted coldly, not rebutting. What about Great Xia? I vow not to rest until we strike back at Great Xia. Your contract backlash will dissipate in 5 days. The Azure Emperor commanded. In 5 days, we will completely shift our main force to Blue Star, and it is best to establish a foothold there in one go. This time, the White Emperor will serve as the main force. The White Emperor agreed with the Azure Emperor's strategy. No problem. We must indeed fight for the territory of Blue Star. I have never seen a world like Blue Star, with so many resources of secret realms and relics. Abundant resources, more interdimensional passages. Blue Star truly resembles a contested land. This was also the reason the Crimson Emperor was initially unwilling to give up the territory of Blue Star. Unlike the ancient continent, which, despite occupying many secret realms, had limited resources overall, there was only so much to mine, and once exhausted, it was gone. Most worlds are like this. Only Blue Star continuously produces various instances, with a high frequency of small and medium-sized secret realms appearing. Large secret realms also frequently emerging, along with ancient relics, secret treasures, etc. It can truly be described as vast and rich in resources. This is also the reason even the White Emperor is willing to take action. I will select a suitable body to maximize my bloodline and combat power and those troublesome individuals from Great Xia. If I can kill them, I will. The Crimson Emperor sneered. The main body still remains unmoved. The Azure Emperor advised. The matter of the Black Emperor indeed cannot afford to fail. Dragon Ancestor Secret Realm, Forbidden Land. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. After only walking a few kilometers, he had already profited immensely. Along the way, he had picked up over 60 pieces of the legendary material, Dragon Essence Crystal, formed in the cave. In addition, he saw countless dragon descendant corpses, seemingly having triggered the instant death rule of the relic, leaving behind a ground full of dragon bones and dragon scales. Upon reaching a wide area, Yi Tian discovered a massive dragon language stone tablet. It recorded the past glory of the dragon clan, the ancient dragon rulers of the era, one emperor, one monarch. For lords, it was unclear what had happened that led to the current configuration of 3 emperors in the ancient dynasty. Yi Tian continued forward. Soon, he exited the cave, and it became clear, but not entirely clear. Even after leaving the cave, the sky before him was still a murky color, as if light itself would be absorbed. But upon seeing the scene in the distance, Yi Tian couldn't help but be slightly shaken. It was a dark mountain range formed by gigantic dragon vertebrae. Countless dragon remains of various sizes lay around, resembling a burial ground, more like a land of the dead. The shapes of dragon wings could faintly be discerned on both sides of the dark mountain range. From above, it was evident that this was the corpse of a supergiant dragon. Just the number of dragon remains surrounding it indicated what a cataclysmic dragon war it must have been. But Yi Tian didn't think too much. He focused solely on the dragon essence crystals and dragon bones on the ground, contemplating how to pick them up more quickly. Wait, what is that? Yi Tian's gaze narrowed. He saw across atop the Black Mountain. Before he could get closer, An immensely powerful mental force enveloped him. After a moment of dizziness, the scene suddenly changed. It was like a dream or a brief segment in his mind. He found himself in a palace that resembled a ruin. Deep within the palace, in the darkest corner, stood the cross he had seen. And on the cross, a small boy was nailed there, dressed in a black suit, wearing a blood-stained bow tie, with faint golden pupils. His face bore a nobility and elegance that did not belong to his apparent age, resembling a gentleman. A weapon that looked like both a branch and a spear pierced the boy's chest, pinning him there. You finally came. The noble boy, barely clinging to life, lifted his head and revealed an elegant smile to Yi Tian. Yi Tian suddenly laughed. You know me? No, but you will help me, right? Since being pulled into this church, Yi Tian had received positive detection prompts. Ding! Detected the presence of special potential nearby. Chapter 67. The Black Emperor. Recruiting the second hidden profession. Interesting. Yi Tian could hardly contain his applause. It was the first time he had encountered someone like this, as if he could peer into the soul. If this were an opponent, he would have to be on high alert. But now, as a recruitable employee, Yi Tian suddenly felt. He did not answer immediately. This was the forbidden area of the dragon ancestors' secret realm, the deepest secret of the dragon clan. Yet there was a little boy nailed to a cross. Betrayers will die upon entry. The only emperor of the ancient dragon clan, the world-destroying dragon who was betrayed. That legendary Black Emperor? In just a moment, a myriad of thoughts crossed Yi Tian's mind, leading him to an exaggerated conclusion. He fixed his gaze on the little boy on the cross, resembling an ancient noble, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in confronting history. The next moment, he attempted to open the resume. Black Emperor Nidhogg, soul form. Basic information, soul form. 480 years old. Potential, special, world-destroying dragon. Life, the only ruler of the dragon clan, at his peak possessing power comparable to gods and demons. Ruling all dragons in the name of emperor and absolute power, suppressing enemy clans with iron and blood, no one dared to disobey. Until the deity of the ancient continent, the world tree, Yggdrasil, sensed the danger of a god-slaughtering threat from the Black Emperor. He bestowed the White Emperor with a world artifact. The eternal spear made from the trunk of the world tree, commanding the White Emperor to take his place. The White Emperor seduced 3 monarchs and backstabbed the Black Emperor during an external war, ending the Black Emperor's rule with the deaths of the 3 monarchs and countless dragons. The eternal spear destroyed the Black Emperor's body, binding his soul and nailing him to the dragon bone cross for nearly 100 years. Investment opportunity. None cannot invest in non-human races before level 50. Black Emperor Nidhogg. It really is him. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. From the brief resume, he could almost feel the curtain closing on this generation's king. Although he appeared as a gentlemanly little boy, he was already 480 years old. But Ningqing had informed him that a few hundred years is not considered old among dragons, and this Nidhogg might not even be the first Black Emperor. Furthermore, seeing the word deity genuinely made Yi Tian sigh, so there really are gods. The world tree is actually a type of deity. However, the fact that the Black Emperor could instill fear in a deity and evoke a sense of danger is quite terrifying. It's a pity that the hero has fallen. No, it should be said that the tyrant has met his end. Until now, this Black Emperor Nidhogg has even lost his physical form, leaving only his soul behind. But when Yi Tian saw the last line of the resume, he felt a bit speechless. To invest in a non-human race, one needs to be level 50 and reach the 3rd tier. He looked up at the little boy's clear face and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" The boy's pupils shimmered with a faint golden hue, and he smiled. It's actually quite simple. He gestured to the spear embedded in his chest and said joyfully, "All you need to do to free me is pull this spear out. Once successful, you will also get a world artifact for free. Isn't that simple?" Yi Tian twitched the corner of his mouth. This Black Emperor's personality was quite different from what he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to being reduced to a soul, but he now resembled a cunning little devil. What surprised Yi Tian even more was that while he communicated with other dragons in the dragon language, this little devil spoke in human language and appeared to have a good understanding of human culture. As for his request, simple? It certainly was simple. Pulling out a spear could be done. If this spear wasn't made by a deity and capable of destroying the Black Emperor's body, nailing his soul to the world artifact, the Eternal Spear. Although he didn't know what a world artifact was, he could tell it was definitely not simple. He decisively shook his head. "Forget it. I suddenly feel like I don't really want to help you." Upon hearing this, the little boy surprisingly burst into laughter, as if a prank had been uncovered. "Haha, you pierced through me without even trying. That's too ruthless." Yi Tian silently watched the little devil laughing heartily and suddenly thought, he must have been very lonely during the 100 years he was nailed to the cross. After laughing for a while, the little boy turned serious and introduced, "This spear was specially made to kill me. As long as my soul exists, it cannot be pulled out. The world artifact, the eternal spear. Once the spear is thrown, it can ignore any factors and cross any distance to pierce the target. Even the soul cannot escape." Yi Tian listened quietly, still not understanding how he could help until the next sentence made him slightly shocked. The little boy continued to laugh. "The target this spear seeks to hit is the Black Emperor Nidhogg. But now I am left with only my soul. My power and body all lost. If I just change my final soul ability a bit, then I will completely become another form. And the eternal spear won't be able to target me anymore. Changing my ability, you can do that, right?" The little boy looked at Yi Tian with great anticipation. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. Recruiting employees, investing in professions, covering the other party's previous abilities to awaken a new profession, certainly counts as changing abilities. All the employees under him were recruited this way. To come up with such a method to avoid the eternal spear, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel it was quite clever. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work now. The little boy was also stunned. "Why not? What do you want to do here? Looking for treasure, or do you have a grudge against the current dragon clan? I can help with both." Both reasons applied. He was very eager to recruit this special potential, as it would be a significant weapon against the ancient dynasty in the future. Yi Tian explained the general reasons. Because he was a dragon, he could only recruit non-human races after reaching level 50 in the 3rd tier. Of course, he skipped over the specifics about profession characteristics. Yi Tian had planned to wait for half a month to reach level 50 before coming back to recruit him. But unexpectedly, the little boy laughed frivolously after hearing this. "Not a human? Then what's the harm in me joining the human race?" "What? Of course. That wouldn't work while having a body." The little boy laughed cheerfully, his tone gradually becoming husky. "But a soul has no race." Yi Tian's expression turned curious. Indeed, in the information description on the resume, it only indicated his soul form status without mentioning any race. After the little boy spoke, a blue soul light continuously surged around him, seemingly undergoing some invisible change. Although he spoke casually, it looked quite strenuous. For those who master the spiritual realm, changing the soul form is as simple as molding clay. As his voice fell, he still appeared as a little boy, but it seemed that some kind of change was subtly occurring. He transformed his soul into a human form. Yi Tian discovered that the investment opportunity section had indeed changed. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Black Emperor, soul, 60 points of funding. Yi Tian clicked his tongue in amazement and looked at the little boy, saying, "Can you morph into a cat girl for me to see?" The little boy, Hey, if you try a few more times, I really might fall apart." His tone was very serious, as if he were not joking and his soul was genuinely about to shatter. Yi Tian laughed. "All right, but don't call me hey, call me boss." After saying that, he activated the skill, took the contract, and pressed the little devil's handprint on it. The next moment, the scene of the shattered palace collapsed in an instant, surrounded by darkness, as if it had fallen into eternal night. In a daze behind the Dragonbone Cross, it seemed that a pair of pitch-black dragon wings capable of covering the sky unfurled, laden with the corpses of traitors, soaring towards the blood-red heavens, proclaiming the return of the World Destroyer. Chapter 68, Black Emperor, Soul. Soul-type profession. Employee, Nidhogg, Soul. Profession, Black Emperor, Soul. Quality, hidden level, 25 strength, 0 agility, 0 constitution, 0 spirit. 1600 professional talent, Supreme Dragon Clan. Possesses a lineage that surpasses all dragon clans. Can ignore and suppress all dragon clans' word spirit abilities and can instantly unleash word spirits without a medium. Professional skill, sin and punishment. Execution domain. Executes sinners within the Black Emperor's judgment domain, doubling the effect on dragon clans. Blood's grace. Causes a single target to enter a blood boiling state. Enhancing overall strength by up to twice. The enhancement value depends on the strength of the Black Emperor soul form. Descend fusion. The Black Emperor soul can descend into any living being, taking over their body and exerting some of the Black Emperor's original abilities. No consent is needed for the descent, but competition is required against opponents with high mental power. If the host willingly sacrifices their soul, the Black Emperor will unleash even more powerful original strength. The strength of the powers exerted after descent depends on the target's body strength and how much soul is sacrificed. Word Spirit Emperor cannot be used due to lack of Dragon Clan body. Word Spirit World cannot be used due to lack of Dragon Clan body. Yi Tian looked at this new hidden profession with some astonishment. It was his first encounter with a soul-type profession. He casually teased the little devil. Is it actually a support role? At the moment the job change ended, the eternal spear fell from the boy's chest, seemingly without a target and without power. The boy finally stepped down from the cross and patted his slightly dirty clothes. Do I still have to fight with just my soul? Boss, you're really exploiting me. His current state was truly that of a soul entity. This could also be seen from the data panel. He had no physical form and even existed only in the soul dimension, invisible to the naked eye, unless he actively manifested or was observed with abilities like spiritual sight. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. This form reminded him of Yao Lao from his previous life in XX Songqion. However, although it didn't have the extreme aggression of Alice's Blade Queen, the hidden profession was indeed extraordinary. Just the Supreme Dragon Clan. S ability to ignore and suppress all word spirits almost nullified half of the Yaga dynasty's combat power. Moreover, the higher the dragon bloodline, the more it would suppress lower bloodlines. It could be called a nemesis of dragon clans. In addition, this descend fusion ability was quite special. It could descend into any living being's body, even without the other's consent. After descending, it could use another body to unleash the Black Emperor's original abilities. This meant the power of Nidhogg, while his physical body still existed. Moreover, in the fusion effect, the ability to sacrifice the soul indeed made Yi Tian feel that the nickname Little Devil was quite fitting. Unfortunately, because he was only a soul, the two seemingly strongest word spirit abilities could not be used for now. It was likely that only when he occupied a powerful body or revived Nidhogg's original body could they be activated. Overall, compared to the Blade Queen, the abilities of the Black Emperor in soul form were somewhat more unique. As for combat power, it felt a bit like it would get stronger against stronger opponents. After all, it was considered a support role. How does it feel to be the Black Emperor? Yi Tian looked at the boy, who quickly sensed the new abilities and nodded in praise. It's even stronger than my previous soul abilities. I really like it, but I still have a long way to go to be the Emperor. I need to change my name. Oh, Yi Tian followed the boy's gaze to the back, where the scene had returned to the Forbidden Land. That dragon-boned, spine-like black mountain was deeply imprinted in the boy's light golden pupils. Yi Tian now knew that the Black Mountain was the destroyed body of the Black Emperor. So while the Black Emperor was nailed to the cross, he could only watch his own corpse every day. The soul entity spoke in a heavy tone, as if making a solemn announcement. When this body is revived in the future, the Black Emperor Nidhogg will return to this world. Without a body, even if Nidhogg regained strength, he would still find it difficult to reach the peak power of the Black Emperor. Therefore, he wanted to keep the name Black Emperor until the body was revived and fused with the soul, which would be the day the Black Emperor returned. Yi Tian suddenly had an idea. Why not call him Black Prince? The boy snapped his fingers. Good idea, Yi Tian. Actually, Little Devil also suits you a bit. You are the boss. So of course, it's up to you to be happy. The voice of the Black Prince became light and lazy again as he stretched, looking in a good mood. Although he was a soul entity, he didn't appear to be like when Zhou Mo Yao was possessed, but rather looked no different from an ordinary person. Only when he didn't want to be seen would he seem to exist in a different dimension from normal people. But it seems I can't leave yet. Why? The Black Prince teasingly pointed outside the Forbidden Land. There's a little white guarding outside. Yi Tian soudainly realized it. Baidi. He then understood that Baidi was guarding just outside the Forbidden Land. This meant that once Nidhogg left, Baidi would definitely sense it, and at that time, he might go completely crazy. If Yi Tian brought the Black Prince back to the Great Xia, he might be sensed by Baidi, which could even affect the Great Xia. After all, facing Baidi now, he wasn't necessarily the opponent. But he couldn't leave the Black Prince here, as there was no way to level up and become stronger, which was no different from being imprisoned. Yi Tian quickly thought of a solution. Alice. The Black Prince raised an eyebrow. Boss, can you call people here? This was the Forbidden Land of the Dragon Ancestors' secret realm, and because Baidi was guarding outside, the Black Prince hadn't seen any living beings for decades. Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling it was a basic operation. But after a few seconds, Alice still didn't appear. Until Yi Tian called out a second time. The familiar void door opened, and Alice stepped through it with her long legs. Boss, I just entered a dungeon and got entangled with another Lord Boss. He's level 60, and he's a bit tough to deal with. Alice explained to Yi Tian while glancing at the Black Prince beside her. Yi Tian nodded. Alice was now under level 30, and trying to deal with a level 60 Lord Boss was indeed a bit too ambitious. However, he clapped his hands and said, just in time, let me introduce you to a new partner. The Black Prince, or Nidhogg, whichever name you prefer, can be considered a support. Yi Tian introduced Alice and the Black Prince to each other. The latter pulled out a white top hat from somewhere and made a gentlemanly bow. And Alice gave a slight nod in response. That's right, Yi Tian planned to have the Black Prince and Soul form level up with Alice in the dungeon. As a soul, he could follow Alice as a partner, just like Yao Lao. Two hidden professions as partners. One was the soul of the Supreme Dragon Clan. The other was a half-human, half-demon dual template form. Yi Tian was even considering that the first special team of 5 had already been gathered. Could a second team be formed with 5 members of special potential? No, by then, it would most likely be a combination of 5 super monsters. Just thinking about it made Yi Tian realize how chaotic this team would be. Chapter 69, help me revive my body. I will deal with the deity. Alice and the Black Prince's gazes clashed in the air for a moment. Even the Black Prince had to admit that, even when he was still alive, he was only on par with Alice at her level. In his soul state, he clearly sensed that there was a more terrifying form hidden within Alice's body. Moreover, this was an ancient relic, and she could come and go as she pleased. This method was unheard of by Nidhogg. Thinking that Yi Tian was actually leading such a person, the image of Yi Tian in the Black Prince's mind became even more mysterious. Alice was also observing the peculiar soul of the Black Prince. After Yi Tian informed her of his abilities, she accepted the Black Prince as her partner. Good. Now, there was no need to worry about the Black Prince being found by the White Emperor. After all, at only level 25, if he were discovered by the White Emperor, it would mean certain death. At the same time, there was another reason for Yi Tian to have Alice partner with the Black Prince. It was to maintain balance with the Black Prince's personality and abilities. If he entered human society without supervision, who knows what he might do? After all, he was indeed a tyrant, even if he was a bit younger. Having Alice keep an eye on him was just right. After Yi Tian explained everything, he was about to leave the relic when his expression suddenly paused. He realized that the prompt for automatic skill detection had still not disappeared. Ding! Detected the presence of special potential nearby. Indeed, the detection prompt had not vanished, indicating that there was still special potential in the vicinity. The Black Prince's voice became strange. Are there other beings here? Other beings? The Black Prince, dressed in a noble high-collared suit, blinked his golden eyes twice and inexplicably produced a dragon bone staff. He pointed the staff at the black mountain behind Yi Tian and said confidently, if we're talking about beings, it can only be him. He was pointing to his own corpse. Yi Tian, following the Black Prince, moved closer to it, and Alice, seeing this, expressed her surprise. This dragon corpse looks like it has been attempted to be destroyed many times, but its physical strength is too high, still retaining a trace of vitality. The Black Prince floated with his hands on his hips. Impressive, isn't it? This is my body. Alice rolled her eyes silently. The Black Prince then explained to Yi Tian, the eternal spear separated my soul from my body, and the dragon race's body does not easily perish. So, he should also count as a being. It was indeed the case. Yi Tian also discovered this astonishing point. Black Emperor, Nidhogg Dragon Corpse. Basic information, male, dragon race for 180 years old, a body without a soul. Potential, special, disaster and despair. Biography, the sole ruler of the dragon race. Investment opportunity, none, cannot invest in non-human races before Tier 3. The biography was indeed the body of Nidhogg, just like the Black Prince. However, Yi Tian never expected that even with the soul and body separated, a mere body could still be rated as having special potential. How high must its strength be? This corpse of the Black Emperor, even though it had lost its power, all its blood had drained, and life had completely ceased, even the soul had been separated. It still had investment opportunities. Yes, it was possible to invest in this corpse, which meant there was a chance to revive him. Back during the racial competition, the dragonborn body occupied by the White Emperor had no investment opportunity prompts after its consciousness died. But Nidhogg did. Was this the power that rivaled gods and demons? Yi Tian murmured, "It seems I really have a chance to bring him back to life." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Prince's pupils suddenly expanded, his soul shaken with a hint of turbulence. This was his true body. No one wanted to revive it more than him. Only by merging the body and soul could he truly become the Black Emperor, Nidhogg. But he knew how difficult this was. The stronger the body was in life, the more challenging it would be to revive it. To revive a supreme dragon corpse with only a trace of vitality. In the Black Prince's plan, he was even prepared to spend decades, if not a century. On this, the Black Prince fixed his gaze on Yi Tian, the magma-like patterns swirling in the depths of his golden eyes, as if suppressing his anticipation. "If you can revive my body, I will help you destroy the Aga continent." Hearing this unprecedented serious tone, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. "So, you were just joking when you said you would help me find treasures and kill the dragon race." The Black Prince sighed. "Actually, at first, I planned to directly occupy your body. I didn't expect your abilities as a human to be somewhat excessive." This statement indicated that the Black Prince had completely changed his view of Yi Tian. He who was once unwilling to be subordinate to others was now subtly shaken. TSK, he really is a devil. Yi Tian recalled the scene when he was first asked to pull out the Eternal Spear and couldn't help but click his tongue. "If it's just helping you deal with the dragon race, that's no problem." The Black Prince seriously addressed the biggest issue, but with the power of humans. "Even if we deal with the dragon race and the White Emperor, we still cannot shake the Aga dynasty. Because of the deity of the Aga continent, the world tree, Yggdrasil." When speaking this name, Yi Tian could clearly feel that the Black Prince's tone had gained a few more layers of anger. The existence of the deity would not allow you to shake the dragon race, nor would it allow you to strike at the Aga continent. His voice was like a drawn sword, without fluctuation or hesitation. "But as long as you revive my body, I will deal with the deity, the world tree, Yggdrasil." Yi Tian knew that this was the fundamental reason for the Black Emperor's death. Even the Eternal Spear came from the former's hands. The reason was that the deity felt the Black Emperor could not be controlled. Yi Tian soudainly laughed, as if he had just pronounced a suspended death sentence on the Aga dynasty. But he was very willing, then it settled. Unfortunately, the body of the Black Emperor could not change forms like the soul. At least it would have to wait until Yi Tian reached level 50 in Tier 3. However, when the Great Xia had the strength to counterattack the Otherworld, he would be able to activate the Black Emperor as a god-slaying bomb. Before leaving the relic, Yi Tian attempted to touch the world artifact, the Eternal Spear. Unfortunately, the Black Prince informed him that he needed the World Tree's permission to take it. So he had to give up. He simply left the relic. Alice also took the Black Prince and traversed the void to leave. But the moment the three left the forbidden area, in the Red Emperor's palace, the White Emperor was planning an attack on the Great Xia with the Green Emperor and the Red Emperor in his avatar form. Suddenly, the White Emperor's pupils tightened, and his expression turned extremely horrified. It seemed he had discovered something. His entire being appeared to be struck by an invisible lightning bolt, frozen in place. Unable to make a sound, as if his throat had been seized. Where did it go? Why has the target of the Eternal Spear disappeared? The Green Emperor and the Red Emperor looked on in astonishment. They had never seen the White Emperor like this, panicked and nearly going insane. The White Emperor was anxious. Chapter 70 Boss, you don't seem human at all. What disappeared? The Red Emperor and the Green Emperor exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably tense. Nidhogg has disappeared. The White Emperor left this statement, his consciousness directly detaching from this avatar and returning to his main body, leaving the possessed Dragonborn to fall straight to the ground. Upon hearing this, both the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor stood up in shock, their eyes narrowing, expressions filled with confusion and panic. Especially the Red Emperor, whose emotions were nearly out of control as he roared and rushed towards the Forbidden Land. How could this be possible? The reason the White Emperor was stationed outside the Forbidden Land was to prevent any beings from entering this place. This way, the Black Emperor would be forever sealed inside, with no chance of escape without external forces. But now, not only had the soul belonging to the Black Emperor disappeared from within the Forbidden Land, but even the target locked by the Eternal Spear had also vanished. This meant a terrifying conclusion. The White Emperor summoned a Dragonborn, gave him a Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm token, and ordered him to enter the Forbidden Land immediately to investigate. According to the rules of the Forbidden Land, the White Emperor was considered a traitor. Entering it would mean death. That was a rule domain activated by the Black Emperor before his death, and even after 100 years, the White Emperor dared not attempt to enter. Soon, the Dragonborn came out with results. Lord White Emperor, the Dragon Bone Cross has disappeared. The long spear you mentioned has also fallen to the ground. The White Emperor's breath caught. The Black Emperor had truly disappeared. Immediately after, he went completely mad. The White Emperor understood the terror of the Black Emperor, and the fear of the traitor made him particularly anxious. So he immediately began to ponder the possible whereabouts of the Black Emperor. There aren't many interworld passages connected to the Yaga continent, and if there is a most likely place, the human race, the Great Xia. After all, they had just entered a state of war with the Great Xia. And the next day, the Black Emperor disappeared. It was hard for the White Emperor not to think in this direction. In the next moment, he frantically rushed towards the interworld passage. Outside the city of Ding, Yi Tian had emerged safely from the ancient ruins. He described the general situation of the ruins to the members of the Research Institute, showcasing the harvested dragon bones, dragon essence crystals, etc. He even brought a few dragon-language stone tablets as gifts for Ningjing. However, Wei Yuan felt a bit regretful. What a pity, this ruin only had some materials. No real treasures or legacies. For a ruin, Yi Tian's harvest was indeed not much. But Yi Tian knew that the greatest gain from this trip had already gone with Alice to level up in the instance. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted in the city of Ding. Wei Yuan's expression changed instantly. He sensed an extremely powerful target emerging from the interworld passage. Not just him, but the entire area around Ding City, even throughout East China, including Jiang Yuanshuang and Yu Hua in Huaxing University, were all alarmed. Boom! To the north of Ding City, the interworld passage connected to the Yaga continent had already been set up with a 6-layer formation and numerous traps by Wei Yuan. As the White Emperor appeared anxiously, explosions and formations activated one after the other. As a trap set for the Red Emperor by Wei Yuan, he let the White Emperor take the full brunt first. Roar! The White Emperor roared, spreading his colossal dragon wings that blocked out the sun, scales shimmering with cold silver light, and starry dragon eyes emitting an invisible spiritual storm that swept through all directions. He didn't want to waste words. He had to find Nidhogg. In an instant, ancient runes seemed to appear in his dragon eyes, and the dragons might transformed into something tangible, unleashing the power of the word spirit recklessly. The air almost solidified. Spiritual power like a giant hand suppressed the border guards of Ding City who came in response. Only a few high-level professionals and Wan Jiang barely held on, veins bulging. Word spirit, royal power. The moment his main body descended, this exclusive word spirit of the White Emperor controlled all high and low-level professionals in Ding City with just a breath. All living beings would be subjected to suppression from their souls, and within the word spirit domain, resistance became extraordinarily difficult, as if their movements were slowed down by more than 10 times. Is this the White Emperor? Why has such a strong dragon clan only appeared now? Wei Yuan frowned, unleashing star spirit power to shield those around him from the word spirit. Even he felt at least 1/3 of the suppression. But he suddenly glanced at Yi Tian beside him. Yi Tian stood there as if nothing was wrong, his black robe fluttering, standing straight. He even completely suppressed the effects of the word spirit that Ningjing was experiencing. Ningjing silently received Yi Tian's protection, her gaze astonished as she looked at her boss, who could even ignore the word spirit. Boss, your performance right now doesn't seem human at all. Yi Tian, if you can't speak, then don't. Ningjing silently pursed her lips. Oh, having shared the Black Prince's supreme dragon talent, Yi Tian naturally also possessed the ability to ignore and suppress word spirit. Wei Yuan didn't pay much attention to Yi Tian, but quickly took out a special communicator. Speaking urgently, activate level 1 emergency plan. Hurry. After saying that, Wei Yuan fixed his gaze on the direction of the White Emperor, wondering what he was going to do. It was only when the White Emperor descended that the Great Xia realized how powerful the hidden White Emperor of the Yaga dynasty actually was. He was completely stronger than the combined forces of the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor. But the White Emperor did not attack Ding City. Instead, he expanded the coverage of his spiritual power infinitely. It appeared that the White Emperor was demonstrating his might by subduing a city in the blink of an eye. But in reality, the panic in his heart was known only to himself. Nidhogg, where are you? Come out now. His range of spiritual power had even extended to 60 million square kilometers. Yet, he still could not find any trace of Nidhogg. Because Yi Tian had long since solved this problem, the Black Prince was currently traversing the instance with Alice. Perhaps even slaughtering the descendants of the Dragonborn in the instance of the Yaga continent. Not really in Blue Star? The White Emperor's dragon eyes froze, falling into self-doubt. He couldn't have detached from the Eternal Spear on his own. Who helped him? As a traitor, he was well aware that once the Black Emperor gained power, the first to seek revenge would be him, the White Emperor. Therefore, his urgency to find the Black Emperor was particularly intense. Faced with this sword of Damocles hanging over his head, no one could remain calm. Could it be other alien races, whose courage is so great? The White Emperor's breathing quickened slightly, and after a long while, a hint of determination appeared in his dragon eyes. It seems I must seek the divine beings. The White Emperor did not dare to delay for even a moment, immediately returning to the Yaga continent to prepare to meet the world tree, Yggdrasil. As the White Emperor returned to the interworld passage, the soldiers of Ding City recovered, but they were still quite bewildered about the current situation. Outside Ding City, Wei Yuan sensed the disappearance of the White Emperor's aura, first stunned for a moment, then took out the special communicator. Emergency plan canceled. On the other end of the communicator, Wei Yuan finished speaking and hung up the phone. The White Emperor's sudden arrival and departure from Great Xia made him quickly realize that it had something to do with Yi Tian's recent entry into the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. He turned to look at Yi Tian and saw the latter's harmless expression. Wei Yuan had previously thought that Yi Tian had only obtained some materials and nothing significant. Now it seemed, given the White Emperor's reaction, he would believe it if someone said Yi Tian had dug up the Dragon Clan's ancestral grave. Wei Yuan, what exactly did you do in the ruins? Yi Tian smiled calmly. I just found an interesting opponent for the Yaga dynasty. Chapter 71, The Ultimate Boss Slot. Is the American Empire asking for help? While the White Emperor was anxiously searching for Nidhogg, the Black Prince was in the dungeon of the Agu continent, hunting down the Dragonborn alongside Alice. They traversed through ancient ruins, which were all dungeons in the Agu continent, saving Alice the time to find enemies. Swish! Alice wielded her radiant blade and decapitated a level 40 Dragonborn. She teased the Black Prince beside her. Aren't you concerned about watching your kind die? The Black Prince lay casually in the air, his youthful face showing no emotion, even smiling as he replied, just a bunch of traitors. When I ruled, I would have cared if I killed 100,000 in a day. As the two spoke casually, the 5 Dragonborn teams in the entire dungeon were all slaughtered, and Alice subsequently leveled up to level 30. Alice turned to leave. All right, let's go. The Black Prince smiled slightly. Finally, it's time for an interesting opponent. With the Black Prince as her partner, Alice prepared to take revenge on the level 60 boss that had recently defeated her. Summoned to the ruins, Alice had been trapped by this boss. The Black Prince was very interested in revenge, and the two quickly agreed on it. Through the void, after Alice leveled up to become a boss, she gained a new effect. She could return to any place she had been before. Even in the Agu continent, Alice could traverse freely. In the next moment, the two arrived at a mutated small secret realm. It was precisely because of this mutated boss that Alice had misjudged the abilities of the main boss, which led to her defeat. At this moment, a raid team composed of the Eastern China Guard was advancing through the secret realm, preparing to approach the boss. This was a top elite team personally led by Lin Guodong, aiming to seize this small secret realm. As an important global resource source, even a small secret realm was worth fighting for. Unexpectedly, the boss in this secret realm was so strong. Lin Guodong, a level 55 third transformation player, furrowed his brows slightly. Sensing something was off, the other teammates nodded in agreement, still unaware of the mutation issue of this small secret realm. At this moment, a void gate opened not far from the boss area, and Alice's tall, blade-like figure appeared before them out of nowhere. The few of them were so frightened that they immediately took defensive stances. What the hell is this? Is this the secret realm boss? Why did she appear so suddenly? Even the battle-hardened guards had never seen such a teleportation method, and Lin Guodong and the others warily stared at Alice, their brows tightly knitted. Alice glanced at them indifferently and stated emotionlessly, "You are not the boss's match. Don't get in the way." Not the boss's match. Aren't you the boss? At this moment, one elite guard looked confused. What does she mean? The other teammates shook their heads, equally puzzled. Alice had no intention of engaging in further conversation with them. The 12 radiant blades hovering behind her converged into one and struck down from above. In an instant, A crack was cleaved across the ground before them, resembling a heavenly abyss. Retreat. Feeling the might contained in this strike, Lin Guodong and the others turned pale and retreated repeatedly. However, this strike did not cut towards them, but instead cleaved into the ground, almost completely severing the path to the boss area. So terrifying. It seems she is not targeting us. What is she trying to do? As Lin Guodong and the others showed their confusion, a child in a gentleman's black suit suddenly appeared before them. The Black Prince looked harmless, floating in the air, which made everyone even more vigilant. In his soul form, the Black Prince was invisible to the naked eye. Only when he wanted others to see him could they perceive him. Don't let them pass. Just follow orders. The Black Prince teased while pointing at Alice, whispering, "After all, she's not as easygoing as I am, thanks for your cooperation." After speaking, the Black Prince removed his black hat and made a farewell gesture, disappearing before their eyes in the blink of an eye. By the time they regained their composure, Alice had already entered the boss area, leaving Lin Guodong and others in shock. What on earth are these two? Inside the boss area, in a deep ancient pool. Splash! A black dragon king, several meters tall, leaped out from the depths of the pool, its small dragon horns protruding from its head, and its large, dark eyes fixed on Alice. "It's you," it mocked. "You dare to intrude into my territory. Seeking death?" The main boss had a unique trait. If two main bosses appeared in the same scene, they would regard each other as their primary target of hatred. After all, only one main boss could control a dungeon or secret realm, implying that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. As soon as Alice appeared, it was as if she was invading someone else's den. However, Alice was not a good person and would not feel guilty about such matters. Her partner, the Black Prince, was even less so. Oh, a hybrid. The Black Prince observed the black dragon calmly, not insulting it, but calmly stating a fact. It was precisely because his tone was so flat that the Black Dragon King instantly became furious, its hatred value skyrocketing. Seeking death, the Black Dragon King howled at the sky, causing the air to tremble. The level 60 main boss, the Black Dragon King, was an epic beast. Especially in the advantageous scenario of the boss area, its combat power would receive a significant boost, coupled with the dungeon mutation. That was why Alice said Lin Guodong and the others were not a match. After all, even Alice herself had initially been at a disadvantage. But now, the situation was different. Let us end this quickly. Alice was somewhat angry. Ever since she was promoted to the Blade Queen by Yi Tian, she had never been at a disadvantage in battle or been driven away. The Black Prince slowly raised his right hand, dark red bloodlight swirling at his fingertips. Merging into Alice's body, blood's gift. In an instant, dark red veins enveloped Alice's body, making her half-human, half-demon form even more enchanting. Her overall strength doubled. This was not just an increase in attributes, but an all-around enhancement, including damage. Before this, under Alice's full firepower, she could only maintain a 50-50 status against the Black Dragon King. After all, the level gap was there. But under the blessing of Blood's gift, Alice's eyes glowed crimson, her fighting spirit surging, and the situation completely reversed. Dark Battle God. What the hell is that noise? Outside the boss area, Lin Guodong and the others were somewhat stunned. From the battle, sounds coming from inside, it seemed that neither the boss nor Alice could be defeated. One was scarier than the other. At this moment, the guards began to realize that the boss's strength was extraordinary, and they couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. The elite guards were dumbfounded. "Boss, are we leaving or not?" Lin Guodong stared intently at the boss area door. Wait a bit longer. After all, it was a small secret realm. He didn't want to give up easily. However, just a few seconds after he spoke, the commotion inside the boss area ceased. With her overall strength doubled, Alice unleashed her full power and killed the level 60 epic boss with just 3 strikes. It was utterly exaggerated. The already destructive Dark Battle God form, under the enhancement of Blood's gift, was simply more outrageous than a nuclear weapon. The monster template's experience was finally full. This wave of defeating a higher-level monster not only leveled Alice up by 2 levels, but also filled up the experience needed for the main boss's promotion. But Alice found that she couldn't be promoted, because there could only be one ultimate boss in a large region. In other words, there can only be one ultimate boss in the entire Great Xia and surrounding areas. The privileges and bonuses brought by the ultimate boss are incredibly powerful, even able to merge dungeon secret realms, doubling the attributes of all monster templates. Alice could sense that the ultimate boss of Great Xia was located in a level 74 dungeon in central China. If Yi Tian were here, he would probably realize that this was the 4th-tier advancement dungeon blocking the path to the 4th tier of Great Xia. For other lord bosses, their promotion would likely be stuck here. Ordinary lord bosses cannot leave their dungeons and can only wait for the previous ultimate boss to die before having a chance to advance. But Alice was different. She had void traversal, and if the ultimate boss had a long lifespan, she wouldn't mind letting him die a little earlier. An ultimate boss? Actually, if you're willing to pay a little bit of your soul, we could try out his quality right now. The Black Prince said quietly. Alice ignored him and coldly said, "If there's nothing to do, tell that group of people outside to transfer the ownership of this secret realm to the boss." The original boss of the secret realm was already dead. As long as Alice left, the secret realm would enter a phase where it could be exploited. Although Alice felt that the boss wouldn't lack money, there was no harm in having more secret realms. The Black Prince snapped his fingers. Good idea. But still, could you tell me, what is the boss's name? Alice. As soon as she finished speaking, the two fell into an inexplicable silence. After the White Emperor left through the interdimensional passage, the city immediately began to strengthen its defenses. Although there were no losses this time, Wei Yuan and everyone present were still apprehensive. No one knew if the White Emperor would cause another disaster next time. Wei Yuan stared at the entrance of the passage, contemplating how to resolve the threat of the White Emperor, and could not let him act recklessly anymore. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was thinking about the issue of the 3rd tier. Only by leveling up to 50 and advancing his profession to the 3rd tier could he revive the Black Emperor's main body and counterattack the Yaga continent. In addition, he needed to gather more funds. Although the hidden profession had immense potential, hiring one cost 60, which was indeed a bit expensive. Yi Tian's original savings of over 100 had now dwindled to 42. 1. And reviving the Black Emperor would cost another 60. At this moment, Wei Yuan suddenly mentioned to Yi Tian, "By the way, while you were entering the ruins, 2 things happened internationally. The first was related to you, the second thing. You should find it quite interesting." As he spoke, Wei Yuan suddenly had a hint of mockery in his tone, making Yi Tian feel inexplicably anticipatory. Remember the Void Insect race? The American Empire's 2 medium-sized secret realms on the border of Jiazhou were also invaded by the Void Insect race, rendering them unable to be exploited, and they were then extorted by the Void Insect race. The American Empire? Yi Tian was still quite displeased with this country that tried to undermine him, but he didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. However, after hitting a wall in Great Xia, the Void Insect race would definitely turn their sights elsewhere. Their innate abilities were particularly troublesome, and since the American Empire lacked the ability to traverse dungeons, it would be quite difficult for them to resolve the situation. Sure enough, Wei Yuan laughed. They simply don't have the capability to resolve it. After learning that we solved the problem with the Void Insect race, they reached out to us for help. At this point, Yi Tian understood the reason for Wei Yuan's mocking tone. The American Empire, which had long been siphoning talent from Great Xia, now had the audacity to request assistance. However, for them, it was indeed a desperate situation. If the invasion of the Void Insect race couldn't be resolved, it would be an endless pit. Although they said they were seeking help from Great Xia, Wei Yuan knew that currently, only Yi Tian could resolve the Void Insect race issue. Yi Tian clicked his tongue. What conditions are they offering? Wei Yuan sneered. They want continuous help from Great Xia and offered a small-sized secret realm along with some resource materials in exchange. Heh. Yi Tian was both angry and amused. They wanted Great Xia to permanently help them solve the Void Insect race issue while only offering a small-sized secret realm. It wasn't that Yi Tian was asking for too much. One should know that the American Empire had a clear pricing system for other countries. A single international aid package would start at least 2 or 3 small-sized secret realms. Regardless of whether the crisis was resolved, they had to pay that much. Over the years, the American Empire had the most secret realm resources in the Blue Star as a result. Now, their offer to Great Xia was it that they looked down on the Void Insect race or on Great Xia. Yi Tian became quite interested. Let them wait. Let's see if the Void Insect race can wake them up. If the Void Insect race couldn't wake them up, Yi Tian was prepared to send Alice over. Wei Yuan also smiled, clearly thinking along the same lines. The American Empire's offer was obviously disrespectful to Great Xia, but the Void Insect race should make them realize this. The second thing, you should find it quite interesting. Then Wei Yuan continued. In the international public area, a trial secret realm has appeared. Oh, a trial secret realm. Trial secret realms are different from resource secret realms. The The latter directly produces resources once cleared, while trial secret realms only determine the ownership of the secret realm upon clearing. The specific rewards require further challenges and depend on performance to explode rewards. However, the rewards from trial secret realms are often more precious than those from resource secret realms. It is said that there are even mythical level rewards. Huaxing University possesses a single-person trial secret realm, which allows it to maintain its status as a top-tier university. Yi Tian was indeed very interested, even without discussing the trial rewards. Just clearing the secret realm would yield a considerable sum. Interesting, where did it appear? Wei Yuan, in the Eastern capital. Chapter 72, Trial Secret Realm. Freshman Challenge Competition. It's not far from East China, but due to being in an international public area, the American Empire and other national forces will also send people to compete for the ownership of the secret realm. Dongdu, Yi Tian had a mocking expression. The international public area refers to those countries that were early on destroyed by foreign races or evil spirits, and now are unclaimed territories. In the 200 years of extraordinary history on Blue Star, there have been numerous countries that have perished. The remaining countries, when having the resources, will also expel or eliminate these dangerous enemies that have destroyed nations with varying degrees of success. However, in the current environment of foreign enemies lurking, no country would proactively incorporate unclaimed territories into its domain, as it would only increase defensive pressure. This has led to those destroyed countries' territories falling into a state of being unclaimed, categorized as international public area. Dongdu is also the former site of the island nation. The overall strength of the island nation was not strong, and it was destroyed by a certain ghost race early on, with its territory completely reduced to ruins. In the international public area, if instances, secret realms, ruins, etc. appear, all countries are qualified to compete for them. Of course, it is said that all countries have the qualification, but in reality, only a few strong countries dare to compete in the public area. Xia is one of them. Among them, the most frequent and intense competition in the public area is only between Xia and the American Empire. The other countries, with varying strengths in the 200 years of extraordinary history, ultimately did not make it to the end, and some weaker countries couldn't even secure their own secret realms, seeking assistance from other countries, making them not much of a threat. Yi Tian did not expect that the island nation would be destroyed so early in this world. However, he was indeed very interested in going to the public area to seize the secret realm. So shall we depart now? Yi Tian and Wei Yuan reached an agreement. With Zhou Moya joining, Yi Tian had assembled the first special team of 5 members, and they hadn't officially taken action yet. Today was the day for university registration, and he wondered if Qiuli and Moya would have time. Huaxing University. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Moya officially completed their registration and enrollment. With Jiang Yuanshuang's special approval, even though Zhou Moya had just arrived at Huaxing yesterday, all enrollment matters were completed today. At this moment, Bai Qiuli was holding Zhou Moya's hand, taking her on a tour around the campus. After being blind for a long time and often staying indoors, Zhou Moya felt the warm and joyful atmosphere of the new students around her and took a deep breath. So warm. Hey, there's so many people over there. Although Zhou Moya couldn't see, her spiritual power over 1,000 allowed her to constantly sense the movements around her. Bai Qiuli responded, "That's the freshman challenge competition. Every year at the start of the school year, Huaxing holds one to allow new students from the 5 major regions to compete and challenge each other, with the top performers receiving academic credits. Due to the college entrance examination being held separately in each major region, the new students all want to compete with those from other regions, which is why universities have organized this challenge competition." Zhou Moya, "Sister Bai, do you want to give it a try? If you go, no one will be your opponent." Bai Qiuli initially refused, as the newcomers posed no challenge to her. But she suddenly remembered, "I almost forgot the boss asked me to participate in some competitions when I have free time, and it's best to achieve some rankings. The reason is none other than that Yi Tian wants to earn funds. Otherwise, with Bai Qiuli's personality, she would probably be too lazy to compete with her peers all year round. Then let's go." Okay. Zhou Moya transformed into a spiritual body, floating behind Bai Qiuli like a little angel. This attracted many passing students to stop and look, their expression surprised. In the martial arts arena, a highly anticipated duel just concluded. One side was Lu Yuan, a legendary professional whom Bai Qiuli had met before, known as the Thunderblade Master. His opponent, with golden hair and pointed ears, exquisite features, and light blue skin, was an elf. To be precise, he was from the elven royal family. As one of the few friendly races, the elven royal family in Xia promoted friendly development through an exchange student program. This means that exchange students are sent for inter-university exchanges, which is why Huaxing University has seen elven figures in recent years. The students who go for exchange represent the face of their respective races, so their strength cannot be underestimated. Excuse me. The male elf, LVD, mimicked human gestures and cupped his hands toward Lu Yuan. In this battle, both sides were powerful, with a significant number of spectators. Wow, a tie. This elf can actually tie with a legendary professional? This is not a tie. VD is clearly an advantage. This elf has royal blood, naturally strong, and it's normal for him to have the upper hand. As the crowd discussed, the elf VD suddenly spoke to Lu Yuan. Your strength is quite good. Are you the strongest legendary professional in Xia this year? Lu Yuan was taken aback. To be honest, he had become quite accustomed to failure, stemming from the day of the selection for the national competition. Originally proud of awakening his legendary profession, he was highly regarded by the city lord, even seen as a sharp blade for the future of East China. But that day, his blade was completely powerless against Wang Jiang, like a stray dog kicked to death. And on that day, he saw for who could easily kick him to death. Sigh. Lu Yuan sighed and replied to VD. Far from it. VD teased with a smile. Being overly humble is just hypocrisy. He knew that legendary professions were extremely rare in Xia and thought Lu Yuan didn't want to admit defeat under the title of the strongest. Lu Yuan wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and left the martial arts arena, because he saw Bai Qiuli's figure. After Bai Qiuli arrived, she first found a teacher, Jiang Yuanshuang, who was the host. Then she said to Zhou Moya, Moya, you stay with the teacher for a while. This is a solo challenge competition. I'll be back soon. Chapter 73. Still far from the strongest in Great Xia, but not far from the strongest in the world. Zhou Meiyao nodded. After meeting yesterday, she had become quite familiar with Jiang Yuanshuang. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't come to participate in this freshman competition. But it's good that you did. It keeps the other freshmen from getting too arrogant. Bai Qiuli stepped onto the martial arts arena. The rules of the freshman challenge were relatively simple. Anyone could enter the arena at any time, and the one with the highest number of wins, or who intimidated others into not challenging them, would be declared the winner. Her opponent was still the elf, Elvidai, who remained in the arena. Below the martial arts arena, the other freshmen and older students erupted in excitement. Bai Qiuli, known as the top student from Huadong, coupled with her status as Jiang Yuanshuang's direct disciple, made her unmatched among the freshmen. Elvidai looked surprised and elegantly bowed slightly, asking, So, are you the strongest in this batch of Great Xia? The strongest? Bai Qiuli pondered for a moment, and then shook her head. In terms of the strongest in this batch, whether it was Yi Xiao or Wang Jiang, she had no absolute confidence of winning, not to mention Allison, the boss. She replied coldly, No, I'm still far from the strongest in Great Xia. As her words fell, the prompt fight lit up in the martial arts arena. Almost simultaneously, Bai Qiuli drew her Soul sword, and a sharp sword intent enveloped the entire martial arts arena, sending chills down people's spines. With a single sword strike, the entire arena was almost flattened. At the moment Elvidai felt this overwhelming sword intent, his pupils shook and his body trembled, as if he were truly facing death. By the time he reacted, he had already been teleported out of the arena. Elvidai's pupils contracted sharply. This isn't even the strongest in Great Xia. The power of this strike, you tell me it's from freshmen? With this sword, let alone him, even if there were 10 more like him, they would be taken down just as easily. Seeing this, Lu Yuan stepped forward and patted Elvidai's shoulder to comfort him. He then explained what Bai Qiuli means is. Among this batch, she is still far from the strongest in Great Xia, but she should be close to the strongest in the world. Elvidai. Upon seeing Elvidai's terrified expression, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of empathy. 2 days ago, when he was kicked to death, he had the same expression. Now you believe me, right? Elvidai seemed to have been drained of energy. I believe it. At this moment, another silver-haired elf with an arrogant demeanor walked over and mockingly said to Elvidai, What's wrong? You look so down after just a short time apart. I've already won 8 consecutive matches. He and Elvidai had both voluntarily applied to be exchange students this year. They had heard that the competition in Great Xia wasn't strong and that the number of top professionals was scarce. So they came in with the mindset of wolves among sheep. This could be seen from how Elvidai had actively sought out the strongest in Great Xia from the beginning. Elvidai forced a smile and pointed to the stage. Go on, challenge her and see. That's the strongest in Great Xia. No, the strongest in the world. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elf immediately became interested, his eyes shining. Oh, I must give it a try. He stepped onto the stage. The match began, one sword strike, and he stepped off the stage. Half a minute later, the silver-haired elf fell into deep contemplation. Why is it that when we become exchange students, we encounter such a monster? Seeing this, Elvidai couldn't help but laugh. I heard she's only the strongest in the world, not in Great Xia. The silver-haired elf was dumbfounded. The situation in Great Xia this year must be reported back to the clan. At this moment, the entire arena was cheering for Bai Qiuli's name, the enthusiasm intense. The emotions that had been suppressed by the winning streak of the elven royal family suddenly surged. However, Bai Qiuli's expression remained unchanged, calm as usual. Compared to her nearly level 30, god-level profession, and legendary weapon, it was indeed difficult to find an opponent in the school. It was like an adult bullying a child. Soon, no one dared to challenge her anymore, and Bai Qiuli effortlessly claimed first place. She returned to Zhou Meiyao's side amid the cheers. Zhou Meiyao exclaimed excitedly, "First place. Sister Bai is indeed amazing." Bai Qiuli smiled. Just now, the boss sent a message saying there's a trial secret realm in the international public area, and he wants us to join. The boss. Zhou Meiyao suddenly became excited. So when do we leave? Now. Bai Qiuli asked her mentor, Jiang Yuanshuang, for a day off. Although it was somewhat against the rules to ask for leave on the first day of school, Jiang Yuanshuang approved it immediately upon hearing it was a message from Yi Tian. Employee. Bai Qiuli wins first place in the Huaxing University Freshman Challenge. Reward bonus. Funds 6. Oh, there's actually an unexpected surprise. On the way to East Capital with Wei Yuan, Yi Tian received a piece of good news from Bai Qiuli. They had picked up Wan Jiang, and the other four had arranged a dedicated aerial vehicle for them, with Wei Yuan's secretary coming to pick them up later. At this time, Wei Yuan also received a rather amusing piece of news. I heard you guys are coming, and the Diming team originally planned to go to the Qianlong base has directly given up. Wan Jiang scratched his head. Is our reputation that intimidating? The Diming team was the only new team at the Qianlong base, and they had suffered a setback during the competition for the medium-level secret realm, so they decided not to come this time. Wei Yuan. After all, the difficulty of this trial secret realm is only Tier 2. For them to compete with you at Tier 2, it's somewhat a waste of time. With that time, the Diming team might as well do some other tasks. At least they could gain something. Wei Yuan continued. The Qianlong base only has the Diming team as a Tier 2 team. If they don't come, it means it will only be you guys this time. Remember to be careful. Wan Jiang replied seriously. Understood. Yi Tian nodded, sipping the juice from Wei Yuan's car. After contacting Bai Qiuli and the others, he suddenly felt like he had overlooked something. At this moment, Wei Yuan received a phone call. As he listened, his expression suddenly turned strange as he looked at Yi Tian. The commander of the garrison, Lin Jun, said they were threatened in the secret realm. Two monsters demanded that they hand over the ownership of a small secret realm to the boss, but they didn't tell them the name. Lin Jun suspected that a more terrifying organization than the Divine Arrival Church had descended. Upon hearing the words boss, Wei Yuan's expression began to strain as he looked at Yi Tian. Do you have any clues? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he finally realized what he had overlooked. He could contact Bai Qiuli and the others via mobile phone, but he had no means of communication with Alice and the Black Prince. Aside from seeing them during meetings, there was no way to get in touch. It seemed he needed to provide them with some communication tools. Yi Tian cleared his throat. It's me. I'm not some terrifying organization. Although it was somewhat awkward, Alice and the Black Prince had done quite well this time, capturing a small secret realm and remembering to hand it over to him. It would have been even better if they could have contacted Yi Tian in advance. Wei Yuan teased with a smile. Your reach is too long. You can even control a secret realm remotely? This is just the beginning. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. If Wei Yuan knew that he had actually reached the Yagu continent and recruited a Dragon Supreme, he wondered what his expression would be. Chapter 74. The special team takes shape. The entrance of the ruins appears. In the eastern capital, a desolate wasteland lay silent. Houses were broken and tilted into the ground, with dried vines crawling over the broken walls. The land seemed stained a deep brown, reminiscent of blood, filled with a sense of decay and desolation. This was the island nation that had perished decades ago. As an international public area, there were usually many international mercenary organizations roaming about. But at this moment, in front of the regular army brought by Wei Yuan, not a single trace of them was visible, fearing that the Great Xia would eliminate them while contending for the secret realm. Yi Tian and the others arrived in the eastern capital just in time to meet up with Bai Qiuli and the others. He introduced Zhou Moya to the rest, saying, "This is Zhou Moya. She's a very powerful support." Among the 5 of them, 4 fighters, so having a support was indeed necessary. Zhou Moya was happy to greet Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, while also thanking Yi Tian, as it was rare for a team to accept a blind person, let alone include her in a special team. Seeing her eyes, Wang Jiang and the others felt a pang in their hearts, but they still responded to her warmly. Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, Yi Xiu, and Zhou Moya were gathered together, and a special team was starting to take shape. Yi Tian and the others reached the coordinates of the trial secret realm, and the entrance to the secret realm was about to form. Surprisingly, there were already 2 groups of people gathered nearby. Wei Yuan, who had set up the surveillance, looked at a group of fully armed individuals and said to Yi Tian, "Look, it's the Delta Force Base of the American Empire. I don't remember which team it is. In the international public area, the most fiercely contested region on blue star naturally send out the elite of the elite. The Delta Force Base was also the only special team base of the American Empire and a fierce competitor to the Qianlong base." Seeing that Wei Yuan was leading, the leader of the Delta Force Base didn't even bother to greet them. Wei Yuan looked at the man and said, "Colonel Jack. He is the mastermind who has been recruiting people from various countries for years." Yi Tian sneered twice, and then Wei Yuan looked at another group of contenders, blonde with pointed ears, resembling the opponent Bai Qiuli had just fought, the Elven royal family. This was a bit tricky. Aren't they supposed to be in South China? How'd they end up here? After all, they were still an alien race. They wouldn't miss any opportunity to compete for the resources of the secret realm. In the international public area, competition was free. Everyone wanted to stake a claim. In the Elven royal family's team, each member flowed with royal blood, like the Yaga dynasty. Their lineage symbolized both identity and strength, making each of them no weaker than a legendary level. Meanwhile, in the Delta Force team, the captain with slightly curly brown hair and a ghost mask coldly snorted upon seeing Yi Tian and the others. "Humph. Doesn't the Qianlong base dare to send anyone? Are they afraid of us?" The team members laughed at this. In previous competitions in the international public area, the Great Xia and the American Empire had always competed, with the Qianlong base and the Delta Force base being old rivals. Seeing that the Qianlong base had no one present this time, they couldn't help but mock them. Generally, before a contest in the secret realm, Colonel Jack would not refute such trash talk that could boost the team's morale. But this time was different. He sternly warned Martin, "Shut up, focus, and take this team seriously." He had recognized that Bai Qiuli and her companions were among the contestants from the Great Xia's national competition, and he knew they were very strong. So he sent them all recruiting letters with extremely high conditions. These conditions would only require 1/3 of the amount to recruit a legendary level professional from other countries. Yet none of them responded. He didn't understand. However, this was an opportunity for him. If he could showcase the strength of the American Empire, it might be very helpful for recruiting them. Colonel Jack was quite confident in his team. The majority of the American Empire's military budget was spent on the Delta Force Base. On the other side, among the Elven royal family, a dark-skinned elf fixed his gaze on Bai Qiuli, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Is she the one your brother mentioned?" Indeed, it was unexpected to run into her. "So, did the newcomer want to compete for the trial secret realm? Is it strength or just audacity?" Regardless of what it is, it doesn't matter. As an heir of the Elven royal lineage, Ai Erwin floated in the air with arms crossed, exuding an air of calmness. Buzz! A distant sound echoed, and the entrance to the ruins appeared. Chapter 75. Is there another way to play the secret realm race? The entrance to the secret realm has appeared, so pay attention. The leader of the Elven royal family this time, a female elf named Selena, warned Elvin, "Don't forget, you need to conquer another secret realm to complete the court's assessment. Don't let the court down. Don't worry, it's just a level 2 secret realm. We'll win." Elvin waved his hand dismissively as he led the Elven team toward the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, Yi Tian and the others were also looking at the entrance. Above the entrance, the terrain of the secret realm floated in the sky like a mirage. And that was the map for this race to clear the realm. Are we actually racing on the same map? Wang Jiang discovered a blind spot. In the previous medium-sized secret realm race, several teams entered several sub-level trial spaces and raced separately. This time is clearly different. Jiang Che scratched his head. This terrain looks like a maze, doesn't it? Bai Chuli explained, it just looks like a maze. It's actually not complicated. Each team starts from different entry points, leading to the boss's location at the center of the map. And the elite monsters and mini-bosses along the way are also factors to consider for clearing the race, similar to the resource secret realm model of Tianyu. The only problem is that all teams are on the same map. Before losing her sight, Zhou Moya had also learned a lot about clearing strategies. She murmured, so, besides racing, we also need to guard against other teams at the boss's location. Bai Chili nodded. That's right. When the three teams compete for one boss, the situation will be very complicated. Since all teams are on the same map, reaching the boss area can easily lead to boss stealing and harassment. Whoever kills the boss in the secret realm can claim ownership, adding many uncertainties to the race. At this moment, Yi Xiu stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Everyone, I have thought of a fun strategy. Although the uncertainty in the secret realm has increased significantly, this time, Yi Tian did not plan to join the strategy team, leaving it to Yi Xiu to lead and improvise. On one hand, it was an opportunity for this first special team to bond. After all, they would need to work hard in the future. Yi Tian wouldn't follow them every time. On the other hand, if 5 employees enter the dungeon, the reward from claiming the secret realm can be split into 5 shares. At this time, the Elven royal family, upon seeing the terrain of the secret realm, their leader pondered for a moment and said, "This terrain is very unfavorable for us." An Elven team member replied, "That's right. If we reach the boss level, the Daxia and the American Empire teaming up against us would greatly reduce our chances of winning. After all, both the Daxia and the American Empire are human races. They're likely to join forces against us. Humans and humans may not necessarily be harmonious." Elven sneered. "Besides, even if it's 1 against 2, what is there to fear?" Flames swirled in his hand, resembling a leaping fire serpent. Seeing this, the leader Selena praised, "Good, elemental shaping. Your level 2 abilities have basically reached their peak." The Elven royal family can naturally communicate with the 5 elemental forces of wind: fire, water, earth, and thunder. Therefore, elves can also be considered natural magicians. The higher the bloodline among the royal family, the easier it is to communicate with elemental power and even command it. Some of the highest bloodline members can naturally master certain extremely dangerous magic with astonishing abilities. Although Elven is not considered the highest bloodline in the royal family, he is still one of the outstanding ones. With a capable captain, a level 2 secret realm is nothing. A silver-haired Elven team member complimented. "We congratulate the captain in advance for completing the court's assessment." Selena nodded slightly. The wide-area destructive skills of a magician are indeed advantageous in the secret realm race. Meanwhile, the special forces from the American Empire approached Daxia. After contact between Wei Yuan's secretary and the other party's diplomats, they said, "The American Empire wants to exchange a small secret realm for our help in seizing the trial secret realm, asking us to block the Elven royal family in the boss area." Yi Tian said directly, "Tell them to get lost. For a trial secret realm, not to mention compared to a small secret realm, even to exchange for a medium-sized secret realm, they would need at least 2. The American Empire has clearly noticed the problem in the boss area and wants to take this opportunity to force Daxia to work for them under the pretext of fighting against foreign races. They are dreaming. They obviously haven't figured out the strength of each side on the battlefield. After we rejected them, it seems they sent someone to communicate with the Elven royal family." Wei Yuan said with a teasing tone, but also reminded Yi Tian and the others. However, Yi Tian was not worried at all. He was quite confident in the strength of his subordinates. Soon, the secret realm trial officially began. The Daxia, the American Empire, and the Elven royal family all entered the secret realm at the same time. The 3 teams landed in 3 corners of the map, and only by passing through the long tunnel filled with elite monsters and mini-bosses could they reach the final boss area. Number 3 and number 4, you go ahead and pull the monsters in the area to speed up the clearing. The Ghost Mask captain of the American team ordered. Since the American Empire recruits people quickly, various special teams might soon be replaced by stronger ones, so all members use code names to avoid elimination. To avoid being eliminated, each team member worked extra hard, pulling monsters and clearing them with high efficiency. Meanwhile, on the Elven side, the team led by Elven was even more exaggerated. As natural magicians, they mastered many area skills, especially Elven, whose magical talent was very high and was rarely matched among his peers at level 2. One skill thrown out could clear a large wave of small monsters. The captain is too strong. There's no way the other teams can clear monsters as fast as us. We can definitely reach the boss area first. Elven proudly declared. That's right, as long as we kill the boss before the other teams arrive, no one can stop us. At this moment in the outside world, the terrain of the secret realm, floating in the air, clearly showed the progress bars of the three teams. The Elven royal family and the American Empire were advancing at an extremely fast speed. From a speed of the two teams, it was evident that they were already putting in a lot of effort and clearing monsters very quickly. However, there was not a hint of joy on Selena and Colonel Jack's faces, because the joy was evident on the faces of the Daxia team. The progress bar of the Daxia team soared like a rocket. There was not a moment of stagnation. It's important to note that when faced with a large number of elite monsters and mini-bosses, it is inevitable to pause to deal with them. But Daxia showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like a race, but rather like a racing game. Selena wore a worried expression on her delicate face. How is this possible? Aren't they clearing monsters? That's right. They aren't clearing monsters at all. Inside the secret realm, in the passage where Daxia was located, Wang Jiang was charging ahead alone at the fastest speed toward the boss area. The thunderous power of his thunder war body exploding around him. Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu followed closely behind. The small monsters, elite monsters, and mini-bosses along the way were not even touched. According to Yi Xiu's tactics, they rushed sprinted toward the boss's location without any stops. Jiang Che ran while excitedly saying, "Wow, is this how we can play the secret realm race?" Zhou Moya, who was following closely behind by Qiuli, had a wrinkled face, and the howling wind rushed past her ears. It's too fast. Way too fast. Chapter 76. My teammates don't treat me as a blind person, nor as a human. Time rewinds to the moment we entered the secret realm. After looking at the map of the secret realm, Yi Xiu immediately thought of a brand new strategy and shared it with his teammates. In this map, whether it's elite monsters or elite bosses, they all hinder our movement speed. As long as we use skills to clear monsters, no matter how quickly we kill them, it will definitely waste time. So this time, we won't bother with the small monsters at all. Upon hearing his statement, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Zhou Mo Yao all expressed their confusion. Huh? After running so many dungeons, this was the first time they heard someone suggest ignoring small monsters. Bai Qiuli quickly considered the feasibility. Indeed, if we ignore the small monsters, it is indeed the fastest racing method. No matter how fast the kill, it won't be faster than directly running to the boss's location. Because in this secret realm, there are no level barriers. It's a straight shot from the entrance to the boss's area. But the problem is, how do we deal with the damage from the monsters along the way and the issue of being surrounded by small monsters? If we want to ignore the monsters, we can't underestimate the damage from elite monsters and elite bosses. After all, they're all level 2. A moment of carelessness could lead to serious injury and become a burden. Yi Xiu turned to Zhou Mo Yao and said, "Mo Yao, this will rely on your flowing light to solve." As the captain, Yi Xiu had understood his teammates' skills before entering the secret realm. Flowing light grants a shield that adds 500 mental power to the group, makes them immune to control, and increases defense. A regular shield wouldn't allow everyone to ignore the damage from small bosses. But Zhou Mo Yao is different. Her mental power is as high as 1080. This is an attribute that only legendary classes at level 50 possess. With the shield, the boss wouldn't even scratch them. Zhou Mo Yao, no problem. Yi Xiu continued. Wang Jiang, your Thunder Warrior form can summon the power of thunder. You can lead the way in front to prevent small monsters from blocking us. When the power of thunder hits the enemy, it can paralyze them, rendering them unable to move, which will allow the rest of us to pass through quickly. Great idea. Wang Jiang got excited. Bai Qiuli praised. This way, we will reach the boss area first, avoiding the uncertainties of encountering the other two teams. Yi Xiu now seriously said to Zhou Mo Yao, "Mo Yao, the biggest pressure is on you. Your spirit will fly behind quickly, and the speed may be like a roller coaster. You need to overcome this." Zhou Mo Yao waved her fist. "I will. Back to the present. I can't overcome this at all." Zhou Mo Yao felt like she was truly on a roller coaster. The spirit could not be targeted and was unharmed, but she could still perceive. Due to the possession ability of Song Luan Yao, she could only follow the possessor within about 10 meters, forcing her to be dragged along at high speed by Bai Qiuli. Right now, she felt like a balloon hanging on a roller coaster. My teammates don't treat me as a blind person, but they also don't treat me as a human. Fortunately, this process didn't take long. Because they completely ignored the small monsters, the few of them arrived at the boss area at the fastest speed. Zhou Mo Yao's turbulent heart finally calmed down. All right, Mo Yao, add another buff, and we'll finish off the boss. Okay. Zhou Mo Yao slightly sensed the positions of her teammates. By Yinju, the Phantom of Song Luan appeared among them. The boss of this level 2 trial secret realm was a 55-level epic monster, slightly stronger than the boss of a medium resource secret realm. When Yishio and the others killed the boss of the Tianyu realm, it took them less than a minute. With their current strength, they wouldn't even need half a minute. Just a level 2 secret realm boss. Once I break its armor, we can focus fire. As soon as Ishio's voice fell, one wave of skills followed another. In just over 10 seconds, they directly killed it. Boss killed. Secret realm ended. Boss killed. Secret realm ended. A series of prompts popped up in front of the members of various strategy teams within the secret realm. For a moment, AI Airway in, the elf teams, and the 5 members of the American Empire were all stunned. What? The boss was killed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We just started killing the elite boss. How could someone finish off the final boss already? Yi Airway and stood there in audacia, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The 5 members of the American Empire's special team were even more dumbfounded. 2 of them were still preparing to lure out the next wave of monsters, and now it seemed their strategy was laughably outdated. The secret realm ended. The 2 teams were teleported out in a dazed state. The abrupt end caught everyone present off guard. Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Your subordinates are strong enough, but their strategies are also so diverse. Of course, I have great confidence in my employees," Yi Tian said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Because a sum of money had already come in. Employees, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yishio, Zhou Mo Yao, completed the trial secret realm. Reward bonus, 15 funds. A total of 75 points of funds were credited. The current balance reached 123. 1. The treasury was once again replenished. Perhaps because the employee strength had increased, the level 2 secret realm was too easy for them, resulting in a smaller bonus. But fortunately, the number of people who cleared it was enough. I must say, with Yishio leading the team and everyone cooperating, their performance was exceptionally outstanding, and they achieved a clean victory. For a moment, Yi Tian even considered whether to distribute some employee benefits. After all, during this time, Ning Jing had made significant contributions in exploring the ruins, and Alice had been working hard and was in great need of high-level equipment. Not to mention Yishio and the others. As the first form special team, their future looked promising. He still remembered the employee benefits unlocked by level 2. Year-end bonus. Spend 10 employee count and funds to issue 1 legendary quality equipment blind box to all employees. The equipment blind box will definitely contain equipment suitable for the respective profession. Legendary equipment is undoubtedly the most attractive benefit. Should I distribute it? Currently, with 8 employees, it would cost 80 points of funds. Yi Tian pondered for a while and ultimately decided, next time for sure. Yi Tian swore he was not a greedy boss. Mainly, after distributing employee benefits, there would only be a little over 40 points of funds left. And if a special potential came up, he wouldn't even be able to afford recruiting. It was truly for long-term consideration. For now, he would owe it. As long as there was a large sum of funds coming in next time, he would definitely distribute employee benefits. Yi Tian silently decided in his heart. Chapter 77, Glory of the Star Domain. Compared to the cheers and excitement of the people of the Great Xia, the expressions on the faces of the American Empire and the Elven royal family were terrifyingly grim. If it were a normal defeat, it would be one thing. But this time the gap was so vast. Especially Captain Alwayne, who had made bold claims before entering the secret realm, now had an extremely stiff expression. Team leader Selena sighed upon seeing this and said, "I heard that this year the Great Xia defeated the Yaga dynasty in the competition. It seems their strength is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, we have no major disagreements with the Great Xia." At this moment, Selena, along with her team members, approached Wei Yuan and others to express goodwill and engage in conversation. Originally, Selena had not taken the Great Xia team seriously, but given the outcome of the Secret Realm, it was best to show friendly intentions. However, Alwayne remained very dissatisfied. In terms of strength, he felt he would never lose. It was just that the Great Xia had used underhanded tactics. "Who is your captain?" Alwayne spoke in the common language of the Great Xia. As the elven royal family had been stationed near South China for a long time and naturally learned the human language, Yi Tian stepped forward lazily and said, "Ome Yi Shiyu, what do you want?" Alwayne was taken aback. He had thought that only Bai Qiuli, who had defeated his brother, was worthy of being the captain. But he did not expect there to be another expert. He snorted coldly, "I'll look forward to fighting you again next time." With that, the elves left the area. Meanwhile, on the side of the American Empire, Colonel Jack cursed angrily for a long time. Two medium-sized secret realms of the American Empire had been invaded by the Void Insect clan, and they currently needed the secret realms to make up for their losses. Yet, the special team he had invested heavily in failed so straightforwardly. Before leaving, he glared resentfully at the trial secret realm belonging to the Great Xia. The eastern capital is not far from the lair of the Void Insect clan. When they invade your secret realm, it will all be for nothing. The ruins occupied by the Void Insect clan were not far from the eastern capital of the island nation. According to the nature of the Void Insect clan, they might come to invade this secret realm. But Colonel Jack frowned. He suddenly remembered. The Great Xia seemed to not fear the Void Insect clan. Damn it! Colonel Jack thought of the predicament of the American Empire and had to put on a friendly face to approach the Great Xia. "We are willing to exchange 2 small secret realms for the Great Xia to help us deal with the Void Insect clan. We hope the Great Xia will reconsider." The translator voiced Colonel Jack's words. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan scoffed and then glanced at Yi Tian. Yi Tian responded without hesitation, "We will consider it. But you should think it over. You'd better think it through with your brains." After these 2 sentences, the expressions of the people from the American Empire grew even darker as they left, like ominous clouds before a storm. Let's take a look at the specific trial method of this trial secret realm. After the people of the Great Xia were the only ones left, Wei Yuan called everyone to activate the trial secret realm. Although the secret realm belonged to the Great Xia, the trial secret realm required trials to obtain rewards, and different trial methods implied different difficulties. Yi Tian curiously asked, "Will the trial content of the trial secret realm differ a lot?" Wei Yuan replied, "Not all of them are about breaking through levels and killing monsters. Some trial secret realms are quite special." Hearing this, Yi Tian's expression was quite expectant. He, along with Yi Xiu and the 5 others, stepped into the entrance of the secret realm and activated the trial secret realm. Suddenly, the scene in the secret realm changed dramatically, resembling a virtual game space. It was like a virtual reality arena built on a virtual network, with a screen floating at the entrance of the arena like a ranking announcement board. Yi Tian exclaimed, "What is this?" "It's actually Star Domain Arena. You guys are quite lucky," Wei Yuan said excitedly. The content of the trial secret realm was random, and this time the random result was exceptionally good. Star Domain Arena. Yi Xiu suddenly became excited, his eyes shining. "I heard that you can match various opponents for one-on-one competitions here." Wei Yuan replied, "That's right. And the reason Star Domain Arena is great is that its rewards are said to have no upper limit." No upper limit? Yi Tian was slightly taken aback. And at that moment, a prompt from the trial secret realm appeared before everyone. "Welcome to Star Domain Glory. This is a matching competition platform connecting thousands of star domains across the myriad realms. As the owner of the secret realm, you can log into the Star Domain Glory platform with an entry ticket and match opponents for one-on-one duels according to your rank and personal strength. The winner will receive Starshine points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the Glory Treasury, and promotion rewards will be given for increasing ranks. Star Domain Glory ranks are divided into 8 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Starfall, King, Breaking Boundaries, Immortal, Blood Sea Azura. Each major rank is divided into 5 minor ranks from 5 to 1, and winning a match can promote 1 minor rank. What the hell? Yi Tian was first surprised, then realized it was a one-on-one duel competition. Unlike some low-pressure rehabilitation games from his past life, as long as one's personal skill was strong enough, the higher the rank achieved, the better the rewards obtained. At this moment, Yi Xiu's eyes were bright and particularly excited. It seemed like everything in this glory treasury could be exchanged, and it could even be used to exchange for divine artifacts. Bai Qiuli, seeing the rewards in the treasury, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The exchange interface of the Glory Treasury was dazzling, with equipment, skill books, materials, rare items, and so on. At the very top, it was prominently marked, Mythical Equipment, Starshine points required for exchange, 5,000. Further up, there were even more items requiring higher points, but they couldn't even be viewed yet. Rank must reach Silver 5 to unlock the next page of exchange items. Wei Yuan then said, not only the exchange rewards, but the rewards for rank promotion are also very high. The Great Xia previously reached the Starfall rank and received at least mythical level rewards. The person he was referring to was the legendary professional who had left a prophecy, and so far, he was the only one from the Great Xia to reach Starfall. Boss, I want to give it a try. Yi Xiao eagerly spoke up. Although dungeon tactics were his strong suit, he loved competitive challenges even more. Seeing the Star Domain Glory made him feel as if he had found a home. However, entry into the Star Domain Glory was not as simple as one might think. Each entry required an entry ticket, and losing a match would result in being directly removed. Moreover, the Secret Realm only produced 3 entry tickets per week, making the opportunity extremely precious. As the owner of the Secret Realm, Yi Tian immediately nodded and said, Yi Xiao contributed to the team as captain in securing the Secret Realm, so he should have 1 entry ticket. Yi Tian handed an entry ticket to Yi Xiao, who eagerly used it. The next moment, he flashed into the virtual combat space. Matching. Name, Yi Xiao. Your current glory rank is Bronze 5, Profession level, 2nd tier, level 30. Matching you with an equally matched opponent. Chapter 78. Young Wei Yuan. So defeat me. Yi Tian handed the remaining 2 entry tickets to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, while Wan Jiang voluntarily withdrew. Zhou Mo Yao, as a support, found it somewhat challenging to compete in a one-on-one match. Yi Tian said, once Yi Xiao fails, you two will take over. Everyone was already clear about the battle rules. As long as they won, they could keep fighting, but if they lost a match, they would be eliminated and would need to use another entry ticket to fight again. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded, and everyone's gaze focused on Yi Xiao, waiting for his first experience. Soon, Yi Xiao's match was successful. You have been matched with an opponent. Blue Star, American Empire, Malik, virtual opponent. At this moment, the area around Yi Xiao transformed into an arena, and a glowing golden-haired man appeared across from him. Yi Xiao showed an excited expression, and the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand transformed into a long sword. Yi Tian looked puzzled. Virtual opponent? Wei Yuan explained, based on the experience of the Great Xia over the years. A rule has been derived from the Star Domain Glory. Bronze and silver ranks are matched against virtual opponents, which can be seen as projections of practitioners with combat instincts, and these projections come from practitioners who have previously participated in Star Domain Glory. Only at the gold rank and above will real opponents be matched in real time. Yi Tian understood, i.e. opponents. Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. The combat level of these virtual opponents is no different from the practitioners themselves and should not be underestimated. Moreover, it is said that below the Starfall rank, only opponents from the current world will be matched. Upon reaching the Starfall rank and above, opponents can be matched across star domains. The term star domain in Star Domain Glory refers to planets and realms. This means that this trial secret realm can also match opponents from other worlds. Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of existence created Star Domain Glory with such great power to allow battles across worlds and different races? It felt like it was born solely for combat. At this moment, Bai Qiuli was explaining the battle in the arena to Zhou Mo Yao, making it more vivid for her. Yi Xiao's opponent is a mage from the American Empire, likely a 2nd-tier Earth mage. Yi Xiao teleported, and Yi Xiao struck. It ended. Zhu Montakya. Wow, that was fast. It's not that the opponent was too weak. Anyone who qualified for an entry ticket in the American Empire wouldn't be a nobody. However, among the 2nd tier, unless they were among the top tier, it would still be very difficult to withstand a strike from Yi Xiao wielding a mythic-level 1,000-machine umbrella. At this moment, Yi Xiao sheathed his sword, and a victory screen popped up in front of him. You have won this match, earning 10 star points. Your rank has been promoted to Bronze 4. Damn, it's over already. Yi Xiao felt quite dissatisfied. He wanted to go again. As long as he won, he could continue matching, thus with a limited number of lives. The goal was to achieve as many consecutive victories as possible to raise his rank. Match. Everyone was not surprised that Yi Xiao easily won the first match. But this ease continued. Bai Qiuli was still explaining to Zhou and Mo Yao. Yi Xiao teleported, and Yi Xiao struck again, another instant kill. Yi Xiao set up a metal storm. The firepower was too intense, another instant kill. Yi Xiao opened the Judgment Thunder domain, instant kill. Ye Shiyun. Enough already. Zhou and Mo Yao obediently said, I know. Another instant kill. Yes, in the bronze rank, all 5 matches were complete instant kills. Among them, there was even an epic practitioner who was 10 levels ahead of Yi Xiao, yet still fell victim to an instant kill. You have won this match, earning 50 star points. Your rank has been promoted to Silver 5. You have received a rank-up reward for Silver. Title, Glory, Silver Challenger. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. A reward title? Titles can be displayed in certain specific scenarios, showcasing identity, and additionally provide attribute bonuses, taking effect without needing to carry them, essentially functioning as a passive skill. Glory, Silver Challenger. Damage to alien creatures 20. Alien creatures? This is simply a killer for evil and alien races. Not only Yi Xiao, but Yi Tian also felt the same way. You shared the title obtained by employee. Yi Xiao, Glory, Silver Challenger. Employee Yi Xiao has been promoted to Silver rank in Star Domain Glory, earning a bonus. Funds 3. Titles are obtained in very limited ways, and many seasoned strong practitioners don't have a single title. So receiving a title for reaching Silver rank is indeed an unexpected joy. Silver rank certainly cannot satisfy Yi Xiao up to this point. He hasn't encountered any opponent capable of matching him. He not only wanted rewards, but also craved the thrill of competition among practitioners. Again, match. Searching for a reasonably matched opponent. Below the arena, Wei Yuan remarked, Silver opponents should provide him with quite a bit of pressure. Silver second-tier opponents are already among the top few on Blue Star. But unfortunately, although the next opponents were strong, even featuring legendary practitioners like Colonel Jack and the death-devouring Marshal St. Zhou Yuan. The projections were from their younger days when they participated in Star Domain Glory, all at second tier. However, Yi Xiao had many tactics. Against Colonel Jack's Fire God shot, he teleported behind him for a series of instant kills. Against the death-devouring Marshal St. Zhou Yuan, he used the Thunder Domain for control, combined with Holy Healing Apocalypse to delay the other S burst time, ultimately harvesting for consecutive victories. Yet Yi Xiao still appeared to be handling it with ease. Even Wei Yuan couldn't help but praise. His tactics are simply too numerous. So many types of skills are perfectly utilized by one person. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. This is the charm of a god-level free agent. You have won this match, earning 140 star points. Your rank has been promoted to Silver 1. Winning a match at Silver 2 rank earns 140 points, and with the previous points, Yi Xiao's total points reach 590. Furthermore, winning one more match would directly promote him to Gold. Keep going. However, this time, after matching an opponent, everyone present displayed strange expressions, including Yi Xiao, who turned to look at Wei Yuan. Oh my Xiao Wei cough, not an insult. You have been matched with an opponent. Blue Star, Great Xia, Wei Yuan, virtual opponent. Standing before Yi Xiao was, in fact, the young Wei Yuan. He was also projected as a virtual opponent, appearing in Star Domain Glory as a second tier, level 30 Star Soul Master. Wei Yuan saw his younger self and had a moment of daze, then laughed. I didn't expect it to be me. The Golden Tribulation Bureau actually matched me with this opponent? Yi Xiao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at the audience below. Wei Lao, can you tell your weaknesses? Wei Yuan chuckled. You'll have to rely on yourself. He looked at the stage with a dazed expression, the old self battling the current Yi Xiao. Back then, he was also brilliant, unstoppable, considered the best among the newcomers of the Great Xia at that time. Unfortunately, when facing evil and alien races, he was overwhelmed and never had the opportunity to challenge Star Domain Glory again. In fact, regarding this duel, even Wei Yuan himself hoped for Yi Xiao to win. The future of a nation lies in its younger generation. If today's youth cannot even surpass the young generation of the past, how can there be a future? Over the past decade, due to random awakenings of professions, it has been common for the Great Xia in various countries to have a gap in their younger generation. Only this year, with Yi Tian's appearance, bringing hope like Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and so many others, it made Wei Yuan genuinely feel that the future of the Great Xia is promising. So defeat me. Chapter 79, The All-Rounder. Thanks to the certification from Xiong. In fact, there is no need to say much. Yi Xiu acted decisively. Even when facing the young Wei Yuan, his attacks remained fierce. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. Thunder rolled, and the heavenly voice descended. Yi Xiu twisted his wrist, and the Thousand Machine Umbrella transformed into a short dagger, rapidly closing in, accompanied by a whistling wind. Wei Yuan, a Star Soul Master, belonged to a magical profession, which inherently had the weakness of being fragile. The virtual opponent could not speak, had no emotions, only combat instincts. Soon, the young Wei Yuan enveloped himself in the Star Spirit Barrier, both resisting the Divine Punishment Thunder Domain and preventing himself from being locked onto by Yi Xiu. Seeing this, Yi Xiu did not hesitate and directly changed his attack. The short dagger in his hand transforming into a gigantic firearm, firing directly at the barrier. Metal Storm, a dense barrage of firepower rained down on the barrier, shattering it almost instantaneously. But the next second, the young Wei Yuan suddenly appeared behind Yi Xiu. The Star Luo Heavenly Net transforming into a giant hand grasping onto Yi Xiu. The crowd's eyes widened, and Bai Qiuli spoke quickly. Is that teleportation? No, it's an illusion technique. At the moment of releasing the barrier, he did not stay inside it, but instead used the illusion technique to shift his position. Yi Tian couldn't help but turn to say, Brother Wei, you have too many tricks. Wei Yuan smiled faintly and said helplessly, what a pity. The Star Luo Heavenly Net is the strongest control skill of a Star Soul Master. Once caught, no one the same rank can resist. However, just as the Star Net's giant hand was about to grasp him, Yi Xiu's lips curled up. Three-step instantaneous movement. He vanished from his original spot, leaving the giant hand to grab empty air, and then, without warning, appeared behind the young Wei Yuan, Blade of God Slayer. You have won this match. Reward Star Shine Points 160, rank upgraded to Gold 5. You have received the Gold rank upgrade reward. Ability Supplementation ×1. Title Glory Gold Duelist. He actually won. Wei Yuan explained to the others. This kid saw through my skills, or rather, he figured out my tactics. His understanding of tactics and professional abilities surpasses mine. For Wei Yuan to acknowledge this is indeed highly valuable. Yi Tian, standing by, flattered. You are a talent of the state, and he is a full-time expert, quite different. Wei Yuan took it as a comfort, shaking his head to indicate he didn't team mind. In fact, what Yi Tian said was a resume evaluation of the potential of both, which now seemed quite accurate. Employee Yi Xiu has been promoted to Gold rank in Star Domain Glory, Reward Dividend, Fund 6. The 2 rank upgrades brought Yi Tian a total income of 9 points. Additionally, the Gold rank upgrade reward allowed Yi Tian's title to share attribute upgrades, Gold Duelist, damage to alien creatures 60. But at this moment, Yi Xiu on stage was eagerly anticipating another reward, Ability Supplementation times. After use, can supplement one current profession's missing ability skill. Yi Xiu's expression was strange. Missing ability supplementation? Wei Yuan also spoke. This ability supplementation is quite good. It will supplement a top-tier legendary skill. If it's a mage profession under sufficient output, it will supplement a life-saving skill. If it's a warrior profession, it might compensate for range, defense, area skills, etc. The supplemented skills will aim to enhance combat power. It sounded pretty good. But both Yi Xiu and Yi Tian shared a common question. As a solo player, what if there are no missing abilities? Indeed, Yi Xiu currently had 14 skills, covering all bases. He had the abilities of Priest, Assassin, Swordsman, Mage, Tank, Gunner, Summoner, etc. After all, his ability was that he could learn anything and enhance anything, and currently, he had almost no missing abilities. What would it supplement for me? Yi Xiu curiously used this ability supplementation times, detecting your missing abilities. At this moment, Jiang Che scratched his head, somewhat speechless. Boss, I want to report. Brother Yi is not cheating, right? He already has so many skills, and now he can supplement one more. How can he lose? Well, if Yi Xiu doesn't lose, Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che wouldn't know when they could use their 2 admission tickets. Yi Tian comforted. It's okay. He will lose. But it will take a while. The detection still wasn't complete, detecting the abilities that need to be supplemented. After a few more minutes, even Wei Yuan was surprised when the detection result appeared. Detection complete. Through preliminary detection, you have no weaknesses in strength, agility, constitution, spirit, attack, defense, speed, endurance in the 8 basic aspects. Congratulations, you have achieved the hidden achievement, all-rounder beginner. You have obtained the special talent, all-rounder. Hidden achievement? The crowd exclaimed in unison, and Zhou Mo Yao felt it was impressive. Yi Xiu's pupils constricted, almost unable to believe the talent attributes he saw before him. All-rounder, beginner. Effect: all skills you master have their values doubled. As a beginner all-rounder, please maintain the all-round path. Unexpected gains await in the future. Values doubled. This meant that skills that originally had a 500 bonus would now directly increase to 1,000. It is known that high-level skills are strong, not only because of their unique effects, but also because of their high values. And now, he was fully utilizing this characteristic of values. This is still just the beginner all-rounder talent? Yi Xiu found it unbelievable. You want me to maintain the all-round path? I'm already a full-time player. Isn't that simple? Below, Yi Tian gasped. He patted Jiang Che's shoulder. Now it's really uncertain if he will lose. With this talent, Yi Xiu's combat power would directly increase by more than double. Jiang Che was in tears, because at this moment, Yi Xiu was 100 times more excited, ready to continue challenging. Here we go. Gold rank match. Once at the gold rank, he could match real opponents in real time. Yi Xiu was quite looking forward to it. On the other side, in the Elven Royal Court, AI Ervine was just explaining the reasons for the failure to the elders. Because of this failure in the Secret Realm competition, he still needed to complete another Secret Realm task to meet the assessment requirements of the Royal Court and enter the most sacred Royal Court of the Elven Royal family for training. Originally, a second-tier Secret Realm would have been simple for him, but he didn't expect to lose so easily. He was still defeated by humans who were far inferior in talent to the Elven Royal family. For a time, on the way back, AI Ervine faced a lot of ridicule from his kin. Omans, Great Xia, Ye Shiyu. He was extremely annoyed and didn't want to continue taking on tasks. Instead, coming to a trial Secret Realm, taking out an admission ticket. So annoying. It had been a long time since he played Star Domain Glory. Time to relax. Chapter 80. Learning on the spot. New, redeemable items. You have been matched with an opponent. Blue Star, Elven Kingdom, Elwyn. Upon seeing the opponent this time, the expressions of everyone present, including Yi Xiu, suddenly became interesting. Elwyn, ISN Tihi, the Elven captain who just failed in the Secret Realm competition. The Elven Royal family also holds a position in Blue Star, making them a current world opponent. Matching with him is normal. At this moment in the arena, as soon as Elwyn saw Yi Xiu, he became excited, the kind of excitement one feels when avenging a great grievance. It's you. I remember your name. Ye Shiyu. Elwyn gritted his teeth, recalling the Dashao person who made him miss his Secret Realm. In contrast, Yi Xiu remained calm and indifferent, saying, "Oh, what a coincidence." Coincidence? Huh. I hope you can still say that after this battle. With those words, Elwyn summoned the power of nature elements, and his strength surged in an instant, as if he wanted to strip Yi Xiu of his skin and pull out his tendons. Flames, he might call. Elwyn spoke in the Elven language, instantly unleashing dozens of fiery meteors toward Yi Xiu's position. The Elven race does not need skills. They can unleash legendary-level destructive magic solely by virtue of their innate ability to manipulate elements. This is their racial talent. Ye Shiyu Sivifli Dodgit. Wind, fire, thunder. Respond to my call together. Elwyn's face showed a frenzied expression as he continuously summoned the surrounding elemental powers like a spell machine gun, bombarding with various spells. With just this move, Elwyn had won consecutive victories up to the gold rank, unstoppable. The wide coverage and high lethality of elemental spells made them seem somewhat unreasonable in the arena. The arena scene was a canyon, and as Yi Xiu used up his 3 instant movements, he found himself on a cliff. Seeking your own death, Elwyn smirked, ready to use this battle to wash away the shame of failing to compete for the Secret Realm. As captain, defeating the opposing captain would mean that failure was not due to his teammates being weak. Yi Xiu, now standing on the cliff, would find it even harder to dodge the spell attacks, and Elwyn unleashed wind, fire, and thunder spells again, concentrating fire. Sacred Guardian. Yi Xiu activated his shield skill, blocking the spells while enveloping himself. Just a dying struggle. Elwyn scoffed, conjuring a white light bow, an arrow in his hand. Light arrow. The light arrows shot out in succession. Dozens of white light arrows aimed at the light shield on the cliff. As long as the shield was destroyed, Yi Xiu would surely die in this position. Elwyn thought this way, his expression flamboyant at that moment. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh suddenly came from behind. Shoo! Elwyn's pupils constricted, and he lowered his head with difficulty, only to see a dagger piercing out from his heart. You win. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao had arrived behind Elwyn and ended the battle with a simple strike. But the spectators below all showed expressions of surprise, and Yi Tian turned to look at Wei Yuan in astonishment. He learned on the spot. The tactic you just used, he turned around and used it on someone else. Wei Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Indeed, the moment Yi Xiao opened the light shield, he became invisible and left, making his opponent think Yi Xiao was still behind the light shield. This move was exactly what young Wei Yuan had used against Yi Xiao earlier. Yi Xiao had reacted, but Elwyn had not. The elven race's combat had not yet evolved to such treacherous levels. You still need to practice. Little brother Yi Xiao showed a harmless smile and ended Elwyn's life with a single strike. Devious. Too devious. Elwyn's eyes widened in anger. After losing and being kicked out of the arena, he finally realized Yi Xiao's tactics. The human race is too treacherous. Now, not only had he been tactically outmaneuvered in the secret realm, but he was also technically crushed in a one-on-one duel. Elwyn walked out of the trial secret realm with a broken expression, feeling even more frustrated when he had intended to relax. The elven guard stationed near the secret realm were surprised. You're out so soon? Not fighting today? Because it ended too quickly, the elven guards didn't realize he had already lost. Elwyn's face turned even more sullen. He mumbled and left with a stiff expression. You have won this match, earning 200 star points, and your rank has been upgraded to Gold 4. Not bad. This match was quite interesting. Yi Xiao flicked the dagger in his hand, his face excited. He casually opened the glory treasury, and aside from the rank-up rewards, the items redeemable with points were also quite valuable. Now that he had reached the gold rank, the number of rewards he could exchange for had become even more abundant. After taking a glance, he was immediately stunned and quickly sent a screenshot to Yi Tian and the others. Wow, you guys better check out these redeemable rewards. What is a world artifact? Isn't it too expensive? Yi Tian was startled upon hearing this. A world artifact? The eternal spear that killed the Black Emperor back then was indeed a world artifact. If it weren't for it, it would have been almost impossible for Bai Huang and the others to kill the Black Emperor. However, for Daxia, they didn't even have mythical weapons, let alone world artifacts that they had never even heard of. But at this moment, among the redeemable items for the gold rank, it was marked World Artifact, this world. Required star points for redemption, 100,000. World Artifact, other world. Required star points for redemption, 200,000. Yi Tian's expression became serious. Although the required points were high, it undoubtedly provided them with the achievable goal. The higher the rank, the more points earned from victories. Winning a match at Gold 5 could already add 200 points. Although it seemed unlikely, there was still a glimmer of hope. As for the difference between world artifacts from this world and those from other worlds, they would probably only know after making the exchange. At this moment, Yi Tian saw another item on the redemption list, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Exclusive equipment blind box, required star points for redemption, 2,000. Exclusive equipment, just like Yi Xiao's 1,000 machine umbrella, is highly tied to the profession. He had always wanted to know what the boss's exclusive equipment would be. Now, he finally saw the opportunity. Yi Xiao, get me that exclusive equipment. Okay, boss. Yi Xiao had the 1,000 machine umbrella, so he understood the importance of exclusive equipment even better. However, currently, the points accumulated from moving from bronze 5 to gold 4 amounted to only 950 points. He still needed a few more victories to exchange for the 2,000-point exclusive equipment. Unfortunately, when Yi Xiao matched again, the matching time became somewhat longer. The gold rank is real-time matching, and if there are no other challengers for the star domain glory on Blue Star, it would indeed be slow. Yi Tian understood and was not in a hurry. After all, the rewards wouldn't run away. Meanwhile, at this time, Wei Yuan received a phone call and informed Yi Tian that he was preparing to leave first. What? The headquarters is preparing to try the level 74 4th-tier advancement dungeon again? Yi Tian was surprised. This was not a small matter. After all, the entire world had been stuck at level 74 for a long time, and the reason for the continuous failure was that they had repeatedly fallen in this 4th-tier dungeon, unable to obtain the 4th-tier advancement items. Now Daxia was preparing to gather top combat power to challenge it again, which was quite risky. Wei Yuan explained. Baidi's descent this time has made everyone see the gap in strength. If we don't challenge the fourth tier, what will we do if Baidi descends again next time? Pray that he does nothing and leaves again. Indeed, the last time Baidi left directly was because his first target was to find the Black Prince. But next time, if he directly poses a threat to Daxia, it will be very difficult to deal with. After all, that is the emperor from the ancient era of the dragon race, and his strength is unfathomable. Wei Yuan said solemnly. Moreover, Zhou Yuan's lifespan is running out. If we can get his devouring martial saint to advance to the fourth tier, perhaps we can find a way to extend his life. Yi Tian was silent upon hearing this. Since the last racial competition battle, it seemed that Zhou Yuan had little time left, and now the situation appeared even worse. After pondering for a moment, Yi Tian realized that the difficulty of the fourth-tier dungeon was largely due to the ultimate boss's ability restriction. Dungeon challengers' attributes decreased by 90. If Alice could also be promoted to the ultimate boss, she could offset the opponent's restrictions, significantly increasing the chances of clearing the dungeon. He wondered how much longer it would be before Alice's promotion. Chapter 81, God-Level Potential, Undead Catastrophe. Wei Yuan left the secret realm, and the time for the 74-level dungeon raid was set for tomorrow. In addition to Wei Yuan, the other 4 top-tier professionals, including Ling Luo and Jiang Yuanshuang, would also participate, so they needed ample time to prepare. Yi Tian and the others also left the secret realm together. As long as they hadn't failed, they could match after leaving the secret realm. However, if they failed, they would need to re-enter the secret realm, so Yi Xiu also left. Some troops were left behind by Wei Yuan to protect the entrance of the secret realm. After all, in the international public area, professionals from various countries and international mercenary organizations could act freely. Although they could not enter the secret realm, there was no telling what unpleasant things they might do. Years ago, someone had built a mountain of excrement at the entrance of the secret realm in the American Empire. Just thinking about a massive pile of excrement blocking the entrance was terrifying. It was said that it was done by a country that had been exploited by the American Empire, but in the end, it was never investigated because there were too many eligible suspects. The floating vehicle was returning. The mood inside was quite good, and someone suggested playing cards. While Yi Xiu was still waiting for a match, and Yi Tian was leaning against the window. Suddenly, Yi Tian noticed below that a group of international mercenaries was chasing someone. His expression suddenly changed because the automatic detection of resumes had appeared. International mercenary organizations mostly existed in the chaos of the international public area as neutral entities. Mercenaries only followed one principle: work for money. In 21 countries around the globe, crises would arise to varying degrees, and local forces were often inadequate. Seeking help from powerful countries was too expensive, making hiring international mercenary organizations a cost-effective choice. Additionally, when countries wanted to do things that could easily provoke retaliation, they would also choose mercenaries. This led to a significant number of international mercenary organizations. Moreover, conflicts often broke out between mercenary organizations. At this moment, at the border of the eastern capital, a Daxiao person was being chased by a group of mercenaries. Chen Montak, you escaped when my family was exterminated, and now you dare come back for revenge? I see you're seeking death. How dare you sneak attack and kill my son? I will crush every bone in your body. I will make you regret coming into this world. A dozen heavily armored mercenaries quickly surrounded him. Chen Montak, covered in blood and exhausted, remained silent, his cold eyes carefully searching for a way to escape. I can't die. My blood feud is not yet avenged. However, facing Chun Mo's desperate escape, the fully armed dozen did not take him seriously at all. At this moment, a figure leaped down from the sky, the black clothing billowing in the wind, landing directly within the encirclement of the mercenaries. The fully armed mercenaries frowned, their pupils dilating in shock. They certainly noticed the floating vehicle above, marked with the Daxia emblem, and they did not dare provoke it. But that vehicle was clearly over 3,000 meters in the air, and this person jumped down. Not only the dozen mercenaries, but also Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and the others in the floating vehicle looked at Yi Tian, who had just opened the door and jumped down with the same shock. Sir, I am the captain of Black Gold Hand, and you are? The leader introduced himself, hoping to boost his confidence, as Black Gold Hand was among the top 5 in international mercenary organizations. But Yi Tian simply waved his hand and said, "Get lost, don't get in the way." As soon as these words were spoken, Some of the faces of Black Gold Hands members couldn't hold up anymore. Only the captain's expression turned grave. Sir. Before he could finish, a member from the American Empire angrily shouted, "You bastard! Who do you think you are? Black Gold Hand has many third-tier professionals. And even the American Empire has to save face. You come in here telling us to get lost? You think you're one of Daxia's top professionals?" At that moment, the captain of Black Gold Hand's pupils contracted, sensing the impending crisis. He wanted to immediately stop the American Empire member's foolish behavior. You fool. Can someone jump down from 3,000 meters be an ordinary person? But it was too late. Yi Tian drew a long knife from his hand, waved it casually, and unleashed the soul-cutting slash. An invisible crescent-shaped slash shot out from Yi Tian's center. Bang! None of the Black Gold Hand members present could withstand this strike, instantly turning into a mist of blood. Chen Mo stared at Yi Tian's billowing black figure, momentarily stunned. Yi Tian turned his head, having already reviewed Chen Mo's resume, and come prepared. Name: Chen Mo. Basic information: male, 19 years old, resident of Daxia. Profession: assassin. Potential: prismatic, undead catastrophe. Life story: his parents were slaughtered by foreign tribes in his childhood, and he was adopted by the leader of the international mercenary organization Dawn. 3 days ago, Dawn clashed with Black Gold Hand over an F-Country relic mission, was ambushed by Black Gold Hand and remnants of the God-limiting sect, and was wiped out due to betrayal from an insider, leaving only Chen Mo to escape. Investment opportunity: God-level profession, undead sovereign, 40 points of funding. The reason Yi Tian jumped out of the vehicle to rescue him immediately was that he saw this God-level prospect. Undead sovereign, a summoning type, God-level profession. This was the first time he had encountered it. Want revenge? He asked straightforwardly, as everything that just happened was enough to explain something to Chen Mo. The person in front of him was terrifyingly strong. He didn't ask Yi Tian how he knew of his hatred or his background, because it was unnecessary. Think, Chen Mo said succinctly. With your level, you're still far off, Yi Tian casually replied. Join my ranks, follow my orders, and I can give you the power for revenge. Chen Mo looked around at the blood left by Black Gold Hand's corpses. He was silent for a moment and then said, okay. Revenge was his obsession. As for who Yi Tian was, what kind of person he was, or if he was a devil, none of that mattered at this moment. Very good. Yi Tian was quite satisfied. People with goals often walk a little faster. The 40 points of funding were used up, and a contract landed in Chen Mo's hands. The latter suddenly asked, what do you want to do? Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, control all international public areas. Prohibit anyone from approaching the trial secret realm in the eastern capital. Can you achieve the strongest in international mercenaries? The international public area is recognized as a lawless zone, where major extreme terrorist organizations also gather. Even the remnants of the God-limiting sect seem to be here. However, due to the vastness of the public area, the numerous dangers, and the troublesome management, although countless dungeons and secret realms spawn here every year, no countries have intervened. Yi Tian wanted to see if he could use this undead catastrophe to impose violence for violence. Chen Mo, without hesitation, accepted the 3 exaggerated conditions that would be extremely daunting to ordinary people. Okay, he pressed his handprint on the contract. Chapter 82, Necromancer. Ruin's Clue. Chen Mo's ultimate job title changed from Necromancer to Necromancer Overlord. At this moment, the floating car slowly descended, preparing to pick up Yi Tian. Everyone was still shocked by Yi Tian's jump from 3,000 meters, especially by Chioli, who couldn't understand why the gap between herself and her boss was getting larger. But compared to the others, Wei Yuan could see the underlying meaning more clearly, and he fell into a curious contemplation. Only 3 types of people could leap from such a height unharmed. First, those with flying abilities. Second, those with a physical body strong enough to completely ignore the damage from falling from great heights. Wei Yuan believed this was the most likely possibility and the one he could accept the most. The third type required the practitioner to reach the levitation realm, allowing them to float in the air and achieve a simple flying effect. However, this realm required a threshold to be met in physical strength, agility, and spirit. This threshold could generally only be reached by legendary practitioners above level 70. In all of Daxia, only a few top practitioners could achieve this. After pondering for a moment, Wei Yuan ultimately shook his head. It was too exaggerated. A boy who had just awakened for a dozen days could have attributes comparable to the top of Daxia. He did not underestimate Yi Tian, but the possibility was simply minuscule, and he decisively ruled it out. At this time, a burst of colorful light shot up from below. Damn, God-level awakening. The boss is making a move again? I want to become God-level too. The people in the floating car were startled, and Wei Yuan's pupils constricted. Another God-level. He instinctively wanted to activate a barrier to shield himself from this awakening light beam. Then he realized this wasn't Daxia. This was an international public area, Dongdu, which was already sparsely populated. Even if foreign races and extremist organizations wanted to come and encircle, they probably wouldn't find anyone. Moreover, in a public area, one could run away at any time. Yi Tian thought the same. Furthermore, as Yi Tian's strength grew, and with the end of the grand competition with the Yaga dynasty, he increasingly felt that there was no need to hide his job change unless under special circumstances. At this moment, he looked at Chun Mo's profession and couldn't help but marvel. Employee, Chun Mo, profession, Necromancer Overlord, second stage, quality, God level, 25 strength, 435 agility, 435 constitution, 480 spirit, 690 professional talent, Necromancer enhancement. All Necromancer skills are enhanced tenfold. Soul Harvest absorbs part of the spirit attribute when enemies nearby die. Professional skills, Curse Domain, Damage Transfer, Bone Prison, Summon Undead Berserker, Summon Undead Marksman, Summon Lich Mage, Summon Undead General. Summoning Space, 0-1250. Just this Necromancer enhancement made Yi Tian feel like it was all about numbers, with no room for operation. It was worthy of the God-level quality. The tenfold enhancement of Necromancer skills included not only spell skills, but also summoning skills. As long as the summoned undead creatures were summoned, their attributes, skills, etc. would all be enhanced tenfold. Originally, the defect of Necromancer summoned creatures was their fragility, making them easy to be killed. Now, after enhancement, it could truly create an army from one person. Plus, with Soul Harvest, it infinitely increased spirit. One should know that the attributes of summoned creatures are related to the summoner's spirit attributes. This means the future strength of a Necromancer Overlord could be imagined. Moreover, 1250 summoning spaces meant that 1250 undead subordinates could exist simultaneously. As the level increased, this would continue to grow. Just based on this ability, one could expect that in the future, Chun Mo alone could control all international public areas. This would surely astonish all countries. So strong. It was only then that Chun Mo spoke his first emotionally charged statement. It was indeed the first time he had seen such a powerful profession. Even in the rumors, the top-ranked legendary professional international mercenary was worlds apart from his Necromancer Overlord. At this moment, his awe for Yi Tian grew even more. When he faced a life-and-death crisis, Yi Tian suddenly appeared to save him and gave him the power for revenge. In Chun Mo's eyes, such behavior could only be done by the legendary devil. The power Yi Tian gave is so strong. He must be a big devil. No, a demon king. Yi Tian, however, was unaware of Chun Mo's wild thoughts. He looked over Chun Mo's resume again and asked, "What is the situation with the Ruins mission in Country F?" The description of the Black Gold Hand and the remnants of the Divine Presence Church in the resume did not concern Yi Tian. He considered it merely a stepping stone for Chun Mo's growth. However, Yi Tian was genuinely interested in the ruins. Each ruin represented infinite possibilities, and who knows what kind of legacy treasures might be hidden there. Chun Mo did not ask how Yi Tian knew this information. He felt that with Yi Tian's terrifying methods, knowing this bit of intelligence was insignificant. He took a deep breath and answered in a lengthy manner. A few days ago, Country F released a mission to various mercenary organizations to explore the ruins. It is said that the ruin took them nearly 3 years to decipher, and the high-ranking officials of Country F initially did not want to spread the news. But after their own army entered the secret realm and suffered heavy casualties without any gains, they had no choice but to release the mission seeking assistance. Spending years deciphering the ruins and still failing to conquer it. No wonder they were looking for mercenaries. The reason they didn't seek help from other countries was probably also to prevent the treasure from the ruins from being taken away. Compared to that, mercenaries were much easier to control, Chun Mo added. However, many mercenaries who accepted the mission also went into the ruins and never returned. My boss. He paused for a moment, My former boss of the Dawn organization suspected that there might be some treasures in the ruins that require a certain number of sacrifices to appear. Oh, Yi Tian became interested. This speculation was not without reason. If it were true, then the treasures in the ruins would indeed be extraordinary. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to verify it. Chen Mo's voice turned cold. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian patted his shoulder and said, "If there is a chance, help me investigate the news about the ruins. Even if it's an evil artifact, Yi Tian would be very interested, given that he had many employees with evil attributes." Chen Mo nodded. Besides seeking revenge, he also intended to go to the ruins to take a look and fulfill the wishes of the boss who adopted him. "Remember my mission." Yi Tian gave him a contact method before returning to the floating car and leaving. Watching the floating car depart, the vast ruins of the Dongdu border were left with only Chen Mo. He stood in place for a few seconds, seemingly still unable to believe that this was real. The next moment, he said in a low voice, "Soldiers." As his voice fell, several swirling dark energies appeared on the ground around Chen Mo, exuding a decayed and terrifying aura. With a click, the dark energy transformed into white bones, precisely reorganizing and assembling. Boom! Dozens of 3-meter-tall skeletal warriors were reformed, their hollow eye sockets igniting with 2 points of eerie blue flames, as if they had been granted new life. Among the skeletons, some wielded bone double axes, tall and strong. Some held longbows, their bodies agile. Others, like soul-like liches, held bone staffs, ominous and terrifying. Among them, in front of Chen Mo, stood the most majestic skeletal general, draped in a shadow cloak, holding a long sword, standing proudly. This was the undead general, the only one that could be summoned at a time. The other undead, under the enhancement of Chen Mo's tenfold talent, each possessed attributes of level 30 epic practitioners, along with 3 fixed skills. The undead general was even 2 to 3 times stronger than them. Feeling the cold atmosphere around him, Chen Mo not only felt no chill, but instead revealed a smile. These summoned creatures were just the beginning. As his rank increased, he could sense even stronger undead waiting for his call. Chen Mo thought of the nearby, small stronghold of the Black Gold Hand, and the flames of revenge in his heart were almost uncontrollable. His gaze was sharp and cold as he waved his right hand forward. "Soldiers, advance." Chapter 83, Exclusive Equipment. Yi Tian and the others returned to East China. Bai Qiuli and Zhou Mo Yao got off in Xing City and went straight back to Huaxing University. Wang Jiang returned to the border military camp in Ding City. As Yi Xiu was getting off in Qing City, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if he had been teleported away. It seems Brother Yi has found someone. In Star Domain Glory, although remote matching is possible, once matched with someone, you are directly teleported to the arena. Jiang Che said, staying in place. "I'll wait for Brother Yi." Yi Tian nodded and left alone. It was already late after returning from Dongdu, and instead of going home, he headed to a dungeon. Of course, it wasn't to grind levels, but to contact Alice. He had gotten 2 specially made communicators from Wei Yuan, made from legendary materials called